Farewell to Leviathan. Ultimi Barbarorum as the Sovereign's Night Watch. By Frederik Glas. It is well known that some Marxists are attracted to him because he was the author of the essay on the Jewish question. The same could be said of certain Spinozists, except that in the case of this philosopher the attraction is not to be found in a single treatise that can be used against the Jews, but in the rift with the Jewish community that preceded his writings. There is a tendency to appreciate Spinoza's philosophy by reducing it to that early disagreement, and this is somewhat reminiscent of the stubborn refusal among Marxists to read Capital as an indirect, but all the more developed critique of that treatise on the Jewish question. What could be described as Spinoza's own reflection on the Jewish question is contained in his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus and has caused far less of a furor than Marx's. With good reason. The fatal identification of Jews with money, which haunts the imagery of the young Marx's engagement with Bruno Bauer's writings, is completely absent here, not least because he had no concept of capital. Spinoza's ethics and his tracts, however, evidently possess a concept of society that, avant la lettre, basically excludes the pathic projection of imagining Jews as the embodiment of exchange value. This avant la lettre concept is to be developed in the following, and in doing so, the interpretation follows in a certain way the methodological premise of Leo Strauss, according to which there is an esoteric and an exoteric content of Spinoza's philosophy, although the philosopher must remain a stranger among the citizens and statesmen, since he questions the basis of the state beyond the opinions and prejudices that they hold and that support the state. It is always his task to improve the state, and to influence citizens and politicians, and he is in a better position to do so because only he knows the truth of the whole. The following essay, however, is also concerned with the fact that the possibility of such ambiguities is not only due to the external situation of the philosopher, who must reckon with persecution, but also arises from the esoteric content of his writings, in their unresolved problems. It is one of the most remarkable correspondences in the history of thought that the problem of ambiguity in terms, which in Hegel's case seems to have been resolved in the dichotomy of absolute and objective spirit, also appears in Marx. And this is only the case in the later Marx in Exile in England, where a distinction can also be made between esoteric interpretations, which focus on the untruth of the whole, and exoteric interpretations which focus on political engagement. The question is first of all why this philosopher and political theorist was able to write about Judaism in such an unbiased way, to distance himself from it without falling prey to the metaphors that the young Marx was ultimately taken in by. The strange substantialization of circulation that emerges in his ethic founded on a geometrical method, according to which every individual, regardless of origin or affiliation, can only be a mode of substance which coincides with the concept of God, is to be seen as the precondition for Spinoza's being able to write in the theologico-political treatise that nations differ from one another only in terms of their society and the laws under which they live and are governed, and, by nothing else. The election or calling of the Jewish people, which he undertakes to historicize at the beginning of his treatise, therefore does not consist in a so-called innate understanding and a peace of mind that can be derived directly from God. It consisted merely in the temporal fortune and favorable circumstances of their empire sola imperii, and therefore it was not eternal either. God, who alone is eternal, chooses a people only through those finite circumstances. Today, therefore, the Jews have nothing at all that they could attribute to themselves before all peoples. But Spinoza cannot help recognizing that they continue to differ from the others, as no other people differs from the rest of the world. He emphasizes that the Jews, after the loss of their empire, have been scattered for so many years and separated from all other peoples. Yet they still exist, which is not the case with any other people. He writes of a separation not only in external customs, which are opposed to the customs of other peoples, but also in the sign of circumcision, which they observe conscientiously. At first it seems as if this separation has caused all peoples to hate the Jews, but in the end Spinoza recognizes the actual cause in the hatred of the Jews. It is he who primarily maintains the Jews, as experience has already shown. By explaining the experience, Spinoza wants to show that the hatred that the Jews have incurred through their segregation cannot ultimately be explained by their behavior. When the King of Spain once forced the Jews to accept the national religion or to go into exile, many Jews accepted the religion of the popes. But since those who had accepted this religion were granted all the rights of native Spaniards and were considered worthy of all positions of honor, They soon mixed with the Spaniards to such an extent that within a short time there was no trace or memory of them left. The opposite was the case with those whom the King of Portugal forced to accept the religion of his kingdom. Although they had converted to this religion, they still lived apart from everyone else, because the king had declared them unworthy of any honor. End of quote. The kings thus decide whether the Jews will isolate themselves and thus attract the hatred of the people or not. And they decide, as Spinoza puts it, quite independently of their own religion and the religion of the majority of their subjects, quite independently of Christianity. But in order to capture this difference in a pure, abstract, geometrical way, Spinoza not only projects a fantastic image of the history of the Jews in Spain, to say the least, if one thinks of the persecution and the Inquisition after 1492, he also has to remain silent about the potential for hatred of Jews that exists in the Christian religion itself. He professes to be a follower of Paul, because it is only through him that he seems to be able to conceive of the equality of peoples. Because God is the God of all peoples, i.e., because he is inclined towards all in the same way, and because all were under the law and sin in the same way. Thus God sent his Christ to all nations, so that he might free all in the same way from the bondage of the law, so that henceforth they would no longer act according to the command of the law, but according to the firm resolve of their will. Paul thus teaches exactly what I maintain. End of quote. The status of election can only be disputed if the will to do good takes the place of the bondage of the law, which probably means nothing other than that law should be internalized and thus followed of one's own free will. In this sense, Spinoza quotes a passage from Paul about circumcision in which the apostle, rather untypically for him, refers to the laws as such and not, as usual, to faith in order to devalue a particular law. If the circumcised man falls away from the law, circumcision will become a foreskin. But if the foreskin keeps the law's commandment, the foreskin will be counted as circumcision. This rule presupposes a sovereign who no longer distinguishes between the circumcised and the uncircumcised, but rather treats both according to the same law. And it presupposes that religion becomes a private matter. To organize the state in such a way that all, whatever their convictions, prefer public law to private advantage, that is the task, that is the difficulty. Marx excerpted from the treatise, emphasizing the distinction between public law and private advantage. But since such a true sovereign only exists in isolated cases, as was supposedly once the case in Spain but not in Portugal, Spinoza cannot help but regard the circumcision and segregation of the Jews as necessary. This necessity is, to a certain extent, also viewed from a political perspective, or in other words, it is shifted into the political realm. Ultimately, Spinoza sees only one perspective for the Jews, that is of a state nature. If the kings are not willing to integrate the Jews, then the only option left to them is to found their own kingdom again. Remarkably, Spinoza anticipates the constellation of Zionism here by referring to the Jewish rite of circumcision. I consider the sign of circumcision to be so significant that I am convinced that this alone will preserve the people forever. Indeed, if the principles of their religion do not soften their minds, I would readily believe that, given the right opportunity, as human affairs are subject to change, they will one day rebuild their kingdom and that God will choose them anew. End of quote. In this context, the young Marx excerpts the passage that the ceremonies of the Old Testament, indeed the entire Mosaic Law, had only the kingdom of the Hebrews and consequently only material goods in mind. As if to avoid the fear of once again making concessions to the idea of election at this point, the Chinese are also mentioned, who, as Spinoza claims, also most conscientiously preserve a certain sign on their heads, by which they distinguish themselves from all others, and in this distinction they have preserved themselves for so many millennia that they far outstrip all other peoples in terms of age. End of quote. What ultimately matters to Spinoza is that the election established in religion can only refer to a secular state, to a particular empire and the bodily comforts guaranteed by it, but that, and this is how the chapter of the treatise on election ends, no people differs from another in terms of understanding and true virtue. The emphasis on the equality of peoples suggests that this critique of election always also has the defense of anti-Jewish prejudices in mind, which rely on inequality. Spinoza explicitly argues against Jewish orthodoxy, but implicitly against the enemies of the Jews by virtue of his concept of equality. This two-pronged approach is probably only possible from a certain concept of the state, and it is this state that is ultimately the subject of the political part of the treatise, which follows the theological biblical critique, but actually forms its prerequisite. In a certain sense, the aforementioned essay by the young Marx on the Jewish question can now be understood as a critique of precisely this positive concept of the state. It is no coincidence that a few years earlier he had prepared, or had someone else prepare, the extensive excerpts from Spinoza's treatise and correspondence. Among these excerpts is also the letter from Oldenburg to Spinoza, in which he talks about a rumor about the return of the Israelites, who have been living in the diaspora for more than 2,000 years, to their homeland. I would like to know what the Jews of Amsterdam have heard about this and how they react to such news, which, if it were true, would certainly cause a revolution in all things in the world. End of quote. What Marx then takes over from the left-wing Hegelian Bruno Bauer, who, incidentally, refers to Spinoza here, coincides with Spinoza's description of the idea of separation and of being chosen in Judaism. The Jew behaves Jewishly towards the state by behaving towards it as a foreigner, by contrasting his chimerical nationality with the real nationality, by contrasting the real law with the illusory law, by imagining that he is entitled to be separated from humanity, by waiting for a future that has nothing in common with the general future of humanity, by considering himself a member of the Jewish people and the Jewish people to be the chosen people. End of quote. But Marx departs from the political perspective that Spinoza still saw, which consisted of the Jews re-establishing their own kingdom. What he is aiming at in his discussion of Bruno Bauer's writings implicitly also turns against the focus on the political in Spinoza's treatise. First of all, it is the realization that political emancipation is not the accomplished, the unopposed way of human emancipation, as it still appears in Bauer's work. In the state, namely, where man is considered a generic being, he is only the imaginary member of an imagined sovereignty. He is robbed of his real individual life and filled with an unreal generality. But where man is a member of civil society, he is regarded as the actual human being, as the as distinct from the citoyen, because he is the human being in his centrally individual, closest existence. For this existence, which Spinoza could not define as such since for him political emancipation, which he did not yet call it, was already the real, only possible freedom, the young Marx has no concept, only an anti-Semitic notion. Here, the Jew had already emancipated himself, and in a Jewish way. At this point in his considerations, Marx adopts the pathic projection that is emerging in Bruno Bauer, according to which the Jews embody the rule of money and dominate the world. The Jew, who is only tolerated in Vienna, for example, determines the fate of the entire empire through his financial power. The Jew, who can be without rights in the smallest German state, decides the fate of Europe. But Marx, who adds at this point that money has become a world power through the Jews and without them, shows little interest in following Bruno Bauer in deriving the concrete essence of the Jews from the essence of that general unsafe element that they have appropriated, and in imagining it as such. While Bauer anticipates Richard Wagner's Judaism in music, Marx constructs a materialistic idea of Judaism that is all the more consequent and, as it were, purer, more Platonic, while remaining true to the Enlightenment concept of maturity by refusing to regard individuals themselves as the embodiment of the idea. After all, everyone, whether Jewish, Christian, or atheist, can act according to an idea or not. In principle, Bruno Bauer also concedes this freedom to the individual Jew, referring to Spinoza in particular, but the pleasure he feels when he exposes the negative characteristics of the Jews to his audience speaks a different language, as does the fetishization of a historical logic that no longer believes in a categorical imperative. Nothing in history stands outside the law of causality. He writes, only to add the causality that the Jews themselves are to blame for their fate. The Jews have been oppressed because they were the first to be oppressed and to brace themselves against the wheel of history. Marx, on the other hand, energetically shifts the unsafe element of bourgeois society, money, to the center of his attention, initially in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, and here encounters causalities that no longer allow the question of guilt to be posed as simply as left-wing Hegelianism. In this way, he also succeeds in stripping away the false logic of an idea of Judaism and making the abstraction in the capital relationship, which had provoked that imagery the actual object of criticism, when he resumed his studies of political economy in the 1850s, without, of course, having dispensed with some of the sometimes infamous caricatures of Judaism. However, the continuous condition for this possibility of insight would probably be that for him, from the outset, the concrete circumstances in which Jews live were never identical with that idea of Judaism, could not be subsumed by it, that he was thus, unlike Bauer and Wagner, still capable of experiences, that is to say, that he showed himself willing to admit even those that contradicted the concepts that seemed to be determined by essence. Marx did not lose sight of the concrete through his left Hegelian construction of the Jewish question. In this he differed from most of the young Hegelians, and for him this concrete ultimately consisted in the suffering of the individual. On the other hand, he was definitely opposed to the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved, neglected, contemptible being. Thus, when he analyzed the Eastern question and the outbreak of the Crimean War in 1854, he was compelled at the end of a detailed article for the New York Daily Tribune to draw attention to the situation of the Jews in the Ottoman Empire and to write down a completely different discussion of the Jewish question. Quote, "But nothing can compare with the misery and suffering of the Jews in Jerusalem, who inhabit the dirtiest part of the city, called Hareth el-Yehud, in the quarter of filth between Zion and Moriah, where their synagogues are located. They are constantly the subject of Muslim oppression and intolerance, reviled by the Greek Orthodox, persecuted by the Catholics, and only survive on the meager alms that flow to them from their European brethren. The Jews, however, are not indigenous to the area, but come from various distant countries and are drawn to Jerusalem only by the desire to inhabit the valley of Jehoshaphat and to die in the same places where the Redeemer is to appear." End of quote. Instead of fantasizing about the secular basis and cult of Judaism as self-interest and haggling, as in his essay 10 years earlier, Marx here states that the peculiarity of Jewish religion is to be understood from the fact of persecution, citing the quote of a French historian, César Famine, author of Histoire de la Rivalité et du Protectorat des Églises Chrétiennes en Orient, Paris, 1853. "In expectation of death, they suffer and pray, their eyes fixed on Mount Moriah, where the Temple of Solomon once stood, and which they are not allowed to approach. They shed tears over the misfortune of Zion and their dispersion throughout the world." End of quote. Imagine how Bruno Bauer, who was soon to become one of the most rabid anti-Semites in Germany, would have commented on the situation of the Jews in Jerusalem. He would probably have seen their persecution by Christians and Muslims as a natural defense, brought on by their own fault, and the fact that they live on the meager alms that flow to them from their European brothers would have been for him only further proof of their money power, later of their international conspiracy. By countering the anti-Semites, who were not yet called that, with the argument that money would become a world power through the Jew, as well as without him, Marx was able to gain an unobstructed view of this world power, which he ultimately hoped to conceptualize in his critique of political economy. Of your Jews, who emancipate themselves in a Jewish way, only the concept of the character mask remains, which is attached to a person only because his money constantly functions as capital. And this is precisely what constitutes the world power. For this criticism, however, Marx did not immediately refer to Spinoza's treatise, but to one of the most important concepts of the entire philosophical tradition in which Spinoza stands, but which is uniquely central to his ethics and must therefore also be considered the basis of that treatise: the concept of substance. If Marx had only come across the problem of political economy and its fetish forms in the treatise on the Jewish question by negating the positive concept of the state, which characterizes the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, then in Capital he seemed to have found the appropriate category for it in the concept of substance as causa sui, familiar to him from the Ethica Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata. In fact, Spinoza could only regard the state as the embodiment of reason and naturalness at the same time because he made man himself, in his sensuous individual existence, a mere mode of substance. The difficulty for the critique of political economy and the state, as will be shown, ultimately consists in turning Spinoza, in a somewhat different way than Hegel, to use the famous formulation, from head to foot. The more clearly it becomes apparent that the substance cannot be modified, the more justified the demand that something in that mode should no longer be understood as a mode, but should itself be substantiated. It has often been pointed out how much Spinoza took over from Hobbes's political doctrine in the second, political part of his early treatise. That is why he is also among those whom the young Marx counts among those who have discovered the law of gravitation of the state. Marx has them begin with Machiavelli and Hobbes and end with Hegel. But it is precisely in this series that the differences that Marx ignored also emerge, and perhaps this is even the origin of the whole problematic of his writing on the Jewish question. It is apparent in these differences that Spinoza is overtaken by his affiliation with Pauline Christianity in the political sphere. At first, however, he seems to follow Hobbes completely, at least as far as the Leviathan is concerned. Everyone transfers all the power they possess in the state of nature to the society, which thus alone holds the highest power of government and to which everyone must obey out of free will or out of fear of the harshest punishment. This highest power is not bound by any law, and everyone must obey it in every respect. Only a fool who does not know the law of the supreme powers will rely on the words and promises of the one who holds the supreme power. For injustice is only conceivable in the civil state. However, no injustice can be done to the subjects by the supreme powers, to whom everything is permitted by law. It can therefore only occur between private individuals, who are legally obliged not to harm each other. End of quote. Anyone among the citizens who even attempts to usurp the supreme power is guilty of a crime against the state and will be sentenced by law. As with Hobbes, the all-important question is whether and to what extent such supreme power even exists. Only if it does not really exist, only halfway so to speak, is it not wrong to overthrow it. The highest powers are only entitled to command everything they want as long as they actually have the highest power. If they lose it, they also lose the right to command everything, and it falls to those who can win it and know how to assert it. It is a kind of circular argument that basically leaves it up to each individual to decide whether the respective sovereign is a true sovereign or not. Everything depends on success, whether the sovereign succeeds in ruling like a sovereign, or whether the rebels succeed in overthrowing him, in which case they would only have proved that he no longer had the supreme power. Spinoza largely adopts this line of argument in his theologico-political treatise. The transfer of power is presented as a contract. In Leviathan, however, the artificiality of the agreement is emphasized, and this emphasis is even more pronounced here than in Hobbes' earlier work De Civ. Unlike other living creatures, the agreement between people is based on a contract which is artificial. Therefore, it is no wonder that something other than the contract is needed to make their agreement permanent and lasting, namely a general power that is to keep them in check and direct their actions towards the common good. It is this artificiality which Hobbes emphasized, along with his intermittent partisanship for absolutism, that was the stumbling block, or at least the source of irritation, for almost all subsequent bourgeois state theorists. A typical example of this is how Friedrich Albert Lang formulated his objection in the famous History of Materialism. Although these propositions are strictly connected with each other and with the whole system, Hobbes could at least have assumed the existence of a political natural instinct and even of a natural gravitation. Hobbes, with his natural inclination towards state life, rejected the only path that could have led him from his materialistic standpoint to higher ethical and political principles. End of quote. This kind of materialism is characterized by adopting the physical metaphor of gravity for the state from Marx, but no longer using it as a metaphor from the natural sciences for a social problem, but rather regarding this problem as already solved by using it to present politics as precisely that which is natural, which Hobbes, presumably because he thought too individualistically, had merely refused. At the same time, Hobbes emphasizes the fictitious nature of the contract on which the state is based. The unity that it establishes comes about as if everyone had said to everyone else, "I authorize this person or this assembly of people and transfer to them my right to govern me, on condition that you also transfer your right to them and authorize all their actions." In Spinoza's account, however, the artificiality of the state disappears to the same extent as the fictional character of the signing of the contract, which Hobbes still emphasized, evaporates. In the treatise, it is the form of the definition that automatically produces such effects. With it, Spinoza systematically resists Hobbes's penchant for the fantastic and the gloomy. It is also the source of the unique clarity and the elegance of Spinoza's language in the Tractates and in the Ethics, which formally completes the ban on images from Jewish tradition and in this way possesses its own utopian content, a utopia of reason, so to speak, but which has its price, especially in the political sphere. The validity of the contract is defined by the agreement of the interests of the contracting parties. Every contract is valid only by virtue of its usefulness. If this is lost, the contract also becomes invalid and loses its validity. A contract is valid because the considerations of usefulness of two individuals coincide, whether in the state of nature or in the state of the state. In legal terms, this is the clausula rebus sic stantibus. The definition of the contract by utility means the contract in general, not just the specific one for the founding of the state, where there can actually be no power behind all contracts because this power is to be created by the specific contract. However, Spinoza touches on the most delicate point of Hobbes's contract theory. Without actually wanting to, He makes the ideological core of the theory transparent, which consists of the tacit assumption that something is presupposed by the conclusion that can only be created by it, the highest power. The construction of the contract, which is supposed to explain the state, implies that there must always be a supreme power so that the individual can reasonably renounce the power that is at his disposal, unless he is already deprived of all power like a serf or a slave. The construction of the contract thus also implies that slavery itself is eschewed, and that it is directly or indirectly assumed by citizens who are already of age, even if they have just been in a state of nature and have not recognized a monopoly of force over themselves. In Hobbes's view, it is recognized as a law of nature only when it is agreed and regulated by contract between the prospective slave and the slaveholder. For example, a citizen subjects himself to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and now exchanges his life for slavery. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master behaves towards the slaves as the sovereign does towards the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who contractually submit as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. But thanks to the contract, they retain, like the subject, a certain right of resistance, namely when they have to fear for their life and limb. However, how the transition from the natural to the actual artificial state is possible remains just as obscure as the fact that a slavery that is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation was still considered to be the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as well as in the Netherlands, even if it could no longer be the immediate motive for war, as it still was in antiquity. The idea that lies behind subreption is that individuals, because they are rational, do not actually need to enslave each other in the war of all against all, but could recognize each other as potential adult citizens and conclude contracts that are valid solely because they are useful to both sides. However, these contracts are strictly speaking conventions, contracts without a higher power that can guarantee them. It is, according to Spinoza, foolish to demand eternal loyalty from another if one does not at the same time ensure that the other party will suffer more harm than benefit from breaking the contract to be concluded. Ultimately, one must threaten to use one's own force to make the other party realize that breaking the contract to be concluded will cause more harm than benefit. But since one's own power proves to be quite limited, the highest power is needed to ensure that every contract is kept with complete loyalty. The benefit for all prevails over the benefit of an individual. In legal terms, the clausula rebus sextantibus is subject to the general legal principle pacta sunt serta. Jean Bodin's argument here seems more consequent. He condemns slavery in the same way as tyranny and despotism, but in order to give unlimited princely sovereignty more clout. However, he himself lacked the concepts of contract theory to distinguish this legitimate rule from the illegitimate rule of slavery and despotism. He thus pleads for the will to freedom of man as well as against it, without being able to justify this difference in judgment. In Hobbes' case, however, it is clear that the concepts of the theory of the social contract are not sufficient. In other words, the relationship between slavery and sovereignty requires a critique of political economy. In this weighing of the usefulness, which on the one hand is still carried out in the spirit of Hobbes, something decisive is lost on the other hand, that the unity of the state is a mortal god, the creation of a great leviathan or artificial animal, an authority that is in any case monstrous. On the one hand, originating in nature, on the other hand, completely artificial. For only through the terror that arises from the fact that each individual initially grants power and strength to the sovereign is the latter able to direct the will of all towards domestic peace and mutual assistance against foreign enemies. And here Hobbes, and this is, in a sense, the core of the horror, the monstrousness that the state represents, can never think of one thing, internal peace, without the other, the external enemy. Hobbes needs to construct a state of nature, which he himself says never existed in this form throughout the world, not only to conjure up the permanent threat of civil war, but also to explain how the relationship between states has been and will be at all times, since they do not have to fear any power that is above them and more powerful than they are. Even the famous dictum homo homini lupus, which can be found in Plautus, for example, but which posterity believed to be able to summarize Hobbes's view of humanity in a single formula, is only considered true in all its consequences in Hobbes's view if one compares states with each other. But this could just as well mean that man is a god to man, albeit a mortal one, that he can only regard him as a human being in the form of a subject, a citizen or citoyen. In other words, in Hobbes's case, the ideological element of the theory of the contract is kept in check by what Leo Strauss calls the primacy of foreign policy in the conception of the Leviathan, because this primacy preserves something of the historical experience of the emergence of the modern state. For Hobbes, the protection of citizens against a common enemy and the protection against encroachments that they inflict on each other are always one and the same. Citizens are protected from each other only to the extent that the state protects them from a common enemy, in that they themselves want that state and that enemy, aligning themselves as subjects with one or the other. It is no coincidence that the sovereign looks the observer of the copperplate engraving, which Hobbes chose as a frontispiece for his work, in the eye. He only exists in the face of another sovereign, not as a single one, ruling over the entire world, a world sovereign. And the individuals who make up his Lib, as the first edition of 1651, the so-called head edition, reveals, look up to him so that they are standing with their backs to the viewer, who, if he focuses his gaze alternately on them, is confronted with a picture puzzle of a special kind. From a distance, one sees, as it were, at eye level a sovereign who by no means looks down on his people. From close up, the field of vision limited, one feels integrated into the mass of people aligned with the ruler. This is how the crucial point is taught, that the subjects only look up to their sovereign because he does not look down on them. But with the sword in his right hand and the crook, which he also holds like a weapon, in his left, looks the enemy in the eye. Hobbes's recognition of the primacy of foreign policy can be seen as the first sign of the open partisanship for Churchill's policy that occurred a little later, although Strauss's main concern here is to emphasize the differences between modern and ancient state theory, and in doing so he again underemphasizes the peculiarity of Hobbes's conception, for example, compared to Spinoza or Kant. Shakespeare belongs to a different era in this respect. In his glorification of Henry V, he presents the primacy of foreign policy as the ideal sovereign, free of all unnatural traits, who successfully wages war against France and thus preserves and strengthens internal unity, while his other historical dramas, which are admittedly much more significant, primarily depict the disintegration under the primacy of domestic policy. Richard III, for example, who is unable to realize unity because of the narrowness of his ambitions, is portrayed as an aberrant monster. However, the essence or rather the non-essence of the state is by no means captured even by such a cleverly conceived image. The hostility of the states turns out to be the other side of the real-world sovereign, who is completely unarmed and for whom Hobbes can have no concepts whatsoever, capital. This is precisely where the truth of those archaic metaphors lies, which the English philosopher, who is considered a rationalist, feels compelled to use, not least that of the biblical monster itself, which gave the famous work of state theory its name. The primacy of foreign policy prevents the state from being idealized. It always remains under the perspective of the monster. To put it more respectfully, Hobbes does indeed describe the state as a mortal god, which still sounds problematic enough for Christianity, but he chose the title of Leviathan for his great work. This was what ultimately repelled Carl Schmitt about Hobbes. For every good Christian, it must have been a terrifying idea to see a great beast set against the corpus mysticum of the God-man, the great Christ. For centuries, the image of Leviathan, as interpreted by rabbis and Kabbalists, had strengthened the Jews in their sense of superiority over the heathen peoples and the bestial idols of their will to power. End of quote. However, when Schmitt wrote this, he was already able to conjure up the counter-sovereign Manfred Dahlmann in the corpus mysticum of the Führer, who was to put an end to this sense of superiority. It is no coincidence that those who see Schmitt as a theorist of democracy also tend to repress Hobbes' fixation on the monster. But it is part of German ideology to perfect the anti-Semitic enemy image with the dark side of the Leviathan, which only does justice to the truth about bourgeois society. When Hitler, in Mein Kampf, wants to illustrate that the Jews' sense of sacrifice is only an apparent one, or that their will to sacrifice does not go beyond the naked instinct for self-preservation of the individual, he describes their behavior in the same way as Hobbes describes the natural state of man. Quote, "The same pack of wolves that has just attacked its prey together breaks up into individual animals when its hunger subsides. The Jew is only united when a common danger forces him to be so or when a common prey lures him. If both reasons are removed, the characteristics of the crassest egoism come into their own." End of quote. Otto Weininger, whom Schmitt and Hitler, as Jewish anti-Semites, held in typical admiration for non-Jewish anti-Semites, already used Hobbes and Spinoza as prime examples of the similarity between the Englishman and the Jew. Weininger was clearly opposed to the claim that Hobbes, who was so spiritually akin to Spinoza, believed that the war of all against all was the original state of humanity. But while Schmidt saw Spinoza as the representative of modern individualism, through which the individual reservation of inner, private freedom of thought and belief had become the germ of death of the concept of the state and the root of liberalism in Hobbes, Weininger sees the Jewish in Spinoza in exactly the opposite way, in that in his philosophy the individuals are only accidents, not substances, only non-real modes of an infinitely real substance that is alien to all individuation. End of quote. The Hobbesian primacy of foreign policy, to which metaphors such as Leviathan and Behemoth owe their existence, evaporates again in Spinoza. Characteristically, it is still present when the relationship between the Jewish people and other peoples is defined in the theologico-political treatise, although here it is no longer a foreign policy issue after the destruction of the Jewish Empire. But even when Spinoza distinguishes between the treaties between states and those between citizens, and explicitly emphasizes that no holder of state power can keep the promises made in these treaties to the detriment of his own state, he is still clearly following the Hobbesian view, and it is precisely in these passages that Marx, as the early excerpts show, probably first received Hobbes through Spinoza. But in the geometry of his argumentation, this question is pushed to the margins. Only after Spinoza has developed the origin of the state and its continued existence from its inner moments in the 16th chapter of the treatise does he even begin to address it. In doing so, he almost approaches the theorists of the pre-modern state, the classics of antiquity. In this respect, Plato argued most consequentially, and Aristotle criticized him for it, but did not deviate from him in the decisive points. The state is not determined in its genesis or essence in connection with the violence that threatens it from the outside as much as it exercises it internally, but rather the threat from the outside and violence from the inside merely come about after the state is already present and determined in all its characteristics. Only in those forms of classical ancient thought in which it was not a matter of conceptualizing the state per se, in the Homeric epic, in Greek tragedy, or in historical or strategically oriented writings, such as those of Thucydides in particular, is war still understood, in the words of the famous pre-Socratic thinker, as the father of all things of the state. However, when the polis threatened to disintegrate, there was an obvious need for a theory of the state that would save it as a primordial unity and thus define the essence of the polis as a unity that had come about through coercion and violence, when this coercion and violence were no longer sufficient to maintain it. On the other hand, neither in the past great age of the Greek polis nor later at the height of the Roman Empire did force and violence serve to establish sovereignty in the eminent modern sense and to create a recognized monopoly of force that would have limited the powers of the paterfamilias, for example, and truly dissolved the unity of the clan. The primacy of war in determining the state, which actually emerged much more clearly than in the modern era, lacked something within the ancient forms of society, to speak with Spinoza, the substance money as a general equivalent and meaningless identity. Although money in the form of coins had existed since the 7th century BC, it could not function independently of the material of gold or silver and backed solely by the authority of the state. There was no real state currency sovereignty, only a temporary cover, for example, by military commanders who had to pay wages in copper coins and could only personally guarantee that they could be exchanged for other goods thanks to their authority, which was based on personal obedience. It was only Machiavelli and Hobbes who broke with the Platonic and Aristotelian concept of the state as an isolated entity, based on an internal division of labor and an external co-settlement, and who first thought in terms of the primacy of foreign policy in war. Both valued Thucydides' Peloponnesian War. Hobbes had once translated the text into English, but studiously ignored or decisively rejected the writings of the ancient philosophers on politics and the state, even perharassing them as a seduction to civil war. It should be noted that Spinoza does not dispute any of what Machiavelli and Hobbes say about the relations between states. In this sense, he is not a predecessor of those who want to see something in international law that would counter the law of the strongest. But he shifts the focus of the argument from foreign policy to the interior of the state, without reflecting on this shift, without realizing how the general and the particular, the sovereign and the world of states, could be thought together. The importance of this break in understanding the modern relations between states is shown ex negativo by Hugo Grotius' famous treatise De Jure Belli ac Pace from 1625, in which the praise of ancient virtue theories distorts the questions of violence. In a certain sense, feudal coercion is still glorified here, for example in the concluding eulogy of loyalty, in which Grotius approvingly quotes Aristotle, "If loyalty ceases, human intercourse ceases," and adds, "If loyalty ceases, the ladders of human society resemble wild animals, whose violence is nevertheless abhorred by all." the more reason for kings to preserve it, partly for their own tranquility, partly for the honor of those on whom the force of law depends." End of quote. Thus, the force of law was not primarily based on the monopoly of force. The proximity to the old scholastic view, which is evident in this argument as well as in the assumption of a natural human drive for sociability, is at the same time an anticipation of the displacement of violence, which, according to Hobbes, was to become decisive for modern political philosophy. Likewise, in the preface, any notion that the contract could be artificial is rejected. It is only in accordance with the law of nature that contracts are kept. A more natural way of committing oneself cannot be found. From this natural source, civil law has arisen. End of quote. For the young Marx, who speaks of the law of gravity of the state, on the other hand, the realization of this law is inextricably linked to a certain relationship between states. He writes that the gravity of the state was found in itself, but that from Machiavelli to Hegel this was only possible because people began to look at the state from a human perspective and to develop its natural laws from reason and experience, and to do so in the same way that the various European governments sought to apply this result in the system of the balance of power. Spinoza's experience included the immediate way in which the government of the United Netherlands applied this law of gravitation, insofar as it did not succeed here in consolidating sovereignty to the extent that it could permanently defy the two neighboring great powers of England and France. However economically superior the Netherlands were, however developed the conditions of commodity exchange, in the question of sovereignty they were inferior, and that also contains something economic. The Netherlands lacked the decisive conditions that make capitalist accumulation in the sense of the development of industrial capital possible in the first place, which also include a strong state and a relatively large country whose inhabitants, who were once the owners of the means of production, can then be available as a labor force. Amsterdam, on the other hand, according to Fernand Braudel, should rather be described as a city-state, and indeed as the last city-state, the last polis in history. The wealth of the Netherlands generated surpluses that, paradoxical as it may sound, almost embarrassed the country. So large were the surpluses that even the credit granted to European trade was unable to absorb them, which is why the Dutch offered them to the modern states, which have a very special gift for consuming capital, if not for repaying it on time. In other words, the profit made in trade could not be invested in production, and the unique boom in painting in Holland at that time was probably also due to this investment barrier. At the height of the Golden Age around 1650, there were around 700 painters working in the Netherlands, producing around 70,000 paintings a year. Such an output of paintings is unparalleled in the history of art. Neither the Italian Renaissance nor France at the time of Impressionism saw anything like it. The history of the decline of Holland as a ruling trading nation is the history of the subordination of trading capital to industrial capital. Karl Marx, MEW 25, page 346. When Hobbes polemicized against rich merchants in his late work Behemoth, who would promote civil war by disobeying their legitimate sovereign, he was probably also thinking of the developments in the Netherlands. Politically, this decline led to the catastrophe of 1672. The council pensionary Johann de Witt, one of the first non-monarchs to rule in Europe and in some respects the addressee and hope of the political engagement expressed by Spinoza in his treatise, was not only deprived of power by the appointment of William III as stadtholder, a position that had been vacant for 2 decades, but the worst of the barbarians suddenly ruled. De Witt and his brother Cornelis, who had also been a member of the government, were exposed to the fury of the mob, which was stirred up by the Orangists. The Hague's Riflemen, a guild like the one in Amsterdam that Rembrandt had depicted 30 years earlier in his famous painting of the Night Watch, was apparently also part of this mob. When Johann de Witt visited Cornelis in prison, he had been arrested on suspicion of plotting an assassination and was now to be banished. As nothing could be proved against him, both were dragged outside by members of the shooting guild and cruelly mutilated and lynched by the fanatical mob. Their naked corpses were hung on the scaffold, and many of their body parts were sold as trophies. To this day, a finger and a tongue are said to be on display in the Historical Museum in The Hague. As Leibniz reports, Spinoza wanted to attach a poster to the scene of the crime with the inscription, Ultimi Barbarorum. There is a painting, attributed to Jan de Been, that highlights the corpses of the de Witt brothers, de Lichken van de Gebroeders de Witt, in a way that seems to capture the horror threatening the state forever. With its light-dark contrasts, it is reminiscent of Rembrandt's Other Night Watch. The same painter, who was apparently highly esteemed by the monarchs as a portraitist, also created several pictures of the de Witt brothers from an earlier period, including portraits showing them in office and dignity, but also an apotheosis of Cornelis de Witt, commissioned by him in 1667 as commander of the Dutch armed forces. He is standing on the ramparts of a military fortress, surrounded by angels, with a cornucopia of fruit and money beside him. In the background of this painting, the landscape and city, the sea and ships are as far away from the viewer as the ground on the title page of Hobbes's Leviathan, but it is clear that a battle is taking place there, the Battle of Chatham in 1667, in which the Dutch were able to defeat the English once more, for the last time. In view of the lynching of the de Witt brothers, a passage in the early Tractatus, which Spinoza was working on when that battle took place and the glorification was painted, seems like a warning. Quote, "For never have people so abandoned their rights and transferred their power to another that they would not have been feared by those who took their rights and power, and that the government would not have been threatened by the citizens who were robbed of their rights more than by the enemies." End of quote. Nevertheless, even in this premonition of disaster, something of its cause is still suppressed, namely that the defense against these enemies and the rule over the citizens are two sides of the same coin, that both issues are of equal importance, a knowledge that Hobbes, the theorist of the English sovereign, still considered self-evident. Spinoza's later, unfinished political treatise reflects the experiences of the catastrophic year, Rampjar, the liberalism of the country, which had neither witch trials nor pogroms against Jews, and to which Descartes had been attracted and which Spinoza owed the possibility of publishing his heretical theologico-political treatise, albeit anonymously, proved to be a sign not of constitutional strength but of inner weakness. Fritz Mothner indirectly points this out when he writes that the content of the free-thinking books and the persecution to which they and their authors were subjected clearly show that in the Netherlands, too, the victory in the struggle for independence had not simply broken the power of the clergy. But earlier than in England, France, and Germany, some freedom was granted here and there, sometimes in one city, sometimes in another, to scholars and printers. The unsettled lifestyle of Descartes in Holland, who moved from one city to another, may also be explained by this. This liberalism came to an end when the United Netherlands came under extreme pressure from the attack of France and the break with England. The wealth of the trading capital, which had been concentrated here in a unique way, was obviously lacking a corresponding state that could withstand the larger powers in the long term. The diplomacy on which Johann de Witt had relied, the attempt by this lawyer de Witt to play the arbitrator of Europe, as Louis XIV is said to have disparagingly expressed it, ultimately did nothing to prevent the campaign that France had opened. Accompanied by the anger of certain sections of the population, which was directed against de Witt and his brother, the new stadtholder finally restored the sovereignty of the country, both internally and externally, albeit in a makeshift manner. However, neither the inferiority to France and England could be permanently eliminated, nor the course set for a truly absolutist state. Under William III of Orange, the theologico-political treatise was banned along with Hobbes's Leviathan, as if to ensure that no reference could be made to the state's inner weakness, which in reality continued. But if this weakness of sovereignty had involuntarily emerged in the old Tractatus, Spinoza's experiences in 1672 caused him to return to Hobbes in a decisive point. Those who believe, according to the new tract, that a crowd of people or those who are at odds with each other in public affairs could be brought to live according to a mere dictate of reason are dreaming of the golden age of poets or of a fairy tale. Whereas the theologico-political treatise had merely stated that the purpose of the Republic, residential publica, was freedom, finus ergo rea publici revera libertas est. The new treatise now added that the purpose of the status civilis was nothing other than peace and security of life. The freedom of the intellectual attitude was a private virtue. The virtue of the state, imperii virtus, on the other hand, was security. Here too, however, the essence of the state is defined in isolation, that is, before anything is said about the relationship between states. The primacy of foreign policy is even more clearly refuted than in the first treatise. The treatment of the law of the highest powers in relation to other states, as an addendum to the right of the highest powers over the citizens and the duty of the subjects, in section 11 of the third chapter, impairs the recognition of the essence of such powers, whereas in the first Tractatus Spinoza had elaborated the situation of the contract, which necessitates the monopoly of force so that it could still be understood in a certain sense as a break in history and the end of the state of nature. he now completely bridges the discontinuous and projects the state into the state of nature. As little as the crowd, according to Spinoza, lives according to the dictates of reason, so much does he think of it as always being in the form of the state, or rather of civil society, civitas. The state of nature is no longer, as with Hobbes, a manifest or potential war of individuals that can only be ended by the contract to found a state, but the state of nature itself tends, of its own accord, towards the state. In contrast to Hobbes, who, with his assumption of a state of nature, projects a scenario to illustrate the lack of mediation in the conditions before the founding of the state and to stipulate the contract as the epitome of mediation, Spinoza is able to draw attention to the early social forms with a concept such as civitas, which the state of nature suppresses, but social mediation, which would first have to be established, becomes for him the always already existing nature of human being. Because, after all people, whether they are educated or uneducated, everywhere associate with one another and always create some kind of civil state, statum alicum civilum. The causes and natural foundations of the sovereign state, imperii causae et fundamenta naturalia, cannot be derived from the tenets of reason. Rather, they are to be derived from the common nature or constitution of human beings. End of quote. Spinoza's thinking is apparently guided more than ever by the need for the state to appear anything but artificial, as if artificiality were a weakness that would encourage civil war. The postulation of the state's naturalness, on the other hand, could guarantee its unity. The element of violence, which in the construction of the contract as presented in Spinoza's first political writing still emerged in certain places, as with Hobbes as something inherent in the state, has now assumed something coincidental in this sense, historical. If a free multitude happens to found a state, then this foundation is possible without violence and can be distinguished from an unnatural one that occurs by force, which should not exist at all. What a free multitude would be, however, remains undefined, and thus the evaluative juxtaposition of free and unfree multitude simultaneously obscures the fact that even the free can only establish a state if it is simultaneously able to make another population unfree, to expel it by martial law, or to keep it in check, at least to threaten it with war. It is noteworthy at this point that Spinoza prefers to speak of the state in general and to distinguish between free and unfree crowds in particular, rather than to speak of violence. When Spinoza writes, on the one hand, that there is no essential difference between a state that is created by a free multitude and one that is acquired by martial law, if one only pays attention to the law in general, but on the other hand maintains that they nevertheless have a completely different purpose and also different means that they must use for their own self-preservation, then, without him explicitly saying so, this divergence seems to dissolve again in the mere quantity of power, which is different in particular and by which the free population differs from the subjugated population. This separates him from Hobbes, who merely wants to see Leviathan and Behemoth, the state and the non-state, set apart from each other, but in the case of Leviathan, like Machiavelli, he fluctuates between the sovereignty of the absolute monarch and that of a republic, depending on the historical situation in his partisanship. In fact, the theory of Leviathan does not offer any concepts that adequately justify the rule of law, but only the condition of its possibility. Hobbes simply could not see how a subject who is bound by the laws can have more freedom in one form of government than in another. It was only Spinoza who, with certainty and largely without wavering, differentiated between the individual forms of government within the state. What such differentiation presupposes becomes clear when Spinoza, in contrast to Machiavelli and Hobbes, usually distinguishes terminologically between imperium, by which he usually means the power of government as such in the unity of a particular territory, status civilis for the particular constitution of a state, which raises the question of whether there can be a civitas that knows no constitution or form of government, and residential publica for the affairs of state, which are subject to the leadership of the one who has the power, which also applies independently of the respective constitution, and according to which residential publica does not mean republic. It is no coincidence that Spinoza's term for sovereignty with regard to the subjects is summa potestates, so that the power of the power holder can always also appear as the mere sum that results from the power of the added subjects. The fact that he speaks of summa potestas in the plural rather than in the singular here in his treatise also shows a tendency to underestimate the question of the unity of this power. It is part of the dialectic of the Enlightenment in the political sphere that, to the same extent as there is a reasonable differentiation, which always also contains a precisely articulable judgment, as is not possible with Hobbes, about the respective status civilis and thus about the state of the residential publica and the process of political will formation, a primacy of domestic politics is also asserted, which at the same time means blindness as far as the relationship between states is concerned. Although Spinoza's late treatise reflects the experiences of the crisis year, he does not escape this dialectic. Although he emphasizes here perhaps even more strongly that two states, imperia, are enemies by nature, chapter 3, section 13, and that each state has the full right to dissolve the alliance with another as it pleases, and therefore cannot be accused of malicious or disloyal behavior. But it is precisely in the more concrete remarks on how enmity and alliance are to be thought that it becomes clear that the states are already seen in their relationship to one another as citizens within a state. Thus, when considering the possibility of peace, Spinoza assumes that the states are equal in terms of power and military strength, and can therefore write, the more states, civitates, agree on peace at the same time, the less they need to fear the individual state. In other words, the less power the individual state has to start a war. On the contrary, it must observe the conditions of peace even more carefully, and consequently it is all the less entitled to act on its own behalf and all the more obliged to submit to the common will of the confederates, Communi Confederatarum Voluntari. Section 16. The Dutch provinces that had joined together to form the state whose severe crisis Spinoza had to experience were also called confederati. As if the republic of these 7 provinces had anticipated the constitution of the European Union, Spinoza's blurring of the differences between sovereign power and a confederation of states is apparently very similar to that of today's ideologues of European unity. If, however, one were to assume, on the basis of his definitions, that all states agreed on peace, then each of them would have to be described as less autonomous in the sense of its own right or its own power or authority, and the common will of the confederates would then truly resemble the will of a sovereign in its relationship to the citizen. In this sense, Spinoza already provides the conditions for deducing the ideology of the world sovereign from the law of civil society. Of course, Spinoza does not go so far as to consider that all states could actually agree on peace, and is thus even more cautious than Kant in his writing on eternal peace. But in his argumentation, the legal question appears as a common denominator with which the power relations are to be made calculable. He concludes from the equality of the holders of rights, from which a numerical majority of states can result, to a power relationship that no longer has to be considered from the point of view of military power, as in democracy. The mere majority of the treaty participants then also means a de facto superiority among the states. The fact that he disregards the issue of military strength and size of a state at these crucial points can only be understood as a form of repression in view of the overwhelming power of France and England, which has just been demonstrated to the Netherlands with catastrophic consequences. This creates a blind spot in political thinking. When the Tractatus Theologico-Politica states, Finus ergo rea publici revera libertas est. Incidentally, the young Marx highlighted this passage in his excerpts. The question remains as to whether residential publica refers to the state or not, or whether it could also refer to something that goes beyond it. It remains unanswered because no distinction is made between state and republic, imperium and respublica, that is, in the concept of what is called status civilis with regard to organized coercive power. In the late tract, which no longer contains the sentence but remained unfinished, however, that blind spot is shown to have become larger precisely in that the contract to found the state loses its meaning, and thus also the break with the state of nature. In the elements of law, natural and politic, Hobbes had also agreed with Aristotle's view that the goal of a democracy was freedom, but in De Civ he turned against it. Those who believe that there is greater freedom in democracies are misled by the fact that people participate in the government under such circumstances. But those who argue that this gives them more freedom are making the gross mistake of calling what is actually sovereignty freedom. For Hobbes, freedom is the natural, original freedom that is taken from the individual by the sovereign to the extent that he finds his freedom of movement restricted in the state by the threat of punishment, so that he remains free only in one area, as it were, of inner movement and internal area of thought, of conscience. However, it is the many individuals themselves who, thanks to the originally given freedom, have decided to create the sovereign by contract in order to keep everyone in their place. They did so out of insight into the state of nature, out of the knowledge that this was the best way to counter the fear of violent death that this state of nature entails. Thus, in Hobbes's view, people reckon with the factor of fear and terror almost like a mathematician with a number, and in doing so they follow the causality of cause and effect, themselves being only links in the chain of causes. In this respect, Hobbes teaches little more than any halfway conventional crime series or thriller plot. The genre of the crime story is, in a sense, only the cultural industrial form in which his Leviathan has come to the masses of consumers. Since every citizen, regardless of origin, class, or gender, is capable of killing another, there is a need for a common authority that, should the case arise, will take up the prosecution and thus instill in the citizens in advance the fear that should prevent them from doing it in the first place. It is not just a matter of protecting property, even though the whole of society is based on it. The matrix is the Hobbesian state of nature, the ability of the individual to kill the other. You don't have to be a connoisseur of the genre to know that crime thrillers cannot do without murder. A property crime is not enough, although the pursuit of a thief can be made sufficiently thrilling in itself, but of course the shivers only come here if at least the possibility that someone will die remains present. If Hobbes provides the matrix for the tension that the crime plot needs, then Spinoza provides the philosophy for the relaxation that the audience seeks. Spinoza's ethics and Kant's morality. Like Hobbes, Spinoza defends the freedom of thought of the individual. The citizen is not granted the freedom to act politically as he wishes in the state, but the freedom to think, and not only that but also to speak. This establishes the civil public sphere. Spinoza has expanded Hobbes' internal sphere to include freedom of opinion. On this basis, and on the assumption that the state in general is the reasonable thing, because its purpose is freedom, Spinoza also wants to distinguish between states in particular. The state understood as a respublica, that is, in terms of the affairs of government, is the freest whose laws are based on sound reason. For in it everyone can be free if he wants to, that is, live with his whole heart according to the guidance of reason. But at the same time, in every state, understood as a status civilis, that is, in terms of the Constitution, man can be free. For man is certainly free to the extent that he allows himself to be guided by reason. He is only not free when he allows himself to be guided by effects rather than by reason. This means that to the extent that reason is conceived as the opposite of affects, which include fear and terror, it also appears unimportant in which state one lives. The restriction that it must remain with the mere expression of opinion corresponds to Spinoza's theory of the state, and is, to a certain extent, the concession to Hobbes that he continues to make. For the foundation of a state consists, after all, in the fact that all commit themselves to acting according to a common decision, even if they may not judge and think accordingly. Seen in this way, the act of foundation is not a historical datum, but is immanent in everything that happens. Here, the citizen appears before the sovereign as the philosopher before the substance. Sub specie eternitatis, freedom only exists as a rational insight into this necessity of foundation, whereby necessity itself is not yet thought of as a process, as it is later in Hegel insight into nature or into God or into the substance. Everything else is mere deception. Now imagine, please, that the stone thinks, in that it continues to move, and that it knows that it strives to remain in motion as far as possible. This stone will certainly, since it is only aware of its striving and is by no means indifferent, think that it is completely free and remains in its motion only because it wants to. And that is the human freedom that everyone is so proud of possessing, and which consists only in the fact that people are aware of their desires, but do not know the causes that determine them. In a certain sense, Kant developed his entire moral philosophy against this sentence, starting from a concept of freedom that must be presupposed in the moral law, from the fact that, although the unconditional necessity of the imperative cannot be understood, its incomprehensibility can. In order to explode Spinoza's system of fatality, the fatalism of expediency, which regards freedom as an insight into the law of gravity, this moral philosophy posits the imperative, which cannot be a synthetic judgment, which does not belong to natural causality, although it requires both to be implemented, and in this one point Kant follows Spinoza, which does not recognize the affects of fear and terror. Freedom, as an idea, is removed from natural causality and only reveals itself through the moral law. It cannot be established speculatively, i.e. by means of synthetic judgments, but only through the practical use of reason, and the moral law on which this use can in turn be based alone, is simply there, without any experience of the senses, without anything empirical. Thus, freedom no longer coincides with reason in the simple way it did for Spinoza, although Kant's philosophy also requires reason so that individuals can make use of their freedom at all. But the nature of this knowledge is different from that of nature. It is a question of how imperatives, not synthetic judgments, a priori or a posteriori, are possible. and yet presupposes the transcendental subject of synthetic judgments. The fact that, for Kant, every individual as a subject possesses time as an inner sense in itself, that it is capable of synthesis by virtue of the categories of pure reason, enables it to recognize things, and at the same time it is thought of as being completely independent of them. It is precisely here that the antinomy of freedom and natural law arises. In its ability to form synthetic judgments, the subject guarantees, as it were, sufficient objectivity to be able to perceive the eternal law in its own breast. This insight is not based on the immediate experience of the senses and their processing in synthetic judgments a posteriori, but on the moral law which is already present without experience and judgment, but which must use them and therefore requires the power of judgment. To put it differently, with reference to Spinoza, Kant, following Hume, who understood substance as a mere fiction of the imagination, criticizes Spinoza's ontological concept of substance and the old metaphysics, which is presented in his Ethics in the style of geometry, Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, as hypostatization with the greatest, almost bureaucratic effort of systematization and meticulousness, and sees nothing but a category of pure understanding in substance. Spinoza's ontological concept of substance and that of the old metaphysics, which is presented in his Ethics in the form of geometry, Ordine Geometrico Demonstrata, as hypostatization and sees substance as nothing more than a category of pure understanding, namely that of placing persistence in relation to the accidental. In other words, a function of thought that has no objective meaning in itself, if it is not based on a view whose diversity it can be applied to as a function of synthetic unity. But it is precisely in this that it is more and something other than a mere fiction, as Hume would have it. It is also no longer possible to pin down freedom to insight into substance, as it were. And it is no longer possible to maintain the system of fatality as Spinoza established it. Freedom can only be defined as insight into the fact that nothing, absolutely nothing, follows from categories of pure understanding, such as substance, just as nothing follows from sensuality and the affects, which could constitute causality out of freedom. For Spinoza, however, time, like the individual, is only a mode, namely that of mere imagining, modus imaginandi, but not of recognizing. It is the imagination of the individual which forms an image of the eternal and infinite substance, which, however, cannot be recognized in this way, but can only be imagined. The temporally determined disappears together with the individual in the concept of the mode. Under the concept of duration, we can only explain the existence of modes, but the substance can only be explained under the concept of eternity, etc., of the infinite participation of existence, or, despite the Latin, of being essendi. Ultimately, however, this also obscures the question that is essential to the concept of the state, to which Hobbes also found no consistent answer, whether an individual must be willing to sacrifice himself for the common good, as embodied by the sovereign. Kant should also recoil from this, insofar as the natural law of the state contains and conceals the question of fear at the same time. If the individual turns against the state, he should contradict the moral law, and he must also come to terms with the fear of the organized violence of this state. It is thus evident that Kant needs the existence of God, the proof of which he was able to refute with sovereign ease, as a moral postulate of an ultimate purpose, in order to ultimately have a means against this fear in his hands. This postulate is closely linked to the devaluation of the body and the internal problem of the concept of duty. However, it was precisely at this point that Spinoza explicitly distanced himself from Hobbes and eliminated any possible contradiction in the concept of reason. But, mind you, differently according to Hobbes, reason advises peace. However, this can only be maintained if the common rights of the state remain inviolate. The more a person is guided by reason, i.e. the freer he is, the more he will respect the rights of the state and obey the commands of the supreme power to which he is subject. In truth, even for Hobbes, reason advises peace and not war, but he does not identify reason and freedom. For him, too, freedom coincides with necessity. In this he is no different from Spinoza, but the person who is guided by reason is not the freer person in Hobbes' view. For him, reason is determined first and foremost by self-preservation in the most immediate sense. If a person does everything he can to protect his own body and limbs from death and pain, this cannot be irrational, and this behavior does not contradict the passions. On this basis, Hobbes even formulates a right to resist the state, as Franz Neumann recognized as early as 1937. Although, according to Hobbes, law is pure voluntas, although the law and measures of the sovereign are identical in every way, although a law should not exist outside the state, he nevertheless imposes strong restrictions on his monistic theory by basing the state, and thus the law, itself on a natural law, which is not only voluntas but also ratio, since it has the preservation and defense of human life as its content. In the event of a conflict between the sovereign's measures and the ratio of the natural law, he clearly gives precedence to the natural law. Contracts that forbid the defense of one's own body are null and void. No one is obliged to confess a crime, no one to kill themselves or a fellow human being. Universal conscription is contrary to natural law. He formulates it as follows, although his usual clarity leaves him: natural law always obliges before conscience, in foro interno, but not always in foro externo. When the duty of obedience ends and the right to refuse obedience, which is granted only individually, begins, is again formulated very ambiguously. If the sovereign orders a person who has been lawfully sentenced to kill, wound, or maim himself, or to abstain from food, air, medicine, or other things without which he cannot live, then that person has the freedom to disobey. The ambivalent attitude of Hobbes becomes clear here. The emphasis is on sovereignty as required by the times, on lawless violence, on the demand for a state authority independent of the fighting groups. But freedom, albeit weak, is emphasized. Hobbes goes so far as to say that a lawfully convicted criminal retains the right to kill his guard and anyone else who prevents him from escaping in order to defend his life. In this way, Hobbes can hardly conceal the fact that there is an insoluble conflict between the government's right to preserve the state and the individual's right to self-preservation. This conflict can be resolved, as far as the death penalty is concerned, in the spirit of the later Enlightenment by abolishing this form of punishment. Hobbes himself suggests a pardon. But in the case of military service, it is practically irreconcilable. However, as far as Hobbes emphasizes the primacy of the individual's self-preservation here too, and defends or at least tolerates the refusal to obey and the running away of soldiers out of mere fear as not unjust, justice is defined by the fact that the individual has the right to defend his life under all circumstances. Although, on the other hand, everyone has committed themselves to defending the state and is obliged to do so, his concept of the state itself is in danger. Leo Strauss pointed out that the only solution to this difficulty would be the outlawing of war or the establishment of a world state. Hobbes does indeed think from the perspective of the individual, attempting to derive all unity from the self-preservation of this individual, and can therefore still retain the negative, the horror, the monstrous of the sovereign in his affirmation, so that freedom and necessity can only ever be united in a bizarre way against this background, as in the title engraving of Leviathan, because this derivation is always doomed to failure. In Hobbes's case, the state is not yet internalized, as it were. In Kant's, a reservation is formulated in the internalization itself, but only under the condition that the individual's fear of pain and death is simultaneously concealed in the concept of duty, a prerequisite for his rabid polemic against the abolition of the death penalty, and in the postulate of God's existence. Whereas Spinoza sees the unity of freedom and necessity as embodied quite harmoniously and without reservation in the state, and therefore thinks of everything in terms of a sovereign in whose name the individual only comes into consideration at all. It is the identification with the state that is thought of as the freedom of the individual. But not everyone is capable of being so free, of course. Not everyone can resist their affects. Hobbes, on the other hand, always argues from the common sense of fear, does not distinguish between the wise and the masses, but is also not a democrat like Spinoza. The security of the individual is everything to him, while Spinoza, as much as he sees the crowd as limited by the affects in being rational, is nevertheless striving to work towards codetermination in the state, as far as it is possible to bring the masses to reason. From here, the young Leo Strauss then attempts to reintegrate religions into Spinoza's thought, as those institutions that can mediate between the limited reason of the masses and the state. When Spinoza postulates how useless and harmful it is to restrict the freedom of judgment and thought of the individual citizen, he does so on the basis that no one can give up the freedom to judge and think as they wish, but rather that everyone is the master of their thoughts according to the highest law of nature. This would in itself be a concept that in a certain sense goes beyond German idealism. To think freedom without thinking it through the moral law, without thinking it by means of an imperative, without a should. The question remains, however, what is understood as the object of those thoughts, which everyone is said to be the master of? In other words, how is it determined that no one can give up the freedom to judge and think about it? For whether something is being judged and thought here that is accessible to an existential judgment at all, whether the thoughts can also be true which everyone can claim to be the master of, what a true thought would be at all this must remain open as long as freedom is considered at the level of the mode in which the political treatise moves and not in terms of the substance that forms the object of Spinoza's ethics. Where, then, can this question be decided? What, finally, is to be thought of the judgment of individuals if, for each of them, time and thus causality are only modes of imagination, but not means of cognition, so that the substance cannot be the object of their judgment at all? In Kant, who subjected this concept of substance to criticism and applied the existential judgment to God, the moral law takes its place as the formal rational condition of the use of freedom. Its concept is thus not extended from judging thought to action, but rather determined by this action, by the imperative that has it as its object. For the freedom of judging thought would be regarded, without the action that must follow from it in the sense of the imperative, in a thoroughly false agreement with the laws of nature, one that could justify any crime. Whether the thought becomes an act, whether the body acts it out, that is chance, says Robespierre in Buchner's drama, and instead of chance he could just as well say natural causality. The separation between natural causality and causality from freedom, which consecures with the imperative, i.e. the famous third antinomy of transcendental dialectics, requires, as already indicated, a kind of moral postulate of God instead of the ontological proof of God in order to still create a unity, true harmony. The existence of God as a postulate of practical reason. If the highest good is that the supreme good, morality, can still be harmoniously reconciled with the highest physical good, bliss, and indeed that they can be thought of together at all, then only by assuming an end purpose in which they can be imagined as united. This end is, on the one hand, the heavenly hypostasized state and, on the other hand, the distance to the really existing. Thus, in Kant's case, the consciousness of freedom is at the same time identification with the sovereign and autonomy in relation to the coercion organized in its institutions. The difference to Spinoza is that, according to Kant's moral philosophy, the freedom of the judging mind can only become conscious if it is also based on the actions that, if it judges according to the moral law, have to result dutifully from it. In this way, however, the individual is in principle able to come into conflict with any state, even one that grants freedom of thought and expression. Whereas in Hobbes's case, the individual can come into conflict with the state through the mere fact of using reason to preserve itself as a creature, a conflict that is impossible to resolve for the theory of the state. In Kant's case, such a contradiction arises exclusively through the use of reason in accordance with the moral imperative, whereby the imperative, in the form of its justification, precisely disregards the affects of self-preservation. It is obviously the concept of substance, developed in his ethics, that allows Spinoza to take back artificiality and violence, and thus fear and terror, as the sine qua non of the state, as Hobbes knew how to expose them at the same time and against them through the theory of the contract. It is the Hegelian world spirit in statu nascendi, but it is a status in the proper sense. The substance is not thought of as a process. It is not developed in contradictions but in modes, that is to say, it is not developed but defined. Substance is that which is in itself and is understood from itself, whose concept does not require the concept of another thing in order to be formed from it. While the real world spirit, in the terms of the critique of political economy, reproduces and develops through individuals, insofar as they are owners of labor power and must produce surplus value. In this respect, the substance of which Spinoza speaks appears like an infinite wealth that is everywhere present from the outset and is presupposed by the owners of commodities, and through which they are able to maintain themselves as exchangers. Yes, substance could almost be called the attempt to bring to the philosophical concept what constitutes a money as such, which for its part can be neither clearly fixed in time nor in space and therefore cannot be considered by anyone as his property, as soon as it is to be understood as circulating in the infinite cycle, that is, one that knows neither beginning nor end. Property, and thus also the labor of the individual, appears, if at all, as a mode of this substance. Each mode, in turn, has its own essence. If substance aims at what is common to all beings, the concept of essence holds fast to what distinguishes them from one another. The essence of the citizen is his property, but his substance is money. In this sense, it was only logical that George Simmel deduced his philosophy of money from Spinoza's ethics. In a monism like Spinoza's, all the contents of the worldview have become relativities. The comprehensive substance, the only absolute that remains, can now be set aside without altering the content of the realities, and what remains is the relativistic dissolution of things into relationships and processes. George Simmel, Philosophy of Money, 1900, page 120. But the point is not to transpose philosophical concepts into those of political economy, but rather to ask how it is possible for society without religious transcendence, without the idea of a heavenly life after death, to become the object of a judgment at all. In other words, how an existential judgment is supposed to be conceivable without God. When Spinoza speaks of substance, he does not mean money, but rather the affirmative unity, just as Hegel, with the spirit as that which is mediated by itself and with itself, does not see capital as the whole, but rather the whole as the true, and yet it is necessarily contained in their concepts. It is only for this reason that Spinoza could write, for example, at the end of the chapter on human bondage, about money, that it has become the compendium of all things, verum omnium rerum compendium punia accelit, whereby compendium must be understood literally, the combined weight from which the savings arise. For it is only by affirming unity and totality in this way that we are able to expose it in money and capital as something that is produced by mere coercion, in servitude, and is therefore fundamentally untrue. In a conversation with Ernst Bloch, Adorno refers in this sense to a moment of truth in the ontological proof of God's existence. I would actually think that if there were not some trace of truth in the ontological proof of God's existence, i.e. that the moment of its reality is already involved in the power of the concept itself, not only could there be no utopia, but then there could be no thinking. Something is missing on the contradictions of utopian longing. In Ernst Bloch, Many Chambers in the World House, page 701f. However, the way in which this possibility is rejected in the concept of substance or spirit itself can perhaps be seen most clearly in the confrontation with Hobbes's Leviathan. The assumption that Spinoza, without knowing or wanting to, substantializes the circulation of money, explains why, in his view, the self-preservation of individuals, which in Hobbes's view is conditional on the constant increase of power, is possible quite independently of this condition. This also brings the natural state and the political state closer together, and in the description of one and the other, a harmonizing trait is unmistakable in relation to the Leviathan. Both states are equally an expression of human power, which is expressed differently in each. And it is also to this that the concept of law, which is central to the theory of the state, is linked. Power is an individual because it is a mode of the divine substance. The substance is, so to speak, the original power, from which all power in individuals, in the multitude, in the collective, and in the state is derived. Since it is the supreme law of nature that everything, as far as it is able, strives to persist in its state, without taking anything other than itself into account, every individual, and in particular man, has the right to preserve itself without regard to others. Spinoza does not derive the natural right of man from the immediate situation of man, from the necessities of man as man, but from God. Hobbes, on the other hand, as Leo Strauss continues, understood his natural right as unassailable from the situation of man, from the elementary necessities of man. For Spinoza, this possibility does not exist, for he determines the natural right from God, from the order and the laws of the whole of nature. All disharmonies in the human realm, all that is ridiculous, absurd, or bad, dissolve in the harmony of the universe. Thus Spinoza's doctrine of natural law is free of any consideration of the human. It is exclusively oriented towards the cosmic. But conversely, without consideration of the human, no concept of nature is conceivable. This is why Ernst Cassirer, for example, spoke out against seeing Spinoza as an atheist. He does not actually deny the reality of God, but the reality of the world. The reality of nature, so to speak, evaporates in Spinoza's thinking. Nature no longer has any independent significance. It is absorbed by the abstract unity of God, by the Spinozist substance, which is in itself and must be grasped by itself. Hobbes did not yet think in terms of such a concept of substance, which puts everything into one and abolishes subject and object. In his case, the need to derive the self-preservation and the striving for power of the individual from a higher concept is hardly pronounced. He expresses them and shies away from ultimate derivations from a higher, more general level. They always seem to stem from a mere feeling of fear and personal experience of violence, and not to be deduced from a concept of substance. That is why, despite the far greater degree of subjugation of the citizen to the sovereign than is demanded by Spinoza, He insists on the inalienable right to self-defense in the event of danger to body and life, which Spinoza hardly seems to consider worth mentioning. This also distinguishes Hobbes from Machiavelli, who, for his part, did not think in terms of the self-preservation of the individual, but rather of that of the state, without, like Spinoza, having a concept of substance from which both result. In contrast, the mighty Leviathan remains in Hobbes's mind a means of self-preservation for the individual, not an end in itself. The difference between the political theories of Machiavelli and Hobbes can be summarized in a pointed way in this different order of state and citizen, in the different assignment of ends and means. For Machiavelli, the state and its self-preservation were the ultimate goal to which everything else had to be subordinated, whereas for Hobbes the highest priority was to ensure the survival of the individual, to which even the mighty Leviathan had to bow. However, it is precisely the metaphor of the biblical monster that expresses the insoluble problem in Hobbes's work, that the sovereign must become an end in itself in order to fulfill the purpose of securing the lives of individuals. At first glance, Hobbes deals with the problem of ultimate unity, which Spinoza solves with the concept of substance, in a merely dilatory manner and in reliance on the views he shares with Francis Bacon. According to Bacon, the metaphysical claim to knowledge of nature could be realized step by step with physical means on the a priori basis of mathematics and geometry. And in the same way, the will in the individual could be traced back to passions, which in turn could be derived from the effects of the outside world. It seems that Hobbes is so easily able to ignore the problems that Aristotle, for example, wanted to express by saying that there is a final cause and a form cause. Every desire of the individual, every process that can be observed in things, naturally arises from a particular cause and this from another cause in a continuous chain, whose first link lies in the hand of God as the first of all causes. The actual origin is pushed so far away by Hobbes that he was and is often referred to as an atheist. There is not much more to be said about it. However, Leo Strauss has pointed out that, unlike Bacon, he does not see a continuous transition from physics to metaphysics. When he says that God, who is the cause of everything, can only be honored by not being declared identical with the world and the world being declared eternal, Hobbes insists on the separation of God and the world. The incomprehensibility of God, however, in one respect reflects back on the world created by him and not by man. Inasmuch as the ultimate cause remains incomprehensible, we could only feel God like a blind man feels the flame that warms him in the last instance, so too do its effects in the form of the causal processes of nature and, at least from this point of view, even of society, which is nevertheless made by man. It is only in this way that Hobbes, when he writes about the chain of causes, is able to reconcile freedom and necessity. We only understand what we make. Since we do not make natural beings, they are, strictly speaking, incomprehensible. According to Hobbes, this fact is perfectly compatible with the possibility of the natural sciences. However, it leads to the conclusion that the natural sciences are and will always remain fundamentally hypothetical. But that is all we need to make ourselves masters and owners of nature. And yet, however successful man may be in conquering nature, he will never be able to understand nature. The universe will always remain completely mysterious. According to this interpretation by Leo Strauss, this is also the prerequisite for Hobbes's ability to understand and affirm the state as something completely artificial. Man can only be sovereign because his humanity does not have its support in the cosmos. He can only be sovereign because he is absolutely foreign to the world. In doing so, Hobbes' political philosophy also dispensed with the general idea that physics could seamlessly merge into metaphysics, an idea that became dominant after the end of scholasticism and with the rise of the natural sciences. Karl-Heinz Haag has placed it at the center of his critique. If inductive philosophy were to ascend in this way, gradually and step by step, to ever more general laws of ever greater power over the forces of nature, it would ultimately lead to the law of the genesis of the world itself. From such a law, the unity of nature in its various manifestations could be understood. Physics would merge with metaphysics. The cognizing subject would no longer possess only shadow images of things. They would have given way to the recognized ideas of the divine spirit. What is hidden is that physics, like all scientific knowledge, can only ever deal with finite, artificially limited areas, no matter what the scientists themselves may philosophize about infinity. The recognized law is always one of sectors of nature, that of a particular context of individual natural phenomena. The question of where and how the transition from the finite to the infinite should be possible remains as unreflected in the new metaphysics or rationalism since Descartes as the infinite is now being presented as a substantial perfection, while Aristotle had still defined it as that to which there is always an exterior and which must therefore be considered necessarily imperfect. It is precisely in this respect that thinking threatens to fall behind certain traditions of Judaism, to use Max Horkheimer's words, behind the refusal to make the finite into the infinite in the sense of perfection, a refusal in which the entire disrespect of Judaism for an existing being that wants to spread itself out into a God is to be found. The metaphysical infinite, which is said to contain absolutely everything, then opens up from the sheer mass of laws, which can each be brought under a more general law, from the mere length of the chain of causes that each condition one another. This picture puzzle of the finite and the infinite, as it emerges here, does indeed represent a regression of the philosophical explanation of nature to the position of ancient atomism, Hog mechanics as prima philosophia. Geometry and mathematics, which represent the infinite inasmuch as their judgments refer to a pure intuition that can itself only be a condition of the experience of objects, which thus provide the means to divide nature into finite sectors and experimental arrangements, not only because, as Hobbes emphasized, we owe all the technical inventions of modern times to them, but also because they were able to conceal the modern dishonesty in the transition from the physical to the metaphysical. In contrast to mechanics as the prima philosophia, however, there is a cogito that always doubts everything in Descartes, for example, that I am here now, sitting by the fire, wearing a winter coat, touching this paper with my hands. After all of this could be a dream. How often in my sleep am I convinced of precisely such everyday things, such as that I am here, wearing a coat, sitting by the fire, while I am lying in bed, undressed. Thanks to such analogies, the self can doubt everything except one thing, that there is this self that doubts. It can only assure itself of its own existence in negation, and thus finds truth only in the fact that it knows it can doubt all explanations of nature. To save the explanation of nature, a proof of God is ultimately necessary, which Descartes attempts to produce through a peculiar procedure, a kind of sifting of what he calls certain basic concepts and various proofs. If the mind, which doubts all things, weighs these different ideas that it has in itself against each other, it will find the idea of a perfectly insightful, almighty and supremely perfect being, as if God were the lost golden ring in the sand that nominalism has left behind and that is to be sifted through. This idea is the most excellent of all, for the mind recognizes in it existence, and not only possible and contingent existence, as in the ideas of all other things that it clearly grasps, but rather absolutely necessary and everlasting existence. For example, he is convinced that the triangle has 3 angles that are equal to 2 right angles because he recognizes that it is necessarily contained in the idea of the triangle that its angles correspond to 2 right angles. In the same way, it is forced to conclude that a most perfect being exists because it recognizes the necessary and eternal existence as contained in the idea of the most perfect being. From the fact that the necessary existence is contained in our concept of God, it can be rightly concluded that God exists. Just as it would be contrary to the perfection of God to want to deceive man, and for this very reason everything that can be recognized clearly and distinctly clair et distinct is also true. The absoluteness and perfection of God prove to be a necessary counterweight to the cogito, with whose help everything corporeal has been abstracted. Nominalism presupposes things that can be compared, that is, things that contain individual identical and non-identical moments and can therefore be distinguished by name, but it is not prepared to grant objective reality to precisely that which the concept fixes and generalizes about them. However, Hobbes stops the doubt of the cogito at a certain point, so that it does not even come to the point of having to reverse it by means of a proof of God's existence. He replaces the proof of God's existence with the conclusion from the observable physical effects to their ultimate cause, which in itself is to be regarded as fundamentally incomprehensible. However, in contrast to Descartes, he also maintains that the possibility of God's deception cannot be ruled out in principle. Cf. Leo Strauss. The point is that the ego that thinks cannot doubt its fear of violent death, the vulnerability of its body. And therein lies the real reason why Hobbes is able to develop his philosophy of the state beyond the proof of God's existence. Descartes, on the other hand, only finds certainty through the proof of God that his own body cannot be a chimera, but rather that nature teaches through the sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc., that I am not merely added to my body, as a sailor is added to a ship, but I am intimately connected with it and, in a sense, merged with it so that I am composed with it into a single entity. The fact that this corporeality can only become philosophically relevant by way of the proof of God's existence was to take its revenge in the work on the passions of the soul, in that Descartes was ultimately no longer satisfied with the sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc. to show how closely the self is connected to the body. And he came up with the famous pineal gland, claiming that this small gland is the main seat of the soul, and that its mere localization between the brain chambers was sufficient to justify the claim that it can be moved by the vital spirits in accordance with the various movements that occur in the sensory perception of objects, but that it can also be moved in various ways by the soul. With a certain justification, one could say that Descartes, by way of the proof of God, through which the ego as a precondition of the proof is initially freed from all fear and all corporeality, also avoided the necessity of a state philosophy and, in this context, did not have to address the problem of freedom and violence. Accordingly, he then dealt with fear and terror in his treatise on the passions of the soul, which presents the pineal gland as the solution. As for fear or terror, I do not see that they can ever be praiseworthy or useful. Nor is it properly a passion, but only an extreme of letting oneself go, of astonishment and timidity, which is always wholly vicious, just as boldness is an extreme of courage, which is always good, provided that the purpose one sets oneself is good. In his versified autobiography, Hobbes, on the other hand, erects a monument to this fear, so despised by Descartes, together with himself, beginning with the war between England and Spain. For fame had rumored that a fleet at sea, / would cause our nation's catastrophe, / and hereupon it was my mother dear / did bring forth twins at once, both me and fear. For Hobbes, the dual existence of the self with the fear that is directed at the vulnerability of the living libe no longer raises the question of the unity of soul and libe. He simply always understands it in the sign of fear and, unlike Descartes, does not need a separate organ for the unity, to which mediation is reified. Spinoza, on the other hand, abandons mediation itself and ends the dispute over universals with a coup, executed on both sides so that both sides merge into one another. There is only one universal, but it contains absolutely everything. Substance means complete immanence, the impossibility of a transcendental. On the one hand, Spinoza, under the concept of substance and no longer, so to speak, essentially separated into extended and thinking, attributes to everything or individual the universal reality of a general, which, however, thereby lacks any further definition and becomes completely empty. On the other hand, he completes the nominalistic way of thinking, since, assuming that substance, no other concept, whatever its determination or reference to the thing or the individual, in which its essence would consist, can have any reality in the sense of substance. In this respect, the coup de grace had already been attempted centuries earlier, in the midst of early scholasticism, at least if we follow the Historia Calamitatum of Abelard, who parried the blow. According to Wilhelm von Champeau, a thing that is essentially identical, i.e. the same general concept, exists in its entirety in all individual things, and that the individual things differ not in essence but only in the multitude of accidents. Ut iandum essentialiter rem totem simul singulus sui ines astrueret individuus, quorum cadem nulla esset in essentia diversitas, sed sola multitudine accidentium varietas. Abelard's Historia Calamitatum. This dispute appears in an astonishing way as the primal scene for the later development of bourgeois society and its philosophy. The concept of substance is handled in the same sense, the same method of proof, in which Descartes uses the concept of God, when it is said that a substance cannot be brought forth, but that it lies in its essence to exist. Thus doubt, through which the subject can think itself, disappears entirely in the proof of God's existence. The potential for critique that is inherent in it and that would later be developed by Kant to the same extent as a critique of knowledge, when the possibility of a proof of God's existence is found to be refuted, is thus withdrawn and the possibility of a philosophy of pure affirmation created. Doubt disappears in the certainty of not yet having recognized something, and in this not yet lies, first of all, an enlightening potential, which Marx also emphasizes in his Spinoza excerpts. It is certain that we do not recognize the power of God to the extent that we do not know the natural causes. It is therefore foolish to resort to precisely this power of God as long as we do not know the natural reason for a thing, i.e. precisely the power of God. In this way, Spinoza can defend himself against the accusation of atheism. Oh, whoa! It has come to such a pass that people who openly admit that they have no concept of God and only recognize him through created things, whose causes they do not know, are not ashamed to accuse philosophers of atheism. End of quote. But Spinoza turns the proof of God against the mere possibility of doubt. For since God's essence excludes all imperfection and includes absolute perfection in itself, it thereby removes all cause for doubting his existence and gives the highest certainty of it. This existence is, however, at the same time the substance of all being. By God I understand the absolutely infinite being, i.e. the substance that consists of infinite attributes, each of which expresses an eternal and infinite being. An attribute, however, is that which the mind recognizes as constituting the essence of the substance. And this opens up the possibility for Spinoza, on the one hand, to recognize that things can only be called beautiful or ugly, ordered or disordered in terms of our imagination. For an attribute is only the form in which the substance reveals itself to the mind. On the other hand, this definition of an attribute seems to rule out doubt in the sense of Descartes. Only because there are attributes that humans, as Spinoza stipulates, cannot recognize, does the knowledge of the whole of nature remain closed to them. This seems to be a certain contradiction in the argument. An attribute is that which the mind recognizes as constituting the essence of the substance. But there are attributes that humans cannot recognize. This is resolved by the fact that for Spinoza the human mind itself is merely a part of the infinite mind. However, Hegel is not the only one to interpret Spinoza differently. In his opinion, Spinoza's philosophy only recognizes the attributes of extension and thought, which are infinite in themselves, but not an infinite number of attributes. The difficulty returns in the question of the singular or plural of substance. On the one hand, Spinoza speaks of the one single substance, equating it with God, and on the other hand, he also explicitly speaks of substance in the plural, in a way anticipating Leibniz's monad concept, for example, when he says, two substances that have different attributes have nothing in common. Or, every substance is necessarily infinite. Here too, the contradiction is resolved in that Spinoza does not explicitly write that there is only one substance, but that it follows from his definition of what substances are to each other that there can only be one, at least for the human mind. But the substance itself forbids us to express this, since it must remain completely undetermined, apart from self-preservation. Such a double, seemingly contradictory determination, which ultimately always resolves itself in God as the unity of thinking and nature, always points to the fact that the I with which Spinoza speaks so emphatically in the Ethics and which exercises the power of definition so sovereignly. On the one hand, it knows that it belongs to the human mind, but on the other hand it also claims to be able to speak the truth with equal certainty about the infinite mind, of which it is only a part, by exercising this infinite mind in God. Thus, with some inevitability, the impression arises for the ego that it is itself God. However it is expressed in the plural or in the singular, substance takes on the meaning of a content that has become independent of all form, which Spinoza once places under the attribute of thinking, and at other times under that of extension. Each attribute is totality, the whole content of the substance, but only in one form at a time. This question of form, however, becomes meaningless in contrast to Descartes, who was still looking for a mediation of both, just as it is also introduced as an attribute only from the outside to the substance in order to characterize it, but without grasping it as such. The one cannot intervene in the other at all, because each already constitutes the whole world in itself and in its own way. Both attributes express the same essence of God. The order of natural things, ordo rerum, is the same as the order of thoughts, idearum. And they are infinite, they do not determine each other. Neither the physical the thoughts, nor vice versa. Thus, the mode appears basically like the rest that remains from the thought of form, as the form of a certain content. However, it could just as well be said that substance is the form detached from all content, so that in this case the modes represent the content that has become arbitrary in terms of form. Their definition, insofar as it is not the definition of substance itself, cannot imply any existence in itself. Therefore, even if they exist, we can think of them as not existing. Against this background, an intriguing constellation emerges. Spinoza was apparently able to absorb certain Kabbalistic traditions, with which he had come into contact in his youth, and to implement them in an ontology. In fact, 100 years before him, Moses Cordovero, according to Gershom Scholem, the most profound theorist of Jewish mysticism, wrote that God is everything real, but not everything real is God. En Sof, as the infinite is called here, can itself be called thinking, insofar as everything that exists is contained in his substance. It encompasses everything that exists, but not in the way that it exists separately below, but rather in the existence of the unified substance. For it and the existing things are one, neither separate nor manifold, nor outwardly manifest. This infinite of Moses Cordovero as the unconditional cause of itself is to a certain extent the Kabbalistic expression of self-preservation, the conatus to think. In drawing from these sources, which must be recognized not least as an attempt to react to the many persecutions and expulsions to which Judaism is exposed, Spinoza sees the causa sui, the unity without opposition, as the most important definition of substance, so important that the separation into thinking and extension loses its significance and merely characterizes two different attributes of substance among others. This is also connected to the fact that he was able to extend his ontology to the state without difficulty, even in the transition from ethics to the theological political treatise. For with it, not only has Descartes' methodological doubt disappeared, but on the other hand, what motivated Hobbes to his state philosophy has been recognized: the fear of violent death. However, it is precisely this fear that is turned into a positive force, and thus made invisible, in the principle of conatus, according to which the substance that is the cause of itself merely expresses itself in the mode. Self-preservation as a principle is always thought of as abstracted from the individual's libe. The abstraction begins in the short treatise on God, Man and His Happiness with Spinoza's statement that there is nothing that by its own nature seeks its own destruction. This nothing is the negative of the concept of substance, which, through abstraction from all differences, assumes a mystical meaning. It is a peculiar doubling of the idea of self-preservation. On the one hand, from the point of view of eternity of the narcissistically conceived deity, on the other, from that of servitude of the mode. From both points of view, self-preservation is affirmed. The first and most important thing in the striving of our spirit is to affirm the existence of the body. No virtue can be thought before the virtue of this striving for self-preservation. The free man therefore thinks of nothing less than death, and his wisdom is therefore not a contemplation of death, but of life. But these doctrines from the part about the origin and the nature are again cancelled out in the part about the power of understanding and human freedom by the doctrines formulated sub specie eternitatis. What the mind recognizes under the form of eternity, it does not recognize from the fact that it comprehends the present real existence of the body, but from the fact that it comprehends the essence of the body under the form of eternity. The more he thinks of it under this form, the less man suffers from bad affects, and the less he fears death. Thus ethics ends, as if it could still return to the wisdom of the ancient philosophers, with the celebration of true peace of mind, conscious of itself, of God and of things with a certain eternal necessity. Those who have this true peace of mind, vera animi acquiescentia, can settle anywhere, even in a world in which the striving of our spirit to affirm the existence of the body no longer finds any foothold, but the fear of a violent death does. However, it is nothing other than the immediate psychological expression of the concept of substance as formulated by Spinoza. This is where the sharpest difference to the Jewish tradition opened up, which reserved such peace of mind for God alone, who, however, can also show his anger in the Bible, so as not to give in to the temptation to delude oneself about the constant unrest of persecution and to neglect the precautionary measures. In Spinoza's view, this philosophical tranquility, which he distinguishes from the animi tranquillitatis, attested to in the biblical Judaism, is more related to the state of a nation. At the end of his ethics, he describes the love of the Spirit for God as a part of the infinite love with which God loves himself. In this context, but in a different place, Spinoza himself may be alluding to the Kabbalah when he says of the infinite mind as the essence of substance. Some Hebrews seem to have seen this through the mist, as they assume that God's mind and the things understood by him are one and the same. The Creator is the knowledge itself, the knower and the known, whereas for humans all three fall apart. It is obvious that the philosopher breaks out of rabbinical Judaism precisely in this, its conception of God, gathered in the Tetragrammaton JHWH, which is unpronounceable and defies any pictorial representation, embodies the totality of all narcissistic occupations. It is the completely other which cannot be grasped conceptually, not even as existence in the usual sense of the term. The essential thing about this conception of God for Judaism is that any identification or fusion with it is impossible. The narcissism of the Jew must be directed exclusively towards God, this one and transcendent God, from whom he is eternally separated and who is the bearer of his omnipotence, with regard to which he never has the ambition to regain it through any kind of communion. Spinoza's proximity to the Kabbalah lies in his striving to overcome this separation and unite with God. But the Kabbalists remain so deeply rooted in Jewish traditions that their teachings, even in the most remote mystical ideas, always remain related to the situation of the Jews and were therefore able to develop more and more messianic elements, especially after the expulsion from Spain, in which they reacted immediately to the persecution. The Zohar states that fear also leads to piety. Do not therefore believe that a service rendered out of fear is not meritorious. There is only one step that is more sublime than fear, and that is love. Spinoza seems to have developed a Kabbalah that is beyond fear and terror and without messianic traits. In this respect, it is no coincidence that Hegel saw in his philosophy the Oriental view of absolute identity, that is, an echo of the Orient in the Occident. Largely unfamiliar with the Kabbalistic traditions, Hegel cannot recognize the way in which such a sound was produced. Spinoza had arrived at the concept of absolute identity and had thus indirectly approached the Islamic concept of God, insofar as he removed the non-identical from the Kabbalistic traditions, which they developed as a reaction to the situation of persecution. Only without these overtones, which are decisive for the tone colors, did the impression of that reverberation arise. Descartes defined substance as something that is capable of existing by itself, whether it be a thing of extension such as a stone or a thinking thing such as the self. Unlike Spinoza, however, he emphasizes precisely this difference. For if I think that the stone is a substance, that is, that the stone is a thing capable of existing by itself, and I think that I myself am a substance, then I understand that I am a thinking and not an extended thing, but that the stone is an extended thing, and that there is therefore a difference between the two concepts. Nevertheless, however, both seem to agree in the respect that they are substances. In Spinoza's case, however, this difference can no longer be reflected by this aspect, by the determination as a substance. The stones begin to think, and the thinker should be able to think of himself as a stone. This is also the break with the philosophy of Aristotle, who still thought of the substantial as a form, thus as a general that not only makes distinctions between individual things possible, but requires them for its own determination. Form, read Aristotle with Descartes, would thus be the question of how, in what way, with what means a thing or individual or state manages its self-preservation. The scholastic tradition of philosophy had held on to this concept of form. It had to, in order to be able to mediate the transcendence of divine power with earthly conditions, the theocracy with the world state, civitas Dei with civitas terrena. For the theocracy, according to Augustine, never wanders alone in this world, and the concept of form was the link between civitas Dei and civitas terrena for scholasticism. In this respect, Spinoza's concept of substance most accurately marks the point at which the two worlds merge into one, so that mediation and form no longer seem to be necessary. Spinoza takes over from Descartes the proposition that necessary existence is part of the nature of God, and makes this single, remaining universal reality the substance of all reality, while on the other hand he thinks nominalism through to its conclusion, for example by saying that there is no such thing as a human being, but only a certain finite number of human beings, for whom the nominal abstraction of the human being stands. The reason and cause of the existence of an individual human being could not be contained in the nature of the human being itself, because the definition of the human being does not include a specific number of people. Therefore, the cause of the existence of these people and, consequently, of each individual must be outside of them. Everything that is understood to exist in multiple numbers is necessarily produced by external causes, but not by the power of its own nature. Spinoza thus concludes that there can only be one being that is brought forth and exists by the power of its own nature. However, the problem of nominalism catches up with him again as soon as he deviates from Descartes' concept of substance. The highest being must be simple, not composed of parts. For these parts that compose it must, according to nature and knowledge, be earlier than that which is composed of them. This means that Spinoza does not understand the parts under the concept of substance as parts, i.e. in their context, but rather, like atomism, as individual isolated units that are composed according to the laws of causality, without, however, losing their character as isolated details that can each be subsumed under nominal abstractions. In order to jump from this to an ontology, it is consequently necessary to take the claim of doing geometry seriously. Everything should initially be thought from the perspective of eternity. From this perspective, there are no causes and no effects, but only the eternal substance and its finite modes. In this way, Spinoza attempts to combine ancient ideas and atomism with modern scientific knowledge. The latter deals with finite modes, while philosophy deals with eternal substance. In this way, Spinoza is probably the only one to have drawn the consequences from the continuous transition from physics to metaphysics, which he accomplished as subreption, and to have summarily set both the finite and the infinite into one, which is called God or substance. There is the view of the pantheistic interpreters that the term deus did not even occur in the original text of Spinoza's Ethics. On the other hand, Mothner would have to be given the last word, who stated that there are passages in the first and especially in the fifth book where Spinoza could not possibly be talking about nature alone. We would have to change all our ideas about him if we were to believe that he was talking about an amor naturae there. The modest restriction, without the return of nature's love, would only have opened the door. I therefore believe that the famous phrase deus sive natura comes from Spinoza himself. He took the word deus from the vernacular, not from theology, in order to be able to express his story of the all-one at all. He was not a theoretical atheist. But he carried out such a fundamental change in the meaning of the old word that the God of popular belief could no longer be recognized in his deista. End of quote. He criticizes Descartes for the rest of transcendence, for example, in that Descartes can only derive the diversity of things from the extended substance with the help of the assumption that a movement caused by God has brought about this effect in the extension. Spinoza, on the other hand, equates the substance itself with God and thus gets rid of such transcendence. Causality, for example, means that the soul is determined to want this or that by a cause that is also determined by another, and this in turn by another, and so on to infinity, which, considered as such as the substance, of course cancels causality again. God no longer stands at the end of the infinite causal chains as a personal concept of the absolute, but is dissolved into a substantializing concept of infinity. In this way, however, Spinoza relinquishes the instance that still allows Descartes and Hobbes to see subject and object, thinking and object, as a unity as well as a separation that must be mediated in itself by the thinking spirit, which knows how to relate to God and thereby experiences itself as a subject. In this way, he gets rid of the third that enables mediation, through which synthesis is only possible instead of being thought of a priori in the concept, in the analytical judgment as already contained. That is why the criticism that Moses Mendelssohn formulated was also a sign of a return to the personal conception of God, in which, on the one hand, the Kantian transcendental subject emerges, but which, on the other hand, still follows Descartes' proof of God. This totality, this gathering together, many things in one, this concept, as Spinoza offers it, presupposes a thinking being that comprehends, collects, and connects in its imagination. Without this unifying subject, the parts remain isolated and unconnected, still many things, and only through the comprehensive thoughts are they united. If, then, according to Spinoza, the universe or the true substance consists in the concept of all material and thinking beings, this concept presupposes the existence of an encompassing subject. This subject will have to embrace all sides, connect all concepts of finite beings in their infinite diversity, and think of them all with the most perfect clarity. If Spinoza had recognized this, we could embrace him and continue to walk together for a long way. On the other hand, one of Spinoza's contemporary critics and pen friends was already able to object that, as long as one remained with the method of definition, one could not get any further than replacing the proof of God with the proof of substance. How else could several properties be derived from the given definition of a thing? This seems impossible to me if I do not relate the defined thing to something else, and this has the further consequence that I cannot see in what way the diversity of bodies can arise from an attribute considered in itself, e.g. from infinite extension. To the same extent, Spinoza makes matter as such divine, by defining the things that consist of it as finite and isolated in themselves. In fact, his philosophy still lacks the dynamization of the concept, which Hegel achieves by transforming every analytical judgment into a real synthesis, thus being able to deduce reality as a historical process from the concept. This Hegelian process can no longer be defined anywhere. Rather, it is everywhere shown to be incomplete. In this way, Hegel can break out of the lack of mediation of negation and speaks of the negation of negation. But in his system, this happens at the cost of an untenable idealism, according to which reality, nature itself, is produced by the concept, so that the concept itself is God, whereas for Kant, reality can only be thought through the categories if something is already there from the outset. Only then are synthetic judgments a posteriori possible. Their synthetic nature consists precisely in the unity of concept and sensual empirical experience. Although Kant also places sensuousness under the unity of self-consciousness, although the conditions of the possibility of experience are at the same time the conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, sensuousness and experience remain dependent on that which is given in an indispensable way. The simple realization to which Schelling ultimately returned in his later work, that the idea in itself does not produce its object in terms of its existence, but must allow itself to be given by the world, whatever laws synthesis may then recognize in this object, while in Hegel's case, the idea of total production is grasped as the production of thought and declared to be real creation through the concept as the true God, so that everything, to speak with Schelling or Marx, can become a mere thought process or thought thing. This means that for Hegel, thinking is not merely the projection of the possible, since for him there is basically no longer any distinction between the real and the possible. He restores the proof of God's existence by stating that the content of logic is the representation of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. This already rules out the possibility that the thinking mind can understand itself as a form of nature, that man can understand himself as a natural being, and that in this being, this form, nature could attain consciousness of itself. However, in order to withdraw this surreptitious overcoming of Kant's critique, Schelling again starts from a reality that is truly given, and that has no basis in any potentiality that is thought of prior to this given. Absolute reality, prior to all possibility, reality that is not preceded by any possibility, that precedes all possibility, a reality that therefore cannot be made comprehensible from a possibility that precedes it, and thus from mere thinking. Spinoza was not yet faced with this dilemma between the hypertrophy of thought production and the stipulation of absolute reality, because, to use Hegel's words, he thinks the result without its becoming, which is why the relationship between reality and possibility does not even become a problem for him, or, with a dig at Hegel, because his metaphysical definition is always already where the idealistic thought wants to go. For Spinoza, God is the principle, the beginning, says Schelling in his later lectures. For identity philosophy, however, as he himself once inaugurated it and thus completed Hegel, God is merely the end. For Spinoza, things are logical emanations of the divine nature. For identity philosophy, the idea of God is this highest emanation of the merely logical process. This philosophy can therefore be seen as the completion of Spinozism. The monstrous combination of a purely logical consequence with a presupposition of existence is, however, also the force that Spinoza gained over many who lost all freedom of spirit in the face of this system. Substance is conceived as the general of specific substances, as an abstraction of everything that constitutes them as particular and, in this respect, as their negation. The unity thus conceptually gained is understood by him at the same time as a real unity. Thought can only grasp reality by equating that which is not like it with itself. This is what constitutes its idealistic moment, which is owed to the domination of nature. Although it was Hegel himself who critically emphasized this absolute identity of thinking and being in Spinoza, the entire problematic of his own philosophy is already contained here in nous. Nothing outside remains, nothing that is different from the self-referential concept and its identity. The world is frozen in pure immanence, in the return of the same, in which nothing else is conceivable, no progress can be formulated. Or, which is the same, in which only progress as one of the mind can be formulated. This is the conclusion that Hegel drew. Hobbes' term for extended substance is the body, and he begins his philosophy by defining it. In De Corpore, the first part of his Elements of Philosophy, he speaks of it in some places in exactly the same way as Spinoza speaks of substance, as if, according to this, corpus were really nothing other than his concept of substance. There are fundamentally no immaterial substances, and nothing exists outside and independently of individual bodies. Hobbes thus polemicizes against any assumption of separate essences. Even spirits, if they exist and are not mere figments of the brain, cannot exist in isolation from bodies. They only have special, fine bodies. Whatever such a spirit with a body may be, it cannot, in any case, take possession of any other body, and thus of any human being, in an immediate way, without the latter's own will, without a contract, unless by physical force. By starting from the body, Hobbes also refuses to distinguish between mode and substance. What constitutes the body should never be thought of independently of the respective body, which is possible with Spinoza, as long as he is not thought of under the attribute of extended substance. Hobbes formulated this denial, of course, in opposition to Aristotle and his concept of form, but sometimes it almost seems as if he had already known Spinoza's philosophy and had fought against his concept of substance when he criticized Aristotle and wanted to see in him the source of countless absurdities, especially the hypostatization of the copula est. Aristotle had made a thing out of the word being, as if being existed in nature. In this sense, Hobbes resists the idea of attributing to bodies a common property of matter, which would then become this concept of being or substance. Matter is the generally conceived body, i.e., an abstraction of the thinking subject. It is therefore itself an accident, which is how Hobbes describes the way the body is conceived, defined as an attribute by Spinoza. For Hobbes, the constant, the persisting in all change, is not matter, but the body, which only changes its accidents, i.e., is conceived by us as one thing one moment and another the next. However, this changing perception is based on something real, namely the movement of the parts of the body. If we could speak of a concept of substance in the sense of Spinoza, it would be this movement, except that it is not thought of without its opposite, the persistence of the body, and this in turn has its reason in the fact that the body itself wants to be understood in principle in the plural or as a body among other bodies. By turning away from Aristotle, Hobbes is able, when he moves from the inanimate body to the human body and finally to the human being and citizen, to take a sharper approach than Bacon to the delusional ideas of his time, not least to the then widespread notions that the mentally disturbed, for example, should be regarded as possessed by demons or the devil. His Leviathan rejects any kind of persecution or punishment based on the idea that someone has at some point been possessed by a different physical spirit than the one that naturally moves his body. In this way, Hobbes, in the midst of his authoritarian invocation of authority and constant admonitions to obedience, defines the freedom and maturity of every human being. The concept of the body, as he understands it, is formally defined by the fact that there are no separate spiritual substances, abstract essences or substantial forms that any man's body is possessed or inhabited by. Thus, Hobbes is also consequent in his opposition to any form of inquisition in matters of faith, to extend the validity of the law, which is merely the rule for actions, even to thoughts and consciences, even if their speech is consistent with their actions. Through this, people are either punished for confessing their true thoughts, or forced to say an untruth out of fear of punishment. To force a man to reveal his opinions when his actions are not forbidden by law is contrary to the law of nature, and those who teach that a man is damned to eternal and most grievous torments if he dies with a false opinion of any article of the Christian faith are especially guilty of this. For what man, knowing the great danger of error, is not moved by the natural concern for his own person to trust his soul, on the off chance, to his own judgment rather than to that of another man, whose damnation is no concern of his. What Hobbes says in his polemic against the belief in demons and devils, and thus against the persecution of witches and sorcerers, also applies to good possession, for the belief in the true. The maturity of each individual is established ex negativo. For who will endeavor to obey the laws if he waits for obedience to be poured or blown into him? But this also means that the materialistic argument can no longer be separated from the physical situation of each individual. Hobbes succinctly says that if he wants to recognize the essence of all false philosophies, they claim that the shape, color, and taste of a piece of bread has a being where there is no bread. It also sounds different from Spinoza when Hobbes sees fit to question the freedom of the will. Although he does something similar to Spinoza in the controversy with Bishop Bramhall, at first glance, his parable offers a different perspective. A wooden top that is whipped by a boy and runs back and forth, now against one wall, now against the other, now spinning, now hitting people in the shins, would, if it were aware of its own movement, think that it was caused by its own will unless it felt what was whipping it. And is a man any wiser when he runs to one place for a favor, to another for a good bargain, and disturbs the world with writing errors and demanding answers, thinking he does it without any cause other than his own will, because he does not see what whips it is that move his will as causes. End of quote. The difference is not only that Hobbes initially leaves open whether the will of the individual is one of the causes, but also considers the possibility that the man could decide for himself to see which whips move his will as causes, that is, decide to think. The causes themselves, which Spinoza's thinking stone could also come across if it were to think like the philosopher sub specie eternitatis, Hobbes, however, refuses to recognize as a substance as the epitome of unity, just as he thought to honor the incomprehensible God, who is the cause of everything, by declaring him to be precisely not identical with the world and the world to be eternal. Incidentally, Ferdinand Tönnies does not notice the difference between the two passages from Spinoza and Hobbes, so intent is he on bringing the two thinkers closer together. However, when he again denounces Aristotle as the originator of such views, it becomes clear how little he is willing to engage with his philosophy at all. It is as if he repeatedly sets him up as a bogeyman in order to use him to fight the current opponents of nominalism. The philosophy of the body, which is directed against the Aristotelian view of form, enables Hobbes to always start from the individual when determining the form of the state, as with any other relationship between people, and not to abstract self-preservation as the epitome of reason from it as a mere principle. Rather, he materializes it in the individual's fear of violent death and injury to his own body, which cannot be detached from him, and moves it to the center of the political. The fashionable postmodern Hobbes interpretation by Simon Schaeffer and Stephen Shapin, which once caused a great stir, simply excludes this philosophical context and draws an immediate conclusion from Hobbes' political theory to his scientific views. In doing so, nothing more is done than to take the journalistic phrase of the power vacuum literally. It is claimed that Hobbes' fear of civil war led him to deny the existence of empty space in physics, as if Hobbes had ever assumed the possibility of a void in the political realm. In reality, when the Leviathan dissolves, there is no vacuum in his work, but rather another monster, Behemoth. In Spinoza's terms, Hobbes avoids the concept of substance when he philosophizes about bodies, precisely in order to assert fear as an attribute of the true substance, the body in the political sphere. It is therefore with some necessity that Hobbes returns to the question of the body at the very end of his Leviathan and once again fortifies the front line against Aristotle. For this view of bodies, no other unity is needed outside the political sphere than that of mechanics and geometry. In his radical nominalism, Hobbes wants to understand thinking as a calculation with word signs, whereby he distinguishes between sciences that, like mathematics, allow for unambiguous proof and those that, like physics and political science, are also concerned with the smallest and therefore imperceptible inner movements of bodies, and therefore have to be content with insights that at least cannot refute any of the really secure experiences and from which, through correct reasoning, at least nothing absurd can be concluded. For him, as for Spinoza, space and time are phantasms in that they are purely internal products of the imagination. Space is the appearance of an existing thing, insofar as it exists. The appearance of the moving body is thus time, which is also not to be found in things themselves, but in the thinking of our mind. On the basis of these definitions of space and time, Hobbes is even able to criticize the way in which Descartes contrives to make the infinite, who straightaway concludes that the world is infinite, since he himself considers space to be the extension of bodies, and one can understand extension as extending further and further. However much Hobbes may claim to give his argument in the political sphere, as far as the necessity of the state is concerned, the character of a geometrical operation, as is possible for physical processes, and thus to reckon with the individual's fear of violent death almost as with a number, it remains evident at every step of his argumentation, right down to the individual formulation, that this fear, which the individual feels, and which he can only feel as an individual, and which does not apply to any collective, must not lose any of the specific experiential content that underlies it. When he condemns the Inquisition as nonsensical using philosophical arguments, he also addresses the fear of the interrogated and tormented in the same breath, while Spinoza, as the author of political tracts, who probably agrees with Hobbes on this point, speaks only very indirectly about such inquisitorial practices of the authorities, which directly affected his Spanish ancestors. In the fear as understood by Hobbes, a different concept of time would therefore be discovered. One could also say, in allusion to Kant, in its form, time refers to something transcendent to time. Of course, nothing follows from fear itself as an effect, no concept of the state and no theory of contract. The question arises, then, in what way Hobbes still adheres to the Augustinian doctrine of two worlds, except that for him the civitas, which has been pushed so far into the background that God himself must be considered incomprehensible in a new sense, is the only one that is still recognizable. If the political philosopher does not deny the resurrection after death, and even sees people enjoying eternal life on earth and no longer in heaven, and thus considers fear to be conquerable in principle, it may not be just a tactical concession to protect himself from the certainly dangerous accusation of atheism, because then he could just as well continue to locate life after death in heaven. A connection between this biblical exegesis and the core of his thinking cannot simply be dismissed here. By developing a concept, based on the biblical prophets and the New Testament revelation, which he explains in the third, mostly unread part of Leviathan, that unity and mediation are possible without fear of death. Conversely, fear in the case of finite life, where it is not, could take on a central role in his philosophy and thus justify its ability to think from the perspective of the individual, a notion that can also be gained from certain traits of Rabbinic Judaism, which Hobbes, incidentally, is only able to reject with very weak arguments. Unlike in Kant's moral philosophy, the moment of reward, which is supposed to console the individual over fear and suffering, does not seem to be of importance here. This moment must rather be weakened as much as possible. Only then does the fear of a violent death receive the status it deserves, when the question of reward or punishment after death remains completely uncertain. In a sense, it is about the mere possibility of imagining a life free from fear and suffering, which gives Hobbes the strength to admit to fear and to formulate the judgment that human life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It is no coincidence that this sentence from Leviathan sounds as if it were taken from a play by Shakespeare. There is much to suggest that Hobbes draws on the Holy Scripture for the same reason that some passages in the tragedies of Elizabethan theater or paintings of the Italian Renaissance draw on the Christian-Jewish motifs of immortality and resurrection, to depict the opposite of fear, the longing for bliss. Leo Strauss, however, wanted to categorically exclude such associations. For him, there is no doubt that Hobbes simply rejected the resurrection of the Leib, since he himself wanted to show that a reconciliation or mediation between revealed faith and political philosophy was no longer possible in the modern age. Ultimately, this also causes the question of fear to recede from view in his interpretation of Hobbes, and the difference between him and Machiavelli on the one hand and Spinoza on the other becomes unclear, as the preface to his 1964 essay on Hobbes's political science from 1935 demonstrates. Of course, Strauss is also right on one point here. Hobbes' famous clarity is limited to his conclusions. His premises are shrouded in darkness. The basis on which the practical conclusions of common sense function remains beyond the reach of the Enlightenment. However, if Hobbes had not accepted fear as the twin of his own being, born with him, then his philosophy of the body would probably have been nothing more than a cheap apology for homo homini lupus. Incidentally, one might also ask whether it did not simply provide the philosophical preconditions that only emerged from the theory of the state. In fact, Hobbes wrote De Corpore, after the elements of law, natural and politic, in which the form of the contract in the sense of Leviathan had already been developed. From these preconditions, it is also possible to recognize how fear disappears in Spinoza, what is in the background in Hobbes as transcendence and ultimately incomprehensibility, in order to unfold its effect as the last of all causes, moves to the foreground as total immanence and as something comprehensible through attributes. Spinoza's substance is the bare thought of unity sub specie eternitatis, abstracted from everything, including all questions of form, and the solitary, wretched, disgusting, animalistic and short life acquires a new meaning as its mode. Ultimately, this is also the reason why Hobbes, when he entrusts himself to nominalism, according to which there are only individual things and individuals, but no existing generality, only names for respective commonalities and quantities of individuals and individual things, does not have to deny violence, and why, in his case, nominalism manifests itself as a philosophy in the sign of fear and, at the same time, as common sense. This is precisely what also prevents him from really abandoning the concept of form, and makes him willy-nilly look back to Aristotle and the Via Antiqua on this issue at least, for it is, in a sense, the fear of the complete lack of form and mediation in violent relationships, always held out by nominalism as the Via Moderna and realized by civil war, that causes him to make the form of the contract for the creation of a sovereign the absolutely artificial form of a universal, the political, body and mortal God, truly existing, but consisting of many individuals and individual things, to be the actual subject of his considerations, and only thanks to the primacy of foreign policy can Hobbes at the same time avoid leaving nominalism behind. For, given this primacy, the state itself appears to be merely a single thing and is to be understood as a single state among many other single states. In Spinoza, however, the social process, which tends to dissolve all person-bound rule into contractual relationships, obviously pushes towards the formulation of a new metaphysics, which on the one hand corresponds more precisely to this process than the Hobbesian nominalist common sense, and on the other hand, insofar as it is ontology, loses sight of the power relationships that lie behind the contracts and which Hobbes does not want to disregard. But one could also say that it is only because Spinoza represses certain experiences that he is able to make the leap into ontology. In this respect, he also appears to be the more modern thinker, or, to use Hegel's words, the deeper thinker. Hegel, who owes a great deal to the political theorist Hobbes, considered the views of the philosopher Hobbes to be shallow and empirical. It was therefore easy for Spinoza to ridicule Descartes' inadequate attempt to establish an unbreakable unity between the soul and the body of the individual by means of the pineal gland, an attempt that Hobbes might have understood. The essence of man, unlike that of all other earthly beings, consists in the intimate union of the two heterogeneous substances, the spirit and the body, and this wonderful, metaphysically incomprehensible union is what God wanted, so that in this one case the spiritual and spatial substance can interact. In animals, which can only be considered as bodies, sensations are only nerve impulses, whereas in the human body the spiritual substance is present at the same time. As a result of this coexistence, the storm of the esprit's animo qua pineal gland causes a disturbance in the spiritual substance, which manifests itself in consciousness as an unclear and indistinct idea, as an effect or as a passion. The consequence of this, however, is similar to Spinoza's. For Descartes, freedom of the mind also means freedom from effects and passions. Instead, Spinoza gives a first concept of what synthesis as totality would be, which in his case is called substance. Everything that is in God, and nothing can be or be understood without God. Except for God, there is no substance and none can be understood. The substance is not only identical with mind and thought, it is also extension. The separation between body and mind is abolished under the concept of substance, beyond the individual. In it, the general idea of quantity as such becomes independent with the conatus, as opposed to a specific quantity as a magnitude to be quantified, i.e. a quantum. Quote, "If someone asks why we are so inclined by nature to divide quantity, I reply that quantity is understood by us in two ways, namely, first, abstractly, that is, superficially, as we usually imagine it, and second, as substance which is achieved by the intellect alone, without the help of the imagination. If we therefore consider quantity as it is in mere representation, which often happens and is easier for us, then it will be experienced as finite, divisible, and composed of parts. But if we consider it as it is in the mind, and if we understand it in so far as it is substance, which is very difficult, then it will be experienced as infinite, unified, and indivisible." End of quote. This twofold conception of quantity, whose antinomic character recurs in Kant, appears as a mimicry of a society in which goods and money are no longer only exchanged ephemerally and intermittently on the fringes of feudal production relations, but this exchange as a cycle of circulation has really closed itself, from which nothing must remain excluded. Bourgeois society is rather the immense power that usurps man, demands that he work for it and that he be everything through it and do everything by means of it, in which the ability to work becomes a commodity and at the same time no individual can reproduce himself independently of circulation in the long term. That is, a society in which circulation necessarily appears as an infinite movement. In this society, money detaches itself from the material of the coin and credit itself can function like money. Something emerges in money that has taken on a life of its own. It is money, according to Hegel, in which the abstract value of all commodities is real, a substance that is not a specific substance, but rather unity as such, a mere determination of relationship, unity without content. Identity without the non-identical, which ultimately only exists because it is anchored in the thinking of all individuals, but which in turn can only survive to the extent that they make this unity and a priori, always presupposed in all their thoughts, because otherwise they would not be able to procure the means for their reproduction on the markets, because they no longer have any other means. On the basis of this pure unity, modern natural sciences develop, a completely new quantitative physics emerges, which openly breaks with the ancient and medieval physics of qualities. Only then can the need for new measuring methods and the corresponding instruments arise, which, when applied, then post festum confirm that a priori again and with ever new precision. In precisely this situation, Spinoza's substantialization of pure quantity appears as a formulation of the concept of value that, precisely because it does not shy away from the difficult and paradoxical, hits the truth that only the critique of political economy was to redeem. For value no longer consists substantially in a certain quantity of gold or silver, for example, yet its quantity is not arbitrary, just as it could never be said how much of it there can be. A certain quantity of a certain currency can only be calculated as a quantity of value, which, as the one and only substance that can appear in both goods and money, has become the ultimate measure as a pure unit. Seen in this way, Spinoza would truly be the first thinker in whom functional abstraction, and that means the synthesis of money, is completely elevated to the form of the world. But if we are not simply talking about the reproduction of this synthesis, but about mimicry, then the philosophical work of critique begins. Böckelmann's account of Spinoza cannot be considered a critique in this sense. This is also connected to the fact that he views the concept of value completely detached from all determinations of abstract labor, as Marx gave it, from the question of the socially necessary time for the production of a particular commodity. He does not say a word about what Marx discovered behind the ideology of primitive accumulation, the violent separation of producers from the means of production. No consideration is given to their possible reunification by contract in the form of the commodity labor power and ownership of the means of production. Thus he also does not perceive that the separation of mode and substance is the crucial point in Spinoza's thinking, through which Spinoza can go beyond Descartes and Hobbes. He ignores the questions of freedom and the individual, which for Spinoza are already posed differently as a result, and overlooks the fact that, conversely, the doubling of the subject as attribute, the thinking substance, and as mode, the individual, dissolves the subject-object relationship in the substance. By contrast, in thinking that Spinoza's positing of the subject-object relationship is even more explicit than Descartes, Böckelmann only shows that he himself can no longer reflect on this relationship and thus on the whole Enlightenment way of thinking, which struggles to criticize the synthesis of money at all and to think of its abolition. In the words of Marx, Böckelmann sees himself as a being that sits outside the world, one that believes it can mock Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Kant, who live in the world. It is not surprising, at least in this respect, that his contributions are now being published in the journals of Croesus and Exit, although they have nothing to do with the melting away of the substance of labor that is fantasized about here. It follows from Spinoza's definition of substance as the being of quantity that there can be no freedom for the mode, understood as the mode of substance as well as the mode in its relation to other modes. On the one hand, everything is determined by the necessity of divine nature, not only to exist, but also to exist and act in a certain mode, ad certo modo, and there is nothing accidental. However, the way in which the mode is determined cannot be derived from the substance itself. For although substance can only be thought of as necessity, it can paradoxically be thought of as necessity from the perspective of eternity, the suspension of time and causality. God does not cause something out of the freedom of his will, unless the will itself is the very necessity. With the strict, unbridgeable distinction between substance and modes, natura naturans and natura naturata, which are not to be understood as mediated by the attribute in itself, but on the contrary as not thinkable through mediation, the Kantian antinomy between causality from freedom and natural causality is both anticipated and already resolved. It allows us to define man in two completely separate ways, as a mode of substance and as a mode in relation to other modes. Regarding the latter, Spinoza says, "It is not part of man's essence to be a substance," or, "Substance does not constitute the form of man." How could that be possible, if time and causality are suspended from its point of view? The being of substance includes necessary existence, but the existence of substance does not necessarily imply the existence of man. In this way, Spinoza can think of the world before the emergence of man without having to resort to the biblical Genesis and the personal creator God. And he can think that humans are modifications of something that does not constitute their essence, their being. Since several people can exist, what constitutes the form of a human being is not the existence of substance, because substance is by nature infinite, unchangeable, indivisible, etc. It follows that certain modifications of the attributes of God constitute the essence or nature of a human being. But if we ask what these modifications are and what the essence of man consists of, If it cannot be substance in its form as an individual, then the possibility of determining mediations actually opens up. But this possibility is rejected, insofar as the idea of unity belongs only to substance and plays no role at all in the question of modes. It is as if Spinoza had set himself the task of thinking of mediations without unity and unity without mediations. Descartes also spoke of substances, attributes, and modes, but in his case these concepts are given a reflection on content and form in that he essentially thinks of substance as a unity in a single opposition, as spatial and mental substance, residential extensa, and res cogitans. In other words, for him, substance can be defined by the attribute, in that this attribute is characterized by it through a fundamental property, either spatiality or consciousness. And everything else that can be found in it can therefore be seen as a modification of its respective attribute. The properties and states of the body are modes of its extension, those of the mind are modes of consciousness. Bodies are therefore understood as limitations of space, limitations of general spatiality or extension, just as squares are limitations of general area. Spinoza adopted this terminology, but he no longer understands substance in principle as the separation of that which the concept aims at. Extended and thinking substance are merely two attributes among others, but what the others are is never even hinted at by Spinoza. It seems as if he only claims that these other attributes exist in order to decisively weaken the opposition of the attributes of the extended and the thinking substance and at the same time to open up the possibility of mystical speculation. For example, when he says that a being has the more reality or being, the more attributes are attributed to it. Omnis determinatio est negatio is Spinoza's famous formulation. Something is determined and can only be determined by the statement of what it is not. This is a true definition of knowledge, but at the same time it abstracts from its precondition, the cognitive subject that performs the negation. For the relationship between substance and mode, to disregard this precondition means the impossibility of synthesis. A connection could only be established by means of a geometrical method. For example, a surface is defined by the fact that it is not a line, but a line can only lie on a surface. The negation of the unconditioned, which is the substance, is the conditioned, which is only negated. The mode can only be determined from the substance by means of this simple negation. Thus, there is actually no transition from the substance to the mode. What constitutes its positive essence, on the other hand, lies in the respective other mode so that it can only be understood through it but without negation. If we therefore assume the substance to be an infinite plane, as Erdmann has demonstrated in his interpretation of Spinoza, then the essence, the form of the individual, would be understood as the form of the geometric figures through which this plane is divided. The essence, the form of one of the squares drawn on this surface, is therefore not the surface itself, but the form of the other, surrounding squares, rectangles, or triangles. Or, translated from geometry into the realm of political economy. If the substance is money, then the essence of the person who owns it is not the money itself, but the other owners, just as the essence of the wage earner is the entrepreneur and vice versa. Therefore, for Spinoza, no finite thing as such, although God is its substance, follows from God or has him as its cause, but each is again conditioned by finite things and these in turn by other finite things, so that the finite only follows from the finite, at least insofar as it cannot be determined by the substance either. On the other hand, however, every individual, because it is completely determined by the other individuals, is nevertheless constrained, determined in the fullest sense, and not free. It is thus understandable that Spinoza can answer the question of whether the individual can be free in a particular state in the affirmative as well as in the negative. Indeed, that this question ultimately becomes irrelevant sub specie eternitatis. For Spinoza, freedom is either the best state modality for exercising the constraint of the finite, or the expression of the fact that, as a philosophically thinking person, one can always devote oneself to the infinite while remaining in the midst of the finite. In any case, it is only the deceptive imagination, the ideology, so to speak, that makes independent individuals out of dependent modalities. The conatus, the striving for self-preservation, which is inherent in the individual qua substance, cannot change the dependence that characterizes it as a mode. In this way, Spinoza defines the human individual, the unity of human mind and body. The object of the idea that constitutes the human mind is the body, i.e., a certain mode of extension that actually exists and nothing else. The human mind cannot think of substance in an immediate way, but only through the object of the idea that constitutes it, the body. This shows Spinoza's proximity to Hobbes, the potential for materialist criticism that his philosophy contains, not least in relation to Descartes. But the problem with it is that the individual itself, its essence, necessarily becomes completely indifferent in his thinking. Humans, animals and things differ only as squares, triangles and circles, or entrepreneurs, wage laborers and slaves. For what we have shown so far is quite general and applies to humans no more than to other individuals, who are all, albeit to varying degrees, animated. According to Spinoza, the body of the human individual is not to be thought of as a Leib. It cannot, to use Manfred Dahlmann's term, be substantiated. The unity of mind and body is indistinguishably in God. It is not determined by the opposition of mind and body itself. Descartes, on the other hand, still clings to the transcendence of a divine being, in that he, in contrast to it, cannot conceive of substance as anything other than separate in extension and thought, just as, on the other hand, in the individual the correlate of that divine being takes the comical form of the pineal gland. Thus, although the human mind perceives an external body as really existing in the individual through the ideas of the affections of its own body, it is not able to perceive its unity with its own body. In other words, in Spinoza's view of reason, there is no fear of injury to the body. For him, fear, like hope, is on the one hand an effect that indicates a lack of knowledge and an inability of the mind, a sign of the impotent soul that is not able to control fate as much as it can, and to organize our actions according to the certain counsel of reason. On the other hand, it is the mere result of an opinion that is subject to error and thus opposed to reason. Although man, like every other thing, strives to remain in his being, fear has nothing to do with it. As far as the endeavor of his self-preservation, the conatus, is concerned, man is in principle indistinguishable from every other thing. Hobbes, who divides his elements of philosophy into treatises of body, of man and of the citizen in contrast to Spinoza, makes a strict distinction between the inanimate body and the human Leib, although in defining the latter, unlike Descartes, he does not want to distinguish between animals and humans. The fact that he is unable to make this distinction is at the heart of what could be discovered as true humanism in this gloomy philosophy. He refuses from the outset to deny the natural traits of man in the name of rationalism. The question of substance, as posed by Spinoza, disappears for him behind that of the body, in that he does not think of its sub specie eternitatis, but always only from the point of view of cause and effect. Hobbes himself also assumes that time is not to be found in things but in the thinking of our mind. But what is important to him here is that it also functions as a function of the mind, so that it affects something real. Everything else is God's business. This God remains incomprehensible. Hobbes leaves the origin of the world and the human race, the ultimate reason for all movement, to that biblical revelation that also enables him to think of an existence in which there is no need to fear, so that in the second point of his philosophy of man he can move on to the questions of nutrition, metabolism and blood circulation, to the questions of the self-preservation of the living individual. The unity of the individual, like that of his connection with the world, is not in God, at least not as long as Christ does not return. It is negative, given by the other individual in each case, by the ability of individuals to kill each other. So it is a generality that exists, but only in this negativity, negative in the sense of the commandment. Thou shalt not kill. For the human mind, unity with one's own body is established in this respect, in that the individual has the greatest fear of this. Individuals do not collide like squares. They collide as potential murderers and as those threatened by murder. The difference between humans and animals is that there seems to be no limit to the former, because in the animal kingdom only certain animals can kill certain others, whereas among humans there is radical equality. The consideration of defense is the most radical, truly appropriate consideration for the human situation. It is the source of the distinction between morally good and morally bad. The fear of death, as the fear of being killed, is the source of all law, the first basis of natural law. The pursuit of recognition and the pursuit of power do not withstand the most radical consideration. Both of these strive for inequality, domination over others or standing out from others. But in the end it turns out that all people are equal to one another, for all can do the greatest harm to each other, each to every other. The structure of the human body is so fragile that even the weakest can easily kill the strongest. Therefore there is no reason for one to believe, trusting in his own strength, that he is naturally superior to others. This belief is based on empty glory-seeking and a false estimation of one's own strength. The will to allow others to do the same as oneself, based on a proper assessment of one's own strength, is reasonable and appropriate to the human condition, and it is the recognition of equality. End of quote. In contrast to Spinoza, Hobbes appears to be a rather simple nominalist. There are only individuals. The general exists as a calculation and idea in people's minds, and outside of that only in the form of God as revealed in the Bible. But it is only because he is rooted in nominalism, or rather because he leaves the unresolved questions of nominalism open and presupposes God as the incomprehensible, that the state can ultimately appear, on the one hand, as a comprehensible, that is to say, mortal God, and, on the other hand, against the background of the immortal God, as monstrous. This is already prepared in that radical concept of equality from the point of view of the ability to kill. In Machiavelli, this ground of nominalism is still quite harmless. The sovereign, whether prince or parliamentary assembly, retains his human nature. A prince, for example, if he wants to assert himself, only has to learn the ability not to be good, and to apply or not apply it, depending on the dictates of necessity. In Hobbes, this very necessity takes the form of a body beyond the natural body. With this necessary artificiality, he formulates the only state theory that fully takes into account the political truth of nominalism, which manifests itself in the liberation from person-bound dependence, in the liberation from the ancient slave-owning society and feudal coercion, in that it exchanges a monster for it, albeit a particularly useful one. Nominalism has succeeded in emancipating the individual from the bad general public, but not in creating a good general public. At first, everything seems to be going according to plan, that is, by means of a contract. Hobbes criticizes Aristotle for defining an ant or a bee as a zoon politikon, whereas for him humans differ from animals in that they can enter into contracts and submit to a government. The agreement of irrational animals is therefore a natural one. But that of humans is based only on contract, i.e., it is an artificial one. However, mere agreement by contract is not enough. Something else must be added, the establishment of a common power. By conceiving of this power as the object of a contract, Hobbes attempts to preserve the rationality of the process. Since, with regard to the means necessary for peace and self-defense, a will must exist in all, the individuals must subject their will to the will of an individual, i.e., a person or an assembly, in such a way that this will applies to the will of all individuals. Only in this way does the person to whom one submits acquire such great power that he can, through the terror of it, determine the wills of the individuals to unity and agreement. The state should therefore be defined as a person, which, however, is already to be understood in the sense of the legal term legal person, regardless of whether it is actually an individual or a group, a corporation. And the will of this person is considered to be the will of all of them by virtue of the contract between several people. But that means that the sovereign is a person or an assembly and at the same time something else, but as this other, the state is not the sum of its citizens, but the willingness of each individual to cede freedom as his will to the sovereign, to shift it to an instance beyond that for which each individual is immediately responsible. But because Hobbes does not deny the uncanny that arises from the rational contract, what Adorno and Horkheimer appreciated in those dark writers of the early bourgeois era applies to him even more than to Machiavelli. That they recognized society as a destructive principle, denounced harmony before this harmony was elevated to official doctrine by the enlightened, the classics. But it is part of the paradox of Hobbes' thinking that the last vestige of transcendence that it apparently retains, the belief in a personal yet incomprehensible God, as well as in the return of Christ expressed in biblical revelation, which it requires at least to illustrate the incomprehensible, actually enables him to present the entire organized violence of modernity. In other words, the refusal to think of God as a relationship, as a contractual relationship, ultimately a capital relationship, is the precondition for openly expressing the violence inherent in this relationship. That is why the recourse to the names of biblical monsters makes perfect sense for the state. Spinoza could not possibly have thought of using mythical figures from biblical revelation, such as Behemoth or Leviathan, for the modern form of the sovereign, because they still presuppose a personal God, which for him had long since been absorbed into the substance. Significantly, Hobbes only resorts to the names of these monsters after the English Civil War, after the execution of the English king. It may be that he simply decided to give his doctrine a more popular form in order to more effectively express his warning against civil war, although it seems to have become rather indifferent to him whether the Leviathan appears as an absolutist ruler, a parliamentary government, or a lord protector, as long as it fully fulfills the function of the sovereign. In more recent times, Quentin Skinner has emphasized, following Ferdinand Tönnies, that the Leviathan can also be read as a de facto legitimation of the English Republic. In fact, Hobbes, who had fled to Paris before the outbreak of the Civil War, he had to reckon with repression by the forces of Parliament, although he never really agreed with the Royalists either, due to his criticism of ecclesiastical power, returned to England in the year of the publication of Leviathan, where Cromwell and initially also Parliament were now in power. The reason was apparently that he was now isolated at the Parisian court of exile, where he was suspected of being an atheist and a traitor. As early as 1646, in the preface to De Cive, he protested against the idea that, according to his theory, an aristocratic or democratic state should be owed less obedience than a monarchical one, and asserted that one must attribute the highest and equal state power to every state. Tönnies emphasizes that he enjoyed the favor of the Lord Protector during the short period of the English Republic, and that his works were appreciated by Cromwell's supporters in the press. However, the later work Behemoth or the Long Parliament again shows stronger anti-republican traits, which are certainly not only due to the need to adapt to the restored royal power. It was of little use, as the work could not be published in England at the time. Tönnies camouflages these traits in order to be able to present Hobbes as the founder of liberalism throughout. In Behemoth, Hobbes leaves no doubt that for subjects, even if they are members of the higher nobility, the freedom of a state is not a liberation from the laws of their own country, whether these are made by an assembly or a monarch, but a liberation from the coercion and insolence of their neighbors. However, he emphasizes the unlawfulness of the rule of the Long Parliament as well as that of Cromwell, who eventually became a dictator. The only difference is that he gives preference to Cromwell because all armed forces obeyed him, and he thus had the power to maintain the security of the population. Hobbes describes the rule established by the Lord Protector as extremely despotic, and when he describes the reaction of the citizens to the new little parliament, one can hear something of his own change of opinion. This parliament had enacted such ridiculous and unpopular laws that one believed Cromwell had only assembled it in order to bring all ruling parliaments into contempt and to restore the monarchy to honor. What he feared more than ever, that the state becoming popular. Julius Lips translated the passage significantly. If the state became a people's state, then the citizens would lack the knowledge of the reasons and causes why one person has the right to rule and the others the obligation to obey. These reasons must absolutely be taught to the people, who cannot live together in peace for long without them. Reading this passage from the first German translation of Behemoth, published in 1927, it is easy to understand why Franz Neumann chose Hobbes' title for his study of National Socialism. Lips was the only non-Jewish ethnologist in Germany who did not join the National Socialists in 1933 and fled Germany. The famous copperplate engraving on the frontispiece, however, does not show what the title of the Leviathan promises, the biblical monster, but the mortal god, as if to demonstrate that the point at issue is not biblical tradition but nominalism. The landscape in the famous picture is, in a sense, the landscape of a nominalism that still trusts that its names and signs correspond to individual things in such a way that the world can appear to be rationally organized. That with the forms of thought of space and time, the things in the world can be handled rationally as individual entities. Here, the proportions of the representation correspond to the proportions of the represented, regardless of whether it is a specific hill or a city, as they are concretely depicted here. However, not only does a huge figure rise above this landscape of nominalism, as in the usual glorification of rulers, which is no longer in proportion to the hill and the city, but its lib reveals itself to be a body composed of many small, roughly equal individuals. The enormous head, however, that sits on this torso is not such a picture puzzle. It is by no means composed of individual beings. This head forms a unit in itself that completely stands out, or rather jumps out, from the unity of city, country, and people. The horror emanates from it and, in particular, from the gaze of its eyes. The real existing universal in the landscape of nominalism, that is the actual monster. Spinoza, on the other hand, describes the sovereign in relation to his subjects, as already quoted, as an instance of summa potestatis, so that the power of the powerholder can always appear as the mere sum that results from the power of the added subjects. Spinoza's sovereign lacks the head from which the horror emanates in Hobbes. The Leviathan needs this head, because only through it does the giant have eyes that can be directed at the observer. The observer looks at it as if he himself were another sovereign, another mortal god, or another artificial animal or biblical monster, or however Hobbes apostrophizes the state. States face each other eye to eye, and it is only through this that they grow to their full size, and it is only through this that their power over city and country results. Hobbes places the primacy of enmity between states, and it is only from this that peace as the most important requirement follows. It is through this enmity that the state can claim sovereignty within its borders, just as in the case of rebellion and civil war. The decisive question is which side the institution takes, which is supposedly, according to the contract, created to defeat the external enemy, and which must therefore expect that it will be used internally, the military. When Hobbes wants to explain the emergence of the state, he first tries to quantify the qualitative. The number that is sufficient for reliable security, i.e. for a stable state, does not result from a specific number but from a comparison with the feared enemy. And it is sufficient when the enemy's superiority is not so obvious and decisive that the outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion and therefore encourages it to be attempted. But the author of Leviathan also knows that ultimately it cannot be a matter of quantity. For however large a multitude may be, if the actions of the individuals are guided by their particular judgments and inclinations, they can expect neither defense nor protection from them against a common enemy, nor against the encroachments that they inflict on each other. That is why individuals conclude the contract from which Leviathan emerges. That is why they defer their will, and thus make it an entity that has become independent of them, whose threats in the form of the monopoly on violence they then have to endure. In Hobbes' view, they always conclude the contract in the knowledge that they will have to defend themselves against violence in whatever form it takes, that they live in a world in which they can be killed by others at any time. What Hobbes describes in retrospect, Machiavelli still understood as a practical task. He literally puts himself in the role of what Hobbes already depicts as something monstrous, takes it upon himself, at least for posterity, to appear as a monstrous villain, a fate that Hobbes himself was not spared, of course, as he was demonized as the monster of Malmesbury. The central question that occupies him in everything he writes is whether the prince is powerful enough to maintain himself in the event of an attack. Everything else is secondary, including God and transcendence. The unity of the state is itself divine. But as such, it is not an ugly monster, but a beautiful Renaissance human being. The comparison with the dreaded enemy is so prominent that the inner unity that results from it cannot yet be thought of as a contract. The point is to demonstrate the constant necessity of comparison between concrete powers. United, the people are courageous, in the individual weak. Therefore, if an angry crowd wants to escape the dangers, it must immediately choose a leader from among its own ranks who will lead it, hold it together, and provide for its defense. End of quote. State philosophy in the scuffle. However much Machiavelli dwells on the differences between republic and tyranny, he is always concerned only with the phase of state formation, in which there is no question of treaties and laws, but only of rackets and the relationship between the masses and their leaders. He therefore never has to leave the ground of nominalism. A portrait of a prince, a statue of a condottiere, or a battle painting would suffice to illustrate his political philosophy. The uncanny and so irritating for posterity is that the other pole of nominalism, the concept of God, is made to function as a nominalizable relationship. Spinoza's political views, on the other hand, should be seen as an attempt to return to the ancient philosophy of the state, according to which the unity of the political could be determined independently of war. In Plato's view, the state came into being because the individual is not enough for himself, but needs many helpers. In Greek philosophy, the state is not initially understood as organized violence, but as a mere grouping together. War, on the other hand, only appears as a problem in the growth of the state, which is also understood as the actual source of disaster. The guardians of the community therefore declare that the containment of this growth is their central task. The best way to determine the limits is to ensure that development and expansion are still compatible with unity, as long as they can increase it, but no further. Aristotle declares the state to be a natural entity. Such a political community can only be said to exist when the community of several settlements has reached the limit of perfect self-sufficiency. But those who are greedy for war live by nature outside the state and are unconnected. Aristotle, unlike Plato, for whom the state still appears to be something artificial, derives the primacy of the whole from the definition of autarky. It is clear, then, that the state is natural and more original than the individual. If the individual is not able to live independently, he will behave like a part of a whole. But if someone cannot live in a community or does not need it in his autarky, he is not part of the state, but a wild animal or a god. End of quote. In the light of his heightened awareness that unity can be jeopardized by the independence of its parts, Aristotle criticizes Plato and Socrates for overemphasizing unity and thus endangering it. What matters, he says, is to understand the state as a multitude that becomes a unity solely through its self-sufficiency. Spinoza takes up this ancient concept in a certain way, only that he initially formulates it as a philosophy of substance and from it determines the concept of the political, thus going beyond Hobbes. However, this has serious consequences for the definition of political violence. In the Leviathan, protection against a common enemy cannot be separated from protection against the encroachments of individuals on each other, internal security, to such an extent that Hobbes almost always mentions them in the same breath. In Spinoza's work, however, war between states and the relationship between citizens within a state are viewed as something that is defined separately and is no longer related to the other. In this way, the state grows without having to be considered in relation to other states, and the right to property does not appear as something made possible by the monopoly on the use of force, but rather as a majority relationship. If two people come together at once and combine their forces, then together they are able to do more and consequently have more right to the things of nature than each of them alone. And the more allies have joined forces in this way, the more rights they will all have together. End of quote. If the state arises in this way from coming together, it is also not ruled out that it can grow into a world state. In such a universal structure, all forces would ultimately be joined together and the right to the things of nature would be greatest. This is a perspective that did not arise for Plato and Aristotle, in that for them there always had to be something outside the state in the form of war, which limited the growth of the state. However, at this point Spinoza himself formulates a seemingly Hobbesian restriction on such an all-encompassing union. Because people are subject to certain affects, they are also enemies by nature. However, unlike in Hobbes's work, these effects come to the fore precisely in their capacity as ontological opponents of reason, which may well prevent the great union. It is they who must actually be fought. It is for their sake alone that the monopoly on the use of force is still necessary and that wars are unavoidable. But their different status in the community is also what determines their respective value. The more virtuous, i.e. reasonable, i.e. spiritual, i.e. free the citizens, the more peaceful the state. Peace is not the absence of war, but a virtue that arises from a strength of character. Here, too, something of the ancient conception of the state returns. After all, pedagogy, not legal doctrine, is the main theme of Plato's ideal state doctrine. In this way, Spinoza is able to equate obedience with freedom, as the constant will to carry out what should happen by virtue of a common decision of the community. Moreover, a community in which peace depends on the timidity of the subjects, who are led like a herd in order to train them merely as slaves, can be more appropriately called a wasteland than a community. End of quote. It is no coincidence that it is precisely in this context that the clear devaluation of the body occurs, which can also be interpreted as a veiled polemic against Hobbes' materialism. Quote, "When we say, then, that the best state is that in which people live their lives in harmony, I understand by human life something that is not defined merely by the circulation of blood and other physiological functions common to all living beings, but primarily by reason, which is a virtue of the mind and constitutes true human life." End of quote. Kant's moral and legal philosophy did not arise from a sense of unease at this devaluation of the body. Rather, this devaluation already prepared the ground, in terms of moral philosophy, for the antinomy of practical reason, the antinomy of freedom and natural law, to be resolved. That is, that the law of natural necessity does not affect freedom, so that both can take place independently of each other and undisturbed by each other. Kant is rather opposed to the fact that with Spinoza's equation of God and nature, no clarity is possible about this very relationship between life as the epitome of physiological functions and that defined by reason. And his solution was to separate God and nature again, as it were, to contrast the intelligible and sensible world with each other, just as in the critique of pure reason nominalism, the reduction of universal reality to subjective concepts becomes self-reflexive in order to keep subject and object, the general and the particular, apart, whereby their union in the process of knowledge itself must remain enigmatic and mysterious. From Kant's perspective, Spinoza's philosophy has the problem of making a constitutive use of the absolute instead of understanding it as a regulative principle that can only be given validity by thinking and acting as if it were valid. And yet Kant is again confronted with Spinoza's problem where one would least expect it, namely in the question of the natural state between states. By regarding states or peoples as individuals, Kant is basically following Spinoza's assessment that peace is not the absence of war but a virtue, and also in the fact that the more virtuous, that is to say, the more reasonable the citizens are, the more peaceful the state will be. Not only are states and peoples attributed with inclinations and a certain will, as if they were individuals, but the categorical imperative, as formulated by Kant for individuals, also applies to them. The content of this would not in itself be a contradiction to the Hobbesian view of the state of nature, because Hobbes also emphasizes that it is better in this state to maintain peace. The formulation that the problem of establishing a state, however harsh it may sound, can be solved even by a nation of devils if they have reason, is also reminiscent of Hobbes. The problem, however, is that Kant, guided by the construction of the regulative principle, ultimately understands the state of nature between states itself as being abolishable, for example when he assumes the possibility of a just war, which is covered by international law. On the one hand, Section 60 of the Metaphysics of Morals is still largely in line with Hobbes and Spinoza in that it states that in international law, as in the state of nature in general, each state is its own judge. On the other hand, however, a state is an enemy against whom a just war can be waged if its publicly expressed will betrays its maxim, according to which, if it were made the general rule, no state of peace among nations would be possible, but the state of nature would have to be perpetuated. The regulative principle of eternal peace leads Kant at this point to deny that the state of nature itself is constitutive of the relations between states. In this way, he also falls behind Spinoza. This regression can also be observed in the neoconservative minds of the present day. The just war against rogue states, which can indeed prevent the worst, is transfigured into a war for a just world in which there would only be democratic states and thus eternal peace and the end of history. With his concept of substance, John Locke formulated a remarkable contradiction to the solution offered by Spinoza in his Ethics. Substance is initially defined as one of those complex ideas that form a kind of synthesis of simple ideas of perception, color, sound, etc., and reflection, thinking, willing, duration, spatial expansion. Unlike the modes and the relationships, the concept of substance expresses that it is not just an abstraction of thought in the coming together of many qualities, but that for some reason its context itself must be given a basis, of which we, although neither external nor internal experience gives us a concept, we therefore also do not know what we have in it, must nevertheless say that it is something real. The idea of substance is therefore, although complex, real, but not adequate like the extension, because we do not know what that is which corresponds to that idea, we are only sure that such a thing exists. End of quote. When we speak or think of a particular kind of physical substance, for example, of a horse, stone, etc., our idea of each of them is only a summary or combination of the various simple ideas of sensually perceptible qualities that we are accustomed to finding united in the thing designated as a horse or stone. But because we cannot imagine how they should exist independently or one in the other, we suppose that they exist in a common object and are carried by it. We call this support substance, although we clearly have no clear or distinct idea of the thing we think of as a carrier. End of quote. Substance is what causes the whole to exist in itself, but Locke denies that it is as such comprehensible and easily recognizable as geometric or mechanical laws, which can only be based on the artificial delimitation and isolation of natural phenomena. Locke distinguishes three types of substance: God, finite rational beings, and bodies. In this way, he revokes Spinoza's concept of substance, which abolishes such a separation, and yet he does not simply return to Descartes, does not simply restore his opposition of thinking and extended substance, but seeks its unity in the individual more intensively than the French philosopher and without recourse to the pineal gland. For the substances that are capable of thought are not, as the Cartesian philosophers claim, to be described simply as immaterial. Just as the idea of a thinking or rational being alone does not constitute the idea of a human being, but rather the idea of a body of a certain shape that is necessarily connected to it. The same body, which does not change all at once, belongs just as much to the identity of a human being as the same immaterial spirit. Locke, who also explicitly points out the legal meaning of the word, describes the identity of a person as a thinking, rational being that can regard itself as itself. That is, it grasps itself as the same thing that thinks at different times and in different places. End of quote. It is impossible for someone to perceive without perceiving that he is doing so. Now, for everyone, the limbs of his body are a part of his self. He feels with them and takes care of them. But if a hand is cut off and thus detached from the consciousness that he had of its warmth, coldness, and other conditions, then it is no longer a part of his self, and no more so than the most remote material part. We can see, then, that the substance of which the personal self consisted at one moment can change at another without affecting the identity of the person. End of quote. For Locke, the self is the consciously thinking being, which is sensitive to joy and pain and is aware of it, which is receptive to happiness and unhappiness and therefore cares about itself as far as that consciousness extends. So everyone can see that his little finger, as long as it is grasped by this consciousness, is just as much a part of his self as what belongs to it in the very first place. End of quote. The Cartesian claim that thinking constitutes the essence of that mental substance is just as incorrect, because then they would have to think all the time. According to Locke, thinking as an isolable property can also be attributed to a physical being without logical contradiction. In this way, he preempts idealism, which hypostatizes it, leaving Descartes' pineal gland to one side. Locke is able to do this because, and here we see his proximity to Hobbes and his increasing distance from Descartes, he always tries to start from individuals and not from a general concept that is assumed to exist prior to the individuals, without, however, seeing the solution in nominalism. Whereas Descartes emphasizes the general concept of substance, Hobbes and Locke focus on what Descartes does not emphasize, that the cogito presupposes something that doubt also leaves behind, the body of the doubter. But the body is not understood as a body, that is, as an object of scientific knowledge, but as an object of care and fear. From this follows what neither Hobbes nor Locke have expressed. Only when the cogito ergo sum also admits the certainty that I think, therefore I can destroy my life so that I can no longer think, is there no longer any need for a proof of God in order to be certain that there is a nature beyond doubt. Using the concepts of Marx's critique of political economy, it could be said that Locke attempts to think of substance in terms of the idea of simple commodity production. The commodity is the unspoken model. Thinking and libe are related to each other like exchange value and use value, hence Locke's uncertainty as to whether the self could not also carry out the operations of thinking and remembering outside of a body, whether there was a transmigration of souls, etc. These speculations about transmigration of souls probably stem from the importance Locke, in contrast to Spinoza, ascribes to the work of the individual. However, he still wants to see the whole thing determined by the individual owner of the commodity, as if the feelings and will of the person who has to sell his labor power should play some kind of role. This is Locke's strength, but also his weakness. His strength, because he is not willing to blindly follow the independence of the general in relation to the particular, of society in relation to the individual. His weakness, because he is still deluded about the fact that there is something in thinking itself that always necessitates this independence of the general. Spinoza lets it dissolve into substance. Kant should ultimately bring it to the concept of the transcendental subject. Locke himself is content to speak of consciousness, which always accompanies thinking, which can regard itself as itself, perceives that it perceives. However, it is precisely this independence of the general that Locke has to pay tribute to in his political theories, in which the maturity of the individual in the state remains bound to property, as its prerequisite, and at the same time a democracy of simple commodity production is constructed. If property is distributed evenly enough, then it is not necessary for the state to be a monster. Then the powers can be divided and the individual owner can have a say. The dirty main and state action that Marx was to speak of in the chapter on so-called primitive accumulation is almost completely forgotten in Locke. Similarly to Spinoza, the state of nature and the state of society move closer together. The original state that this legal theorist envisages seems remarkably peaceful, so that one does not really understand why people leave it at all and thus see themselves forced to live in states, why they change from the natural state to the state of war. The agreement on which the state, like money, is based in Locke's work is largely motivated by nonviolent means, ultimately, and in contrast to Spinoza, by a new concept of labor. This concept plays a decisive role in the justification of property and the necessity of contracts. The violent separation of producers from the means of production is understood through peaceful thoughts about the origin of property. Quote, Although the earth and all lower forms of life belong to all people, each person has ownership of his own person. No one has a right to this except himself. The work of his body and the work of his hands are, we may say, in the true sense his property. Whatever he removes from the state in which nature has left it, he has mixed with his labor and added something of his own. He has thus made it his own. Since he has removed it from the common state in which nature has placed it, something has been added to it through his labor, which excludes the common right of other people. For since this work is the indisputable property of the worker, no one but he can have a right to something that is once associated with his work. End of quote. Locke does not distinguish between labor and work. He denies the mute compulsion that lies in the fact that the person must sell his labor power after he has been driven from the land and robbed of his immediate means of production, a prerequisite for another person to be able to come into possession of the person, but not of his labor power by contract. In Locke's view, the worker becomes an owner through work. The producer turns the thing into a commodity solely through the power of his labor, which he can then sell and receive the proportional part that he has added to the thing. This is the first part of the legend of primitive accumulation that is repeated again and again in later political economy. Through particular zeal for work, a few people came to own the wealth that then, second part, enabled them to buy the labor of others. This is how Locke can talk about property and labor while remaining silent about violence and coercion. For those who are made identical as owners only have to come to an agreement among themselves, and the state is done, good government is made. An agreement, for example, that a small piece of yellow metal, which neither wears off, wears out, or spoils, should have the same value as a large piece of meat or a whole heap of grain, but that every person had the right to appropriate as much of nature's bounty as he could use through his labor. End of quote. With this ideology of peaceful, simple commodity production, which has rid itself of the dark truth of Hobbes's anthropology of the market and now characterizes the concept of the state of nature as well as the state of the state, the question of violence becomes a question of variable form, the respective form of government. It seems to dissolve completely in legislation. Since the social contract that constitutes the state no longer arises from violence, it also automatically produces a government determined by reason, in which violence as a political force always represents only a kind of regulatory measure. But bad government, despotic government, which knows nothing of reason and nature, is not based on a contract either, since the purpose and measure of this power, when it is in the hands of everyone in the state of nature, is the preservation of all in his society. It can also, when it is in the hands of the authorities, have no other purpose and no other measure than to preserve the life, freedom, and property of the members of that society. Consequently, it cannot be an absolute and arbitrary power over their lives and property, because both are to be preserved as far as possible. Rather, it is a power to make laws and, at the same time, to establish such punishments by means of these laws that they can contribute to the preservation of the whole by excluding those parts, and only those parts that are so corrupt that they threaten the good and healthy, for only then is severity justified. And this power has its origin solely in contract and agreement, and in the mutual consent of those who form the community. End of quote. In Locke's writings, the state of nature is approximated to the state of contract with the claim that in both, man is actually equally free. The concept of natural law then codifies the construction of such a continuum of freedom, which in reality projects the idealized exchange of goods onto earlier forms of society. As Franz Neumann noted, Locke believed that people are good in the natural state, and the natural state is a paradise that should not disappear even after the founding of the state, but should be preserved to a large extent. Although only laws, which he calls standing laws, prevail, the essential content of which is itself removed from the disposal of democratic powers, the affirmation of lawless power is by no means absent. He just doesn't call it sovereignty. The word has had a bad connotation in England since the candidness of Hobbes and absolutism, but rather prerogative. By this he means the power to act at one's own discretion, without or even against the law. End of quote. According to Locke, prerogative is nothing other than the power in the hands of the prince to provide for the public good in cases that depend on unforeseen and uncertain events and therefore cannot be safely regulated by fixed and independent laws. However, where such cases are the rule rather than the exception, Locke has already clarified this in the preceding paragraphs. In the relationship of the state to other states. However, he only speaks of it there because he is not so precise with the terms as federative power, which is to be situated alongside the legislature and the executive. It was so often inexplicable to Locke's interpreters because it seems to contradict everything else he says about the powers. It is the power over war and peace, over alliances and all the agreements with all persons and communities outside the state, and one can, if one wants, speak of a federal power. If one only understands the right thing by it, the name is completely indifferent to me. And it is precisely on the question of the laws that Locke differentiates between it and the executive, which are almost always united. Quote, and although it is of great importance to the state whether this federal power is well or badly exercised, it is nevertheless far more difficult to guide it by previously conceived, standing, positive laws than the executive. It must therefore necessarily be left to the prudence and wisdom of those in whose hands it lies to use it for the public good. For the laws that govern the mutual relations of subjects and are intended to guide their actions can indeed be a good guide for them, but how one should behave towards strangers depends to a large extent on their actions and on the diversity of their intentions and interests. Therefore, it is also largely left to the discretion of those to whom this power has been entrusted to use it to the best of their ability for the good of the state. End of quote. However, since for him the state of nature between people appears idealized as paradise, Locke can no longer grasp the purpose of the state as protection of the individual from the war of all against all. As Hobbes did, this protection is no longer necessary if people get along well anyway. On the other hand, unlike Hobbes, he is unable to grasp the irrationality of relations with foreigners. And here he means the other states, their actions and the diversity of their interests and nothing else. This irrationality, which Hobbes addresses from the very first page, is added by Locke in the 13th and 14th chapters of the second treatise. In doing so, he indirectly indicates the connection that the actions of the subjects can only be controlled and the executive is therefore easier to manage than the foreign policy power because these foreigners exist. Their actions and the diversity of their intentions are what create the necessary pressure that drives the subjects to obey the laws of their own state, and the unity of federal and executive power actually consists in the mediation of this pressure from the outside to the inside. In the same way that Locke, on the one hand, uses his concept of substance to capture in philosophical terms that the mind, the thinking, can, as an isolable property, be attributed to a physical being without logical contradiction, and that the unity that corresponds to the opposition of mind and body lies in the bodily sensation, warmth, cold, other states of the body. On the other hand, he is ultimately able to recognize in the political realm that the state cannot be completely absorbed in the laws, that there is an indivisible power in the form of the prerogative, which aims directly at the libe of the individual without any law. In this context, Locke's plea for the natural value of precious metals also takes on a peculiar irony. He was polemicizing against the claim, which had been common since the scholastics, that a coin could retain its value even if its actual silver content was reduced by debasement. According to Locke, this was as shameless and ridiculous a deception as the claim that a foot could be lengthened by dividing it into 15 parts instead of 12, which one would continue to call an inch. By referring to the physical substance of the measure, Locke wanted to express his view that the value of silver or gold cannot be determined by the sovereign independently of the natural properties of the material. If he did so, it would probably be due to machinations of the city, i.e. the financial actors, who wanted to gain personal advantage. In fact, however, the sovereign was able to determine the value, i.e. how much money of its own currency corresponds to a certain amount of silver or gold, less and less independently of the other sovereigns the more trade was conducted with their countries. What Locke would like to see as a natural property of the precious metal is nothing other than the natural property of the state, which lies in its relationship to other states that in the first place, Locke probably attributed a natural value to precious metals in order not to disavow his concept of labor. Such a natural value was the condition for the assumption that a fair wage in silver or gold could always be determined in advance for any kind of labor, independently of the sovereign power. His view of the natural value of precious metals did not, however, really prevail in the form of the gold standard for this reason, nor because it was ideologically better suited to the fight against absolutist state power. This is the view of Felix Martin, who, in his History of Money and the Gold Standard, largely neglects the relationship between states. Rather, in the natural state that exists between states, a natural value was also needed as the third factor by which the relationship between currencies could be immediately represented, at least as long as and to the extent that it was not revised and redefined by force of arms and could thus be represented by its mere potential. The gold standard was always a sign of the latency of the general state of war in which states necessarily find themselves. Thus, gold and silver constantly move back and forth between the various national spheres of circulation, a movement that follows the incessant oscillations of the exchange rate. However, while the concept of substance as modified by Locke was immediately expelled from empiricism by Hume, the knowledge of political power, which Locke consciously retained in his concept of prerogative and unconsciously in his plea for the natural value of precious metals, was ultimately eliminated by legal positivism. Kantian philosophy, in which the entire epistemological problem culminates in the transcendental subject, still contains the idea that every mental activity is only ever the property of the individual consciousness of a single physical being, but it forbids ascribing any significance to this being in terms of bodily sensations such as pain or fear, as Locke so inconsistently did. This becomes flagrant in moral philosophy. The moral laws by which the individual is to act must fundamentally abstract from the libe, which is attributed to the realm of determination. Those bodily sensations from which Locke could not escape must be ignored by the individual from the outset when it comes to satisfying the imperative. They do not actually exist, as far as they are one's own, in the realm of freedom, as the concept of the intelligible suggests. It is therefore impossible for the moral philosopher to conceive of the subject of judgment as one in which the individual's own libe, as that which is without mediation, that which enters, can no longer be denied and yet does not form any basis for choice. The dilemma of a moral philosophy that can only speak of freedom from the perspective of the moral law is repeated in political theory, which only speaks of sovereign power when it can simultaneously prescribe a law for it, and thus necessarily fails to recognize its lawless nature. The whole complexity into which Kant thereby falls is revealed when it comes to the process that will bring eternal peace to humanity, in the analogy between nations and individuals, states and citizens. Kant constantly tends to transfer the hope that he places solely on individuals, when he speaks in his definition of enlightenment of the exit from self-inflicted immaturity and takes the self-thinking of each individual as the starting point, ultimately to the states, and imagines the continuously free association as one of states or peoples. The knowledge that a legal state outside of the states cannot be based on coercive laws is declared to be a positive maxim for the states, which should themselves become humane in their behavior towards one another, and thus they become folkish. Yet Kant knew that the idea of international law presupposes the separation of many neighboring states that are independent of one another, and although such a state is in itself a state of war, if a federal union does not prevent the outbreak of hostilities. Thus, even this is better, according to the idea of reason, than the amalgamation of the same by a power that overgrows the others and passes into a universal monarchy, because the laws, with the increased extent of the government, lose more and more of their force, and a soulless despotism, after it has eradicated the seeds of good, finally degenerates into anarchy. Meanwhile, this is the desire of every state or its head, to place itself in a state of permanent peace by ruling over the whole world, if possible. End of quote. However, Kant counters this threatening merger of states, in which the laws lose more and more of their force, with the nature of the individual peoples, which should be preserved through religion and language. Quote, but nature wants it differently. It uses two means to keep peoples from mixing and to keep them separate: the diversity of languages and religions, which admittedly leads to a tendency towards mutual hatred and a pretext for war, but which, with increasing culture and the gradual rapprochement of people, leads to greater agreement in principles and to agreement in peace. This is not brought about and secured by weakening all forces, as in despotism in the graveyard of freedom, but rather by balancing them in the most lively competition with one another. End of quote. When Kant speaks of people, he is, of course, like Locke, concerned with people as owners of goods. No one can transcend this horizon. This becomes clear when we read the following passage about the competition of forces. Quote, it is the spirit of trade that cannot coexist with war, and that sooner or later takes hold of every nation, because of the fact that, among all the powers means subordinate to state power, the power of money would like to be the most reliable. States see themselves, admittedly not exactly through the driving force of morality, compelled to promote the noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to avert it through mediation, as if they were in constant alliance for this reason. End of quote. Unlike Locke, Kant here relinquishes the ability to see people as individuals at all times. However, the spirit of trade only ever takes hold of the people as a constraint that is exerted on the individual, who sees himself forced to produce and sell goods, including his own labor, under the threat of ruin. This peaceful trade between citizens is merely the other side of the warlike state between states, which has produced the monopoly of force that guarantees the citizens' contracts in these states. Locke at least indirectly draws attention to this in the concept of prerogative. The widespread notion that the promotion of trade ensures peace is merely a continuation of the fairy tale of primitive accumulation. It camouflages the fact that war, which is possible at any time, is the condition of the possibility of engaging in trade. The freedom that no one can give up, the freedom to judge and think as one pleases, so that everyone is master of his thoughts according to the highest law of nature, can only become freedom in the absolute sense for Spinoza to the extent that the telos of self-preservation, the fundamental purpose of reason, is abstracted from the individual and substantialized separately from him. Whereas for Hobbes, it remains inextricably linked to the individual solely through the body and pain, the fear of violent death. In Spinoza's view, self-preservation exists, as it were, independently of the causa sui, at the same time outside the concrete individual, as reason realized from time immemorial and forever secured in the substance, just as the individual is only a mode of this substance, only an absolutely established lack of its realization, which, in relation to the individual, means self-preservation as the absolute and thus the abolition of time, eternity. On the one hand, Spinoza, like Hobbes, starts from individual things and individuals, is a radical nominalist, denies the existence of a free will as a general entity. On the other hand, everything is to be considered from the point of view of eternity, from the point of view of a unity that he calls God as well as nature. In a certain sense, he only takes Hobbes and nominalism to their logical conclusion, but this is precisely where the problem lies, as well as anticipating the concepts of critique. By speaking of substance and modes, the particular and the general are related to one another in such a way that, starting from a particular, no transition, no mediation to the substance is necessary, since it is itself the mode of this substance. That is why the paradoxical fact that in the developing nominalist philosophy everything particular becomes void is nowhere so radically, and at the same time precisely formulated as in Spinoza's discussion of perfection. There it says that a mutilated or crippled body is by no means imperfect, because in its own way, as a crippled body, it is perfectly complete. The only mistake is that the wrong concept is applied. This is what happens when the concept is reduced to the mere duplication of the hic et nunc. End of quote. On the one hand, it is possible to affirm that the libe of an individual is mutilated by work, for example. For everything that is perfect in its own way and nothing is imperfect, as long as it is not considered as a mode, so that everything that exists can also be completely affirmed. On the other hand, the person who is damaged, however that may be, from birth or through life circumstances, can only claim the same right to self-preservation as the person who has been spared this fate, from the point of view of Spinoza's substance. The latter is anticipated by the modern cripple movement, which appeals solely to the particularity of crippling, to the equality of all modes, so to speak, in order to contradict the universals of selection. In this way, it is possible to deny the sovereign power over the particular that lurks in humanism, a power to which, according to Hobbes, it remains absolutely exposed, because his theory ultimately leaves it to the state to decide whether a being is a human being or not. Quote, if, for example, a woman has given birth to a child of unusual appearance and the law forbids the killing of a human being, the question arises as to whether this child is a human being, and thus the further question arises as to what a human being is. Here, no one will doubt that the decision is up to the state, without being able to take into account Aristotle's definition, according to which a human being is a rational creature. End of quote. For in order to establish the state in its modern form, religion must be shown its place, it loses its power of definition. Quote, of all these subjects, namely law, politics, and natural science, Christ declared that it was not part of his office to make rules and doctrines about them, except for the one that the individual citizens had to obey the laws and judgments of their state in all disputes about them. End of quote. From the outset, it was the dynamism of nominalism. The more one doubts the real existence of universals, the more one must hold on to the reality of a single one, God. His ontological proof as a syllogistic conclusion is the last bastion that Descartes wanted to fortify against the campaign of nominal abstractions. In Hobbes, this dynamic of nominalism is already halted at the point of the Leviathan. As soon as he thinks of a single real universal, it is already a monster or a mortal god, although its origin is thought of quite rationally as a contract between nothing but individuals. Even the fact that Hobbes vacillates between calling the sovereign a god and a Leviathan reveals an unreflected contradiction that is due to the immobilized nominalism, the unresolved problem in the relationship between the general and the particular. A god demands sacrifices, a monster takes them. It is a fundamental contradiction that emerges here in the concept of the state of Leviathan at a crucial point. Complete submission to the sovereign is demanded, yet the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him is denied. Spinoza, on the other hand, does not accept this peculiar adherence to the dynamics of nominalism, so characteristic of Hobbes, however much he may want to agree with the concept of the state of Leviathan, which contains it. He goes beyond it and comes straight to God, or rather, begins with God, by placing the equal sign between nature and God in advance, thereby also crossing out the Christian Trinity. When he describes the natura naturata as a son, work, or product of God, as in the short treatise on God, man, and his happiness, then it is by no means a matter of the Trinity, because a third element is missing, be it the Holy Spirit or humanity to which that Son descends, it is itself the Son. Although Spinoza refers to Jesus in his polemic against the Jews being chosen and takes Paul's point of view, on the other hand he brings Judaism back into Christianity and speaks of God in ethics without even mentioning his incarnation. In a letter to Oldenburg, he writes, a passage that Marx also excerpted, that it is not at all necessary to know Christ in the flesh, but that the eternal Son of God, that is, God's eternal wisdom which has manifested itself in all things, most of all in the human spirit and most of all in Jesus Christ, is to be judged quite differently. When some churches added that God had taken on human nature, Spinoza said that he did not know what they were saying. They seemed to me to be talking no less nonsensically than if someone were to assure me that a circle had taken on the nature of a square. End of quote. The peculiar quantitative determination that the wisdom of God has merely most revealed itself through Christ is characteristic of Spinoza's abolition of mediation in the conception of quantity as substance, and also characteristic in that it formulates an enlightened reservation in relation to the idea that Christ sacrificed himself and that we should emulate him. The individual must indeed take on the role of mediator, sacrificing himself at least in this respect, being a slave of God, but precisely in that he preserves himself, does not literally sacrifice himself, as Spinoza makes clear in the short treatise on God, man and his happiness. Wherever his property may come from, whatever place in society fate has put him, with or without the means of production, by participating in the general exchange, he ensures his self-preservation. There is nothing more to be said about the task and position of the individual from the substance point of view. That is to say, work and its ethos are not an issue. In fact, Spinoza constructs a new Christianity relatively independently of Protestantism and its work ethic, but above all directed against Luther and his antisemitism. A Christianity without a Redeemer and without a sacrifice, and thus without the possibility of accusing the Jews of murdering God. Instead, it merely laments that they continue to form a state within a state due to their ceremonial laws, and that they must continue to do so due to the hatred that is directed at them. It is therefore a synthesis of Judaism and Christianity, an ideal civil society. This was the reason why Spinoza was ultimately able to become the hero of liberal Jews who were willing to assimilate. When the failure of the synthesis became apparent, a new criticism of Spinoza emerged from the ranks of Judaism, which, in the case of Hermann Cohen, has its problematic aspects in that it attacks Spinoza all the more fiercely because it does not want to admit the general failure of assimilation. In Cohen's case, this leads to a fetishization of German culture. A real critique of Spinoza's philosophy would ultimately only have been possible from the perspective of Marx's critique of political economy. Adorno and Horkheimer ultimately created the decisive conditions for this in the dialectic of enlightenment, from which point antisemitism could finally be examined. However, the focus of the criticism is initially on how Spinoza conceives of self-preservation, as the epitome of reason, whereby the individual is only considered to be a mode of a whole, of the absolute substance as the unconditional, self-preserving general. In this way, it is possible to disregard the very desires that constitute the condition of self-preservation in the name of self-preservation. The Enlightenment remains focused on an abstract self, in which self-preservation ultimately leads ad absurdum. For this self is nothing more than a geometric point. Quote, Spinoza's statement, conatus sici conservandi primum et unicum virtutis est fundamentum, contains the true maxim of all Western civilization, in which the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie come to rest. The self, which, after the methodical eradication of all natural traces, was no longer to be a mythological body, blood, soul, or even natural ego, formed the point of reference for reason, the legislative authority of action, sublimated into a transcendental or logical subject. According to the judgment of the Enlightenment and Protestantism, anyone who abandons themselves to life without a rational relationship to self-preservation falls back into prehistory. The drive as such is mythical, like superstition. Serving a god that the self does not postulate is as insane as drunkenness. Progress has brought both of them the same fate: worship and sinking into immediate natural being. It has cursed the self-forgetful of thought as well as the self-forgetful of pleasure. The social labor of each individual in the bourgeois economy is mediated by the principle of the self. It is intended to return to the one the increased capital, to the other the strength for surplus work. End of quote. The fact that the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie are brought to rest in Spinoza's conatus is to be taken literally. Spinoza is the metaphysical philosopher of money, but metaphysical in the sense that he thinks of unity not as a process but as a standstill, not as a mediation in the process, as is the case with money that is actually in circulation, but as an immediate being in which, as it were, the moment of exchange, the pure act of exchange, is fixed and eternalized. This is precisely what Hegel's criticism of Spinoza was about. If one begins to philosophize, one must first of all be a Spinozist. The soul must bathe in this ether of the one substance, in which everything that one has held to be true has perished. It is this negation of everything particular that every philosopher must have come to. Soul and Leib, thinking and being, cease to be particular things, each being a thing in itself. The dualism that exists in the Cartesian system was completely abolished by Benedict Spinoza, as a Jew. End of quote. Hegel does not forget to point out that the negation of all that is particular, which was necessary for philosophy as a starting point but which seemed to have been overcome for religion by the incarnation of God and the Trinity, required renewed contact with Judaism and with the Orient, as it presents itself in Spinoza's thinking. The philosophical need, he says, is to grasp the unity of differences, so that the difference is not left out, but can eternally emerge from the substance, but not petrified into dualism as in Descartes. Spinoza is superior to this dualism. The whole contains all differences, and therefore the proposition applies that all determination is a negation. But because only God is the positive, everything else is only a mode or modification, not being in and of itself. God alone is the substance. However, Hegel objects that in this way, the determination cannot yet think the contradiction as such, only the negation but not the negation of the negation. The latter is the only thing that goes beyond mere understanding, is the truly reasonable and signifies self-awareness. This point is missing in Spinoza, and that is his shortcoming. If one were to stop at the point that every determination is negation, then only the nonspecific, the general, would be truly real, substantial. The soul and the mind, however, would then be a single thing, limited as such. They would not have true reality. Self-preservation without self-awareness would therefore be the construction principle of Spinoza's ethics. The principle of subjectivity, individuality, personality is not found in this philosophy, because it can only understand negation in a one-sided, rational way, as a determination but not as a contradiction. The absolute substance is the truth, but it is not yet the whole truth. It must also be thought of as active in itself, alive, and precisely through this it defines itself as spirit. If we stop at this substance, there will be no development, no spirituality, no activity. Spinoza's philosophy is only rigid substance, not yet spirit. One is not with oneself. However, there is something magnificent in this way of thinking, in being able to renounce everything specific and particular and only relate to the one, only be able to pay attention to this. End of quote. At the same time, Hegel says the idea of the freedom of the subject is revolted by this. For the fact that I am a subject, a spirit, etc., according to Spinoza, this specific is just a modification. This is outrageous because man has the consciousness of freedom of the spiritual, which is the negative of the corporeal, and that he is only in the opposite of the corporeal, which he truly is, The negative is understood as a moment that disappears, not in itself, but only as individual self-consciousness. Spinoza also speaks of freedom, which cannot be taken from the individual and which must therefore be granted to him by the state. But in Hegel's eyes, this is only the freedom of a modification, a freedom that cannot become conscious of itself, because otherwise it would not limit itself to being inactive, merely judging without acting, as Spinoza envisages. Freedom, as Hegel understands it, has to be more than mere freedom of opinion and has to permeate the state itself. But that is the idea of Hegel's synthesis, that a state is possible in which the freedom of the individual becomes active as self-consciousness, in which the individual and the whole can merge into one another, without the individual being merely a mode of the whole, but being able to claim the same independence for itself as the whole. Now, to claim that Hegel simply expresses the more developed form of bourgeois society and the modern state, a form in which the individual has more freedom, that he can therefore bring Spinoza's concept of democracy to himself is only true insofar as the German philosopher at the same time sacrifices the promise of reason to power, subjects it to it, by claiming that reason, which Spinoza could not yet have, is to be realized in the state. Such a unity of the individual and the whole, in which the individual is more than a mere mode, is Hegel's own projection. Now, it could be objected, Hegel may be talking about the state, but he is already referring to a reconciled society, and it would be wrong to get hung up on the mere word, on the name. But the falsity of his philosophy becomes unavoidable as soon as he sees the individual as called upon to sacrifice himself for the whole. In Hegel's philosophy, too, the primacy is not the self-preservation of each individual, but that of the whole, only that, unlike Spinoza, he demands that the individual must become aware of this, indeed that he only gains his self-awareness in it. This generality, which the individual as such attains, is pure being death. Death is the completion and highest labor that the individual as such assumes for the moral community and for the state. From this, from the necessity of sacrifice which the individual must feel, Hegel derives the relationship of states to one another. In order to subject individuals to the whole, the government has to shake them from time to time from within through wars, to violate and confuse their self-made order and right of independence, but to make the individuals who, in becoming engrossed in it, break away from the whole and strive for the inviolable self-sufficiency and security of the person, feel their master, death, in the work imposed on them. End of quote. Hegel thus expresses a realization about the state that Hobbes had to shy away from, because his Leviathan is projected from the survival of the individual. However, to the same extent, Hegel's formulation of this realization takes into account the German ideology, which assumes and terminates in giving individuals the feeling of death as their master. While Spinoza holds the relationship between the individual and the whole in bourgeois society, as it were, in a state of stasis and represses the question of sacrifice, Hegel recognizes the processual nature of this relationship and thus provides the immediate prerequisites for a critique of political economy, but he can only do so by ultimately dishing up a greater lie than Spinoza. In the phenomenology of spirit, the spirit itself, which Spinoza's substance does not yet have, results from the willingness to die. Only when it does not fear death is consciousness first purely for itself. It does not help either if the servant then laboriously works out this being for itself and thus brings forth a wealth of mediations, ultimately the entire bourgeois society, whose wealth arises from misery. In the end, a forced unity is needed again, which allows everything individual to figure only as a modification, the citizen as a citizen. The highest power is needed. But if, as Hegel claims, the individual is to be more than merely the mode of the whole, then the philosopher must make this supreme power appear as reconciliation. But that is only possible if he first makes it appear as absolute spirit. The state is divine will, spirit unfolding itself into the real world, complete realization of the spirit in existence. For this, as it turns out, Hegel's logic is made to measure. In it, the world arises from the self-negation of the negative and is to be dissolved into it again. According to Karl-Heinz Haag, Hegel's intended solution to all problems of the philosophy of origin aims at dialectics as a closed system, the seamless derivation of all non-identical from the identity of the spirit. The underlying principle of Hegel's dialectic is that pure thinking, by virtue of its indeterminacy, repels itself and generates matter in the form of its negation. The idealization of nature, its dissolution into spatio-temporal projections of pure activity, which Fichte had only intended, in Hegel's dialectic takes hold of the world principle, of the I. Negativity refers only to itself, and is thereby posited as the absolute. Because all isolated concepts represent the synthesis with their negation in themselves a priori, and not through a third party, not a posteriori. Therefore, for Hegel, everything that can be grasped conceptually, all reality, dissolves into synthetic judgments a priori. End of quote. His deduction of reality from the concept essentially consists in the fact that the concept in its formal abstraction shows itself to be incomplete, and through the dialectic founded in itself passes over to reality in such a way that it generates it out of itself. This dialectic actually replaces the being nature with a subjective scheme, Hog through the movement from nothing to nothing. It explains, contrary to traditional logic, that the contradiction for the deeper and more essential should be taken in relation to identity, because identity in relation to it is only the determination of the simple immediate of dead being, whereas it is the root of all movement and liveliness. But movement itself becomes a completely arbitrary reflection of interchangeable determinations, because the difference in the representation of the contradiction has to disappear in it. What is evil, misfortune, etc. in appearing existence is good and a happiness in and of itself, just as the North Pole is the South Pole in the appearing world and vice versa. The non-being of the finite is the being of the absolute. Thus the contradiction becomes the agent of death. It becomes it, and in this Hegel completes the dialectic of enlightenment, for the sole purpose of finally triumphing over nature. Hegel's dialectic thus spends in a grandiose self-deception for its setting what only crystallizes out in the knowledge of nature, the general and the particular. Quote, it elevates negation, with the help of which human thought defines itself and nature, to the principium naturae. While traditional idealism attempted to reduce the general, the ideas, to pure identity, Hegel's idealistic dialectic becomes a quasi-universal system of deduction. It defines everything that is not identical, both matter and forms, as the self-dissolution of pure identity and draws it into itself. The one-dimensionality of nature, which was burst open by cognitive thinking, is transformed into the one-dimensionality of an absolute spirit. Everything in the cosmic historical process, which also includes human thinking, is its positing, the condition of its manifestation generated by it. End of quote. When Hegel says that the content of philosophy and science is God and nothing but God and the explication of God, he still proves himself to be the most loyal Spinozist. God, who is conceived as a function, the mediation of the world, is unable to fulfill this function. Karl-Heinz Hogg therefore sees in his philosophy ultimately the false overcoming of the substantively conceived first principle of the via antiqua on the one hand, and the nominalistic rejection of metaphysical substances on the other. For instead of developing a metaphysics that does not stop holding on to the unresolved contradiction of the absolute spirit in physical phenomena, in the inner and outer nature of man, which is where the whole critical potential of Hegel's dialectic lies. The negative determination of the absolute, which stops there, comes to its completion, in the sense of Spinoza's total immanence, but as if this completion had always been presupposed by the contradiction. Thus a complete metaphysics arises that no longer needs categorical imperatives, because it elevates the negative as such to the essentia divina. The world as it appears becomes the only reality that exists. All that is transcendent is extinguished. In the famous words of legal philosophy, what is rational is real, and what is real is rational. This potential, which Hogg certainly underestimates, is evident in Hegel's late treatment of the first part of the science of logic. Quote, if, on the other hand, reality is taken in its determinacy, then, since it essentially contains the moment of the negative, the epitome of all realities becomes just as much an epitome of all negations, the epitome of all contradictions, initially, for example, of absolute power, in which all that is determined is absorbed. But since it is only itself, insofar as it still has something not yet absorbed by it, it becomes, by being thought of as expanded into an executed, boundless power, an abstract nothing. End of quote. At this point, a discussion of Spinoza follows, in which the determination is the negation set as affirmative, the infinity of something is its affirmation. At this level of the metaphysics of being, the determination tears the individual into the same negative movement of understanding, which makes everything disappear into the abstract unity, the substance. If everything non-identical is seamlessly derived from the identity of the spirit, there is no longer any concept of nature, and it thus becomes impossible to understand the state as the epitome of the artificial, as Hobbes still did. It is precisely in this sense that Hegel is a philosopher of the state in the most eminent sense, so that his logic is also conceived from the perspective of the sovereign, who sets the non-identical of civil society out of itself in order to make it identical again and take it back into itself. What appears to the citizen as a sacrifice is for the sovereign only a movement from nothing to nothing, the non-being of the finite as the being of the absolute, the misfortune of the individual as the happiness of the state. In this way, as individuals die, the void negates itself and, through its demise, proves the idea to be its truth. The highest that humans can achieve is identity with the universal essence of all being, the negation of the negation. They begin to exist in the form of the concept itself, completely imbued with the realization of the general and necessary. End of quote. In this way, Hegel completely repels what Hobbes was just able to bring to consciousness with the metaphor of the monster and what Spinoza had already disappeared behind the purpose of the state as freedom. That the state is essentially based on violence, that its power lies in the terror it spreads. All this is forgotten when Hegel speaks of the state as the present God, thus camouflaging the monstrous. Although the state can come into being through violence, it is not based on it. In its creation, violence has only brought into existence something that is justified in and of itself, the laws, the constitution. In the state, the spirit of the people, the customs, the law are the ruling factors. There, man is recognized and treated as a rational being, as free as a person. And the individual, for his part, makes himself worthy of this recognition by overcoming the naturalness of his self-consciousness and obeying a general will, the law which is in and of itself, thus behaving towards others in a universally valid way, recognizing them as what he himself wants to be recognized as free as a person. End of quote. It is symptomatic here that Hegel names the spirit of the people before that of the law, that it requires the people, as neither Hobbes nor Spinoza recognized it as a unity, in order to think of the individual from the state and of the state from the individual. In this, the falsity of this reconciliation of the individual and the state emerges quite openly. The so-called oldest system fragment of German idealism, whether originally from Hegel or from Schelling, had still grasped the core of Hobbes's Leviathan and was therefore able to see in the state itself something mechanical that could not be the object of freedom, according to which the state, if this freedom is realized, is to be abolished. Hegel ultimately bestowed the higher idealistic blessing of being the realization of freedom on this machine by banishing the mechanical as empirical from the realm of ideas altogether. Quote, "But what the historical origin of the state in general, or rather of every particular state, its rights and regulations, is or was, whether it first arose from patriarchal conditions, from fear or trust, from the corporation, and how that on which such rights are based has been conceived and established in consciousness as divine, positive law or contract, custom and so on, the idea of the state itself does not concern." End of quote. Hegel is well aware, however, that he must pay tribute to these things, which led Spinoza to see the individual as merely a mode of the whole. That is why he needs the spirit of the people, because otherwise he could not explain why, if the state is not based on force according to the idea, the relations between states are based only on force, as he concedes in full accordance with Hobbes and Spinoza. Thus the people, to whom Spinoza could not attribute any substance, becomes the spirit in its substantial rationality and immediate reality, the absolute power on earth, because only from it can it be concluded that a state must exist against the other in sovereign independence, and as such to be for the other, i.e. to be recognized by it, is its first absolute justification. This would also define the true bravery of educated peoples as the willingness to sacrifice oneself in the service of the state, so that the individual is only one among many. Not personal courage, but integration into the general is the most important thing here. However much Spinoza may have devalued the body, there is no mention of a willingness to sacrifice one's body for the state, nor of a concept of the people as a political entity that would be imposed on the mere multitude. One may criticize it as a suppression of the sacrifice that is inextricably linked with the sovereign, but there is also something liberating in this very different idealization of the state, which from the outset turns against the ideology of the willingness to sacrifice, to die and to kill, which Hegel was then to affirm so openly, almost ecstatically, at some points. This liberating aspect still characterizes the style of Spinoza's prose, which strives for extreme sobriety. Quote, "A free man thinks of nothing less than death, and his wisdom is a reflection on life, not on death. The proof A free man, i.e. one who lives solely according to the dictates of reason, is not guided by fear of death, but desires the good immediately, i.e. he desires to act, to live and to maintain his existence on the basis of seeking his own advantage. Consequently, he thinks of nothing less than death. His wisdom is rather a reflection on life. End of quote. From Spinoza's ethical principles, Schelling was apparently able to develop a position that was diametrically opposed to Hegel's philosophy of the state. It begins with the fact that this philosopher, inspired by the experience of art and having passed through natural philosophy, thus dissociating himself from the delusional consequence of Fichte's ego, virtually accentuates the corporeal, even hinting at something like a new Copernican revolution in philosophy. For all of the new European philosophy since its beginning with Descartes has this common flaw that nature is not present for it and that it lacks a living foundation. Spinoza's realism is therefore as abstract as Leibniz's idealism. Idealism is the soul of philosophy. Realism is its Leib. Only the two together make up a living whole. The latter can never be the principle, but it must be the basis and means in which the former is realized, takes on flesh and blood. If a philosophy lacks this living foundation, which is usually a sign that the ideal principle in it was originally only weakly effective, it loses itself in those systems whose abstract concepts of aseity, modifications, etc. are in the sharpest contrast to the vitality and fullness of reality. But where the idealistic principle is really strong, but cannot find a reconciling and mediating basis, it produces a murky and wild enthusiasm that breaks out in self-destruction or, as with the priests of the Phrygian goddess, in self-emasculation, which in philosophy is accomplished by abandoning reason and science. End of quote. If Schelling had focused on the political here, he would have realized the significance of this self-emasculation in the place that courage and heroism occupy in the idea of the state. However, he avoids the political, and this was probably what Marx was ultimately aiming at with his statement that Schelling's sincere youthful thought would have to become truth in the first place. It can be assumed that Marx was not familiar with the oldest system fragment, so he was either thinking of the natural philosophy or the investigations into the nature of human freedom. He initially expected this truth from Feuerbach, since Schelling himself had no stuff for this realization other than imagination, no energy other than vanity, no driver other than opium, no organ other than the irritability of a female capacity for reception. But the problem of the state did not only return in a hidden form in Schelling. What he criticized in Spinoza, initially in a way very similar to Hegel, is that in his ethics the mind and the subject are missing, that everything becomes a thing, therefore his arguments against freedom are completely deterministic. He also treats the will as a thing and then proves very naturally that it must be determined by another thing in every case of action, which in turn is determined by another, and so on to infinity. Hence the lifelessness of his system, the lack of feeling in the form, the poverty of the concepts and expressions, the relentlessly harsh nature of the definitions, which is perfectly compatible with the abstract approach. Hence also, quite logically, his mechanical view of nature. End of quote. Hegel and Schelling agreed that Spinoza's doctrine of the concept of all things in God had to be first enlivened and rescued from abstraction. But Schelling had a different concept of freedom. He criticized Hegel's system for remaining trapped in Spinoza's abstraction on this point. Freedom can only be thought of as a logical emanation, analogous to the analytical implication of the associated laws in the concept of a triangle. Like Hegel, Schelling seeks the mediation, the middle term that arises from the relationship of the whole to the individual, the unity to multiplicity, or however one wants to express it. The positive is always the whole or the unity, the opposite of which is the separation of the whole, disharmony, ataxia of the forces. But the leitmotif of his philosophy is that unity should not be achieved at the expense of the individual. For it is not the separation of the forces in itself that is disharmony, but the false unity of the same. True unity would be one that could give nature and Leib their due weight, one that does not suppress them in the name of the spirit. And here Schelling's concept of freedom also turns against Kant. He denies that freedom consists in the mere domination of the intelligent principle over the sensual desires and inclinations. In his view, these desires and inclinations are neither good nor bad in themselves. What can make them a factor of evil as a necessary particular is their isolation from the universal, the disintegration of multiplicity and unity, ultimately elevating the particular above the universal. In this way, Schelling remains true to the oldest system fragment. The mechanical, which constitutes the state, lies precisely in the fact that multiplicity and unity, the particular and the universal, fall apart and ultimately the former triumphs over the latter, whereas, conversely, in Hegel's state, the latter triumphs over the former, and in this way the mechanical is presented as reconciliation. But, according to Schelling, vitality is only possible if neither of the two triumphs. In a fragment from 1807, the year in which Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit was published, Schelling already understood the state as a natural unity, but in the sense of a second nature and at the same time in the sense of the state of nature according to Hobbes. He obviously assumed that the first nature in itself has no unity, and that only man creates this unity, the unity of nature, this second nature above the first, to which man is forced to take his unity, is the state. And the state is therefore, to put it bluntly, a consequence of the curse resting on humanity. Since man cannot have God as his unity, he must submit to a physical unity. With this, Schelling turns against a concept of the state in which the spirit could realize itself. The state, rather, has a contradiction in itself that cannot be resolved. It is a natural unity, i.e. a unity that can only function through physical means. Schelling is therefore not prepared to displace force as a prerequisite for state unity. However, he does not see this unity as total. The state, even if it is governed with some reason, knows well that it cannot achieve anything with purely physical means, that it must appeal to higher and spiritual motives. But it cannot command these, they lie beyond its power, and yet it boasts of being able to bring about a moral state. For free spirits, no natural unity is enough. A higher talisman is needed, and therefore any unity that arises in a state is always only precarious and temporary. From this counterposition in German idealism, the mechanical aspect of Spinoza's thinking could be recognized by the fact that in his construction, the individual and the whole cannot yet fall apart, and thus no doubt or criticism of the existence of the state as a natural unit can arise from the outset. Only for this reason is it possible for Spinoza to seamlessly add an ethics to rationalism, to pursue philosophy as ethics at all. But this had changed, especially since the French Revolution, and Schelling noted in retrospect, with reference to the Kantian concepts, how much effort had been made since then to show a possibility of how unity is compatible with the existence of free beings, that is, how a state is possible that is actually only the condition of the highest possible freedom of the individual. But this is impossible. It is therefore natural that now, at the end of this period, when nothing but freedom was discussed, the most consistent minds, when pursuing the idea of a perfect state, end up with the theory of the worst despotism. End of quote. And at this point Schelling explicitly refers to Fichte's work Der Geschlossene Handelsstaat, the closed commercial state, from 1800. According to Schelling, the state as such cannot find true and absolute unity, insofar as all states are only attempts to become organic wholes, without ever really being able to do so. This is most clearly demonstrated by the collision of states with each other. The highest phenomenon of the unity that has not been found and cannot be found is war, which is as necessary as the struggle of the elements in nature. Here, people enter into the relationship of natural beings to one another. End of quote. In German idealism, it was not Hegel but Schelling who, because he denied the possibility of the state being a unifying force, took up the legacy of Hobbes, directed against Spinoza. But he could only do so by opposing the false unity of the state with a true one, the credibility of which had suffered greatly since those classical metaphysicians, the unity of God. So if he understood the collision of states with each other as the essence of the state, he had to save the idea of unity, which had itself become problematic, and so his philosophy borrowed from the opium of the people. But here we should take a closer look. The real opposition in Schelling's investigations into the nature of human freedom is not between the individual and the state, but between the individual and God, between the particular and the universal. In the particular, which has its meaning in the self-preservation of the individual by virtue of his drives and passions, but which, unlike Spinoza, no longer coincides with the self-preservation of the whole, Schelling sees a will of its own at work. The will of the reason, which, although it can be understood in its opposition to the universal, must not be fetishized for that very reason. God's will is to universalize everything, but the will of the reason is to particularize everything and make it creaturely. In this will of the reason, Schelling sees the dark reason, on which, as he says, all personality rests, but it does not in principle exclude harmony with the light, with the true general. The dark of Schelling's own philosophy, on the other hand, appears to be the price he pays for refusing to really recognize the sovereign as meaning and unity. In order to be able to think the opposition of the particular and the universal without immediately affirming the state as its suspension, he must posit something that is presupposed by this opposition, that does not contain this opposition and yet is not nothing, nor a mere figure of logic, a determination of reflection as in Hegel, the Urgrund or rather Ungrund. It cannot be designated as identity, it can only be designated as absolute indifference. While Schelling anticipates Heidegger's being on the one hand, he refuses on the other to mystify this Ungrund and starting point as an endpoint and as the whole. He resists the need to return to it in any way and to long for the time that preceded that separation in any way. Karl Lowith therefore wrote that the problem of being had, in the countermovement to Hegel, already reached that point in Schelling where it was taken up again by Heidegger.
Karl Löwith, von Hegel zu Nietzsche. Der revolutionäre Bruch im Denken des 19. Jahrhunderts. p. 137.
Martin Blumentritt points out that the prefix un denotes negation, and that in Ungrund, it thus nuances the aspect of that which should not be, similar to the expressions misdeed, accident, etc. Heidegger's interpretations of Schelling, however, avoid precisely this core point that Schelling himself emphasized.
Blumentritt, Begriff und Metaphorik des Lebendigen, p. 342.
In fact, Heidegger replaces Ungrund with "you are sane" in his lecture on Schelling. However, when he encounters the fact that Ungrund is presupposed in Schelling's distinction between Grund and existence, Heidegger criticizes that "you are sane" and the distinction between Grund and existence are only side by side, in which they are themselves without truth and without the actual difference and therefore ontotheological. Schelling is to appear alongside Hegel as the completion of Western metaphysics, so that Heidegger's ontology can distinguish itself as the overcoming of both in the name of the "you are sane" and the actual difference between sane and seiendem. On the other hand, Heidegger also repeatedly emphasizes that Hegel and Schelling, at this pinnacle of metaphysics, and therein lies the German, had already begun to question metaphysics itself, just as Schelling's will of the reason was already the predecessor of Nietzsche's will to power, in which, however, there is a grain of truth in the midst of Heidegger's delusional construction. In fact, the will of reason, which Schopenhauer already knew how to align against the general, which in turn dissolves into mere representation, should be glorified in the form of the superhuman, as that irrationality in which all universality, truth, and reconciliation comes to naught. On the contrary, he is concerned, and in this the late philosophy of revelation again anticipates much of Sartre, with the potentia potentiae, by choosing a possibility of seeing himself set in freedom against his unthinkable being. By transforming unthinkable being, making it into an accidental one for himself, making it into potency, and thus removing it from himself. For the first unthinkable existence is not merely being, but a being wrapped up. Pure being through the negation that it has experienced, a being that is for itself independent now necessarily excludes that which was in this being as a being, likewise setting it for itself separate but freed from being as a being. End of quote. A being, however, that must persist in its original being, in which it is by itself, can only be rigid and immobile, dead and unfree. Even man must tear himself away from his being in order to begin a free being. The higher the power of this self-disengagement and externalization, objectification of involuntary being, the more productive, independent, and divine man appears. To free oneself from oneself is the task of all education. Those who cannot free themselves remain incapable. End of quote. The transcript of these late lectures on the philosophy of revelation was published by an old enemy of Schelling's, the Protestant theologian and anti-Semite H.E.G. Paulus, who was obviously intent on harming him, and so it remains an open question whether the text that has come down to us does particular justice to the lecture or distorts it. In any case, Schelling went much further in this than in his early investigations into the nature of human freedom, where he had drawn the conclusion from the realization of the ungrund or absolute indifference that preceded everything that it was only love that was not before, but still above the mind, and the opposite, the general, equal to everything and yet not grasped by anything, not the identity of opposites but also no longer indifference, that is everything in everything, or, in other words, the pure Christian mystification. Schelling could not hold on to the early system fragment without becoming Christian, without seeking the state in religion, which is none, for which the individual no longer has to sacrifice himself. This search can be traced in the original version of the Philosophy of Revelation from the early 1830s. In it, sacrifice is seen as the principle that must be broken through in order for inner enlightenment to become possible. But Schelling almost only speaks of states here in the negative sense, in that they open the door and gate for crimes that no creature can foresee. End of quote. Of course, Schelling can only do this because he thinks of man as a kind of world sovereign. Each realm of creation is placed under the rule of a sovereign, but this sovereign was destined to be subject to the general sovereign, man. But if this general and supreme ruler is deprived of his power, and the fall of man is nothing other than the loss of this rule, then all those subordinate powers or spirits can rise up and man falls into their power. End of quote. It is all the more paradoxical, but also characteristic of his philosophy, that he, who was considered a Christian thinker and opponent of Hegel, was called to Berlin by the particularly romantically minded Friedrich Wilhelm IV to eradicate Hegelian thought and save the Prussian state from the revolutionary ambitions of the young Hegelians. But then he lectured to an audience that included Bakunin and Kierkegaard, and his lectures, without naming the state, of course, came very close to the oldest system fragment again. It may therefore be no coincidence that George Lukács, when writing The Destruction of Reason, wanted to fix the starting point of irrationalism that led to Hitler and Schelling, and in this way at the end of the path from Hegel to Stalin sealed the, as Adorno already wrote, destruction of his own reason. What he presents here as the philosophy of mythology reveals precisely this principle of sacrifice and anticipates the conceptual preconditions of a critique that would soon denounce the fetish of commodities. For example, when he says that the entire mythological process, although in itself a real one, i.e. one independent of the freedom and thinking of man, in this respect objective, yet only in consciousness, not outside it, thus only through the generation of ideas. Only when the figures of the mythological process are broken through as the products of a false life process of consciousness, and traces of transcendental revelation are discovered in it, does consciousness go beyond Hegel. Just as Marx went beyond the commodity fetish and yet, speculating on the role of the labor leader, repeatedly veered into a conception of history according to which humanity only sets itself tasks that it can also solve, Schelling saw himself as being visibly compelled to tie those traces of transcendental revelation back to Christian faith. If God cannot be the transcending being that he is in Schelling's philosophy without the preceding blind being, and if he can rightly be deciphered as a cipher for the rational organization of humanity, then for Schelling, who at the same time wants to assert himself as the German master of philosophy, this is only a thought of the moment, a precondition of the matter, not of time in the next sentence. From eternity, namely, only God sees himself as the Lord to suspend his unremembered being. Mika Brumlik was amazed, however, when he realized in his study of the relationship between philosophical idealism and Judaism that Schelling was the exception to the rule that German idealism always felt called upon to make concessions to antisemitism. Whether it was late Kant or early Fichte and Hegel or even young Marx. Not only did Schelling, like Hegel in his later work on legal philosophy, advocate emancipation and the granting of full civil rights to Jews, but in his philosophy of history he also attempted to think of Christianity in terms of the conceptual tools of Jewish mysticism and, conversely, to understand Judaism itself as the cosmic shell of the future. According to Schelling, it still has a connection with the true historical process. For, in absolute terms, that is to say negatively, in terms of the state, the Jewish people became the bearers of divine history because they were least able to found states in the service of the world spirit. Brumlik rightly refers to a remark about mediating peoples from the 1848 diary in this context. They carry what is above the peoples, more vividly than others, and among them, different nationalities can also feel elevated to humanity, united and happy. Those who know the significance of the metaphor of the living, for Schelling can all the more exclude the possibility that the philosopher, like Nietzsche later, meant by this mediation the identification of the Jews with money, which is what moves the anti-Semites in their innermost being. But the fact that the Jews were not spared the task of founding their own state against the world spirit is beyond the hostility and friendship of German idealism towards the Jews. It was precisely the fact that, unlike Hobbes, Spinoza was not concerned with a theory of the state that was guided by the exclusive consideration of the preservation of bare life, that initially fascinated the young Leo Strauss about Spinoza. It is as if he wanted to use this philosopher to provide Zionism with a metaphysical basis, because the appeal to Hobbes was not enough. The polemic that the anti-Zionist Hermann Cohen had opened against Spinoza provided a welcome opportunity for this. For Spinoza, the state was not a demand as it was for Hobbes, but a condition of being that is always fulfilled, albeit to varying degrees. Strauss defended Spinoza's philosophy against the neo-Kantian attack with Hegel. The dedication of the Spinoza essay to Franz Rosenzweig should also be seen in this context. Only the rational state has endurance. Only the rational state is truly real in the long term, is how he interprets Spinoza. At the same time, however, Strauss recognizes something of the problematic nature of Hegel's concept of the people. What was still a metaphysical unity for Hegel falls apart again, as with Spinoza, into the multitude and the wise. The unity that the rational state requires cannot therefore do without religion. Spinoza, because he asserts the unbridgeable gulf between the wise and the multitude, must ascribe a function and a meaning to religion in its difference from superstition, as Plato once did in the Nomoi. He must ask, how can the crowd, which is addicted to the imaginative effect of life, be persuaded to behave in a way that is not guided by reason, but is at least somewhat in line with reason, socially beneficial, and not just any state but a free state? How can the imaginative effect of life be protected from the danger of falling prey to superstition? And the answer, he says, is to recognize religion as a special norm for the crowd of average people, indeed to demand it, since it cannot achieve the perfect state of the wise. But for Spinoza, superstition was the great danger for this state. Superstition is always and everywhere a force of hatred and division. Religion, on the other hand, is called for as a force of love and peace. End of quote. The synthesis that Spinoza offered lost some of its power of persuasion. However, when Strauss read Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, who to a certain extent created a new basis for superstition, they discovered a meaning in hatred and division that promised to reestablish the unity of the state and finally to eliminate the gulf between the wise and the multitude. Strauss initially saw in Heidegger something like the completion of the wise man in the sense of Spinoza, the completion of atheism at any rate. But while Spinoza said that a free man thinks of nothing less than death, and that his wisdom is a reflection on life, not on death, the sage from Meßkirch proclaimed that freedom itself consists only in being free for death, and that only this freedom gives existence the ultimate goal, and in this, there can no longer be any difference between religion and superstition, the wise and the multitude. As soon as Heidegger approaches the political, even if only a little, existence appears as a people in which, by virtue of being free for death, there is no longer any break between the wise and the multitude. The people is fate. Like the crisis from utilization, Heidegger draws the consequences from Hegel's philosophy of identity by eliminating its mediations, and for this elimination he uses everything that the abandonment of religion has left behind: fear, anxiety, guilt, abandonment. With Carl Schmitt's concept of the political, this freedom for death in the people receives its theological political treatise. Since Strauss is currently dealing with it intensively, he is thrown back on Hobbes, and has to recognize that he has thought and formulated the things that matter in the confrontation with Heidegger and Schmitt more radically than Spinoza. For Schmitt, it is part of the nature of the political association that it can demand willingness to die from members of its own people. It is no coincidence that Hobbes at least limits this entitlement. For example, anyone who leaves the ranks in battle out of fear for his life, according to Hobbes, only acts dishonorably but not unjustly, and we know how little importance Hobbes attaches to honor. The state can justifiably demand only conditional obedience from the individual, namely obedience that does not conflict with the preservation or conservation of the life of this individual, for the safeguarding of life is the ultimate reason for the state. Therefore, although a person is otherwise obliged to unconditional obedience, he is not obliged to risk his life. After all, death is the greatest evil. Hobbes does not shy away from the consequence of explicitly denying the virtue of courage. For Strauss, Hobbes is thus the founder of liberalism, differing from him only in that he knows and sees what the liberal, civilizing ideal must fight against, namely the natural wickedness of man. In an illiberal world, he establishes the foundations of liberalism against the, if I may so express it, illiberal nature of man. While those who came later, ignorant of their premises and goals, trusted in the original goodness of human nature, grounded in God's creation and providence, or, on the basis of scientific neutrality, cherished hopes for an improvement of nature, to which the experience of man about himself gives no right. End of quote. Strauss now seems to include Spinoza among these latter, but in truth he remains true to Spinoza. While he can see in Schmidt's concept of the political only a liberalism with the opposite sign, whereby the sign is precisely the idolatry of the willingness to die, he would first like to gain a horizon beyond liberalism. To this end, he, like Spinoza, weakens the primacy of foreign policy perceived in Hobbes, which is, however, the actual condition for Hobbes being able to establish liberalism in an illiberal world, anthropologizing the primacy as the illiberal nature of man. Like Spinoza, Strauss seeks a substance of order, which he initially finds in Spinoza's immediate sources, the Jewish Arab Middle Ages, and from there going further back to where the ancient idea of the concrete nomos was still alive in antiquity itself, namely in Plato. His letter to Carl Schmitt from September 1932 makes clear how he does this. He believes that the common basis of his theory and that of Schmitt can be seen in what he calls the last foundation of the right, the principle of the natural wickedness of man taken as decisive for Hobbes. Because man is evil by nature, therefore he needs rule. But rule can only be established, i.e. people can only unite in a single entity against other people. Any union of people is necessarily a union against other people. The tendency to close ranks, and thus the friend-foe grouping of humanity, is inherent in human nature. It is, in that sense, fate. End of quote. But now he comes to the central difference, that which separates him from his teacher and which ultimately should also make it possible for Schmitt to openly support National Socialism, as Strauss may have feared at this point. But the political understood in this way is not the constitutive principle of the state, of the order, but only the condition of the state. However, this hierarchical relationship between the political and the state is not sufficiently emphasized in your writing, as I believe. End of quote. However, this was not Hobbes' view, as Strauss insinuates here. Hobbes rather denied that those who are evil are so by nature. For the passions that come from the animal nature are not evil in themselves, but only the actions that arise from them are sometimes evil, namely when they are harmful and at the same time violate duty. Children who are not given everything they desire cry and get angry, even hitting their parents. This behavior is in their nature. Nevertheless, they are blameless and not evil. End of quote. However, they apparently only avoid becoming evil as adults if they conclude the treaty to found the state, submit to the sovereign thus created, and abide by the laws that have become universally valid in this way. For Strauss, the primacy of foreign policy is only a function of the fact that people need to be ruled, if the evil that he ascribes to man in an anthropologizing way is not to triumph completely. But there is good order and bad order. Both have exclusion and friend-foe relations between states as a condition. But something else is constitutive must be constitutive if evil is not to triumph in the order itself in such a way that exclusion itself, the friend-foe relationship, in other words, the mere unity of a people already constitutes the state and can even take the place of the state and the order, as National Socialism as a barbaric multitude, Adorno, actually said about doing. Strauss hopes to find this other, which can be the good order, in ancient philosophy, where the good of the state and pedagogy as the theory of the state were at issue, without having to speak of the friend-enemy relationship between states as a precondition of the state itself. For Hobbes, this good, which is to be considered in isolation, was precisely the point at which he contradicted ancient philosophy. For him, there is no finus ultimus, i.e. ultimate goal, or summum bonum, i.e. highest good, of which the writings of the ancient moral philosophers speak and from which they wanted to derive the state as a pedagogical superinstitution, whether in the state of nature or in the state of the state. If there is such a thing as bliss, then it is not a state of bliss but a constant progression of desire from one object to another. To always conquer one's neighbor is happiness, and to give up the race is to die, and for the rest, human life is solitary, poor, disgusting, animal, and short. It seems as if Strauss believed he recognized in this dark anthropological assessment what connects the concept of the political with Leviathan and misunderstood it as a central point, although he knew that Schmitt, unlike Hobbes, also in the definition of the state of nature, the war of all against all, did not start from individuals but from groups, or rather from the people. And that Schmitt was prepared to sacrifice the Hobbesian concept of the state to this people as a community, as was soon to be seen. The significance that Strauss attributed to Plato's state as the basis of good order, as opposed to Leviathan, in order to distance himself from Carl Schmitt, was gained on the other hand by revelation religion for the avoidance of Heidegger. In the preface to the American reprint of the Spinoza essay, Strauss writes that every claim to an absolute experience, that says that what is experienced is not the experiencer, that it is not flesh and blood but something completely different, death or nothingness, is merely an image or interpretation. And the fact that some interpretation is simply the true interpretation is not known, but merely believed. Strauss sees Heidegger's attempt to complete atheism on a Christian basis as a failure, Heidegger's understanding of man, which he contrasts with the Greek understanding of man as a rational being, is primarily the biblical understanding of man as created in the image of God. Accordingly, he interprets human life in the light of being toward death, fear, conscience, and guilt. In this most important respect, he is much more Christian than Nietzsche. The efforts of the new thinking to escape the evidence of the biblical understanding of man, that is, biblical morality, have failed. And as we have learned from Nietzsche, biblical morality demands the biblical God. End of quote. That is why Strauss ultimately believes that the Platonic concept of the state alone offers the possibility of accepting the concrete order of revelation, so that Spinoza's solution could apply again under different conditions. The atheistic sage and the believing multitude form a unity that is not a leviathan, not a monster. A unity that ultimately consists in the question of the truly good order, of the truly good life, of the perfect community, not, as with Hobbes, from the point of view of the least evil. As much as this question, which seems like a political reformulation of Spinoza's concept of substance, contains a promise of happiness that Hobbes denies, as much as it shifts the focus to collective order itself through its recourse to antiquity, instead of the individual, which was at the center of Hobbes's thinking. The last word and the ultimate justification of Spinoza's critique is atheism out of intellectual honesty, which radically overcomes orthodoxy by radically understanding it. End of quote. But this is not possible under the conditions of modernity. However eloquent this claim may be, it cannot hide the fact that its basis is an act of will, of faith, and that being based on faith is fatal for any philosophy. End of quote. It is obvious that Strauss wants to restore the transcendence, the unity without separation, that Spinoza postulated, to take it back into separation, in order to escape the net of immanence that science has drawn over the world. For he recognizes that from the standpoint of science there can only be determination and derivation. There is no place in this thinking for the non-causal and freedom, because it must still fail at an infinite and because there is always a moment when it must exclude itself from its own experimental setup. Strauss attempts to return to revelation. Only it can make the unexpected, the humanly unforeseeable, the subject. But Strauss, who was basically an atheist, also despaired of the separation of knowledge and revelation, of Athens and Jerusalem, because he was far too honest to deny, as so many religiously inclined scientists do, that the one could by no means complement the other, that rather philosophy and religion would forever question each other. For someone like Gershom Scholem, this hopelessness meant that Strauss was, in a sense, indeed, mad. He had seriously grappled with the fact that the world collapses when you reveal to it the secret that there is no God. End of quote. Even if the secret is not revealed, the victory of religion over the self-destruction of rational philosophy, which becomes flagrant in Heidegger, is by no means an unmitigated blessing for Strauss. And here we see once again the keen sense of the thinker who came from a Jewish background for the situation of Jews in the Christian and Muslim world. For it was a victory not only of Jewish orthodoxy, but of every orthodoxy, and Jewish orthodoxy based its claim to superiority over other religions from the very beginning on its superior rationality. End of quote. However, the epilogue to the American New Edition of the Spinoza text breaks off here. Returning to Plato's Republic, Machiavelli or Hobbes can be criticized, but in fact nothing can be said about what is fatal about equating religions. How, for example, the balance of modern Zionism and Jewish orthodoxy in Israel differs from the interweaving of secular state and Sharia in the countries around Israel. It is characteristic of the left's reception of Strauss that they do not even perceive this criticism and accuse him of the same instrumental approach to religion that he saw in Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Spinoza. Quote, religion is understood by Strauss as a factor of social integration and as a resource through which a containment of politics is possible. Harold Bloom, The Order of Order. The Political Philosophy of Leo Strauss, page 188. Stefan Steiner argues along similar lines, without even bothering to study Strauss's writings on Hobbes and Spinoza. What these leftists and liberals see as the fundamental flaw in his thinking is actually to be found in his approach to dialectics, a concept of reason which is one and unchangeable or it is not. Leo Strauss, German Nihilism 1941, which enables him to simultaneously adhere to the separation of reason and revelation. This impossibility of recognizing anything about the situation of the Jews after Auschwitz, about Israel, from the concept of the state in ancient philosophy is the real crux of the neoconservative positions not only of Strauss but also of Vogelin and Arendt. This legacy is still being labored over by American neoconservatives, who have been able to gain a certain amount of political influence since Ronald Reagan's term of office, and some of whom emerged directly or indirectly from the school of Leo Strauss. Thus, Francis Fukuyama's end of history was nothing other than the end of neoconservative reflection, which Leo Strauss and even Alan Bloom always knew how to relate to both Athens and Jerusalem, while today's vulgar neoconservatives, especially those based in Europe, invoke Athens and demonize Jewish monotheism, as the German ancient historian Egon Flage does in his book Gegen den Strom, Against the Current. Whereas Fukuyama was once at least able to suggest that history could be set in motion again, even in a bad sense, because its end was a very sad time. He has now become a self-confessed Europhile. He not only condemns the policies of the Bush administration as naive and too idealistic, but also puts himself in the shoes of a Muslim brother and sees the invisible hand turning everything to good account. Quote, "If you are a Muslim brother today and look at these two models of Islamic states, Iran and Turkey, which of the two would you rather be? Turkey is rich, its economy is growing, it is successful, it is stable. Iran is poor and under a regime of sanctions. If I were a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, I would choose the Turkish model, Die Welt, for 2011. Where Turkey is heading in its overall stability, what role it might play in the international advancement of the Muslim Brotherhood and the increase in power of the Islamic Republic of Iran, that we are dealing with processes here and not with a choice between two states. The common sense that is able to put itself in everyone else's shoes, but not out of itself, can understand as much of this as Karl Popper understood of negative dialectics. These arguments, however, are just as convincing in today's public as the intention to arrange them in such a way that Israel no longer needs to be discussed. During the administration of George W. Bush, the Deputy Defense Minister Paul Wolfowitz, who had studied under the eminent Strauss disciple Alan Bloom and had even attended Strauss's seminars, was depicted as a self-ironic caricature on a Straussian website. Dressed in a toga and wearing a laurel wreath, while anti-Semitic and anti-American opponents never tire of depicting him, above all, as a bloodthirsty Jew with a Star of David in their caricatures and conspiracy theories, whereby Leo Strauss is not infrequently conjured up as a demon in the background. The left liberal public in the USA has also contributed its share to this. In this context, Benjamin Lazier recalled the play embedded by the well-known Hollywood actor Tim Robbins, and anyone who reads this will hardly be surprised by the development of U.S. politics under Obama. The play is strange, but nowhere more so than in one infamous scene. A black mass in honor of the deceased political philosopher Leo Strauss, conducted by candlelight by advisors to President Bush in the run-up to the Frag War. Characters who are transparent representations of Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, and Condoleezza Rice masturbate with abandon, all the while yelping "Hail Leo Strauss" beneath an outsized portrait of his face. The scene reaches a climax with this verbal ejaculation from Wolfowitz, "I'm hard. I'm rock hard." Benjamin Lazier, Natural Right and Liberalism, Leo Strauss in Our Time. In Modern Intellectual History, June 2009, page 171. Stefan Steiner, who distances himself from such tastelessness, is basically just practicing a somewhat more refined form of the anti-Strauss masquerade. If Strauss succeeded in making something of the dialectic of enlightenment visible in the political Steiner, who wants nothing to do with this dialectic, but does point out the proximity of Strauss's thinking to Adorno and Horkheimer, sees it as a morally reprehensible staging. Quote, "The fact that he declares the victims of National Socialism to be responsible for the National Socialist seizure of power and the failure of Weimar democracy is the real scandal of his political philosophy." But without the perspective of German prehistory, his book Nadirekt und die Geschichte could become a classic and stage the liberal ideas of historicism as an enemy and destroyer of a liberal democratic order. In this way, specific discourses of liberalism criticism of the conservative revolution successfully reached the USA at the end of the Second World War. End of quote. That Strauss ultimately sided with Churchill even before the USA entered the war seems to Steiner to be quite arbitrary, prompted solely by the famous speech in which Churchill spoke of blood, sweat, and tears. Steiner only wants to see insincerity when Strauss, in his speech on German nihilism, suddenly equates the defense of modern civilization, which had previously been so harshly condemned over 40 pages, with the defense of the eternal principles of civilization in general, because in this way he can pretend to have always been on their side. The fact that this transition to the defense of civilization could already have something to do with certain Jewish traditions in his earlier criticism of modernity is a question that Steiner is not even willing to raise. Just as he is unable to grasp the philosophical difference between Heidegger and Strauss, he necessarily plays down Schmitt, Heidegger, and National Socialism as a whole, believing that he is thereby also giving the best of selected irony. Quote, "Fortunately, Churchill came along as a new Caesar, which was at least a somewhat happier choice than Schmitt's and Heidegger's option for Hitler." End of quote. What Steiner glosses over in passing, however, perhaps best demonstrates the infamy of his entire presentation. Namely that in the case of Churchill, who, like Franklin D. Roosevelt, incidentally continued to praise Mussolini as a great statesman and lawmaker until 1935 and initially wavered in his judgment of Hitler, a very similar development in the assessment of Germany can be observed as in the case of Strauss. In the toga, one can see no wonder, given such enemies, what Strauss himself, and in direct reference to Hermann Cohen, perceived in Spinoza, that his motivation was fear. Even though he may have been under immediate threat from religious fanatics in the Jewish community of Amsterdam, the fear had its actual object in Christian society, and so Spinoza appealed to the Christian prejudices that include anti-Jewish prejudices. In Conatus, that fear, detached from the individual, is both repressed and preserved. For it is from it that, unlike Descartes, who seems to ignore fear, like the political, perhaps a sign of his noble origins and military career, the mode of the state in general is also determined, so that in particular it still enables the one who can protect the Jews from the hatred of other peoples. The non-Jewish and bourgeois Englishman Hobbes, on the other hand, found himself in the privileged position of almost always having a protector who could protect him, despite his flight, exile, remigration, and constant threat due to his writings. In the midst of the civil wars, he was thus able to speak openly about fear and, in contrast to the prevailing prejudices, to derive the concept of the state from it. Even the turn that Locke was able to give to the concept of substance cannot be seen independently of such privileges. Hobbes' writings, therefore, had something going for them. 3 years after his death, the University of Oxford issued a decree against certain pernicious books and condemnable teachings that must have a destructive effect on the sacred persons of princes, their governments and states, and on all human society. In particular, the doctrine that self-preservation is the fundamental law of nature, which precedes the obligation of all others, is condemned. Hobbes's De Civ and Leviathan are mentioned in this context. A few days later, a large book burning took place, which was attended by a large crowd and accompanied by jubilant cheering. The students danced around the pyre. Man lives from nature, which means that nature is his body, with which he must remain in a constant process in order not to die. The statement that the physical and spiritual life of man is connected with nature has no other meaning than that nature is connected with itself, for man is a part of nature. But at the same time he is not, otherwise the necessity of remaining in constant process with it in order to maintain itself would be mute, and the formation of the five senses would by no means be the work of the whole of world history up to now, including industry, as Marx recognizes in the same manuscripts, but merely an unconscious process within natural history. Abelard had already broken with this in his conception of labor and opus. However, if the senses, and with them what they perceive, can still be understood as nature that is related to itself, then money, or the form of wealth, which Marx ultimately dealt with so intensively in his studies on capital, can no longer be understood as such. See the relevant passages in the penultimate section of the economic philosophical manuscripts, which are, however, more inspired by Goethe's Faust and Shakespeare's Timon than by classical economics, e.g., "What I cannot do qua man, what all my individual essential powers cannot do, I can do through money." Money thus turns each of these essential powers into something that it is not in itself, i.e., into its opposite. It transforms loyalty into infidelity, love into hatred, hatred into love, virtue into vice, vice into virtue. He who can buy bravery is brave even if he is cowardly. Since money does not exchange itself for a certain quality, for a certain thing, for human essential forces, but for the whole human and natural objective world, it therefore exchanges, from the point of view of its owner, every quality for every quality and object, even those that contradict it. This wealth appears as an immense collection of commodities and the individual commodity in it as its elementary form, which does not occur in nature at all, nor does the abstract labor that Marx undertakes to uncover as the substance of value in it. The latter is a substance which, in contrast to man, contains no atom of natural substance, and, like a Ballard's trinity, consists only of relations. However, if individuals want to participate in wealth, even if it is only in order not to die, they must remain in a constant process with this very substance, while its self-preservation is in turn indispensably linked to a miraculous increase in money G to G prime. For value constantly passes from one form to the other without losing itself in this movement, and thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. It has acquired the occult quality of setting value because it is value. It throws live young, or at least lays golden eggs. With this travesty of self-preservation as reproduction, drawn from the animal kingdom, Marx playfully ignored the consequences of his findings, which were so unhealthy. Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno emphasized them as all the more oppressive, whereby their dialectic of Enlightenment diagnoses the independence that Marx sees through value in a reason that took into account the enforcement of power relations long before that of the capital relation. While value does not contain an atom of natural substance from the outset, it appears almost as the business of the Enlightenment, as a continuation of myth, to educate individuals for this very purpose, i.e. to repress their own instinctive nature as well as their connection with extrahuman nature in the name of self-preservation to such an extent that domination is not called into question and true reconciliation, which also encompasses the relationship to nature, is thwarted. Such repression has inherited the legacy of sacrifice, including the last one. Just as Jesus sacrificed his life in order to take upon himself the suffering of mankind, so bourgeois reason teaches us to suppress our instincts for the sake of self-preservation, which it puts in the place of God. However, this self-preservation held identically by reason is now, and this brings the dialectic of the Enlightenment to the present in the course of the development of capitalism under certain conditions, which are only vaguely named the rule of private groups over the economic apparatus, no longer separable from self-destruction. The emphasis is to be placed on the epithets according to which self-preservation in the face of the necessity of life is not somehow, but identically held fast, culminating in the transcendental subject of the critique of pure reason. It was Alfred Sohnrethel who located money precisely here, the bare coin of the a priori. Even the young Marx called logic the money of the mind. Without Adorno and Horkheimer wanting to adopt Sohnrethel's basic idea, it nevertheless finds its way into their reflections on the dialectic of enlightenment, specifically where they feel compelled to replace the concept of the subject with that of the self. Inspired by the Greek term alpha tau, they use it to express abstraction from nature. Spinoza's sentence conatus sici conservandi primum et unicum virtutis est fundamentum contains the true maxim of all Western civilization, in which the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie come to rest. The self, which after the methodical eradication of all natural traces as mythological should no longer be body, blood, soul, or even natural ego, sublimated into the transcendental or logical subject, formed the reference point of reason, the law-giving authority of action. According to the Enlightenment and Protestantism, those who abandon themselves to life in an immediate way, without any rational relationship to self-preservation, fall back into the prehistorical. The drive as such is mythical like superstition. Serving the God that the self does not postulate is insane like drunkenness. Progress has prepared the same fate for both, worship and the sinking into immediate natural being. It has cursed the self-forgetfulness of thought as well as that of lust. Mediated by the principle of the self is the social labor of each individual in the bourgeois economy. It is supposed to give back to some the increased capital, to others the power of surplus work. In this way, self-preservation also comes under suspicion along with the self, and with good reason. It is no coincidence that it sounds like self-sufficiency and subsistence of being reduced to one's own modest means, as the opposite of the formation of the five senses that Marx spoke of, and of a supposed promise of happiness whose mere condition, which as such should not be questioned, quite the opposite, is already hypostatized as an end and goal, for example according to the motto, "Fortunately I can still preserve myself." As in a reference to Spinoza, Adorno later states that even if it is not possible to imagine a better world or even a better person, we can very well determine the points at which our society does not correspond to its own concept, namely that of a transparent connection between people for the preservation of their own lives. This is related to the fact that Adorno did not escape the dilemma of having to invoke the need for self-preservation as a drastic egoistic interest, in his efforts to educate against self-destruction after Auschwitz, the hardening of which was still considered a core problem of the dialectic of Enlightenment's critique. It is precisely this moderation in accordance with the conservatio sui that has to make itself useful as a restriction on the reproduction of labor power so that value can lay its golden eggs, i.e. for the greater glory of G to G'. However, as a prerequisite for freeing oneself from the constraints of this accumulation, self-preservation could only be spoken of in the same way as materialism, i.e. negatively in terms of liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Self-preservation would then have to be defined in such a way that it cannot be taken as a self-evident unity, but always only as something to be produced or gained, something that can only be brought about in separation. And in this sense, even the transcendental I, from which the critique of pure reason proceeds, can initially be understood as a mere negation of everything that, as substance or being, seeks to deny the separation of subject and object. In other words, the transcendental vis-a-vis nature, which contains nothing and can only be pure identity, would then be an appeal to first find the unity in which individuals can reproduce themselves without simultaneously falling over each other, or formulated as a question from Adorno's Beethoven commentary. How can there be a whole without violence being done to the individual? Because when turned into a positive, the forms in which individuals should live and survive are immediately sedimented in their concept, as in a false imperative. You must be able to sustain yourself for the sake of your maturity, paraphrase of the infamous "he who does not work shall not eat." Separated from the individuals and transferred to the nation, it goes by the name of autarky and in the crisis is directed against the forms of mediation of capital itself and in particular against its most comprehensive form, the world market. Breaking it apart, and that also means its other side, the sovereignty of the individual states into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, Adorno, of geopolitical Grossraum and rackets, falling over each other only brings forth the whole potential of annihilation inherent in the capital relationship, which was directed against the Jews, who were identified with finance capital and the world market, and which the German Volksgemeinschaft was supposed to understand as its identity. In his appraisal of Franz Neumann's Behemoth, Adorno said that the idea of this book was abruptly opposed to the surface ideas of monolithic fascism, in that it revealed that the National Socialist state, which propagated itself as totally unified, was in reality pluralistic. The political will was formed through the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself in free movement any longer, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. This is how Horkheimer ended his conversation with Adorno in 1946 about a possible continuation of their joint work on the dialectic of enlightenment with the question: to what extent does one have to participate in self-preservation and to what extent is it madness? A remark by Adorno in one of his lectures on the doctrine of history and freedom can be understood as a paraphrase of this question. The reasonableness of history can only be proven by who history is now actually reasonable for. If this reason, whose own concept is formed by the self-preservation of the individual, no longer has a subject at all for whom it is reasonable, then it turns into unreason. See also the minutes of the last joint seminar held by Adorno and Horkheimer on the subject-object dialectic, in which the suspicion nourished by Marx's ironically disparaging attitude towards philosophy is cast into doubt that his preponderance of the object, justified by the necessity of the reproduction of subject through object, is an ontological one. And against this ontologizing reading of the Critique of Political Economy, the Protocol, by Maya Esterlin from June 26, 1969, continues, the imperative of physical self-preservation is not the sole constituent of social formation. Just how difficult it has become to separate self-preservation from madness sheds light on the problems that existed from the outset in representing its forms, in other words, in defining the concepts of political economy. This is particularly evident in Marx's transition to the critique of these concepts. Here, alongside Hegel's philosophy of law, he focused on the emancipation of the Jews by initially criticizing two texts by Bruno Bauer on the Jewish question for the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher. Marx had just understood, one could say with David Nirenberg, that Judaism was not only the religion of specific people with specific beliefs, from which, incidentally, his own ancestors came, but also a repertoire of ideas and attributes with which non-Jews like Bruno Bauer could interpret and criticize their world. In fact, Marx criticizes Bauer for turning the Jewish question back into a purely religious question. The theological scruple as to who is more likely to be saved, Jew or Christian, is repeated in the enlightened form. Which of the two is more capable of emancipation? But Bauer himself is peculiarly fixated on the Jewish religion. The Jew always remains a Jew, even if he is a citizen. He is, so to speak, only concerned with his self-preservation as a Jew. Like the young Hegel, the young Hegelian attributes this Jewish and limited nature to the belief in the law, which always triumphs over human and political obligations. While the Jews continue to be ruled by their abstract ceremonial laws and therein by a bottomless Mosaism, Christianity countered the absolute transcendence expressed in this lack of freedom from the law with a liberating element of immanence in the form of God incarnate, which already leads to the favored atheism. In this seemingly purely theological criticism, which brings to mind Paul's letter to the Romans and a Baylard's commentary on it, Bauer, as Jonathan Sperber notes, writes himself into a rage. The Enlightenment expressed itself in Judaism by hating it, because all states and peoples were unjustified before the One, before Jehovah, and have no right to exist. Its Jesuitism was mere cunning of sensual egoism, even animal lust. It was so clumsy and disgusting that one could only turn away from it with disgust. Marx, on the other hand, advocated the emancipation of the Jews at a time when he was still editor of the Rheinische Zeitung in Cologne and declared himself willing to write a petition for the Jews to the Landtag, to the head of the local Israelites, as he wrote to Arnold Ruge. As repugnant as the Israelite faith is to me, Bauer's view seems too abstract. The aim is to poke as many holes in the Christian state as possible and to smuggle in what is reasonable, as much of us as possible. Although Bauer's hate-filled enragement is not a problem for him, as he often attacks political opponents of Jewish origin with similar-sounding defamations in letters and polemics, he is all the more committed to the demand for emancipation and wants the question to be put in more concrete political terms. Irrespective of the difference between Judaism and Christianity, which now seems to have become obsolete, he distinguishes between the forms of state themselves and, within political emancipation, speaks out decidedly against the Christian state in Germany as a backward form and in favor of the North American free states as the most advanced form, advanced in that here the state stands above religions as a general matter and any particular religion becomes a secular question, in other words, a private matter. At this point, his comments on the Jewish question read like a liberal program for the defense of human and civil rights. At the same time, however, Marx wants to clarify the limits of all political emancipation. Only when man has recognized and organized his forces properes as social forces and therefore no longer separates the social force from himself in the form of the political force is human emancipation accomplished. However, in the following, shorter second part of his article, he uses Judaism of all things to explain what he understands by such social forces, and that means ex negativo. Bauer's purely religious question is to be transformed into the question of which particular social element is to be overcome in order to abolish Judaism. Paradoxically, he now calls this element a general antisocial element, which has been driven to its present height by the historical development in which the Jews have eagerly collaborated in this bad relationship, to a height at which it must necessarily dissolve. The dialectical point of Marx's essay lies in the necessity of Christians becoming Jews, understood as this a social element. He overturns Bauer's judgment as Raphael Gross, who incidentally investigated Bauer's great significance for Carl Schmitt, has pointed out. Christianity, understood in this way, needs one step more than Judaism for emancipation. For it must first transform itself back into practical Judaism in order to be able to emancipate itself as a human being. However, in order to define the historical development in more detail, Marx now uses invectives that have been used since the rise of trade in cities in the Middle Ages, i.e. since a Bayard, to criticize, or better, perhorsize, everything that took place on the market and by means of money, interest, etc., and which consistently consist of identifying it with the Jews. Thus Marx speaks in those notorious words about the everyday Jew, in order to talk about the economy or, in his later terms, about circulation. What is the worldly ground of Judaism? Practical need, self-interest. What is the secular cult of the Jew? The haggler. What is the worldly god? The money. Well then, the emancipation from the haggler and from money, i.e. from practical, real Judaism, would be the self-emancipation of our time. He quotes Thomas Munzer on the degradation of nature through property in order to draw a parallel to the position of nature in the Jewish religion, and it is surprising that he does not let Luther have his say on the degradation of work by the Jews, since he writes, as if in a reference to his fecal comedy, from its own entrails, bourgeois society continually produces the Jew. At the time, Marx had hardly any idea of the national economic writings of Adam Smith or David Ricardo. In this, he even fell behind Hegel's philosophy of law to the most narrow-minded German tradition in matters of political economy, as represented by Fichte, while Engels does mention Smith and Ricardo in the same yearbook in which Marx's article appeared. However, their knowledge alone would hardly have prevented the identification with the proletariat, which was already evident at the same time in Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, as an alternative to the objective spirit and counter-identification with money, however conceived, from becoming a further incentive for anti-Semitic metaphors. However, Marx makes a reservation when he says that money has become a world power through the Jew and without him. For the studies now undertaken in Paris, inspired by Engels' yearbook essay, this without him becomes a principle of abstraction. Marx already refrains from linking money and Judaism in the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844. In the Critique of Political Economy, which was then taken up again in London and from which Capital ultimately emerged, one or two anti-Semitic remarks appear to illustrate something that cannot be illustrated at all, namely that self-preservation in the form of capital is to be thought of as completely independent of the individuals who must participate in it in order to at least have a chance of preserving themselves. Any allusion to Judaism can be safely omitted, however, without forfeiting any of the insights into this independence developed here. On the contrary, the radical nature of this real abstraction in the valorization process of capital, which is understood as an automatic subject, would have been expressed even more clearly if Marx had avoided such ironic allusions to the relationship of Jews to their religion in the sense of a philosophically turned ban on images. However, this does not change the fact that his critique of the fetishism of modern society developed here contre cœur, so to speak, provided the basis for a critical theory of antisemitism. The conceptual sharpness of the unfolded critique of political economy is necessary in order to make it impossible for a critique of economics to turn into persecutory resentment, or at least to make it decisively more difficult. However, it would then also have become more difficult to express partisanship in the class struggle as cynically as Marx liked to do at this time. Already in the German ideology, it was said that the bourgeois relates to the institutions of his regime as the Jew to the law. Later in Capital, the capitalist knows that all commodities, however ragged they may look or however bad they may smell, are in faith and in truth money inwardly cut Jews. This tendency became all the more independent after his death, when the critique of political economy was transformed into a party doctrine. The Marxist propaganda of class struggle resorted to anti-Semitic projections with varying intensity depending on the political situation, in order to make itself as anti-capitalist as possible and form alliances with other anti-Jewish forces. However, it regularly reached its highest intensity in the fight against Zionism. While the Jews are accused in the Christian tradition of having brought about the death of the divine Savior, these Marxist anti-Semites accuse them of wanting to exploit and ultimately destroy the revolutionary subject of the working class or the anti-imperialist Arabs. The accusation of the murder of God is hardly ever made openly. The denunciation of Jewish monotheism usually appears as a defense of pagan polytheism, as in Assmann 1996. A grotesque reminiscence of Aryan, non-Trinitarian Christianity which is no less dangerous. Thus it is assumed that this monotheism has materialized today in the form of the Zionist state, whose violence is born by a sacred terror of truth and exclusivity. Post-colonial theory can generally be understood as a complete synthesis of Christian and left-wing antisemitism. Its hallmark is collaboration with jihad and Islam, and its political counterpart is the European Union, insofar as its foreign policy amounts to appeasement towards the Islamic Republic of Iran and the global jihad. Marx, on the other hand, even knew how to point to a kind of inner impulse in his critique that stemmed from Judaism. In Bruno Bauer's Jewish Question, it was said that the Jews had caused counterpressure by exerting pressure against the springs of history, and at the same time this essay, following Hegel's philosophy of religion, claimed that the Jews had contributed nothing to the formation of modern times. One of Bauer's critics, the later rabbi of Dessau Samuel Hirsch, knew how to refer to the concept of Hegel's contradiction in his denial, according to which precisely this counterpressure must have been something for education. When Bauer replied, "A thorn in the side is also something, is that why it contributes to the development of my sense of sight?" Marx took this as an opportunity to at least playfully hint at his own origins for the first time in public. Despite his mocking jibes at Bauer's dreary opponents, "A thorn that sits in my eye from the hour of birth, like the Judaism of the Christian world, remains in place, grows with it and shapes itself, is not an ordinary thorn, but a wonderful one, a thorn that belongs to my eye and should even contribute to a highly original development of my sense of sight." Instead of explicating the metaphor, however, he refers in this remark from the Holy Family to his earlier essay on the Jewish Question, in which the significance of Judaism for the education of modern times had already been revealed to Mr. Bruno. The thorn is thus taken into consideration as a prerequisite for the critique of political economy, in the imminent distinction of a worldly God of the Jews from their actual God in Marx's Jewish question. This was basically already laid out. Wonderful is the thorn in that it would have to contribute to the realization of what money was really all about. 100 years later, Adorno and Horkheimer found a clearer formulation for this. The Jewish religion does not tolerate any word that would give comfort to the despair of all mortals. It attaches hope solely to the prohibition of invoking the false as God, the finite as the infinite, the lie as truth. The pledge of salvation lies in the renunciation of all faith that is subordinated to it, knowledge in the denunciation of delusion. This self-imposed task also opens up the possibility of understanding the Israelite faith as the history of the Jews. In an article on the history of the Eastern question for the New York Daily Tribune in 1854, Marx spoke of their situation in Jerusalem. Nothing resembled their misery and suffering. The constant objects of Mussulman oppression and intolerance, insulted by the Greeks, persecuted by the Latins, and living only upon the scanty alms transmitted by their European brethren. The connection through the Jewish religion suddenly appears here as a condition of survival, living only upon. Instead of fantasizing the worldly reason and cult of Judaism in self-interest and haggling, he now sees something that was not yet of any significance in the debate with Bauer, but was already alluded to in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law when he called religion the sigh of the oppressed creature. But this sigh is no more any sigh than if the religions were to be equated from the point of view of oppression without considering their relationship to one another. Marx emphasizes that the Jews in Palestine were not natives, but had come here from different, distant countries and quotes the French historian César Famine approvingly. Their regards turn to that mountain of Moriah, where once rose the Temple of Solomon, and which they dare not approach. They shed tears on the misfortunes of Zion and their dispersion over the world. Not long afterwards, another former left-wing Hegelian and former friend of Bauer and Marx published one of the first Zionist writings in the narrower sense under the title Rome and Jerusalem, The Last Nationality Question. It was Moses Hess who, it should be noted, appreciated Marx's new critique of political economy of 1859 despite his now strained relations with its author. Edmund Silberner, of all people, who so vehemently accused Marx of anti-Semitism, published Hess's draft review of Marx's critique of political economy for the first time. Moses Hess, projection of an unpublished article on Marx's critique of political economy, published in June 1859. Vladimir Zev-Jabotinsky placed Hess among the most important Zionists. We owe the Balfour Declaration to both Herzl and Rothschild, to both Pinsker and Moses Hess, but he added, but we owe it even more to the Bailu and their successors, the colonists, workers, teachers from Mechela in the north to Bukama in the south. The first group of Biluim went to Palestine in 1882 in the face of the pogroms and the new anti-Semitic laws in Russia. In order to cope with the difficult economic development there for sheer self-sustainability, they asked Baron Edmund James de Rothschild for funds for wine production, which developed into today's Carmel wineries. Soul means the limit up to which transience can come to consciousness. However little developed the commodity form was in the ancient polis, Plato's theory of the soul already contains the promise of immortality and demonstrates that it can be taken from the world of the gods and become the common property of the citizens. In Parmenides, the knowledge of this promise is reserved for the elect and is guarded as a secret by the goddess Dike. The migration of souls does not appear throughout, but only at the end of the Politeia as a reward or punishment like the Christian resurrection and the Last Judgment, but nevertheless as a repeated attempt at persuasion, hence the form of dialogue developed in philosophy, which differs characteristically from tragedy and comedy, as a kind of plea not to think too much about self-preservation and sensual pleasures. This also includes the fading out of foreign policy in the utopia of the state as projected by Plato. In the attempt to anchor the polis within the citizens, the immortality of the soul is argued for, and apparently also for the ideal state. However, as long as eternal life does not serve as a substitute for earthly rewards, Plato's dialogues remain open to the idea that immortality and the ideal state are nothing more than utopias in the sense that social life should be oriented towards them without ever being able to realize them. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to see Plato's state as a utopia in a simple sense. Leo Strauss, in particular, has drawn attention to the difficulty of his interpretation, who wants this work to be understood, if not as a dystopia, then rather as a thought experiment, albeit one that is indispensable and imperative for thought itself. Strauss wants to use it to show that ancient rationalism reflected its own limits in contrast to modern rationalism, including Kant. In other words, that the dialectic of enlightenment can still be undermined in Plato's world. The Politeia deals with justice. Its starting point is the hypothesis that a parallel can be drawn between the polis and the soul. If the polis, like the soul, could emulate justice, then such an entity as Plato describes would come about. It is, as Strauss says, an extreme abstraction in which the most important things are left out, and it is precisely this that proves the extent to which the state cannot be equated with the soul. It proves the inner limits of the polis, just as the soul itself is only able to achieve absolute harmony when it is considered separately from the body. What is possible in the consciousness of the individual leads in the life of the polis to the elimination of all forms of mediation and to the exercise of direct coercion and violence, which Plato, however, conceals in his depiction of the guardian state, the superego of the state, insofar as it is supposed to be recruited from philosophers and would therefore be dedicated to the unconstrained coercion of thought. The Republic cannot bring to light the nature of the soul because it abstracts from the body and from eros. By abstracting from the body and eros, the Republic in fact abstracts from the soul. The Republic abstracts from nature. This abstraction is necessary if justice as full dedication to the common good of a particular city is to be praised as choice worthy for the own sake. And why this praise is to be praised should not be need of an argument. As a result of the abstraction carried out by Plato following Socrates, it has become possible to simply dispense with predetermined differences between people and, for example, to question the unity of the family for the sake of the idea of justice. However, if the real structure of society refrains from doing so, state-imposed breeding of human beings and completely organized eugenics come onto the scene. Society can never become like the individual, and yet the question of the best form of society arises, which can obviously only be posed in analogy to the individual. While the polis citizen is called upon to find the right middle ground between opposites such as family or tribe inequality or state, Plato uses the polis to show, by formulating its utopia, that such a middle ground in the same sense cannot be possible here. The polis citizen may have concluded from this that the question of the best form of government should be replaced by the question of the better one. And Plato's late work on the nomoi itself refers to this. Strauss also emphasizes the same idea in Thucydides. There seems to be, according to him, something in the nature of the city which prevents it from rising to the height to which a man may rise. The state has no soul in and of itself and cannot have one. It is mortal in any case. This awareness of an antinomy is erased in the Christian treatment of Platonism to the extent that immortality is no longer understood as the transmigration of souls, but rather, as already hinted at in individual passages in Plato, as the otherworldly goal of souls, which is to be achieved for each individual soul without. And it is only Christianity that places great emphasis on this, anything in this world turning for the better as a result of this goal, whereas the Politeia would like to see it turn for the better, the realization of happiness, both in life and after death. Quote, "Now on this, O dear Glaucon, everything rests for man, and therefore we must take special care that each of us, setting aside all other knowledge, pursue only this knowledge and become its apprentice, as one comes to know and find out who can make him capable and knowledgeable of it, distinguishing good and bad ways of life, always and everywhere choosing the best from all available, taking into account everything just said and compared with each other, what it contributes to the efficiency of life and knowing what, for example, beauty is worth mixed with poverty or riches, and in what condition of the soul it brings about good or bad, and what good descent and bad, secluded life and statesmanlike, power and powerlessness, ignorance and ignorance, and all such things that are naturally attached to the soul or acquired, bring about when mixed together so that, taking them all together and looking at the nature of the soul, one can distinguish the worse and the better way of life, calling the worse the one that will cause the soul to become unrighteous, and the better the one that will make it righteous, but leaving everything else unattended. For we have seen that for this life and for the one after death this is the best choice. And holding firmly to this opinion, one must go to the underworld in order not to be blinded by riches and such evils there either, and not, by falling into tyrannies and other such deeds, to create much incurable evil and suffer even greater evil himself, but rather to know how to choose a middle life in relation to such things and to guard against excess in both directions, both in this life as far as possible and in every following life. For in this way man becomes most happy." Plato, The State, 618b 619a. Under Christian premises, the individual soul already experiences reconciliation in the midst of the unreconciled, supernaturally motivated postponement of justice through the prospect of eternal life and in the identification with the risen one, so that injustice may continue to exist. The polis is thus no longer perceived from the point of view of antinomy, as was the case with Plato and Thucydides, who, in contrast to the individual, understood it as soulless in and of itself, but knew how to judge it like the individual according to the question of justice. If Adorno wants to show in the commodity not only the unreconciled but also the promise of immortality, he is implicitly arguing against the idea of a reconciliation that has already occurred, which is embodied for Christians in Christ and, following him, for Marxists in the proletariat. In his late lectures on metaphysics, he made some of this explicit, insofar as Aristotle's philosophy is understood here as the only appropriate way to overcome Platonic thinking. It is precisely in this that Adorno abruptly contrasts metaphysics, as the first manifestation of which Aristotle's writings must be understood, with religion, in that it contains the tension and holds the opposition that Plato himself still, or already, approaching religion, so to speak, was only able to justify, through the doctrine of ideas. However, Adorno does not say that it was in a catechetical political context that Plato found the starting point for his theory of ideas. Namely, in his account of Socrates' death in the dialogues of the Apology, the Phaedo and the Crito, where the question is why Socrates submits to the judgment of the state, accepts it instead of fleeing, and suppresses the fear of violent death. Socrates' argument persuades us to submit to what is recognized as reasonable, the state and death. This can only happen at the cost of devaluing the sensual world of experience as the only form in which mediation, participation in the general, can still be thought. The sensual world of experience is embodied in Socrates' students and friends, and it is they whom the philosopher persuades in order to persuade his own fear, as it were. In the Apology, shortly after pronouncing his verdict, Socrates still assumes that death could be either a relocation of the soul to another place or a dreamless sleep, whose whole time does not seem longer than one night, and probably means that in this case any concept of time is superfluous. It is only in Criton and Phaedon, as the execution draws nearer, that he commits himself to the immortality of the soul, the evidence for which he sets out in the long conversations. It is part of the innermost essence of Aristotle's metaphysics that he abstracts from this very situation. The solution Socrates argues for is withdrawn, and the tension between the sensual and the supersensual, the individual and the general, to on and ta anta, is brought to the center. Metaphysics, according to Adorno, arises at the point where the world of experience is taken seriously, where its salvation is to take place. At the same time, however, the political appears to be suppressed. One could also say that Plato thought from the state, Aristotle from the commodity. Adorno himself hints at this connection when he points out en passant a little later that metaphysics was resurrected in the High Middle Ages in the era of urban bourgeois culture. In fact, Plato is able to focus more sharply on the political. When Adorno criticizes Aristotle's theory of ideas for the inconsistency of conceiving of ideas as separate from the sensory world of experience and at the same time as its causes, i.e. that they are utterly isolated from the very world of experience that they are supposed to move at the same time, it is ignored that for Plato this separation is dictated by necessity, according to which the polis citizen, especially in war, had to be prepared to sacrifice his sensory world of experience to the unity of the polis, and in this respect the idea could actually determine what happened in this world as something absolutely separate from the world of experience. The separation had to be accentuated all the more because the polis was a state that did not yet know a sovereign in itself. The society of exchange did not pass over, or rather, did not leap over into the capital relation as it did in modernity, under whose law it was to stand from then on. In other words, it was not oriented towards all individuals being potential commodity owners and therefore being able to be considered equal before the law and the sovereign. It was this vanishing point that would then enable Hobbes, unlike Plato, to justify equality no longer from the thought experiment of a state utopia, but on the contrary from the state of nature. Man and woman, master and servant are equal insofar as one is capable of killing the other. This corresponds to Hobbes's critique of pure rationalism, which is exactly opposed to Plato and is usually referred to as sensualist materialism. It is that substance can only exist on the condition that it has a body, with one exception, of course, God. Apart from God, according to Hobbes, there are only corporeal substances. After all, as Ottfried Hoff also states in this context, he breaks out of the continuum of a materialistic philosophy. As a result, materialism is theologically, or more precisely Judeo-Christianly, weakened. The special proximity to Judaism becomes clear only indirectly in this interpretation. For example, when Hoff, referring to the 34th chapter of Leviathan, rightly emphasizes the outstanding, unique spirituality that is attributed to God in Hobbes, who is so often scolded or praised as an atheist. Because the nature of God is incomprehensible, we understand nothing of what he is, but only that he is. Ottfried Hoff, Thomas Hobbes. P. 189. If Aristotle can now be described with Adorno as a mediating philosopher, insofar as in his work the idea, which Plato defined as that which is separate from the world of sensory experience, becomes the form that is present in things themselves and is to be recognized by them, the problem arises at the same time that we are dealing here with a philosopher of mediation apparently completely without a concept of subject, without a concept of how the unity of form and thing is guaranteed, for what is commonly known as the concept of subject in antiquity, hypokeimenon as the underlying thing, is here only the rejection of mediation. It is as if Aristotle hides the subject in the form so that it does not have to sacrifice its sensual world of experience to the unity of the universal, as Plato demands. This hiding place is the soul. It is precisely for this reason, however, that the student of Plato remains a Platonist in certain respects. For he must present the form, which he does not see as absolutely separate from things, as a higher reality, as something more substantial than real things, in order to be able to preserve in its name contrary to Plato, that which is formed by it. This leads to Aristotle's not only unresolved but unreflected contradiction, which was then fought out in the universal's dispute on a different basis of validity. How can the universal inherent in the soul as forms of knowledge be the very same universal that is inherent in the things confronting the soul in their multiplicity themselves? How can one assert in metaphysics that no general, no universal, is a substance, and hold in the categories that genera and species are second substances? How can one say that the universals, the general concepts, are predicated of several things and at the same time maintain that the universals are general things? The form as defined by Aristotle was the prerequisite for thinking of the individual from the point of view of self-preservation, thinking in such a way that the universal does not become independent of it as a substance or, if it does, then only as a second substance. Conversely, in the second chapter of the Metaphysics, Aristotle already understands it as a prerequisite of philosophy in general that historically pretty much everything necessary for comfort and higher living was available when one began to seek this kind of insight. From this it is clear that we do not seek it for any other benefit, but as we call man free who is free for his own sake, not for the sake of another, so also this science as alone among all free. For it alone is for its own sake. Aristotle, Metaphysics. Book 1, Chapter 2, 982b. The fact that this freedom arose from the polis and thus also from slavery is, in Adorno's sense, not an absolute judgment. That which has arisen can be superior to its origin. Criticism of the individual does not mean its abolition. Accordingly, it reads like an argument with Aristotle when negative dialectics envisages the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Adorno. Negative Dialectics, page 207. In a certain sense, Aristotle took the standpoint of those who argued with Socrates and wanted to persuade him to escape execution, just as Plato, conversely, had already anticipated Aristotle's argument in their voices. It is no coincidence that they, like Crichton, point out that Socrates could also live in a state other than Athens, that the polis of Athens was not absolute, that precisely what was to be valued in it also existed or could exist in other countries, that it was therefore a question of the form of what was to be valued in it. Aristotle's philosophy evidently wanted to save the polis as a place of mediation that did not have to be sacrificed in the concept of the soul. While in Plato's work the soul only functions, so to speak, as a means of transportation to the ideas, the archetypes, in his work it is regarded as the place of forms, which is his term for the subject-object relationship as contained in the polis. The soul thus acts as the Aristotelian representative of the subject, which, by its very nature, supplants political power as the guarantor of mediation. However, there is a metaphor from Aristotle in which the repressed suddenly returns and with it the subject in the modern sense flashes up. At the end of the doctrine of proof or the second analytic, he is only able to express the aporia of his thinking about form by recalling the loss and creation of an order of battle. Art and science are generated from experience, that is, from every general that has come to rest in the soul, the one apart from the many, which as one is simultaneously in all. Thus the skills in question are not already fully present in the soul, but they take their starting point from the senses, just as when everything flees in battle, but one remains standing, and now another and another joins him until the initial order is restored. But the soul has such a special nature that it can suffer this. The one hoplite needs the many and the many need the one in order to endure, just as the individual thinker or artistic creator must, so to speak, set the concept or the form on good luck so that the universal can arise or be recognized in things in the first place. The salvation of mediation, if you like, the utopian in an anti-Platonic sense, lies precisely in the fact that Aristotle refuses to see the soul as separate from the body in principle. Thus, for him, equality is not an idea in the sense of Plato that can be remembered as an archetype, but a form that appears on the market when exchange takes place, a form that is inherent in the soul in order to nourish itself. The souls to which it is not inherent, because they are not owners and possessors of money but, for example, slaves or women, must therefore be nourished by those who possess them. Aristotle thus thinks of the form that, however limited, is reflected in the market as equality, always as inequality when he determines the soul as its place, a problem that Plato was not even aware of, since he did not think of it in the same sense from the commodity form. When Aristotle defines the soul as the place of the forms, he not only represses political power, which in the polis also enabled the owner to have the status of owner of slaves and sovereign of his oikos, he is also unable to reflect on what the soul must do and how it must be created so that it can become the place of the forms. The real core of Aristotle's problem, according to Adorno, is that, in contrast to Plato, he raises the problem of mediation with great acuity, but that mediation does not actually occur except in the parable of the battle to be fought by the citizens of the polis. Although form and substance refer to each other and entelechy, energy and dynamis are brought up in order to relate them to each other, they otherwise remain external to each other in their relationship to each other as categories. The existing is composed additively of form and substance, so that Aristotle, in order to preserve their unity on the one hand in the negative, when he ultimately thinks of the state as the unity, must give precedence to form, which, in analogy to Plato's realm of ideas, can only be justified from an unmoved mover. On the other hand, in the positive, from the point of view of the individual citizens, the ideal of existence, in contrast to Plato's utopia, must be understood as a middle ground between form and substance, something standing between the extremes, the right center, the mesotes. The question of whether subjectivity itself essentially co-determines or constitutes truth and objectivity is completely alien to the whole of ancient philosophy. This very strangeness is reflected in the concept of the soul, which functions only as a place of forms, i.e. completely passively in relation to the forms. This applies not least to the concept of time. For Plato, it is only the movement that is attributed to the images of the eternal ideas as mere images. In Aristotle's Metaphysics and Physics, as in his On the Soul, it remains of peripheral importance and is defined tautologically. On the one hand, it is the measure or number of the movement and, on the other, it is measured by this movement, e.g. Aristotle, Physics, Lecture on Nature, Book 4, Chapter 14, 223a. Plotinus taught differently, that time has its existence in the space of the soul's activity and from it. Thus, together with the soul, it belongs to the third of the three hypostases that make up Plotinus' ontology. Eternity belongs to the spirit, time to the soul. The spirit is regarded by the Neoplatonist as the second hypostasis, which is ultimately superior to the first as the one, the unity par excellence. Although Plotinus still devalues matter in the style of Plato, describing it as evil, the soul is harmed by the fact that it leans towards matter and looks, not to say squints, towards becoming. He also valorizes the soul in a peculiar ambivalence by the fact that it brings the rational forms belonging to the spirit, i.e. eternal forms, into motion and thus plays the apparently necessary role of the principle of becoming. Indeed, it is no coincidence that he compares it with the farmer with regard to the importance of time. It is not relieved of the care of its work, as if it had crowned its creation with completion and set it up once and for all to remain beautiful also for all time. But like a husbandman who has sown or planted, it must again and again put to rights whatever damage rainbows, persistent frost or whirlwind have done. Plotinus thus addresses a crisis in the reproduction of society that was dependent on slavery, to which some signs of decay in the Roman Empire of the 3rd century AD point, and which probably made a new synthesis of Plato's theory of ideas with Aristotle's logic and metaphysics appear necessary as a basis of validity on which scholasticism could then build. Apart from the metaphor of the order of battle to which Aristotle resorts, there is still no possibility of distinguishing between subject and form, which also means distinguishing within the subject itself between the multiplicity of experiences and the unifying instance through which they are perceived, i.e. between an empirical and a transcendental ego. Although Aristotle already occasionally speaks of a part of the soul that participates in reason and as such could survive the death of the body and the other parts of the soul, this difference is not yet articulated as an aporia. In this respect, Aristotelian thinking about the soul does not yet recognize self-reflection at all. Reflection on the act of the subject, through which something like idea or concept actually arises, is omitted. The concept is, in itself, in the thing, without regard to the abstracting subject. Only the open turn to the subject, which was rightly called Copernican, made it possible to relate the place of forms and Plato's archetypes to each other in their opposition without dissolving them to one side. Shakespeare's Bolingbroke already expresses the premise of this turn of phrase. I am a subject, and challenge law. It is the law that is covered by the sovereign, and because Richard II does not do this, Bolingbroke will usurp the throne, that transforms the concept of the subject as a designation for a change in the relations of subjects to each other and to the state, which owes itself to the perspective that contractual relations can prevail over all immediate relations of dependence. It simultaneously opens up the possibility of making mediation itself the subject as a subject-object relationship. First of all, children's games are pervaded everywhere by mimetic behavior, and their scope is by no means limited to what one person imitates from another. The child plays not only merchant or teacher but also windmill and railroad. The important question, however, is, what use does this training in mimetic behavior actually bring him? Walter Benjamin, The Doctrine of Similars. A Bayard is the first of whom it can be said, on the basis of the sources, that in his attempt to resolve the universality dispute, he discovered this ego as the place in which the logical mediation of part and whole, or particularity and generality, is constituted. The dispute over whether the form is a generality inherent in the object itself or a synthesis possible only for thinking breaks out at the latest when, on the one hand, the needs of the master no longer provide the measure of things and, on the other, slaves are no longer available for their production. In more concrete historical terms, the measure does not become an economic and philosophical problem as long as either slaves can be forced to produce, polis, or the products cannot be exchanged for money, feudalism. No matter how large the proportion of slave labor was in each case, its mere possibility made it unthinkable to a philosopher and economist of the polis like Aristotle that the objects produced, when exchanged, could at the same time claim to embody something that enforces the unity of their manifold characteristics in use value as that which is to be paid for with money, not from use or need, as that which is already determined in the form of things of value added with the labor itself. For the ancients, exchange value was not the nexus rerum, Marx wrote in the Grundrisse. If he nevertheless speaks of exchange value and value in the context of the ancient polis, it is nevertheless presupposed that, paradoxically, it is a value without a law of value, a value without substance, without abstract labor, which is the substance of value since in this community of private owners, as long as slaves are available, labor power does not necessarily take the form of a commodity. In the closest connection with this, the polis could also be seen as a state without a sovereign. Or to put it another way, also with Marx but consciously deterministic in his methodological sense. Without slavery, the capitalist mode of production would have had to arise in the polis. This is related to the fact that, for Aristotle, the question of similarity has a vanishing significance in certain respects. According to the Nicomachean Ethics, it disappears in use or, logically speaking, in analogical reasoning, and all that remains of it is the imprecision that Aristotle despises, for the measure for the one who produces results from the fact that the need of the one who lets produce, i.e. the goal, is precisely met, which, like the desired self-sufficiency for the state, seems to be unalterably fixed, the possibility, and thus also a tertium datur, the inclusion of a contradiction. A Bayard Cietinon is known to Aristotle only as a consideration of the way to get there. The question of similarity in the result is thus as remote as that of the conditions of production of commodities, if one can fall back on slaves for this, as remote as the interest in shortening the time in which commodities are produced. Thus Marx also emphasizes in Xenophon, for example. He is not interested in the shortening of working time any more than Plato, even in the one passage where he emphasizes in passing that more use values are supplied. Even here it is only a question of the surplus of use values. MEW 43, page 275. As with Aristotle, the different needs in a community already require different activities to satisfy them in Plato's work. The different dispositions enable different human natures to perform this activity better than that one. Hence, the division of labor and correspondingly different classes, which Plato everywhere emphasizes as the main thing, that in this way every work is better done. Ibid page 179. It is this question that a Bayard, among others, raises in the universalism controversy, and in this, too, he can be regarded as its living, universally effective center, as Wilhelm Windelband has put it. In his logic, form, which in Aristotle determines the thing by itself with whose matter it is always already united, unlike Plato's idea, is not only conceived as forma rei, but also as forma concepta in a new way, as something that first arises in the soul. Unlike pure nominalism, Abelard therefore also distinguishes between vox and sermo in his concept of the sign. He understands the one as a natural sound, which is always also individual, and the other as the result of the thought process, which has a general character. This is why the epithet concepta, which he attributes to the form, is of such extraordinary importance, and it establishes the difference to Plato's idea. A century before Abelard, Avicenna spoke of universal intentio. Generality claims what can be said of many things, though those many things need not necessarily exist, nor even a single one of them. Like, for example, the meaning of a seven-angled house that cannot be found anywhere in the world. Only the little word still needs to be added to indicate the transgression of the Aristotelian horizon. Paradoxically, Abelard posed the problem in reverse in his famous question as to whether a general can exist, consistere, on the basis of rational determination, ex signification intellectus, even if the named realities themselves no longer existed, such as the name rose, for example, if there were no more roses, i.e. no things to which this determination as roses would be common. Uti hoc nomen rosa, quando nulla est rosarum cabus commune sit. However, this would also be the exact reversal of what Plato thought about knowledge as the memory of an archetype. For Abelard's view implies that the memory of the no longer existing rose, which can be preserved in linguistic or aesthetic form, is capable of producing a flower similar to the rose. A gloomy nominalist outlook, which seems to have an immediate connection to this passage from Abelard's logic, has, however, been handed down by Bernard of Cluny, according to which the rose of old is now only a name and we are left with nothing but naked names. Stat rosa pristina nomini, nomina nuda tenemis. Umberto Eco ends his novel, In the Name of the Rose, with this sentence, as if to seal the origin of postmodernism from nominalism. Thus, the general is no longer given in the things themselves, as with Aristotle through his concept of form, but must be produced as a similarity of truth through similarities, Abelard, or as an intention on something, Avicenna, in a consciously formalizing or form-giving way. With this idea, as with the concepts of similarity and abstraction, Abelard was able to draw on Boethius, in particular his commentary on Porphyrius' Isagogy. Kurt Flasch even writes that Boethius' guiding concept was already similitudo. If it is in the individual beings, it is sensual, sensibilis. If it is in the general determinations, in universalibus, it becomes intellectually recognizable, intelligibilis. Flasch thus sees Boethius, in the midst of the dissolution of the Western Roman Empire, as setting an important course for the philosophy of the Middle Ages. Flasch, The Philosophical Thought of the Middle Ages, page 66. But it is only with Abelard that the ego is discovered as the place in which the logical mediation of part and whole, or particularity and generality, is constituted. When Abelard says that the forma concepta arises in the soul, this still expresses a certain passivity, but basically means a kind of activity of the soul. Quote, but just as perception is not the perceived thing to which it is directed, so also comprehension is not the forma of the thing that it grasps, but comprehension is a certain activity of the soul, which is why it is called insight, but the form to which it is directed is a kind of imaginary and artificial thing, residential imaginaria quidem est et quasi ficta, which the mind produces for itself when and how it wants it. End quote. The residential to be recognized leaves behind in the imaginatio, according to Michael Sewald in his interpretation of Porphyrios' glosses of the Logica Ingredientibus, an image that is similar to the res, but not identical with it. The mind accesses this image when an object is not only to be sensually perceived but intelligibly grasped. The actual object of cognition is not the form of the thing to be cognized itself, but its similitudo. The mind is not directed towards the forma re, but towards the forma concepta, which stands in a relation of similarity to the forma re. If one can say so, this is the first time that a direction has been taken that leads to the critique of pure reason. Reason does not recognize the thing in itself, residential in southeast, but the thing as imagined, residential ficta, and thus a similarity of the thing. In contrast to the analogy in Plato's or Aristotle's thinking, there is no form or archetype here that is determined from the outset, from which something such as similarity can first emerge and whereby the only question that remains is whether the things and the actions, whether of the craftsman or the politician, are appropriate to the archetype or the form. For Abelard's logic of cognition, nothing of this kind is always already given, but must first be created from similarity through intellectual activity as a forma concepta. In Plato, Socrates justifies the idea that the craftsman has in mind when making an artifact in the knowledge of the user, and thus the knowledge of weaving, for example, is decisive for the turner who makes the weaver's store. If, however, this weaver's loom breaks under the carpenter's hand, he will, if he has to make a new one, again be guided precisely by the eidos according to which he also made the broken one, and not by the experience that caused it to break. In a Baylard's logic, however, no two weavers' stores are alike. They are not more or less appropriate to an archetype, but are made to resemble a forma concepta. Because they are thus also similar to one another, a new forma concepta can also emerge from the experience of which of them break more easily, according to whose model those that break less easily could be made. Instead of the eidos, which in Plato's and Aristotle's works defines the constant dimensions of what is used in each case, the question of form in a Bayard sense is always how something is used and how it can be improved. The similitudo is therefore not only placed at the center in order to be able to insist on the difference and separate existence of things. Aristotle also did this with his peculiar concept of ousia, but also to make the process itself, through which the form is determined, recognizable as the task of the ratio, the subject in the modern sense, which of course is not yet called that in a Bayard's work, which is why he also speaks of the soul, so that it always remains visible what is abstracted from in its implementation. It is precisely this that should no longer be obscured by any concept of form in the sense of a universal. As with Solomon ibn Gabaral, for example. In this respect, there is perhaps only one predecessor of a Bayard, Al-Farabi, for example, in his writing on the principles of the views of the inhabitants of the excellent city, defined the special significance of the faculty of imagination, in that it also imitates the faculty of reason by imitating the objects of thought that are present in it, with the help of things that are suitable for imitating these objects of thought. End of quote. Therein lies the meaning of what a Bayard calls status. Separation and union are achievements of the mind. What the early theory of status could not achieve, because it insisted on the immediate thinghood of universals, is presupposed by a Bayard, writes Gunther Mensching. The unity of status, which is established in the determination of an object according to genus and species, is the unification in the medium of thought of that which was previously separated from it by abstraction. It refers to something that already leads beyond mere nominalism, to the relationship of human beings to one another or to the relationships that they enter into in the production and use of things by maintaining themselves according to their modus subsistendi. To synthesis. This raises the question of mediation once again, following Aristotle. In contrast to Plato's famous allegory of the cave, in which knowledge is understood as an immediate relationship of domination instead of an activity of the soul, which alone results in the different perspectives of the people trapped in the cave and the free people living outside the cave. According to a Bayard, understanding something as a universal therefore means working out that what is considered to be indistinguishable or undifferentiated can initially only be understood as similarity, bearing in mind the specific separateness in which it is to be perceived in the individual things that subsist distinctly in themselves, re similitudine contentus est. Following Aristotle's concept of form, the universal realists understand a universal as being or essence, they substantiate the form, and thus unspokenly oppose Aristotle's concept of ousia, according to which form and matter only exist in the individual things where they are united and therefore only these individual things can be the first substance. For the Greek philosopher, the universal remains broken by the commodity form, i.e. the material or reified side of the polis. The realists in the universalism controversy attempt to repair this break, as it were, with their concept of divine substance as ens realissimum, in order to project the polis into the kingdom of heaven at the same time. A Bayard, on the other hand, asks himself what the similitudo in multiplicity is based on and thus turns against the substantiation of form. It is similarity that requires us to distinguish between the particular and the general. That is, this distinction does not lie in the things themselves, but in the necessity of distinguishing between them in order to place them in relation to one another. In this way, similitudo breaks the substantiation of form, without the form itself becoming indifferent, as in pure nominalism. Thinking of it in this way can be seen not least in French Gothic architecture and in the development of polyphonic music from the early Notre Dame era. Erwin Panofsky sees the representational elements of the immense variety of forms of that architecture in the closest connection with the significance of similitudines within scholastic thought. Hartmut Mahler interprets the treatises written around 1100 on the new form of the organum in a similar way, in particular concerning the interval relationship between fourth and fifth, with direct reference to a Bayard's dialectic. More recent art historical studies have even appeared explicitly under the title similitudo, although the authors do not refer to a Bayard's philosophy, but to Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus as the contemporaries of the very portraits and statues they are examining. In Abelard's case, it is therefore a turn of theory towards the thinking subject, for the universals already appear in all his logical investigations as determinations of reflection, the meaning of which cannot be stated without the context of reflection. This reflection robbed the philosophical conception of the world of its naivety and, with the question of the mode of existence of universals in things, posed the question of the relationship between subject and object. The given res, can only be understood in its objective structure, the modus subsistendi, through that, the intellect and its mode of cognition. While Abelard initially only intended to separate logic and ontology, he nevertheless simultaneously establishes epistemological reflection. In it, the thinking subject has itself as its object by examining the conditions for the possibility of its correspondence with the res. Everything cognizable, everything that is to become an object of knowledge, must participate in number and its essence. For without it nothing can be grasped and understood. Cassirer, The Problem of Knowledge, Volume 1, page 510. Cassirer quotes here from a fragment by the Pythagorean philosopher Philolaos. The Platonic conception of the doctrine of ideas was only possible because Plato was constantly looking towards that realm of immutable forms which Greek mathematics had discovered. End of quote. Expressions such as similitudo, including the prefixes con or very dash, and conformitas, or also assimilatio and above all adequatio, which are used again and again in the scholastic texts, are as if created to avoid the equivocation in the Greek concept of analogy, in which on the one hand mathematical correspondence in numerical ratio, as the Pythagoreans apparently introduced it, and on the other hand mimetically or morally aspired or manually produced similarity coincide. As if they had arisen from his interpretation of the dogma of the Trinity, Abelard uses them to pose the question, unimpressed by identity as such, as arithmetic presupposes it, of what else underlies this identity. In what way unity can be understood as valid at all in the diverse and manifold, in order to then only be counted by means of the idea of pure, meaningless identity and thus be usable arithmetically. Thus, similitudo also contradicts in certain respects the separation between the intelligible and the sensually perceptible world, the so-called charismos of later critics of Plato, which, in contrast to Aristotle, identifies this philosopher as a polis philosopher starting from the state and not from the economy, and made him appear predestined for the Christian theology of sacrifice. The analogy in the separation between the idea as archetype, to which numbers also, or better, primarily, belong, archetype of archetypes or substance, and the sensually perceptible that corresponds to it, contains the most decisive devaluation of the sensually perceptible, and echoes in the ens realissimum of the universal realists. Its valorization through the similitudo in the Logica Ingredientibus, however, is now connected with the valorization of the Holy Spirit in Abelard's conception of the Trinity. Ex negativo, this connection is already evident in Augustine and then in Thomas Aquinas. In the latter, the Holy Spirit and the sensually perceptible are devalued again in step, so to speak, but he does not simply return to Augustine's two-world doctrine, but searches for further intermediate stages. Thus he places the imago as the image of God above the similitudo, and this is considered perfect if it contains a direct descent, but in this case is only attributed to the Son of God in relation to God the Father. Man, on the other hand, is referred to in imago Dei imperfecta. The nilitudo thus appears almost as a term for imperfection. It also does not have descent as a condition. For in relation to the Trinity with its contradiction, which already deviates from Platonism, that the one unique and incorporeal God should have a humanly incarnate and yet fully divine Son, this spirit agrees precisely with the soul in Abelard's logic, which recognizes all unity as its own activity. Plotinus' doctrine of the three hypostases, the One, the Spirit, and the Soul, already gives the impression that the Christian Trinity has been imitated here on a non-Christian, Platonic basis, and this means for the Trinity as Tertullian, for example, had understood it, it appears depersonalized here. In this, it may have anticipated something of Abelard's concept of the Trinity of power, knowledge, and love. In any case, it proved to be relatively easy for Christian dogmatics to adapt Plotinus' hypostases long before Abelard, for example, even before Augustine in Marius Victorinus, except that God himself could not be assumed as a relationless unity, as in Plotinus, and thus the missing mediation was gained from the Father-Son relation. Just how the Holy Spirit was to represent a person, however, remained questionable. Abelard shifted the need to think of a unity beyond mere descent and kinship to him all the more. This is precisely where this early scholastic goes beyond the Neoplatonic doctrine of hypostases. If Plotinus, in the third hypostasis with the soul, already raised the question of time as existing in the space of the soul's activity and from it, while eternity is defined as the life of the spirit, this Neoplatonism still results in the absolute subordination of the soul to the spirit. In that time is ultimately only regarded as a return to the One, which is also thought to be superior to the spirit. The soul's own activity is merely a going into eternity. In a Balard, on the other hand, it is the soul that creates unity in the first place, and God the Father appears almost as an analogy to it. For it is obvious that the epistemologically conceived similitudo has a theologically predetermined condition. The entire visible world of created things stands in a metaphysical sense in a relationship of similarity to the sphere of the intelligible, above all to the highest principle, which is God. The form thus rises in the soul in that man, unlike other things and living beings, imitates the characteristics of God, and that means the Trinity in a fragmentary way. However, this also means that he is not able to achieve the truth itself, but only truth similarity verisimilitudo. The existence of God relates to creation as the forma concepta relates to the forma re, except that God, as an incorporeal being, is assumed to really exist in contrast to that form. He does not rise in the soul, but is himself the soul of the world. This is, so to speak, a Balard's double concession, to Plato's doctrine of ideas and to the Catholic Church. To imitate him, however, actually means to imitate the Holy Spirit. This is the only reason why man can assume that he is created in the image of God if he himself is not allowed to have an image of him. God is, of course, a Ballard does not say this, but this is the consequence of his desubstantiation of God. An essentialist construction is the most abstractly conceivable general, which only the Spirit in dealing with the universals, where God is then nothing more than an arbitrary residential singular, provides with meaning. Thus, the deity basically embodies nothing other than the modus subsistendi, but without a body, i.e. independent of all things and beings and their modus subsistendi. Apart from the Trinity, this brings to mind Judaism and Maimonides in particular. If God's substance alone is immutable and unique and without form and is neither changed by any perception of things nor by anything else, substantialization of Aristotle's unmoved mover. Then, according to a Ballard, inverting the universal realist's talk of ens realissimum, the question of his perception is irrelevant, empty of content and superfluous, supervacuous. It should therefore be considered a fundamental difference whether one applies dialectics or logic to the nature of God himself, which is impossible and therefore meaningless, or whether one applies it to the multitude of statements made by the most diverse people with regard to God, which a Ballard, in Aristotle's interpretation, understood as his own task. Whether these statements are in harmony with human reason at the same time and not in opposition to Holy Scripture, which, seen in this way, represents the illustration of what is due to the unmoved mover. However, anyone who relates the logica ingredientibus back to Aristotle's views on the economy of the polis could say, with this negative theology, a Ballard once again encounters the riddle of money, which the Greek philosopher believed had already been solved, and without himself being able or willing to name it in any other way than within the heavenly economy of God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Most succinctly in the sentences of sic iti non, quod non sit Deus substantia iti contra, that God is no substance, and on the contrary. This is the 9th sentence, and it is followed by, that the divine persons are mutually distinct, and on the contrary. That in the Trinity one is one with the other, and on the contrary. That God the Father is the cause of the Son, and the opposite. That the Son is without origin, and the opposite. The most abstract general is not a unity that contains something, but, like Plato's idea or resurrection of the unmoved mover, general without particular, identity without non-identity. Supervacuous. Like a number that only acquires meaning when something is measured by it, that is, when it is related to a thing with a certain form in order to measure another with a similar form. Only in the case of money, this other thing is no longer absorbed into the similitudo. The money commodity does not stand in any necessary relation of similarity with what is exchanged for it, so how should needs, according to Aristotle's view, be able to be measured with it, which does not even possess verisimilitudo? How should a union of what was previously separated by abstraction, such as synthesis, be possible? Theologically speaking, what remains of the Holy Spirit? Thus, in a certain sense, something of the problem that Thomas Aquinas had with the analogy between God and the world returns in the analogy between the form of thought and the form of the commodity, which occupied Alfred Sonrethel throughout his life. Thomas handled proportionality as an equality of ratio, e.g. 6:3 equals 4:2, as an analogy. Just as a finite is equal to another finite, so too is an infinite equal to another infinite. What is problematic here can be expressed mathematically in such a way that the quantities that occur in a ratio equality must be finite, while two infinite quantities cannot have any relation to each other at all. However, this problem recurs in Sommerfeld's analogy between the thought form and the commodity form, in that here the commodity labor power and the average labor time necessary for the production of commodities stand in relation to each other as the finite quantities, while the approximation of capital in the circulation process to an ideal circulation time equals 0, Marx, must be understood as an infinitesimal one, and as such cannot stand in any relation to the fact that the capital relation itself can only be affirmed as a principally infinite accumulation process. See the chapter on the world market as a modification of the law of value. Aristotle writes in the Metaphysics that form, or whatever else we are to call the formation of the sensible, does not become, and that there is no genesis of it. In the Nicomachean Ethics, he again emphasizes that the object of deliberation is not the goal itself. This is already determined and predetermined in the form. Plato's view that knowledge is only memory is still effective here. But the object of deliberation is the path to the goal. We set the goal and then consider how and by what means we can reach it, and if several paths appear, we examine which is the fastest and most beautiful. And only here, in the case of ability, not in the case of the accomplished end, is the rule of the exclusion of contradiction, tertium non datur, lifted. However, as far as manual labor is concerned, the fastest and most beautiful way regularly turns out to be the one in which the slave is the means. Such labor is not regarded in the polis as a possible element of education, perfection, or the good life. As a mere means, it is external to freedom itself and can even harm it. Those who perform them are to be virtually excluded from civic offices of honor. Just as in Aristotle's view of metaphysics and mechanics, ousia and techne are mutually exclusive, methodos and dynamis fall apart. A Bayard is quite different. He does not distinguish between labor and opus, the toil of manual labor and the creative activity of the mind, both of which promote individual development and thus the ability to distinguish, discretio. Here he finally joins the monastic tradition, which also includes, see a Bayard's Theologia Christiana, Jerome's blatant misunderstanding that the Greeks praised the philosopher who made all his utensils with his own hands. Against the background of his early studies on logic, a Bayard's later retreat to the monastery is reflected not least in the fact that he adopts the ideal of self-sufficiency and praises the freedom of the hermit who lives from the work of his hands. Gunther Mensching has indicated the irony with which this monastic ideal can be portrayed historically on the basis of the Cistercian order. The rule prescribes a strict rhythm of prayer and contemplation on the one hand, physical work and sleep on the other. The division of hours and the methodical cooperative approach to work promoted the production of a growing surplus product. As this was seen as a gift from God, it would have been a sin to let it rot. So, despite all the distance from the commercial sphere, it was absorbed into the local and sometimes even super-regional markets. Jacques Le Goff, on the other hand, pointed out that a topos has prevailed in literature since the 11th century that distinguishes between three groups in society: orators, bellators, and laborators. This topos of the tripartite society was connected with the advance of the monarchical idea and the formation of national monarchies in post-Carolingian Christendom. The view suggested by Le Goff that the topos could also have something to do with the much older doctrine of the Trinity seems far-fetched at first glance. From this perspective, the laborators were, as it were, the elite group of the Holy Spirit, i.e. the third of the Trinity, in which the contradiction could be conveyed that there was only one God and at the same time a son of this God, who was equally divine. The concept of the Trinity was also the decisive dogma that Christianity opposed to the ever-renewing covenant between the Jews and God. The Holy Spirit took on the role that was now to make the covenant of all people with God possible. This is precisely why it remained such a weak entity. As Manfred Dahlmann writes, it remained rather vague and enigmatic. There are narrow limits to theological interpretation here. He is usually seen as an independent person, but without an actual role. Here, every theologian almost instinctively senses a logical dilemma. For any role ascribed to this spirit would be at the expense of the equal capacities of father or son. To confirm this insight, reference should be made to the extensive 1986 study by the Catholic theologian Bernd Johann Hilberath on the concept of person in Trinity theology, on the last page of which it is almost resignedly admitted that the clarification of the personality of the Holy Spirit has repeatedly proved to be a neuralgic point in the doctrine of the Trinity. In a way, a Bayard fulfills the requirement of the dogma by consequent allowing the Spirit to emerge from the Father and the Son together. It is extremely characteristic and points to an inner factual connection that Abelard was able to rely on Boethius in this theological question of the Trinity, as well as apparently in the logical question of similitudo. Boethius directed his writing on the Trinity against the view of the Arian Christians, more precisely, the Homoeans, who instead of a unity of God, Son of God and Holy Spirit rather assumed a kind of belief in three gods. In the process of the dissolution of the Western Roman Empire, most of the Germanic tribes who converted to Christianity were under the spell of such non-Trinitarian views. For dogmatics, Jesus is the incarnate sovereign, and no reason that can be separated from him can take his place. Only out of this sovereignty, which also encompasses all reason, is the unity of faith and knowledge, the political unity of Christians, preserved. Catholicism cannot accept reason that goes beyond this. Abelard, however, aims precisely at this general human reason. It is also possible for him to claim, for example, that the Jews and pagan philosophers already thought in Trinitarian terms. He thus breaks through the entire Augustinian intention, which endeavors to eliminate a third instance, namely human reason, from the relationship between God and man and to leave reasonableness solely in the revealed God. Man only acts rationally insofar as he submits to this revealed reason, credo ut intelligam. Abelard, on the other hand, clearly abstracts from revelation when he speaks of the Spiritus Sancto, and here directly connects the Spirit with the human soul. For him, this Spirit cannot only be represented with Jesus and through him, it was already in this world beforehand. Even if Abelard was probably hardly familiar with Plato's Politeia, his interpretation of the Holy Spirit, which he called by the Greek term Paraclete, as was often the case in earlier Christianity, under this name he also dedicated the oratory he founded and which Heloise continued to run as a nunnery to the Holy Spirit, which was quite unusual and almost heretical at the time, is reminiscent of the concept of the Paraclete as awakener in one of the most astonishing passages in this very dialogue by Plato. Thus some things in perception are a paraclete of thought, others are not, namely, such an awakener of thought is all that falls into the senses at the same time as its opposite. But what does not, that also does not arouse thought, Plato, the State E524d. Adorno presumably refers to this passage in Negative Dialectics when he states that the syntheses of the subject imitate, as Plato well knew indirectly with the concept what that synthesis wants of itself. But in order to make this turn, which at the same time means a rapprochement with Judaism, Abelard had to abstract from the sacrifice that Jesus offered in his own person, and which ultimately also requires the appearance of the Holy Spirit as synthesis. When Jesus' sacrifice recedes into the background, the concept of the person for the Trinity actually becomes problematic. This concept, as introduced by Tertullian in particular to clarify the Trinity and to distinguish it from Judaism, presumably does not originate from Roman law, but, ironically, one must almost say from the theater which this church father, not unlike Augustine later on, wanted to see condemned. The dramaturgical approach was obviously needed in order to present the sacrifice of Christ, which was set against the tragic plot, as the Polis theater had developed and presented it from the pagan sacrificial cult of the Dionysia and breaking with it. Abelard, on the other hand, no longer needs it because he does not take the sacrifice seriously. Instead of person in a narrower sense, he already suggests a term that Thomas Aquinas would eventually use prominently as a kind of definition of the concept of person in the Trinity. Relatio subsistens, whereby the Holy Spirit must embody the processual itself, the processio, so that there is any relation at all in relation to God the Father and God the Son, and at the same time their connection or union, connexio, as unity and equality to the Trinity. Tria esse unum propter patrem equilia, propter filium, connexa propter spiritum sanctum. To this day, theologians still have some difficulty in rejecting Abelard's dissolution of the Trinity into relations, which is seen as the slippery side of a specifically Western conception of limitat and, regardless of the Protestant or Catholic origin of the critics, is rejected as either too Hegelian or too Kantian, because the danger is perceived as too great that the persons could be understood merely as ideal moments in the self-execution of the Absolute Spirit or in the formation of judgment in the subject-object relationship. In this sense, Hilberath, for example, who is more inclined towards Hegel, criticizes Karl Rahner's transcendental method in order to save the concept of person in the Trinity in the sense of communication theory. Overall, not much has changed in the theology openly or secretly settling accounts with Abelard since that textbook on the history of Christian dogma by Ferdinand Christian Bauer, which states, in general, the verdict on the scholastic treatment of this doctrine can only be that the scholastics gave it a heightened character, but also a meaning that was not congruent with church dogma. What they called persons are not persons in the ecclesiastical sense, but mere relations.
Ferdinand Christian Bauer. Lehrbuch der christlichen Dogmengeschichte, p. 252.
By ignoring this sacrifice, Abelard was able to enter into a dialogue with the Jews and at the same time relativize their persecution with the suffering that they would inflict on themselves with their laws, to start from the dogma of the Trinity and at the same time overlook the coercion that must be lent to its papal guardian by the secular power of the states. Those who understand the religions as respective forms for establishing unity in consciousness may also interpret the Trinity in the sense of the later critique of political economy, but in a reversal of the scheme of economic basis and ideological superstructure, to the appeal to a monotheistic deity, sprung from the necessity of forming a unity within the Jewish diaspora that anticipates the world market. Christianity adds the prefigured sovereign in the form of God's Son, both mediation by the Holy Spirit is reflected for the time being in the Christian reservation concerning slavery. The problem with such an inverted scheme like that of the original base superstructure derivation is that it cannot do justice to either Jewish or Christian messianism. It was precisely in the question of divine sacrifice that Abelard exposed the motif of doubt. In the famous correspondence with Heloise, whose authenticity is, however, doubted, he himself insists on identification with the sacrificing Christ. He allowed himself to be slaughtered for you, and yet he is the only begotten Son of God. It was his conscious, free will that he sacrificed himself for you. Let your sacrifice for him be deep compassion and deep sorrow. The part of contradicting the sacrifice is left to Heloise. I do not want to hear any accusation of disobedience from you. That is why I no longer let my unrestrained pain take the reins. You had forbidden it. In writing, I want to avoid the words that I could not avoid at all from mouth to mouth. To be honest, I won't say I could only avoid them with difficulty. We have nothing so little in our hands as the mood of our heart. We must obey it rather than command it. When the passions of the heart whip us forward, no man can control the impetuous impulse so firmly that it does not easily become action, nor more easily give vent to itself in words. In the Theologia Summi Boni, he quotes Augustine approvingly when he says that reason naturally teaches every human being about God, but this can only refer to the divinity of the Word, not to the mystery of the Incarnation, Incarnationis Mysterio, in which the essence of human salvation is founded, in quo totum humani salutis summum consistere, without which all the rest is believed in vain, sine quo cetera, frustra creduntur. But he adds, we do not give an absolute assurance, asserir, for anything that we expound, nor do we pretend to teach the truth. Of the truth we profess not to be able to know it. But those who boast of disputing our faith do not even seek the truth. Abelard knows that with his sacrificial death, he is also questioning whether the redemption of humanity has already taken place. Bernard of Clairvaux in particular accused him of precisely this. Bernard of Clairvaux therefore declared him to be a pathological case, as Frank Rexroth pointed out. From his early youth, he had played around with dialectics and now behaved like a madman in his study of the Holy Scriptures. What he called disputations were in reality madness. End quote. The passage Rexroth is referring to reads, Habernus in Francia novum de veteri magistro theologum, ca abenunt etate sua in arte dialectica lusit, et nunc in scripturis sanctis insanit. The last version of his theology, the Theologia Scholarium, which Abelard was no longer able to complete, however, like the dialogue between philosopher and Christian, ends with a flood of open questions about sacrificial death and redemption, which are likely to dissolve the foundations of Christianity and thus also call into question the projection that the Jews murdered the Son of God. How can God forbid to sin, though it is good that there should be sins, as though he did not will that? There should be some things of which yet it is good that there should be, and so good that he approves that some very great sins also should occur, so that he says, for it is necessary that offense should come. But woe to him through whom offense comes, MT 18:7. But what does woe to him mean other than that he is condemned because of the one of whom it was necessary that it should happen through him, and for whose doing the Lord himself had also chosen him? Therefore he himself also says, Have I not chosen you 12, and one of you is a devil? John 6 verse 71. Namely the one whom, as Augustine says, he had chosen to shed his blood, in order to use something so bad from his side for such salvation for men. But how should he have chosen him to do this, if it was not fitting that he should do it, that by his delivery Christ might be put to death by the Jews, and so redeem us by his death? For if it was good that we should be redeemed by the death of Christ, How can it not have been good that he should die or be put to death for our redemption? But how could it have been good that he was killed for this, if it was not also good that he was killed by someone, or that someone killed him so that this could happen? But if it was good, shouldn't we wish that this happened, the event of which was also necessary and perfectly suited to our salvation? But how should we wish for Christ's death or desire his suffering if it could not be accomplished without sin, because an innocent man was killed by disrespectful men, if it was not also good that such an innocent man was killed by disrespectful men? After all, how could he have willed this himself, as it is written? He was sacrificed because he himself willed it, is 53:7, and, no one takes my soul from me but I give it, John 10 verse 18. If it was not also good that this happened to him? Nevertheless, it is certain that it could by no means be done without sin, so that it was also good that it was thus sinned against him, although sin itself can by no means be good. Abelard did not answer these or any other questions at the end of his last theology. But perhaps he did not want to answer them and concluded with a tremendous provocation. If Christianity replaced the covenant in the Hebrew Bible with the Trinity of God, the Son of God and the Holy Spirit, it was Abelard who broke with the archaic idea within Christianity that it was appropriate for God to be reconciled through a human sacrifice, and reinterpreted that Trinity in the sense of a covenant, albeit one weakened by internalization, loving and being loved as essential to the Godhead. As important as this insight, which Kurt Flash formulated here, is his addition, that Abelard did not prevail in the most consequential interpretations of Christianity. Another monk, albeit a runaway, who centuries later, because he identified himself with the secular power against the Pope, was to gain incomparably greater prestige than Abelard, himself contributed not a little to erasing the memory of Abelard and scholasticism as a whole, and thus also the reason of a logic that would have been able to keep the concept of work free of delusional ideas. By demonizing scholastic philosophy, Luther was able to fetishize work as work for its own sake, not only separating it from the question of use and need and thus from the purpose of self-preservation, but also, in contrast to Western Protestantism, turning it against the accumulation of money. Similar to Luther's speeches against Judaism and the Jews as a whole, his polemics against scholasticism and individual scholastics show a clear increase in hatred over the years, although this hatred was ultimately much more pronounced in the case of the Jews. It was therefore easy to identify this accumulation more than ever with the Jews. If they had been accused since Paul of placing the laws above pure faith, the hatred could now be extended and intensified by accusing them of mocking the laws of money accumulation for the sake of that work for their own sake. The Holy Spirit, in whose name Abelard had once acquitted Judaism of the murder of God, insofar as he suggested in any case that Christ had not sacrificed himself, was again replaced by the anti-Jewish spirit, as the preferred way of abolishing the inner contradiction of the Trinity dogma and at the same time enforcing national unity not in reality together with money accumulation, but ideally against it. Dialogus inter philosophum ludium et Christianum. The other late and unfinished writing by Abelard confronts Jew and Christian with an Aristotelian-minded philosopher. One could perhaps assume Al-Farabi. Abelard wrote it in the monastery of Cluny, shortly before he died, a century after the Muslim massacre of the Jews in Granada and half a century after the first Christian pogrom of the Jews during the First Crusade in the Rhineland. The speech of the Jew in this fictional dialogue is probably the first time within Christendom that the Jews actually have to suffer under the Christians and not only under them. To the Jew himself it already seems like a miracle that they are still allowed to live at all. Hoc ipsum mirabile est, si vivere licet. And yet everything is ultimately outweighed by the criticism of the religion of the law, which is also put into the mouth of the Jew himself. For the laws and the character of Judaism as a religion of law are not brought into any causal relationship with the situation of the Jews just described, namely in that they would be determined as a reaction to persecution and suffering. Instead, they are merely added. The difficulties in which the precepts of the law are already entangled do not escape the notice of anyone who has studied them, so that we are as intolerably cast down by the oppression of men as by the yoke of the law. Who has not shrunk back or trembled from undergoing the rite of our circumcision, both out of shame and especially because of the chastisement? This shows irrefutably how difficult it is to live among you on our pilgrimage for the sake of God. After all, who would not shy away from not only enduring the bitterness of the penalties of the law, but also transferring them to lawbreakers? Who could bring himself to take a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, even a life for a life from his brother, let alone agree to suffer it himself in order not to appear as an opponent of the law? From these and countless other observations it is indeed clear that each and every one of us, if we obey the law, rightly confesses the words of the psalmist before God. For the words of your lips I have not turned aside from hard paths. So it is easy for the philosopher to wipe away the suffering of persecution by referring to reason. Truly this zeal which you seem to have towards God takes upon itself many and great things, for whatever purpose. But it depends very much on whether this intention is correct or erroneous. Sed plurimum refert, utrum haec intentio recta sit and erronea. The philosopher asks the Jew, nevertheless, to consider how far this is from harmony with reason, and to refute it from the exact scriptural evidence of the law that you follow. Quod tarnen, quantum irration sit disonum, volo te perpendere etx ipso quoque scripto legis, quam sequeris, argere. A Bayard thus continues his rejection of the Jewish religion as a religion of law, as can already be found in his earlier commentary on the Apostle Paul's letter to the Romans. There is no trace of the joy of the Torah or of the position of the law as man's grateful response to the covenant. On the contrary, Jewish existence appears to be mercilessly burdened by the yoke of the law. By focusing on the good will, the good intention of the individual, a Bayard on the one hand rejects the guilt that the Jews are accused of in Christianity, namely of having crucified Jesus. On the other hand, they are in turn burdened with the fact that they continue to follow the religion of the law, and thus also with the harmful effects of the law itself. Precisely this problem would be repeated centuries later in the German idealism of Hegel. A Bayard evidently instrumentalizes the criticism of the Jewish religion of the law for his fight against the anti-dialectics as the traditionalists of his time, who obstructed a theological opening, calling them Judaizants, i.e. Judaizers. And yet it should be noted that he did not complete the dialogus inter philosophum, Judaeum et Christianum, and thus lacks a final judgment, which could perhaps be seen as a hesitation, if not an intention, which could be interpreted as him expressly dispensing without hesitation, against the expectation of the philosopher, from a judgment which, according to his own criteria, should actually have been clearly against a belief in the law that he considered obsolete. The judge, who only appears in the text at all at this point, after the Jew has made his last speech in this conversation, says, "But I am more eager to learn than to judge." I reply that I first want to hear everyone's reasons, so that the wiser I become in listening, the wiser I would be in judging. But when this judge no longer appears after the Christian's last speech, the impression is created that he is still not considered wise enough to pass judgment. But just as in the dialogus, the judgment hoped for by the Aristotelian philosopher fails to materialize, as if he knew that he must not exclude the persecution of the Jews and therefore had to appreciate the importance of the religion of the law for the self-preservation of the Jews, which, however, would be fatal to say in view of his own precarious position as a heretic. A Bayard reflects in other writings on how his own thinking already differs from Aristotle's philosophy, without making it explicit as a break and bringing up its historical preconditions. It is precisely this reflection on the ground, on the condition of what will one day be called the subject, the general and therefore also the highest principle, which is God, can only be a real existent insofar as it determines the actions of the individual. This individual is indeed able to determine for himself whether he allows himself to be determined by it, but under circumstances which, on the one hand, he has not freely chosen and which, on the other hand, ultimately decide whether he can reproduce himself as a corporeal being through his choice. Even the epitome of the existing universal, the Trinity of God, thus becomes an object that, in order to be considered universal at all, requires interpretation by individuals, which ultimately led to the monk and scholastic being condemned by the Pope. A Bayard interpreted the unity of God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit as that of power, knowledge, and love, whereby he places the Holy Spirit at the center. In this way, according to Manfred Dahlmann, he undertook to turn the vertical structure inherent in the dogma of the Trinity, i.e. the relationship between the Father, who in any case, however one wants to understand the Trinity, is at the top, and the Son, who, precisely because of his representation of the world in God, is to be placed at the bottom. To turn the center of this relationship, the mediation through the Holy Spirit, by 90 degrees, so to speak, and thus to grasp the Trinity as a horizontal line. Unlike Plato and similar to Heraclitus, Aristotle leaves the question of the immortality of the soul open, answering it cautiously positively only with regard to the rational part of it, but otherwise hardly ever brings it up. He starts from Heraclitus' insight that it is not possible to determine what something is as long as it is not considered what its opposite consists of, but opposes the conclusion of pi nu tau alpha epsilon, that thus everything must also be conceived in motion, sees this as relativism, which he opposes with the famous theorem of the excluded contradiction, which he in turn wrested from Parmenides' concept of being when he says that it is obviously impossible for the same person to assume at the same time that the same thing both is and is not. However, Aristotle can only do this by establishing the abstraction of the alternating turnover of individual things in these individual things themselves, namely in the form of the concept of form. That which changes is the substance, that in which it changes is the form. However, the form itself, or whatever else one should call the shaping of the sensually perceptible, does not arise, but is, like matter in the final instance, always already given. Irrespective of this form, the individual things remain irrevocably different through the substance. They are only identical in the form or through the form. One can necessarily only perceive a single thing somewhere and now. But what is general and in everything is impossible to perceive as such. For there is no spatial singularity and no now, for then it would not be general. According to Adolf Trendelenburg, for Aristotle, substance is both the spatially limited individual and the genus recognized only in summary thinking. But it is only through the form that individuals or things are recognizable at all and thus, to a certain extent, distinguishable from the substance. Only the form makes it possible to think the contradiction without violating the principle of excluded contradiction. It makes it possible to define. Even the opposite falls, so to speak, under the same form, for the essence of privation is the opposite essence. For example, health is, as it were, also the essence of illness because illness is explained by its absence. If, therefore, one cannot touch twice a perishable substance that is identical in its nature, this lies, according to Aristotle, in the fact that the concrete individual things that are to be assumed are only perishable because they always consist of matter and form. Matter and form, considered separately, merely form the possibility of the concrete whole, the ousia, the individual thing. Only as such are they always present. They know no origin and no decay. This movement only comes about when the form becomes the form of a substance, the substance of a form. How close Aristotle comes to Marx's analysis of the commodity form in this way of looking at ousia can be seen in the distinction made in form between the cause of purpose and the cause of form, entelechy and energy. The former corresponds metaphysically, so to speak, to exchange value, the latter to use value. Form is energy because it includes the cause of action in itself. It is entelechy insofar as it contains the purpose of action. Metaphysics itself, however, arose as an attempt to ward off an independence towards real abstraction. Aristotle established that Plato's doctrine of ideas, which affirmatively anticipates this independence, is precisely a consequence of Heraclitus' doctrine. It is a reaction to the realization that everything sensual is in a constant state of flux. If there should therefore be a science and a knowledge of something, then apart from the sensual beings of it, different permanent ones would have to exist. Aristotle uses the concept of form to criticize this very independence. In the Metaphysics, he repeatedly returns to the fact that form itself cannot be or become a concrete individual thing, that it cannot exist alongside things as a thing in its own right, but only on or in them, as their form of movement that can be grasped in their concept. This explicitly rejects the idea that, for example, the house really exists as a general thing alongside the individual houses, or that the living being really exists as a general thing alongside the individual living beings. Precisely in order not to have to concede such an existence to the form alongside the individual things and still be able to perceive it as separate from them, Aristotle referred to an unmoved mover, the idea of a God who must actually exist as the impetus of the forms, and pretended that there is therefore an eternal, unmoved being that exists independently and separately from the sensible. As a principle and as the first of all that exists, it is unmoved, but it brings forth the first, eternal, and some movement. This being can have no size. It is indivisible and inseparable. With him, Aristotle excludes the possibility that movement through the forms themselves could be understood as infinite. This is his justification for the fact that infinity only exists in the concept, in the mind, in order to think limitation. In certain respects, this unmoved mover occupies the place in Aristotelian metaphysics that War held as the father of all things in Heraclitus. This is precisely why, unlike Heraclitus, the question no longer arises as to the conditions under which this first can be thought at all. And yet, at the end of the penultimate book of the Metaphysics, it is stated that the moving brings forth unity, in order to oppose making the essence of the whole incoherent, by assuming many principles instead of that principle. But the existing may not be badly ruled, says Aristotle here and quotes from the Iliad. Never is a many-ruled rule good, only one be ruler. A passage from the second canto, which deals with the military assembly of the Achaeans. Everything here revolves around continuing to preserve unity under the leader Agamemnon, which always proves precarious. The shift to the motionless mover refers to the inner crisis of the polis. Somrithel assumes, in his later book Geistige und körperliche Arbeit, with Marx that the small peasant economy and independent craftsmanship formed the economic basis of the classical polities at their best, after the originally Oriental communal property had dissolved and before slavery had seriously taken hold of production. In the ancient world, the effect of trade and the development of merchant capital always resulted in a slave economy, depending on the starting point, even in the transformation of a patriarchal slave system geared to the production of immediate subsistence resources into one geared to the production of surplus value. In the modern world, on the other hand, it ends in the capitalist mode of production. It follows from this that these results were themselves conditioned by quite different circumstances from the development of commercial capital. This corresponds with Marx's remark that Aristotle, in the Nicomachean Ethics, which unlike the metaphysics turns expressus verbis to economics, had to break off the analysis of the value form at a certain point. In the excerpts from his dissertation on Democritus and Epicurus, Marx had already come across the peculiar prerequisite of the polis for thought. The contract was Epicurus' basis for arriving at his view of spiritual nature, the state. He quotes Epicurus from the 10th book of Diogenes Laertius. Justice is not something existing in itself, but in mutual intercourse in whatever place, a contract is made neither to harm nor to be harmed. End quote. In the dissertation itself, one ultimately has the impression that Marx, with Epicurus, transfers contractual relations and the exchange of goods to Democritus' atoms in empty space and thus, as a pre-Socratic young Hegelian, arrives at the first formulation of the opposition of use value and exchange value. If, therefore, Epicurus represents the materiality of the atom in its movement along a straight line, he has realized its determination of form in its declination from the straight line. And these opposite determinations are presented as immediate opposite movements. Karl Marx. Difference of Democritean and Epicurean Natural Philosophy. MEW Supplementary Volume. Part 1, page 281. The great philosopher had already been able to recognize that the money form of the commodity is only the further developed form of the simple value form, i.e. the expression of the value of a commodity in any other commodity, when he set up the equation that 5 cushions equals 1 house is no different from 5 cushions equals so much money. Aristotle recognizes that the relation of value, in which this expression of value is contained, in turn requires that the house is qualitatively equated with the cushion, and that these essentially different things could not be related to each other as commensurable quantities without such essential equality. As soon as he says that exchange cannot be without equality, but equality cannot be without commensurability, it is precisely at this contradiction that he comes to a halt in the sense of the law of contradiction, because it is in fact impossible for such different things to be commensurable, i.e. qualitatively equal. This equation could therefore only be something alien to the true nature of things, and Marx points out that Aristotle wants money, as the excluded third party, to be considered only as a makeshift for practical needs. In doing so, he himself expresses the reason why his further analysis fails, namely the lack of the concept of value. What is the same, i.e. the common substance that the house presents for the upholstery in the value expression of the upholstery? Such a thing cannot exist in truth, says Aristotle. Why? The house presents an equal to the upholstery, insofar as it presents what is really equal in both the upholstery and the house, and that is human labor, but that in the form of commodity values all labor is expressed as equal human labor and therefore as equally valid. Aristotle could not read from the value form itself, because Greek society was based on slave labor and therefore had the inequality of men and their labor forces as its natural basis. Here Marx is obviously assuming the result of the development of the polis, the establishment of slave labor as the basis, and not what he has elsewhere defined as the basis of its classical phase, namely the small peasant economy and the independent craft enterprise. Whether slave labor really prevailed at this time to the extent that Marx claims here is quite questionable. At this point, however, Marx needs it more as a kind of drastic argument to demonstrate that wage labor in the modern sense did not yet exist in antiquity, the secret of the expression of value, the equality and equal validity of all work, because and insofar as it is human labor in general, can only be deciphered as soon as the concept of human equality already possesses the solidity of a popular prejudice. But this is only possible in a society in which the commodity form is the general form of the product of labor, and thus also the relationship of people to one another as commodity owners is the dominant social relationship. Aristotle's genius shines precisely in the fact that he discovers a relationship of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only the historical limitations of the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what this relationship of equality, in truth, consists of. Such truth does not yet exist insofar as the labor time necessary for the production of a certain commodity is not yet measured or compared with the labor time necessary for the production of another commodity with the same use value or with a different use value, i.e., it cannot be thought of as socially necessary. If, for example, a peasant with 2 slaves has to work 8 hours and a peasant without slaves 24 hours for the same amount of grain, or if a non-working landlord has however many slaves working in the same time, it cannot be assumed that the goods produced in the process can be compared from the point of view of the time necessary for production, no matter how consciously this assumption may be made, because neither the peasant nor the slave sell their labor power, that is, exchange it, for a certain amount of time for wages on a general labor market created specifically for this purpose. The reduction of the manifold production of goods to the average necessary labor time, which happens by itself through such exchange, and that means, can be accepted and recognized by all producers and owners of goods. Such recognition is not possible from the outset for a slave, who is not considered a contractual partner per se, does not take place in antiquity, nor does experimental methodology, whereby the diversity of nature is to be reduced to a force or a raw material. Both are exclusively characteristic of a society in which capital prevails. Even if wage labor already exists in isolated cases, its share in production remains too small to be able to speak of an average or socially necessary labor time at all. It remains a merely selectively or isolated necessary labor time. Although Marx notes that in Athens, Thebes and Rome the pauperization of the individual and even the mass of plebeians produced by private property gives rise to the free wage laborer, this alone in no way gives rise to the capitalist mode of production. Without slavery, however, it would have had to arise. It is therefore only possible to speak of absolute surplus value production or formal subsumption of labor with reservations, as Sommerfeld implies, since strictly speaking this is not surplus value, but more exchange value within a society that remains oriented towards use value. In contrast to Sommerfeld, who hesitates here with good reason, Ulrich Enderwitz actually projects the law of value onto the ancient city-state in the volume on the polis of his multi-volume work Reichtum und Religion. Marx emphasizes that Xenophon, for example, was ultimately only concerned with the use value, the improvement of quality. He is not interested in the shortening of working time, any more than Plato, even in the one passage where he emphasizes in passing that more use values are supplied. Even here it is only a question of the surplus of use values as with Aristotle. Even with Plato, the different needs in a community require different activities to satisfy them. The different dispositions enable different human natures to do this activity better than that. Hence, the division of labor and correspondingly different classes. What Plato emphasizes everywhere as the main thing is that in this way every work is done better. The quality, the utility value, is for him, as for all the ancients, the decisive and exclusive point of view. Aristotle would have had to abandon the incompatibility of ousia and techne set out in his metaphysics in order to think of what he calls ousia, nature, being, essence, in the terms of techne, to which he counts craftsmanship and trade. Thus entelechy and energy, whose terms Aristotle coined in his metaphysics in order to express the relationship between form and substance, fail all the more when it comes to the object of economics. If, according to them, form bears within itself its goal and the power to realize it, then the value form should actually be able to produce value, but what Aristotle then discovers as the value form cannot be understood as entelechy. This can only be applied to use value, which does not want to show itself in the case of the value form. What remains is the logical paradox of a commodity form without value and the historical insight that in the production of commodities from antiquity to the most developed forms of the polis, there is no social determination of time in the modern sense, i.e. of the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, which is based on the equality and equal validity of all work because and insofar as it is human labor in general, the secret of that substance, that commensurability, which Aristotle therefore cannot recognize in the exchange of commodities. But there is another concept of time, one in the sense of succession in exchange or in law, as the saying of Anaximander already shows. Debt and atonement, retribution, or in economic terms, the quantification is limited to the fact that a certain loan must be repaid for a certain pledge by a certain date, but the amount of the loan is not measured, for example, by the labor time necessary for the production of the pledge or for the reproduction of the borrower, just as this debtor, if he loses the property encumbered with the mortgage, cannot sell his labor power either in order to maintain himself, because among all the commodities there is usually no such thing as a commodity labor power, but falls prey to servitude or slavery. The question of measure therefore remained open. and the causality of property and debt bondage was transferred to the goddess Dike, the goddess of punishment, Klaus Heinrich. Those who thought beyond her, like Parmenides, found themselves in the dilemma of only being able to say that something is or is not, but no longer being able to establish proportions or think of movement or historical development. It is therefore only from Parmenides that the philosophical significance of Heraclitus can be assessed, who did not hypostatize Dike as the muse of being, but was able to dissolve her into relations and opposites and think of her as a process, just as in Aeschylus Orestia this goddess, who combines the law of revenge with that of debt bondage, is replaced by Athena in order to preserve the polis as an association of free citizens and enable laws such as Solon's to combat debt bondage. On the one hand, Aristotle's concept of form is based on Heraclitus' philosophical breakthrough, in that he no longer separates form and substance as Plato did idea and matter. On the other hand, he seeks to mediate here, insofar as he gives form itself priority over substance. He also does not start from slave labor, but from the work of the free farmer or craftsman. Let a be a builder, be a shoemaker, C a house and D shoes. The master builder must now receive the shoemaker's labor and give him some of his own in return. If the proportional equality is established first and then the recompense occurs, then what we mean happens. If not, then we have no equality and no connection. And if there were no retribution, there would be no community. What Aristotle reveals at this point, to paraphrase Marx, as a form of value cannot be developed as an entelechy. He simply replaces it with the need for use values and assumes the equality of needs, which is reflected in money by agreement. The form of proportional equality requires a yardstick in order to be realized, but labor is out of the question as this yardstick, since the different works of the master builder and shoemaker are not commensurable in their quality. Ergon, a word that can also mean the effort and achievement of war, is not suitable as the material in which the form of equality, on which the polis community is based, can be realized. In the words of metaphysics, this substance has no dynamism. It lacks the mythical quality, as it were, that Aristotle himself otherwise ascribes to the substance of driving towards form of its own accord, as one of its possibilities, and there is, so to speak, no form in the Aristotelian sense that does not correspond to a moment in the substance that demands it. Labor as substance, however, rejects the purposive activity of pure form, cannot be moved, so to speak, by the motionless mover, has precisely no dynamis, so that here there is no right center, no mediation, so that the form could be set to work and realize its goal. For this much was already clear to Aristotle. That which is common to two works cannot be a substance, a matter at all. Only capital has achieved the miracle of turning it into a substance as if it were matter, including the mythical quality that Aristotle attributed to it. If everything has to be measured by a single yardstick in order to establish equality and thus arrive at money, then it cannot be ergon. Rather, this yardstick is, in truth, the need that holds everything together. For if they had no needs or not in the same way, there would be no exchange, or at least not in the same way. Thus, by agreement, money has become the representative of need. That is why it bears the name money, because it is not valid by nature, but by convention, and it is up to us to change it and make it worthless. The idea of entelechy is thus almost transformed back into Plato's idea, which cannot attach any importance to the question of the form of objects themselves. In any case, Aristotle must assert the equality and commensurability of needs in order to arrive at money. The bargain struck in the market is the right middle, the mediation between the form of equality that prevails between commodities and the substance of needs. The measure of needs enables quantification in the form of demand. This explains the particular vehemence of Aristotle's rejection of interest, especially in his treatise on politics. He calls it contrary to nature or most contrary to nature, when money is exchanged for money and not, for which it was invented, for use values, and vehemently opposes the price that is demanded when money is lent. Money was created for exchange, but interest assigns it the purpose of increasing itself through itself. Although the philosopher's reservation can still be based on a society in which the lending of money, as Moses I. Finley emphasized, was essentially limited to consumption, there were already sufficient signs of fearing the self-propagation of money. For example, loans played a certain role in the risk of shipping. The first laws of the polis in Athens were decreed under Solon, together with debt forgiveness and the prohibition of being liable with one's own body as a loan. In fact, debt bondage was the great danger posed by taking interest. And only its elimination, which should not be confused with the elimination of slavery itself, turned money into money in the modern sense, i.e. in the sense in which it can also be considered a prerequisite for so-called primitive accumulation, Marx. Cancellation of debts and the suppression of debt bondage are in certain respects part of the condition that other laws could claim validity, as these presupposed equality as private owners and thus also that there were still private owners at all, that they could no longer be condemned to servitude without further ado or condemn themselves as before. The second measure, which is attributed to Solon, is called becoming actionable for another, and meant that even if debt bondage was still possible, the status of the private owner was not completely lost, insofar as, according to this law, any citizen could bring charges for an offense committed against another. Since a citizen who was irredeemably in debt was no longer able to bring an action against the coercive measures imposed on him, it became possible for someone else to bring it on his behalf. The stipulation of the laws for the Jews in the Torah also reflects this condition and therefore not only prescribed a regularly recurring Jubilee year in which all debtors were to be freed from their debt, but also that debt bondage itself should be limited to a maximum of 6 years from the outset. The class struggle of the ancient world, wrote Marx, mainly takes the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor and ends in Rome with the downfall of the plebeian debtor, who is replaced by the slave. Since there was virtually no form of being considered an equal in the capacity of a private owner of one's own labor and participating in a polis, the only remaining function in the event of loss of ownership, when the loans could no longer be repaid, was that of a slave. This debt slavery was then no longer a contractual relationship as between polis citizens, because it automatically led to its opposite, so to speak. What was pledged here could not yet be described as labor power, rather it was the body of a debtor who could lose the status of contractual partner forever by contract. It was precisely at this most precarious point of pre-capitalist exchange relations that the development of the polis began and its decline was sealed. Before Solon's laws, a landowner who was no longer able to support himself and his household through his own production on his own land could borrow grain from another, but was personally liable as soon as he was unable to return the equivalent of what he had borrowed, still hardly in the form of money, but of products. If they did not pay their debt on time, they were initially obliged to pay a regular produce rent amounting to 1/6 of their harvest. If they also failed to pay these levies, this resulted in debt bondage, which enabled the creditor to either sell the debtor as a slave or make him work for himself. The number of peasants who suffered this fate cannot be estimated, but according to all available evidence, it must have reached an alarming level at the beginning of the 6th century. Max Weber described the resulting conflicts as the struggle of the rentless against the rent-producing soil. Quote, the indebtedness between the two classes of landowners, the peasantry versus the larger land, livestock and money owners, is typical throughout early antiquity and distinguishes the social conflicts of that time so much from ours. Weber, Agrarian Relations in Antiquity. The fact that he did not tear the polis apart, but rather that this polis as a unity of commodity owners only fully developed through him, which also included the fight against debt bondage, and only through its abolition can we actually speak of real private property owners, is again due to nothing other than the violence that is necessary to protect private property as a whole, military violence, which was based on the arming of private property owners as hoplites. Pi lambda iota is the name of the Greek state, pi omicron lambda epsilon mu omega, waging wars. Max Weber has therefore particularly emphasized the process of synoikismos as the foundation of the polis, the constitution of the warrior class as the mistress of the city-state, creation of the army, divided into fills and their subdivisions, in order to be able to cope with the chronic state of war, which according to Hellenic international law, which does not know eternal peace between non-allied cities and, with reference to the religious danger of oaths for eternity, rejects it, has been considered the normal state since this time. Quote, end. The disposition of the polis over the property of the citizens can be taken for granted even in Homeric times, but if it can be said that it then did not decrease in historical times, but perhaps rather increased until the Hellenistic period, then the disposition itself is always based on only one factor. Ultimately, it is based on the military character of the polis, which is an army camp, and the assembly, which is the assembled army. However, this had as little to do with any echoes of communist primitive states as the Prussian Expropriation Act had to do with the so-called Poland Bill. As long as it was not organized differently, private property owners also had to be protected from enslavement as far as possible. The constant threat from outside forced the military strength of all classes economically capable of self-sufficiency and warfare to be called upon, and the debt bondage of the peasants thus threatened the entire defensibility and power of the state. This applies not only to the Greek polis, but also to the Syrian-Palestinian cities, including the kingdoms of ancient Israel. Even in the Israelite Confederation, As Max Weber described the alliance of these cities, the economic defense capability of the citizens was the precondition for all political rights. The polis anticipated at the level of war what it could not anticipate at the level of the market. Equality of the individual was not given by the possible sale of labor power, but by the necessary mobilization as a soldier. Thus Weber was able to write about the conditions in antiquity. What is actually revolutionary, however, are the indebted peasants everywhere. The economically armed peasantry, which could no longer be dispensed with militarily, demanded, together with the prohibition of debt slavery, the elimination of the jurisdiction and clientele of the courts, which worked purely with traditions and precedents, through codification and civil administration of justice. However, the concessions to the hoplites and thus the enforcement of this equality varied from polis to polis, and debt slavery, as it was banned in Athens under Solon, remained permissible elsewhere. Marx, unlike Weber, who basically only spelled it out sociologically and historically, came to the realization that the ancient world had moved in the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor through his interpretation of Aristotle. He developed, as it were, the Aristotelian entelechy of the value form. From the value form, it is only possible to logically read out what value itself is if its analysis is presupposed by the modern sovereign and the violence bundled by him, which, through mass expropriation, through the separation of immediate producers from their means of production as well as, in the longer term, through the abolition of slavery, form the conditio sine qua non of wage labor and the capital relation. Quote, "It is not money, by whose nature the relation is given. It is rather the existence of this relation that can transform a mere money function into a capital function." Marx. Capital 2, MEW Volume 24, page 37. Max Weber, on the other hand, has no concept of the existence of this relationship, i.e. of capital. For him, the mere monetary function is already capitalism. He does not reflect on the difference between ancient and modern commodity exchange, and sometimes even speaks of capitalism and sovereignty without quotation marks when describing the conditions of the developed polis, C.E.G. Weber, Agrarian Conditions in Antiquity, page 117. Only under this precondition can the value form be developed in the sense of entelechy, as Marx did with Hegelian dialectics. However, by always having to subordinate labor to the analysis of the value form in this way, labor itself threatens to become an absolute first, even though, as it is understood in capital, it can only be understood from the separation of producers and means of production. It was and is the Marxists who commit Marx to this reification, to this prima philosophia of labor, although the course of his analysis shows that labor does not result solely from this separation, but at the same time dissolves into the average labor time necessary for the production of a commodity, which in turn requires us to assume the totality of social mediation, including the coercive power of the state, instead of setting an absolute first. For the Marxists, on the other hand, this first was regarded as the throne that labor alone had to claim for itself. It is therefore also wrong to assume, as Engels did, that simple commodity production is a historical phase and thus even to suggest a premonetary concept of value, to stipulate a value that already existed before money, instead of understanding it as a purely logical step in Marx's analysis of the value form. Value that exploits itself, value as an automatic subject, could not be formed before the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, and a concept of it could therefore not be formed as is shown by Aristotle, who desultorily moves from labor, which is actually exchanged but cannot be measured, to need, i.e. demand, in order to have a unit and a measure at all. It could no more be formed than there was a real sovereign in the polis. Quote, "It is always the immediate relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the immediate producers, in which we find the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the whole social construction and therefore also of the political form of the relationship of sovereignty and dependence, in short, of the specific form of the state in each case." Marx, MEW 25 p. 799f. The specific form of state of the polis is therefore to be understood as one without a sovereign. Max Weber also usually puts the term sovereignty in quotation marks in connection with the polis. The immediate relationship between the owners of the conditions of production and the immediate producers still allowed each of these owners to function as the sovereign of their household. Note the sequence when Protagoras, in the Platonic dialogue named after him, says that whoever listens to him will learn to manage his own household and then also to speak and act in the affairs of the polis. Internally, the polis was based on immediate coercion in this oikos, which prevented a sovereign from gaining substance in society as a whole, substance understood in the sense of Marx's analysis. Abstract labor. Accordingly, a precarious balance prevailed between the polis citizens. The so-called dual kingship in Sparta also involved the office of two generals, whose succession was regulated dynastically, but whose power could by no means be considered sovereign in the modern sense. Here, too, rule had to be formed anew from the interaction of various institutions such as the Council of the Elders, Geronts, the General Assembly, and the officials elected by it, Ephors. As much as Athens and Sparta differed from each other in various phases of development, these were still differences within polis structures. However, posterity endeavored to see Sparta as a countermodel to the polis, if not as an ancient prefiguration of fascism. The legend that there was no market in Sparta and that money had been abolished fits in with this. For a refutation of this legend and the political handling of the various monetary goods in Sparta, as well as the uneven distribution of coinage in the individual Greek polis, see Lucas Thaman, Die Wirtschaft Spartas. But even if, as in the phases of tyranny, a single politician at the head of a polis seemed to embody this unity, his power was also based on the balance of the oikoi, which can be regarded as the true sovereigns of antiquity. However, their balance remained much like the unified power of the state sovereign later on, entirely dependent on the horrors of war. It is characteristic of this that the designation of state power constantly fluctuates between archy and hegemonia. The difference between the two terms lies not in that of domestic and foreign policy. Both can be used to describe military command as well as governance, but in the fact that archy connects the claim to power with both the origin and the old, while hegemonia seems to abstract from this. It is no coincidence that Thucydides, who is confronted with the internal decay of the polis in the Peloponnesian War, attempts to separate and redefine these terms more strictly in that he uses them to distinguish between power in internal and external political relationships. It is precisely in this capacity that it forms the actual subject of the Iliad. With the wrath of Achilles and its consequences, the epic shows the difficulties of establishing and maintaining unity among the archaic military leaders. Although Agamemnon is described as the Lord of Men, he is by no means above the others, as Achilles demonstrates. The division of the spoils, the stolen and enslaved women, is the crucial point in the myth at which the loss of unity manifests itself. In Shakespeare's Troika and Cressida, one of the few of his political plays to draw on Greek myth in its plot, Ulysses openly criticizes the lack of hierarchy among the Greeks to Agamemnon, so that Achilles can simply retreat with his Patroclus, for example, whereby the enemy in Troy is by no means a role model either. The abduction of Helen and the infidelity of Cressida, the latter was only added to the traditional myth in the Middle Ages, turned the war into a farce. The Elizabethan playwright uses the constellation of the polis, which historically lacks a sovereign, to create a peculiar interweaving of travesty and parody of the decline of sovereignty, the enforcement of which is nevertheless otherwise so clearly recognizable in his work as a dramaturgical vanishing point, particularly in the Lancaster and York tetralogies. Or to put it another way, while Aristophanes made fun of the polis from the polis, Shakespeare can only perceive the absence of the sovereign in the polis, whose downfall in the Civil War he fears perhaps more than ever in the strangely grotesque comedy of this late play. This does not necessarily rule out Jan Kott's interpretation. He interprets Troilus and Cressida as a period piece. Troy was Spain, the Greeks were the English, Jan Kott. Shakespeare Today, page 87. That city symbolizes a state that shows itself incapable of precisely what is embodied here in an abominable way by its enemies, enforcing the conditions of modern sovereignty. In Homer, it is Athena who prevents Achilles' anger from being unleashed against Agamemnon. In Aeschylus' Orestia, it is she in turn who not only prevents the disintegration of unity. Quote, so here the statute, Attica's men, / who first judges the spilt blood, / for in the future, 2, for Aegeus' host, / this high council of judges shall continue. End quote. It is no coincidence that she chooses the Ares Hill, the Areopagus, opposite the Acropolis as the location of this council, from where, according to the myth, the Amazons waged war on the Athenian castle. From the Ares Hill, pious timidity / and fear shall stand in fraternal opposition / to injustice, by day and by night / and never with cloudy influx the law / to destruction. End of quote. Athena, as the goddess who sprang from the head of Zeus, does not argue as a sovereign. Rather, she advises the citizens as urgently as possible to maintain balance as the only possible unity and to keep each other in check, as it were, with the fear of losing it, not to be without masters nor servants of masters, / that I advise careful citizens as the highest goal, / and not to banish terror completely from the city, / for who of men who fears nothing thinks justly. End of quote. It is she who, almost incidentally, refers to the condition that the laws apply within and that the balance remains. There shall only be war outside the gate, which so easily flares up / there the greed for glory seeks its field. These are the gifts I can offer / in giving, and in receiving, and in glory / be a proud citizen of this land of the gods. End of quote. The chorus of Erinyes, now miraculously integrated into the legal institution and transformed from goddesses of revenge into Eumenides, immediately proves itself in its new function by replacing the law of revenge with that of exchange and singing about it as a new form of justice. If the dust has already drunk / the dark blood of its citizens, / it shall never desire / in the storms of revenge / the retributive deed, / pay for the joys, / pay for the hatred, / but keep the harmony. End quote. The alternating murder of vengeful greed should give way to pleasures, not to say, to the goods that are exchanged alternately. And Athena replies, your country, your city is taking the safe path, / the path of order and justice. End of quote. The difference to the end of the Odyssey is that Athena in Aeschylus, by founding the state, basically makes herself superfluous on the one hand and, on the other, addresses the danger to the state in her superfluousness. She warns the citizens that they may also lose the ability to maintain internal balance or harmony through the terror that prevails on the outside. In any case, it is no longer possible for them to blame the gods for their actions, as was still the custom in the Homeric epic, but even here it seemed ironic. In his Politeia, Plato then expresses this in the strongest possible terms, and not coincidentally with a pronouncedly monotheistic understanding of God. One must seek out other causes of evil, but not God. However, in his ideal state, as little terror as possible seems to be necessary to maintain harmony, very similar to the view of Themistocles, as expressed by Herodotus. If men made sensible resolutions, they used to succeed in everything they set out to do. In contrast, the tragedians held that even the most reasonable decisions, if they are not supported by the generality of the polis and based on its balance, can lead the person who has made them to the abyss. The figure of Oedipus by Sophocles is the paradigm for this. In Thucydides, there is also little sign of this optimism, but he no longer resorts to mythical actions. He has the Athenians say in the Melian dialogue that justice in human intercourse only comes into effect when there is an equal balance of power. However, this equality could not become a determination of production, so in the case of the polis, paradoxically, we would have to speak not only of the exchange of goods without a law of value, but also of a state without a sovereign. Indeed, every peculiarity of this form of state without a sovereign refers to the paradox of a commodity form without value, if only we always reflect at the same time on the fact that the epic already appears from the anticipated point of view of capital. Marx's well-known metaphor on this is, the anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. However, it is only a key, not already the solved riddle. Marx coins it in the Grundrisse chapter on the method of political economy, and leaves open whether and to what extent other keys are also needed. In any case, another, immediate access to the past epic is no more possible than one to the thing in itself in Kant's philosophy. Accordingly, Marx examined the forms that precede capitalist production. The complete development of money, which is presupposed in modern bourgeois society, appears even in the most educated antiquity, among the Greeks and Romans, only in the period of their dissolution. In the polis there is no value, understood as the subject of a process in which, under the constant change of the forms of money and commodity, something changes its own size, repels itself as surplus value from itself as original value, utilizes itself. In this respect, the value or equivalent form can only be spoken of in this historically negative sense. It only exists in that it dissolves the old polity, replacing it with no other than a state, which in turn only exists to the extent that it constantly expands the polity imperially beyond its borders, if imperialist means, without being able to establish any other unity in its sphere of rule than that of the armies. This is why hubris, the sacrilegious megalomania, takes on such significance, not in Homer, but in Greek tragedy. While in the ancient epic the heroes are still very close to the gods, the tragedians paint a different picture. In Aeschylus' Persians, the hubris of Xerxes, which drove him to conquer Greece, is denounced by the ghost of his father, taking the difference between humans and gods, as well as mortality and immortality, only as a starting point to issue a warning. He, a mortal, he believed all the gods and even, full of imprudence, Poseidon to conquer. Did not then madness ensnare my son? Aeschylus presents the danger to the polis here as an external threat, while in Aristophanes' comedy, the internal dissolution of the polity through money provides the material. Finally, Aristotle thematizes both by warning against excessive growth of the state on the one hand and against the taking of interest on the other. Thus, in retrospect, the polis in its ephemeral yet powerful existence appears more as the expression of a deficiency or a weakness, and precisely in this as a promise, both ideologically in terms of the elimination of the deficiency and the weakness by the sovereign and capital, and in the sense of a utopia, the abolition of violence and exploitation. The absence of the sovereign and of value absence that appears personified in Athena also means that there is no prospect of gradually generalizing the equality of the contractual partners. This applies not only to slaves but also to women and the marriage contract. "I am all my father's, entirely his child," says the goddess, meaning that by rejecting matriarchy she also means that she is not willing to touch the power of the father of the house. "Never do I strike the death of women higher / than that of the man who is the head of the house." End quote. In Aeschylus, this alone is enough for her to absolve Orest of guilt for Clytemnestra's death. The clan structures also remain intact in the polis insofar as the father, although the owner of goods, essentially retained power over family members and servants. He could not only chastise and cast them out, but also kill them. There was hardly anything that would have had an immediate effect on his power. The oikos formed the territory of the family, so to speak, over which the father had a monopoly of power, and in this sense Homer's epics are least of all a reminiscence of the Mycenaean era of clan rule, but show its continued effect within the polis. The unity of the tribe has, as it were, shrunk to the oikos, in which the head of the household, the oikonomos, holds power as before the clan chief. In antiquity, the state did not penetrate further than the front door of the oikos, at least not until the time of Augustus. The unity of the house was not broken. At its threshold, ancient Roman justice still stopped, as Max Weber wrote. The head of the family, however, is already the subject of the market and no longer the head of the tribe. The association has been reduced to a family in an almost modern sense, except that it also included slaves and servants and domestic animals and work objects in equal measure. The fundamental inequality of individuals before the law, the perennial personal dependency relationships, or in other words, the absence of the capital relationship, prevented a sovereign from developing within society. Manfred Dahlmann has described these foundations in the case of the Roman Empire as follows. Leaving aside Aristotle's mystification of the state, which was, however, indispensable for the self-understanding of the Roman state, the political institutional framework of the Roman Empire, in accordance with the Aristotelian ideal, formed something like the superstructure over these basic units. It regulated the relationships between households and their protection from the outside, thus, essentially regulating taxation and military service. Accordingly, every person was doubly defined. On the one hand, he was a citizen/member of a polis/region, with the important distinction: a subject provided with Roman civil rights or not, with the resulting rights and duties. On the other hand, he was a member of a household, each with its own division of tasks based on tradition and immediate living conditions. This results in the relationship of immediacy that characterizes antiquity throughout. There is no synthesis of its own, mediating base and superstructure, through which the parts first translate into a whole. This is precisely the basis for the real appearance that this whole exists before, and not after, its parts. The new unity of the oikos, whose householder was the owner of goods, applied to all the phratries or noble families involved in the polis and made it possible to establish a balance between these clans, as was then institutionalized in the Council of 500 on the Areopagus. The assembly, on the other hand, which eventually supplemented them and, thanks to the development of exchange relations, it originally also took place in the agora, could become the decisive authority in the most important matters, emerged from the non-nobles, the sedentary people who had been subjugated by force by those clans of hunters and nomads in prehistoric times. In the Iliad, Homer describes this as the relationship of the heroes to each other and to their own entourage. The hero is not a sovereign but a primus inter pares. He sacrifices to the gods in order to distribute the meat of the sacrificial animals as evenly as possible among his own tribe members as his entourage. This fairness in the distribution is to a certain extent the perspective of the exchange of goods in the epics and makes it possible in the first place to recognize the distribution of the spoils between the heroes or clans as a jumping point of unity, where conversely the enmity between the polis also emerges. In the myth, the spoils are embodied in women: Helena, Chrysis or Briseis, Io, Europa or Medii. In the founding myth of the Romans, the robbery of the Sabine women stands for this, which is even depicted on a surviving denarius coin from the 1st century BC. The woman as looted property demonstrates that there is no regulated exchange here, as there is within the unity of the polis, but only robbery reigns. that immediate violence prevails. It is no coincidence that in his Histories Herodotus, referring to the scholars of the Persians, blames the trading people of the Phoenicians for starting the theft of women and thus sowing discord between the Hellenes and the barbarians. At the same time, the development of the Phoenician cities reveals polis structures similar to those of the Greeks, only they developed earlier. Conversely, Max Weber has emphasized that the superiority of the Greek polis over the Phoenicians in trade may ultimately have been significantly increased by the use of coins several centuries earlier. In the Odyssey, too, the Phoenicians are already maligned as kidnappers who sold their victims as slaves, albeit not in the same fundamental way as in Herodotus, where they are declared to be the source of all evil. If this population, who were regarded as traitors, thus temporarily took on the role that was later to fall to the Jews, this perhaps shows for the first time ever how the attempt to shed historical light on the myth by tracing it back ideologically to a single cause leads to pathological projection. The Odyssey of Odysseus still means that the hero in turn threatens to become or actually becomes the robber of women, that the principle can therefore be temporarily reversed, that exchange or retribution in the making of booty is possible, before in the end the marriage contract between Odysseus and Penelope ends everything and formally confirms the reversal. However, the massacre of the free men and the unfaithful servants reiterates that the regulated exchange within the polis arises from the war between the polis or between the polis and an empire such as that of the Lydians or Persians, i.e. a more or less pronounced oriental despotism. Thus, the subject-object relationship from one that is called upon to destroy the object. The fact that Odysseus finally refrains from violence is due to the intervention of Athena, the goddess of the polis, whose figure or head also serves as the most important motif on the coins circulating in the Aegean. If there were a Trojan coin, it would have to depict Apollo, according to Homer. In this respect, the figures of the gods stand for a state without a sovereign, outwardly denoting the currency of the polis under the conditions of equilibrium within it. The great generals and strategists of Athens were elected in assemblies, were representatives of the citizens in the marketplace and in the army. Few historical figures are therefore as symptomatic of the polis as its great innovator and legislator Solon, who was appointed as a conciliator, a term closely related to the one used for exchange, during Athens' severe civil war crisis. When he had made his reforms, he withdrew from Athens for 10 years. Although the tyranny may have lent his reforms a certain permanence thereafter, it itself remained only a transitional period before further decisive reforms were implemented under Cleisthenes and the internal balance of the polis was expanded, including the abolition of torture, which of course only affected the citizens of the polis. Another characteristic feature of this successor to Solon and actual pioneer of Attic democracy is that it is unclear what office he actually held in the polis. Even in the Roman Empire, imperium originally only referred to the sphere of power of a single elected general or official. The imperators themselves were not bound to each other by a unified power or a monopoly of power, and their relationship to each other was not regulated by subordination. If one of them was able to assert himself as princeps after civil wars, he remained de jure a primus inter pares. His power in no way resulted from the equality of those who were subject to him, nor did it regulate the relationships between the imperia that originally competed with him and were now dominated by him. Augustus possessed no unified official power with which he could have acted comprehensively. The fact that there was never a unified legal political position of ruler that could be expressed in a single term is evident in the case of Augustus, and then all his successors, from the fact that when the ruler is to be described in his full political power, all his individual functions are listed. Werner Eck, Residential Gesti Divi Augusti, the Queen of the Inscriptions. The original acclamation of the princeps was carried out by the military troops. His acceptance then had to be confirmed not only before the senators, but also by the plebs in constant large ceremonies, circus, theater, and arena. Without jeopardizing the principate as a form of rule, the princeps was always threatened by the possibility of being overthrown, just as no dynastic legitimacy could be established, although Augustus was already working towards such a legitimacy. Egon Flagg, Stable Monarchy Emperor at Risk of Being Overthrown. Reflections on the Augustan Monarchy. Christian Meyer therefore rightly writes that the word state is inappropriate for the whole of antiquity. What is strange, however, is not only that he literally puts this insight in brackets, but also that he almost completely abstracts from exchange relations in his studies on the ancient polis. Both show how much he owes, for better or worse, to Carl Schmitt's concept of the political. In other words, this concept could only be saved for democracy if one went back to antiquity and abandoned the relations of production. From this point of view, the historian Meyer is not so far removed from the philosophy of Hannah Arendt and Leo Strauss, But he is ultimately anxious, and because he does not want to use the concept of the state for antiquity to level out the difference between the traditions of thought of the polis and Schmidt's concept of the political, and this ultimately means taking back the ideal of individual freedom that Arendt and Strauss see embodied in the polis and in which the prerequisite for any serious criticism of Schmidt lies. In his study of Aeschylus Orestia, which is dedicated to Schmidt, he writes that the same categories became important for Aeschylus in his analysis as for Carl Schmitt in view of the threat to modern statehood. Both times a great surge of politicization takes place. Fundamentally new groupings, themes, dimensions of the political emerge. And both times the upheaval is so drastic and so comprehensive that it can become elementarily conscious. It is no coincidence that Meyer speaks of an existential problem in this context, which did not affect each individual polis citizen, but the polity as such. Unlike Arendt and Strauss, he does not start from the individuals who form it, but as a true Schmittian from groupings, themes, dimensions that arise within it. This is also how we can understand the amazement in the story of the Persian king told by Herodotus. Xerxes is said to have asked the expelled Spartan king Demaratos how it was possible that the Greeks were free, i.e., did not have to obey and still fight, and the Greeks' answer was the nomos that bound the community of the free. Even if they are free, they are not free in every respect. They are ruled by the law, which they fear more than the Persians fear you. The defining figure of the polis era was the citizen soldier or hoplite, the armed owner of goods, who had to and could pay for his own military equipment. In Athens he was joined by the Thete, who was also considered a citizen soldier, but as a rower on the ships of naval power did not require such equipment. It is therefore not surprising that the free citizen also had to ensure that the law was enforced against criminals in his own person. There was indeed an authority before which the complaint, as the Gottesdike was called, could be brought by him, but just as this authority or the state did not form such an entity that could have brought a complaint, the citizen had to ensure the investigation, arrest, and extradition of the offender. In this sense, Horkheimer also describes the transition from revenge to justice as the emergence of a preliminary form of state monopoly with the help of his concept of the racket. Justice is an early state monopoly, administered by the authoritative rackets. In mythical form, the representation of the state monopoly by the law, which was only possible through a balance of such rackets, can be seen in the early, still mythical figure of Roman law called homo sacer. Anyone who breaks an oath is declared as outlawed as he is sacred. He may be killed by anyone, but not sacrificed, precisely because he is already in the possession of the gods. In this context, Karenii speaks of the subterranean gods, to whose property the person designated as homo sacer was declared, not, like Fowler, of deities in general. So according to Fowler, someone could also be dedicated or vindicated as sacer to Jupiter. However, if the punitive debt was due to a breach of oath, the question arises as to whether it was still an oath in the sense of the unity of the tribe or already in that of the exchange of a polis, where it was, in contrast to those genuinely magical forms of fraternization, technically also suitable as a means of guarantee for contracts of purpose. This is how Max Weber described the transition to law. The oath could therefore already apply to such agreements which only have the purpose of bringing about concrete, mostly economic, achievements or successes, but do not affect the status of the personalities involved, i.e. as in barter, for example, do not give rise to any new comrade qualities in them. This is not original. Weber, Economy and Society, page 402. In the latter case, it was therefore probably no longer possible to declare the oathbreaker homo sacer. This is therefore an element of early legal history that immediately raises the question of the lack of a sovereign in the dissolution of the tribal unity. In a far more secularized form, the absence of the sovereign is then reflected in the legal figure of the gestor, for example, who can appropriate an object without a mandate or contract and benefit from it if he does so in the presumed interest of the actual owner, who is prevented from exercising this interest himself, negotiorum gestio. The negotiorum gestio probably goes back to a Praetorian edict from the 2nd century BC, which was incorporated into the jus civil. Unlike homo sacer, this legal institution, which stepped into the breach, as it were, for the missing sovereign, has ultimately survived in modern legislation as a peripheral rule of management without mandate. Under these conditions, the actual owner can, of course, turn to the sovereign if he believes he has been overreached by the gestor. The connection between an external act of war and an internal legal act is probably most clearly demonstrated by the fact that cowardice before the enemy, like theft, could be brought in the form of an action, although in this case the action was called gamero alpha phi pi alpha rho alpha nu mu omega nu, a kind of popular action, and was brought in the name of all citizens. The extent to which people were aware of the basis of their own freedom is also expressed in the fact that theft generally entailed the harshest punishments and that, as in the early Roman polis, it was quite common to kill the thief caught in the act. Against this background, the historiography of Thucydides appears as an inversion of the Homeric epics and the Aeschylean tragedies, as well as the world of the Persian wars as depicted by Herodotus. Instead of heroes and gods, the politicians Pericles and Alcibiades appear on the one hand, while on the other philosophical concepts such as dynamics and paraplexia are exposed, which are themselves understood as immediate political concepts. In contrast to Aristotle's metaphysics, Thucydides describes dynamis as an instinct in human nature, namely as a striving for power, which means both social or political influence and economic income as well as technical ability and individual talent, and leads to pleonexia, the desire to always have more. This concept also plays a certain role in Plato's utopia of the state. But Thucydides does not formulate his criticism of pleonexia from a utopian point of view, nor does he trust Aristotelian attempts at mediation. It is not something in the material itself that demands the form as one of its possibilities, but the form proves to be insignificant in relation to nature. Thus, for Thucydides, law also plays no role in human nature, remains an external factor that can be taken into account, but is not essential. All human beings are, by nature, in private as well as in state associations, that they simply go astray, and there is no nomos, no law that could push them away. Book 3:45. However, one can also hear a reservation when he says that discord and constant uprisings bring much hardship on the cities as long as the human race remains the same. Book 382. As if he considered a change in the human race to be possible after all. On the one hand, Thucydides depicts the process of disintegration of the polis as the struggle of everyone against everyone else, in which its forms of mediation no longer apply. In the events on Corfu in the 5th year of the Peloponnesian War, he emphasizes that some met their death because of a personal enmity, others, who had lent money, at the hands of their debtors. Book 380. The remission of debts, which under Solon was once used to re-establish the polis, becomes an individual motive for murder. The father slays the son, some are slain at the altars, some are walled up in the sanctuary of Dionysus so that they starve to death. It was the very first civil war of this kind, but later this madness gripped pretty much the entire Hellenic world. Because life in the city was thrown into confusion to this degree, human nature showed that it had become stronger than the laws and that it, already accustomed to doing wrong against the laws, still rejoiced in it. Unable to control anger, more powerful than the lawful, hostile to the excellent. Book 384. On this metaphysical basis, Thucydides describes in this process the emergence of what Adorno and Horkheimer would call the rule of the rackets, a rule in any case that no longer knows any inner balance and no longer leaves the individual free citizen any power of resistance. Between the leaders in the cities, the state good, which they said they served, became a personal battle prize. In their rivalry to overpower the other in every way, they committed the most terrible deeds and then outdid each other in their revenge. In this they observed no bounds of law or the good of the state, each party finding its guide only in its passion, and whether they came to power by fraudulent vote or by force, they were determined to satiate the rage of the moment. The non-partisan citizens were killed from the opposing sides, either because they did not fight or out of envy that they would otherwise escape with their lives. Book 382. In his last play The Bacchae, Euripides attempted to restore a religious meaning to the social madness of such racket formation by attributing it to the god Dionysus, a meaning that had long since been dissolved by the form of tragedy that had just been developed in the Dionysia. But the design of the religious madness refers all too clearly to the same events that Thucydides records. The Maenads move out of the polis into the wilderness, hunt instead of produce, consume raw meat instead of sacrificing according to the polis standards. Finally, they tear apart the head of the polis, whereby, reversing the Orestia, the mother kills her own son. It would be superficial to describe Thucydides as the Hobbes of antiquity, but something like a longing for Leviathan can be heard in him, especially in his portrayal of Pericles. Christian Meyer's account of Pericles' politics emphasizes this new constellation that emerged during the Peloponnesian War. Ultimately, in fact, there was a deep contradiction in Pericles' war planning. It was, to put it bluntly, conceived as a state, not as a polis citizenship. In principle, one would do well to leave the modern concept of the state out of the consideration of antiquity, except for the purposes of demarcation. But here we encounter something like reason of state, a way of thinking based on the power political requirements of Athenian political unity. Thus Pericles speaks to the citizens of the polis in Thucydides as if he were already arguing in terms of the primacy of foreign policy. Quote, "Do not think that the struggle is only about one decision, servitude or freedom. No, you are threatened with the loss of the realm, and the hatred you have incurred through your rule means danger. You are no longer free to resign from it, should someone, full of fear about the situation, want to play the peace-loving, bland citizen with such a proposal. For the rule you exercise is already a kind of tyranny. To seize it may seem unjust, but to let it go is life-threatening. In a very short time, such people would ruin a city if they talked to others, even if they settled somewhere independently on their own." End quote. Thucydides is also reminiscent of tragedy in the form in which it is presented, as Aeschylus both derived from and opposed to the cult. For example, he presents the confrontation between Athenians and Melians entirely as speech and counter-speech by the opponents, whereby the equality that the dialogue between the speakers establishes formally makes the substantive issue of sheer violence, the superiority of the Athenians over the Melians and their illusions of equal rights, all the more apparent. This contrasts with the works of Plato and Aristotle on politics and the state, making the proximity to the warning of the goddess Athena at the end of the Orestia all the clearer, while the deus ex machina in Euripides' tragedies already seems like a parody of that longing. The association that George Thomson makes at the end of his interpretation of the Orestia, which in some parts is extremely clear-sighted, may seem particularly grotesque. He recalls a youth festival in Stalin's Moscow. It was then that he realized the nature of the inspiration behind the Orestia. The inspiration for his own interpretation of the role of the goddess Athena was probably the fear that the Soviet Union might collapse. In any case, it is no coincidence that it was the young Hobbes who translated the Peloponnesian War into English in preparation for his own books on Leviathan and Behemoth, so to speak, while disdaining the political works of Plato and Aristotle. In fact, the latter were virtually opposed to Heraclitus' view of the importance of war for the unity of the state, and nothing is more characteristic of this than the reason given in Plato's Politeia for dealing with the state at all. It is concerned therein first and foremost with an inquiry into the just and justice, and this, he argues, is easier to carry out with the state than with an individual. The state only serves as a particularly suitable example for the answer to the question of what justice is. If you wish, then, we will first examine what justice is in the state, and then we will also look at it in the individual by examining the likeness of the lesser to the greater. The state is therefore not determined in its genesis or its essence in connection with the violence that threatens it from outside, but the threat from outside is merely added after the state is already present and determined in all its characteristics. Only in Greek tragedy or in historical or strategically oriented writings, such as Thucydides in particular, does war continue to be understood in the sense of Heraclitus and applied to the state. When the polis threatened to disintegrate, not least because the foreign policy balance between Athens and Sparta was lost, there was an obvious need for a theory of the state that replaced war with the state itself as the original entity and wanted to see less coercion and violence in the polis, since in reality they were no longer sufficient to maintain it. This also applies in a different way to Epicurus, who, turning against Plato's idealism, knows how to trace the concept of justice back to the contract and thus really hints at a materialist theory of the state of the polis. The young Marx emphasized precisely these passages in his excerpts when he quoted Epicurus from the 10th book of Diogenes Laertius. Natural law is an agreement made for the purpose of benefit, neither to harm each other nor to allow each other to be harmed. There is neither right nor wrong for all living creatures that could not enter into contracts not to harm each other or to allow each other to be harmed. But it is the same with the peoples who could not or did not want to conclude treaties not to harm each other or allow each other to be harmed. Justice is not something that exists in itself, but in mutual intercourse in whatever place, a contract is concluded neither to harm nor to be harmed. End quote. On the other hand, at the same time, something of the fact that a materialistic state theory of the polis can basically only be conceived from the point of view of a sovereign also becomes apparent. Injustice is not an evil in itself, but this lies in the suspicious fear of whether it will remain hidden from the guardians of the law appointed for this purpose. For whether he, the lawbreaker, will remain hidden until death is uncertain. Marx, Booklets on Epicurean, Stoic, and Skeptical Philosophy. In contrast, the letters attributed to Plato, which deal with his own political experiences in Sicily, express the real state of affairs. Irrespective of the question of whether these letters were actually written by Plato, they offer a counterpoint to the utopia of the ideal state. While in the Politeia all emphasis is necessarily placed on creating justice and enacting the right laws, the 11th letter, for example, states, For if one thinks that by enacting laws, whatever they may be, a state will ever be well established without there being a ruling power, one does not think rightly. In Plato's philosophy, war itself is attributed to the excessive growth of the state, which is also regarded as the actual source of disaster. And in a way it had to appear that way, since it lacked the prerequisite of sovereignty. Thus its containment is declared to be the central task of the guardians of the Commonwealth. The best way to determine the limits is to ensure that development and expansion are still compatible with unity, as long as they are allowed to increase it but no further. This is where Aristotle comes in with his definition of self-sufficiency, which for him is the father of all things state. We can speak of a political community when the community of several settlements has reached the limit of complete self-sufficiency, which, on the other hand, must not be exceeded. Those who are greedy for war therefore live outside the polis by nature and are unconnected. In contrast to Plato, for whom the polis still appears to be determined entirely by the question of justice, Aristotle derives the primacy of the whole from the determination of self-sufficiency. The state is more primordial, earlier than the individual. For if the individual in his isolation is not sufficient for himself and is unable to live self-sufficiently, he must relate to the state just as other parts relate to the whole to which they belong. But he who cannot live in community, or does not need it because he is self-sufficient, is not a member of the state and is therefore either an animal or a god. However, it is Aristotle who, out of a heightened awareness that unity can be endangered by the independence of its parts, criticizes Plato precisely for overemphasizing unity and therefore endangering it. However, it is important to understand the state or the polis as a multiplicity, which becomes a unity solely through its self-sufficiency. It is by nature a multiplicity, but as it becomes more and more a unity, it must become a house instead of a state and an individual instead of a house. For a house, everyone will say, is in a higher sense a unity than a state, and an individual is in a higher sense a unity than a house. The state does not merely consist of a majority of people, they are also different in kind. A state can never consist of completely identical people. The components from which a unity is to be formed must be different in kind. In doing so, Aristotle quite openly relies on the exchange relationship. It is not the equality of men in which the unity of the state lies, but it is that equality which consists in recompense that sustains the state. One could also say that Aristotle is already defending the polis here against the longing for a sovereign, as is shown in very different, even opposing ways in Plato and Thucydides. Unlike in Thucydides, the question of political power in the external relationship of the polis disappears in his work, not in the utopia of the state as in Plato, but in the contradiction between the historical and the logical. On the one hand, the state was formed from several village communities in order to achieve the goal of complete self-sufficiency, which had been formed for the sake of life and existed for the sake of perfect life. On the other hand, man was by nature a state being and the state was earlier than the family and the individual. However, the repression returns in the definition of the slave. Aristotle distinguishes between people who are slaves by nature and those who are so because of wars. Like Plato, he therefore did not consider what Thucydides had long warned against when he reproduced Cleon's speech. See Book 3, 37 to apply the internally possible renunciation of violence, which was ultimately based on the balance between the owners of goods and which Plato took into account in his investigation of justice and Aristotle in his emphasis on multiplicity, directly to the external relations of the polis. The longing for the Leviathan is fed by the fact that this inner balance is beginning to dissolve. It hardly ever reverts to the tribal structure. The forms of market mediation developed against this structure are probably already too pronounced for this to be possible. Instead, associations of a completely new kind begin to confront each other in the onset of civil war. Even kinship counted for less than the associations, which were much more quickly and unconditionally ready for daring deeds. For such associations did not come together under the valid laws for general benefit, but they acted out of personal gain against the already existing ones, and mutual trust was based with them less on divine right than on jointly committed injustice. Book 382. The formation of the racket ultimately led to the legionary taking the place of the hoplite, i.e. the citizen soldier. In Capital, Marx indirectly linked the same development that led to the downfall of the polis to the expansion of slave labor, which, incidentally, Max Weber denies. In any case, the ruin of the hoplite class, Weber, took place during the Peloponnesian War. The transition to mercenarism then became fully evident under Philip of Macedon and Alexander the Great, and ultimately characterized the ruling structure of the Roman Empire from the late Republican period onwards. The mercenary no longer possessed his own means of production and, like the fourth estate in the polis of Athens, the Vites who sat at the ship's oars, did not pay for his own equipment. As a result, they had no possibility of having any political say outside their legion. Unlike the Vites in the polis, as soon as Athens became a naval power and as long as slaves did not operate the ship's oars, the largest proportion of its citizens were able to assert and maintain the high status of the General Assembly. The Roman legionary represented in the military what the wage laborer represents in the economy. In this sense, Marx also wrote in the Grundrisse that the monetary system in the Roman Empire was actually only fully developed in the army. The entrepreneur in this context, however, was the commander who paid him. After all, he usually had to provide him with a small amount of land for his old age. Thus, no capital relationship developed in antiquity, but there was war, the development of which on a large scale enabled a kind of separation of the immediate producers from their means of production among the masses who waged it in an organized manner. This also makes it understandable when Cicero, on the basis of an increasingly powerful and to a certain extent independent army, departed from Aristotle's view that there were slaves by nature and formulated his own definition of man. Everyone, regardless of which family or people, gentis, they came from, had the same reason and therefore the same opportunities to be virtuous and obey the law. All that was needed to achieve virtue was a corresponding general. The extent of the respective empire and the potestas of a Roman general was expressed by the number of fasces that his lictors carried before him. He received his powers from the assembly of Roman citizens in arms, the Comita Centuriata, through which he was elected to his offices, consul, praetor, etc., for a fixed term, whereby the rank and responsibilities of one office in relation to the other, apart from the fasces, often appear to be unclear. In any case, the Roman Empire developed to its enduring greatness precisely through the rivalry of the generals maintained in this way. But even if one of them, such as Caesar or Octavian, succeeded in permanently dominating his rivals, there can be no talk of sovereignty stricto sensu. What already looks like a slow enforcement of the monopoly on the use of force, such as far-reaching restrictions on the carrying of weapons in public, still proves on closer inspection to be a measure taken by generals to protect their own troops from attacks by the population. The patria potestas, the power of the pater familias, was hardly touched, and the inequality before the law that was established by his rule over the oikos was maintained. Anyone in the house who was under the control of the father or the owner of the goods was still not considered a legal subject. Even if he counted as a free citizen in some areas outside the oikos, he remained alieni juris, alien law. He could only become sui juris with the end of the house power, i.e. with the death of the head of the house. As in the Greek polis, a distinction was made between two types of property. One included land, free and unfree persons as well as cattle, horses, and mules. The other included small livestock and all inanimate movable objects. While the latter could be exchanged on the market without further ado, there were restrictions on the latter, which were intended to protect the unity of the oikos against the exchange of goods. In Roman law, for example, it was only possible for the head of the household to sell these properties, people and living beings, if a certain right called mancipium or mancipatio was observed. It is actually a trick to cut a path to a new order within the old order by invoking an even older one. Mancipatio is derived from manu carpere, to seize with the hand, because the acquirer seized the object or person to be purchased with his hand in front of the others and thus asserted his right to it. He thus pretended that he was already, from the very beginning so to speak, the owner of the object that he was now actually acquiring. In any case, this right makes it clear that we are dealing with objects that contain an immediate relationship of dominion within themselves, regardless of whether they are objects, animals, or people, a relationship that binds them to the person of an owner and cannot be dissolved by simply buying and selling. The buyer must therefore appear to be the original owner. Historically, the possibility of such a bond was only completely eliminated by the sovereign, who, because he is the political relation of capital, allows commodity owners and commodities, and thus also things and animals on the one hand, and people on the other, to be definitively separated and at the same time carries out this separation once again within the commodity owners, the subjects, by covering the contracts for the sale of labor power with his monopoly of force. The pater familias, and not the Roman state, forms the seat of sovereignty insofar as it anticipates this final separation as a trick and exception to the rule through the mancipatio that it organizes. With the internal and external expansion of the market in the Roman Empire, the subsumption of things, animals and people under the clan elder or householder was bound to become an obstacle to development. The right of emancipatio provides particular evidence of this. According to the old 12-table law, The father only lost control over his son if the father sold the son 3 times for unfree labor in someone else's house. The provision, which once had the purpose of protecting the son from excessive exploitation, was eventually reinterpreted as a mere formality, so that the son could become a mens sui juris and a contractual partner and commodity guardian before the father's death. Conversely, the disorganized violence that is still used today against women or children on the basis of the bourgeois nuclear family appears to be a psychotic attempt by men or fathers to regain the sovereignty they have surrendered to the state. In turn, the modern sovereign can be called upon to take action against the man or father who himself marks the sovereign in a state of emergency, persecutes the woman and threatens her with violence. There is no direct path from the process of exchange to the commodity. The exchange between tribes that own something in common is a world apart from the exchange of commodity and money owners, even if each individual with his oikos may still appear like a tribal prince in miniature. Oikos is private ownership of the means of production, including land. There must have been a rupture within the immediate relations of domination, be it an uprising of the warlike subjects or, to use Freud's term, of one's own fraternal horde, so that the exchange of goods could follow as a compromise in the original sense of a shift. Compromisum still means in Cicero that 2 parties to a dispute promise each other to recognize a third authority. In Cicero, however, this recognition already takes place on the condition of an original, unconditional compromise and the form of mediation created by it. The parties deposit a sum of money, which they lose if they do not recognize the arbitration award. The miracle of mediation consists precisely in the independence of the instance, in that property is ascribed by contract to an individual who is able to use it as an individual independently of his family and tribal relationships that have guaranteed his self-preservation for so long, in this respect also different from feudal fiefdoms. For he exchanges it as a commodity, that is, for a commodity without immediate use value, for which in turn commodities with such use values are in prospect. This also includes from the outset the possibility of a mortgage, the pledging of property for a loan. It is therefore absurd to assume any sequence or even causality in the emergence of commodities, money and credit, as David Graeber, for example, also assumes by simply reversing the usual sequence invented by the classical national economists, which leads from barter, i.e. exchange in kind without money via money to credit, and presenting debt or credit as the actual origin from which money and exchange are to be derived. He leaves no doubt that this is about the origin of evil, which he dates back even further than Heidegger's oblivion of being, namely at least to the Mesopotamian civilization 3500 BC. However, this fall from grace is only stipulated so that the anthropologizing economist can claim in all seriousness that money is nothing mysteriously incomparable, and thus does not have to spare more than a few lines for Marx's critique of political economy in his 500 pages on 5,000 years of debt. No wonder Graeber became the German feuilleton's favorite anti-capitalist theorist at the time of Occupy Wall Street. Only when such an exchange is possible, which not only allows us to hope for further exchange like the act of sacrifice for divine beneficence, but in which the exchanger rightly believes that he already holds the beneficence in his hand and thus the means for his self-preservation, can we speak of commodity exchange at all, even though the work required to produce the commodities cannot yet be compared with the labor time required for this production, i.e. there can be no exploitation in the strict sense. Marx's analysis of the value form must already be able to presuppose the substance of value. It is therefore misleading to speak of a real existing simple commodity production, as became customary in the wake of Friedrich Engels. The extraordinary and ephemeral nature of the constellation of the ancient polis is obscured precisely when the value form analysis is projected onto it. It requires or presupposes causality is not the point here, the concept of identity without non-identity, absolute unity without relation or reflection, which has its empirical bearer in money and in which at the same time, as if one could step into the same river twice, all empirical changes that take place in the time between the acts of exchange are considered to be extinguished. This could be seen as the earliest independence of a third authority, which in the form of the polis, in contrast to the modern state, can only be recognized by the citizens as a persistent balance between them, but has as little to do with the totem or the deity of a tribe as the monotheistic god. The historical fact that this inner balance, called polis, was once possible could be regarded as a mere coincidence, possibly in the hope of causally establishing the synthesis in the form of the polis as a historical necessity by exploring all the factors and circumstances of early Greece that can be found. Although the abstraction in the exchange of commodities that Sonrethel speaks of takes place behind the backs of those involved, it also systematically requires the equally real but conscious abstraction from violence. It is thus society's context of guilt and at the same time its opposite. As a synthesis of the subject, it could also be progress in the consciousness of freedom. It is therefore impossible to speak of the renunciation of violence here without at the same time addressing the continued existence of its opposite. The exchange of equivalents, whose existence can only ever be mutually pretended, and this inevitably without accrediting the average labor time necessary for the production of the commodity, rather requires their use as soon as something non-identical becomes noticeable in it and is no longer exchanged, but stolen. Violence is basically postponed and displaced, not to say outsourced, by the equilibrium between the citizens of the polis. In this respect, the concept of the polis means nothing more than the possibility, created by individuals within the phratries of the Ionians in Athens or the Dorians in other cities and not predetermined by the tribal unit, of uniformly refounding their reproduction on this postponement and relocation. But still, that people should simply have chosen, just as they replaced human sacrifice with the sacrifice of an animal, to suspend and at any rate postpone the use of violence through commodity exchange, or in other words, to use the passage from Epicurus that the young Marx excerpted, to enter into contracts to neither harm nor be harmed, for the time being. That they, as citizens, were prepared, in place of external coercion, to develop internal coercion, to postpone the satisfaction of their immediate needs and in this sense to master their own nature, thus, like Odysseus voluntarily but unlike him perpetually allowed shackles to be put on them. It is certainly not an acceptable explanation for historians, psychoanalysts, or Marxists, on the contrary. This is how complicated the dialectic of enlightenment can prove to be, for it is precisely against this that Epicurean philosophy defends itself in certain respects, when it takes its retreat from public affairs and puts pleasure in the place of the immortal. This is why it became the starting point for Marx's critique of German idealism. The same problem can just as well be presented as the logical problem of the origin of money, and thus of the money riddle as in Frank Engster. Quote, all attempts to derive money from a historical origin must, however, be confronted with a logical problem. For the very idea that money can be traced back to some kind of origin, whether to relations of exchange and trade or of law, debt and property, national economy, economics, or to ceremonies and rituals of recognition, obligation and sacrifice, ethnology, anthropology, this very idea of an origin is problematic due to an equal originality. Money must be enforced by the fact that it separates social relations from themselves and represents them in the first place, so that social relations, through their representation, enter and receive their determination as a relation of exchange, right, debt, recognition, etc., as it were behind the scenes. Money must then originate precisely from those social relations that it simultaneously represents and presents, and which, for their part, only occur as certain relations in the first place. It must therefore appear as if the respective social relationship, whether it is determined by exchange, property, and legal relationships or by recognition and debt relationships, already contains the money in it, as it were, in an ideal sense. And it must also appear as if these property, legal, recognition, etc. relations are only reproduced in money. Through money, relations, however they may be determined, appear as they actually already appear to be before and independent of money. In short, money represents relations that only gain presence through it. As different as the theories on the genesis of money may therefore be, it cannot be derived from relations of exchange, law, debt, or other relations if these, for their part, already contain money on the one hand and can only be entered into through money on the other. Engster, Money as Measure, Means and Method. p. 90f. By completely disregarding the contingency of acting subjects, i.e., that it was the individuals themselves who must have once agreed on this mediation, money, despite its historically fixable appearance, appears as a presupposition. It follows not least from this that, understood in this way, it contains the relations in itself like the Hegelian spirit, whereas with Sonrethel it is not understood as the unity of something that is subject to it, but in the sense of the Kantian transcendental subject as pure identity, to which every determination must fall back in order to establish unity in the first place. It corresponds all the more to the neoconservative polis idealism of Hannah Arendt, Leo Strauss, or Eric Voegelin, for example. For Voegelin, myth is first and foremost dissolved by the mystic philosophers Parmenides and Heraclitus through the discovery of the soul and its authority in the direction of transcendence. The discovery was then passed on to the entire polis and opened up its golden age, the great achievement of the Athenian people in the 5th century BC. Eric Voegelin, The World of the Polis. From Myth to Philosophy, Order and History. Voegelin describes this achievement not least in the tragedies of Aeschylus. Tragedy as a form examines the human soul in the process of decision-making, while each tragedy constructs for itself the conditions and experimental situations in which a fully developed and self-aware soul is forced to act. End quote. It characterizes the religious trait of his Polis idealism that Vogelin calls this generalization the Great Awakening. The presentation of the mystic philosophers is already oriented towards the appearance of the Christian Savior, who also makes it possible for Vogelin to bring together Polis reason and Jewish belief in revelation, which provoked the protest of Leo Strauss. With this orientation, it is clear that Vogelin, in the recognized proximity of Polis and Judaism, strives to eliminate the difference to the belief in revelation, which Strauss was concerned with precisely in the form of Christianity, and in this way he even outshines Strauss when it comes to going beyond the prerequisites of the polis which Sonrethel discovered in money. As clearly as he works out the tendency towards monotheism in Greek philosophy when he explains that the inadequate gods of Homer and Hesiod, as Xenophanes writes, must fade before the invisible harmony of the transcendent realissimum, it does not occur to him as a thoroughly Christian thinker that this fading is precisely a form of thought that cannot exist without the general equivalent of commodity exchange. In a certain way, it also negates the Hegelian figure of thought of the master-servant relationship. In one of the many struggles which after all are ultimately fought to the death, it should suddenly, and although others go on, turn out that the antagonists would no longer be willing to give their lives to making the other a servant, in order instead to mutually recognize each other as equals, that is, to exchange commodities. In his attempt to explain the emergence of law and rationality in early Greece, Tobias Reichardt adopts a half-Marxist and half-neoconservative position which, taken together, is the least convincing. Legislation was not created out of nothing, it was at the same time an extraordinary, conscious reaction to a current crisis situation, Reichardt. Recht Uendi Rationalität im frühen Griechenland. Although he emphasizes the already well-developed Attic export system at this point, he is otherwise concerned, especially in his polemic against Sonrethel, that this conscious reaction itself only affected the creation of law, but not the exchange of goods. Legislation was not decisively determined by the exchange of goods, let alone by coinage. He suggests the succession that law was created in the polis first, and then the exchange of goods developed even if only a little. Perhaps he is attached to the idea that it would be possible to eliminate the exchange of goods today and retain law and rationality. This idea is fatal because, like almost the entire study, it suppresses political violence. The explanation, which can only refer to the contingency of the historical, is almost as untrustworthy as the prospect that people will one day understand themselves to strive for true equivalence or unobjectified reconciliation, which in whatever form could still include the needs of inner human nature and the unfolding of extrahuman life. To accept this explanation, however, presupposes this hope. Ex negativo, the dilemma can be seen most clearly in Max Weber. In his studies on the sociology of religion, for example, he endeavors to reject the materialist or Marxist explanation in connection with the founding of the Confederation of Tribes in ancient Israel that the conditions of life had generated the founding of the Confederation on their own, as ideological exponents of economic conditions of existence. However, the freedom of values that he has made his principle forces him to formally evade the problem itself. Whether such a foundation took place, as he writes, depends on very concrete religious, historical, and often highly personal circumstances and destinies. Weber, Das Antike Judentum. In the epithet of the highly personal, in contrast to the later structuralists, at least the idea is expressed that what matters is how individuals react to circumstance and fate, but this can only be recognized if the researcher exchanges his freedom of value at precisely this point for the freedom to form a highly personal judgment about it. It is not surprising that the Greeks depicted and invoked the renunciation of revenge and violence primarily in the gods. Perhaps that was the only reason why they still needed the cosmos of gods despite the tendencies towards monotheism in their thinking. Conversely, this is what makes Plato's utopia of the state so extraordinarily significant for understanding the beginning of the polis as a break in the midst of myth, as Ernst Cassirer has emphasized. Where the polis is immediately concerned, Plato became the declared enemy of myth. If we tolerate myth in our political systems, he declared, then all our hopes for a new construction and a reform of our political and social life are lost. There is only one alternative. We must make our choice between a mythical and an ethical conception of the state. Cassirer, on the myth of the state. Cassirer also works out the similarities and differences in relation to the Jewish religion, and in this sense quotes Marsilius Ficinus, who spoke of Plato as the Attic Moses. Jan Assmann, on the other hand, denies in all seriousness that Plato's view corresponds to the polis, but does so with the argument that the front expressed therein against mythical thinking comes close to the monotheism of the Jews. He obviously wants the invention of monotheism to be reserved for Judaism, and therefore he goes so far as to say that Plato should not be regarded as an exponent of Greekness. To exaggerate, he belongs on the side of Heine's Jews. It is no coincidence that the Pythagorean Numenius of Apamea called Plato an Attic-speaking Moses, Jan Assmann, the Mosaic distinction or the price of monotheism. Pages 138f. However, in order to absolve himself of anti-Semitic connotations, since he believes that monotheism has fundamentally totalitarian traits, Assmann again feels compelled to draw at least one parallel between polis and monotheism, which is also intended to put the polis in a bad light. Just as the monotheistic religion is based on the Mosaic distinction, so science is based on the Parmenidean distinction. The one distinguishes between true and false religion, the other between true and false knowledge. End quote. In this way, it remains opaque or can only be explained in appearance and again as a ruse why Poseidon in the Odyssey and the Erinyes in the Orestia allow themselves to be appeased in the end. Unlike Homer, in whom the polis is envisioned as the marriage of Odysseus and Penelope, Aeschylus brings this appeasement onto the scene immediately as the establishment of the Areopagus and thus, in a sense, as the founding of the polis of Athens. And in Sophocles' last tragedy, Oedipus at Colonus, the title character appears almost like a god in that he wants to make it impossible for his children to mourn his own death and declares his grave a taboo, so to speak, just to avert further violence from Thebes. Here, too, the turning away from violence is explicitly designed with the polis of Athens in mind. And this is why Hannah Arendt concludes her book on revolution with King Theseus' announcement from Oedipus in Colonus. It is the polis that made life shine. According to Arendt's provocative opinion, the polis shows that political relationships are not normally characterized by violence. It is through the polis that the conviction of the essential nonviolence of politics is founded. The Greek polis explicitly understood itself as a state and social constitution that was not based on violence, but on mutual persuasion. The fact that this self-conception was by no means empty talk or self-deception, which could be exposed today, is perhaps most strikingly demonstrated by the Athenian custom of not executing those condemned to death, but persuading them to put the cup of hemlock to their lips themselves. The use of physical force was incompatible with the dignity of an Athenian citizen under all circumstances. End of quote. Arendt ignores the fact that this dignity has something to do with the status of the commodity guardian, that it is rather its moral side. However, she touches on this question indirectly by distinguishing between the interior and exterior of the state, especially with regard to violence. But since for the Greeks the political, namely the polis, by the very meaning of the word could under no circumstances extend beyond the boundaries of the city walls, violence in the area that we today call foreign policy or international relations did not require any justification at all, although Greek foreign policy, apart from the Persian wars in which all of Hellas was united, took place only between Greek city-states, it was not considered to be actually political. Outside the city walls, namely outside the realm of the political in the Greek sense, the words of Thucydides applied. The powerful do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. With this distinction in the concept of the political, which seeks to exclude war from the political, Arendt refers not only to how the Greeks themselves, especially their philosophers, understood the polis, but also to Hobbes' concept of the origin of the sovereign and Marx's concept of the origin of capital. The concept of the state of nature at least points to realities which the 19th century concept of development can in no way comprehend, whether it thinks of the historical process in terms of causality or the actualization of possibilities, or as a dialectical movement, or even as an inherently coherent sequence of events. For the hypothesis of a state of nature implies that there is such a thing as a beginning, which as such is separated from everything that comes after it as if by an abyss. It is obvious that the problem of the beginning or origin is of decisive importance for the phenomenon of revolution. That there is a close connection between such a beginning and violence seems to be attested by the legends of origins in both the biblical and classical traditions. Cain slew Abel, Romulus slew Remus. Violence was at the beginning, from which it seems to follow that no beginning is possible without violence, that every new beginning violates something. These first acts of our history, which begins with legends, have survived countless centuries in the memory of mankind with the power that human thought possesses in those rare moments when it succeeds in speaking in compellingly convincing metaphors or in widely applicable stories. The legend says it clearly. At the beginning of all brotherhood is fratricide. At the beginning of all political order is crime. For this ancient conviction, carried through the centuries, of the beginning of all human affairs, the assumption of a state of nature is only a final, theoretically purified paraphrase, and it still resonates clearly in Marx's famous saying about violence as the powerful midwife of history. End quote. The question of the beginning, which Arendt so emphatically invokes, is thus not answered. The abyss between mere violence and what she would like to call the political, between the midwife and the born, is not bridged. It is not possible to deduce from violence itself what was made possible by the beginning, any more than anything else can be taken as the substance from which a rupture could be inferred, and everything else would have to follow. The state of nature, like Hegel's master-servant relationship, remains speculation. While in the one case something of the psyche of the citizen is revealed, in the other something of the relationship of the states to one another. In this sense, revolution should be taken at its word. Revolutions, insofar as they really were revolutions, wanted to return to that beginning under completely different conditions. From the point of view that they brought about the abolition of slavery and serfdom, this return succeeded, since the polis had been destroyed by such forms of rule. From the point of view that the return proved to be only a transition to wage slavery, to the commodity of labor power, which presupposes the sovereign and thus the natural relationship between the states, they also called the beginning itself into question. They did not change Aristotle's proposition that the opposition of ruler and servant occurred wherever something consisted of several parts and formed a unity. Christians shift the suffering of the individual, as it is experienced in any form of political unity, onto the sacrifice of their crucified God. In this way, however, they also remain bound to Judaism, and within Christianity there is a compulsive turn against the Jews. They are stigmatized as persecutors and murderers of the Savior. Surprisingly, however, it is always possible to attempt an outward return, as it were, as is shown by Abelard in philosophy, Marsilius and Occam, and later Hobbes in politics of all things. The significance of the Old Testament for the justification of modern sovereignty is particularly evident in Hobbes. Like Marsilius and Occam, he draws the arguments for the disempowerment of the clergy from the appearance of Jesus in the New Testament. Of all these subjects, namely law, politics, and natural science, Christ declared that it was not part of his office to lay down rules and doctrines about them, except one, that in all disputes about them the individual citizens should obey the laws and judgments of their state. But as far as the promise of his return is concerned, which was of little interest to Marsilius, Hobbes transforms Christ in the second, mostly unread part of Leviathan, from the disempowered sacrificial Savior to the messianic sovereign under the sign of Moses, who will also reign not in heaven but on earth itself. I can find no passage in the Scriptures from which it can be readily inferred that the place where men will live after the resurrection is heaven. By heavenly kingdom is meant the kingdom of the King who dwells in heaven, and his kingdom was the people of Israel, whom he ruled through the prophets, his governors. First through Moses, after him through Eleazar and the sovereign priests, until the people rose up in the days of Samuel and wanted to have a mortal as king after the manner of the Gentiles. And when our Savior Jesus Christ, by the preaching of his servants, shall have moved the Jews to repentance, and called the Gentiles to obey him, then shall be a new heavenly kingdom, when God shall be king, whose throne is heaven, without the necessity of man's ascending higher than God's footstool, the earth, for his blessedness. End quote. Hobbes regards it as proven that according to the Holy Scriptures, the kingdom of God is a civil state, in which God is sovereign first by virtue of the Old and then by virtue of the New Covenant, and rules through his deputy or governor. Therefore the same passages also prove that after the return of our Savior in his majesty and glory, in order to reign actually and eternally, the kingdom of God must be on earth. But as this doctrine, though proved from passages of Holy Scripture, which are neither rare nor obscure, will appear to most men as a novelty, I only present it, without intending to commit myself on these or other disputed points of faith. End quote. This apocalyptic hope for a return of Jesus at the Last Judgment as a kind of reincarnation of Messianism on Christian soil, albeit cautiously but at great length, which did not yet play a role for Marsilius, probably allowed Hobbes to unabashedly express his characteristic, fundamental pessimism with regard to human life and the irrevocable state of nature between states, which characterize the first part of Leviathan. At the same time, it is noticeable in the second part of this work how much Hobbes strives to interpret the New Covenant in continuity with the Old one, while a German legend had long been circulating, and was even dramatized by Christopher Marlowe, according to which in Christianity, instead of the covenant of the Jews with God, the pact with the devil was more appropriate. In the domain of Islam, after the horizon of thought opened up by Al-Farabi, Avicenna and Averroes had been extinguished, such a justification of modern sovereignty was to be found as little as a nation-state orientation. It should be noted that this horizon owes its existence to a Christian tradition of polity. Although the prevailing opinion is that it was the Arab or Muslim Aristotelians who first familiarized the Occident with Greek thought, in a certain sense the reverse was true. Neither Al-Farabi nor Avicenna or Averroes probably knew Greek. They read the writings of the Greeks in translations made by Syrian Christians, familiar with Greek as well as Aramaic and Arabic. The new faith initially appeared to be a Christianity that remained faithful to universalism and monotheism, as it were, denying Jesus' divinity again, rejecting the Trinity, and whose prophet, unlike his predecessor, showed little willingness to make sacrifices. This proximity to Judaism probably arose in the immediate preceding phase of Arab expansions, in which there were alliances with the Jews in the Middle East against the common enemy of the Roman Empire. So Dante sends this Muhammad and his son-in-law Ali to the circle of hell, where the traitors and schismatics end up, those who have sown discord among the Christians, and describes torments on them that are similar to those of crucifixion. What they did to the unity of Christianity is now done to their bodies. They are slashed from chin to buttocks. According to Hartmut Kohler, this is the most horrible, repulsive picture ever drawn of the founder of the Islamic religion. In contrast, Voltaire's famous Muhammad tragedy seems like an expression of sympathy for Islam and its alleged founder. Kohler also points out that in this depiction of Muhammad as a divider, Dante follows his teacher Brunetto Latini, Cicero's translator and author of a great encyclopedic didactic poem Les Livres d'Otresseur, which he wrote in exile in France. In it, Latini describes Muhammad as a monk who, with his false sermons, had turned the Saracens in Persia away from the true Christian faith and led them into error. Latini also went as an envoy to the court of Alfonso X in Toledo, where the first Latin translation of the Quran had been completed a century earlier. It had been commissioned in 1143 by Petrus Venerabilis, in whose monastery of Cluny the sick Abelard, who had been condemned by the Pope, was able to find refuge, whom he himself praised as the Plato of the West and our Aristotle. Petrus Venerabilis felt that the translation was urgently needed so that Christians could arm themselves against Islam, which he described as a plague and furor, the work of Satan and a manifestation of the Antichrist. He finally wrote to none other than Bernard of Clairvaux, who had accused Abelard of heresy, that he was not quite sure whether the Mohammedan heresy was heresy or paganism, but was inclined to judge it as heresy. From the point of view of the Trinity dogma, Abelard had indeed deviated in a direction exactly opposite to the Quran. What is new about this belief, however, is that it does not incorporate the Hebrew Bible largely unchanged as the Old Testament, as Christianity does, but rather takes back its basic idea, that of the covenant. The extent to which the focus on the New Testament, i.e. the sacrificial death of Jesus, led to a reinterpretation of Israel's expectation of salvation, and thus to a teleological emptying of history, is explained by Klaus Heinrich in his book, How One Religion Takes Truth Away from Another, 1997. But even in view of the Gospel of John, Heinrich states that, fortunately, this has not been able to prevent the enlightening role that the Hebrew Bible, despite being imprisoned in an Old Testament at the heart of Occidental civilization itself. What is meant by this enlightening role is stated in the parenthesis. Without the prophets, no social criticism, including the prophet Jesus. Without their covenant thinking, no doctrine of the social contract. What is already hinted at in the Quran is a monotheistic faith whose universality, together with the contractual sense of reciprocity, also claims to overcome its own opposition, which exists in particularity. In the translations by Friedrich Rücken from 1824 and Lazarus Goldschmidt 1916, the contradiction is accentuated to the extent that it is still possible to speak of a covenant in the Quran. In Surah 5:10, it is a covenant with which God covenants you. When it says further below, 5:12 or 5:15, that God has made a covenant with the children of Israel, it is immediately emphasized that it was God who sent 12 princes from among them for this purpose, according to Goldschmidt. To soften the absurdity somewhat, Friedrich Rücker translates here, awakened. It is a covenant of God with himself, which is why he constantly speaks in the first person plural. It is no wonder that it is claimed that it was broken by the Jews, since in the Hebrew Bible the term covenant is understood to mean something quite different, which also results in the great tradition of debate, to which Klaus Heinrich refers in connection with the biblical story of Jonah, in order to explicitly mention Abraham's dispute with his God about the number of righteous in Sodom and the speeches and rebuttals in the book of Job. According to the Quran, God cursed the Jews and made them obstinate. Although they are addressed as people of the book or possessors of the book, they are accused of having kept secret, ignored, or falsified what the prophet had revealed in the book. They are therefore scripture owners whose possession was not needed, as the word of God had been received directly through the prophet, apart from the archangel Gabriel, who is also referred to as the messenger, in the form of the Quran. Muhammad is literally put in the place of the Jews, who themselves by no means claim to exclusively and immediately reflect God's word in the Bible. Rather, they are concerned with the history of their covenant. Rudy Parrott therefore consistently drops the idea of covenant in his translation of the Quran and replaces it with obligation. God accepted the obligation of the children of Israel at the time. The Christians or Nazarenes are portrayed above all as deniers because they understand God as the Messiah, when he could destroy the Messiah and his mother as well as everyone on earth. 5:17 and 5:19. In 5:18 and 5:20-21 the conclusion is reached. God creates what he wants and God is powerful over all things. The Jews and Christians say that we are children of God and his favorites. Say, why then does he punish you for your sins? Nay, ye are creatures of flesh among others whom he created. He forgives whom he wills and punishes whom he wills, for God's is the dominion over heaven and earth, and what is between them, and to him is the return. It is the denial of treaty thinking. Allah punishes whom he wills is constantly repeated in the Quran. He does accept firm obligations again and again from Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and finally Muhammad 33:7. But these are only the obligations to command all others in turn. The synopsis of common tradition also reveals that in the story of Noah and the flood, 29:14f, even the obligation on Noah's part is missing, that Allah does not remember a covenant with Abraham at all before the exodus from Egypt, whereas in Exodus 2 verses 23-25 God's remembrance of the covenant with the Jews is of decisive importance, and that in Surah 7:145 he merely commands Moses to order his people to keep the laws, whereas in the Bible, after the return from Mount Sinai, Exodus 24 verses 3-7, Moses first presents all the commandments, the legal regulations or legal rulings as the new, contractual conditions to the Jews before they agree twice to act accordingly, and only then is the covenant sealed by Moses. Instead of the covenant, identification with God is found here, but unlike in Christianity, it is no longer mediated via a Son of God and the Holy Spirit, who in turn mediates between Father and Son. In this sense, Bella Grunberger and Pierre Desuint's reflections on the differences between the three monotheistic religions can also be understood using the psychoanalytical concept of narcissism. The central thesis is that the Muslim has realized his detachment from God as little as the Christian. In identifying with him, he rather identifies with his own narcissism, the sacred, and tends to exclude the material world, that is, to project the instinctual element onto the other, who thereby becomes the enemy. End quote. In any case, Muhammad is not sent to teach that the imitation of the universality of God with reference to a Balard can only be fragmentary. He neither commands the union as a unit integrating only very specific individual tribes, which, as the only chosen ones, enters into a covenant with God in this way also making a Messiah appear possible, who at some point liberated from suffering and persecution. Only the Shiite school of thought knows messianic echoes here, nor does he encourage his worship as the Son of God, through whose chosen suffering the faithful identify with one another, but can postpone the divine state conjured up therein until his return. Instead, this prophet embodies the fact that all election, imitation, and identification must immediately merge into the restless and violent expansion of the divine state, which must have accommodated the recent tribal structures. It is already characteristic of the Quran that the refusal of the children of Israel to immediately conquer the Promised Land is highlighted here as a particular sin, which is punished with 40 years of wandering in the desert. Surah 5:20-26. God's messenger is therefore not revered as the Messiah, but as the last prophet, who, unlike the prophets of the Tanakh, is not a private man, but a military leader, which also distinguishes him from the Christianized belief in the Messiah. Differentiation from Judaism and competition with Christianity counteract, scholastically speaking, a reflection on the similitudo of one's own origin, which continues to exist in the unconverted Jews on the one hand and in the worship of the suffering Jesus on the other. However, while the crucified one can be integrated as the penultimate prophet into the legend of Muhammad, which claims universality, and can be imagined as a prophet whom the Jews wanted to kill, these very Jews, whom according to the Quran God himself has hardened, their hearts made, Surah 5:13, embody for the Muslim faith what must not be recognized as something similar, particularity per se, which one should always have eradicated in oneself. In Christianity, on the other hand, they belong to the particular origin of the divinized Son, and as such cannot be denied and completely excluded in a negative way. The later challenge of bourgeois society to ensure the equality of Jews as citizens is already recognizable in this. The greater inner closeness is ultimately evident in the anti-Semites of the Occident, whether in the Jewish scenes of the Passion plays and Shrovetide plays or in everyday life in a joke culture that is still so widespread today. as an inner compulsion to imitate the Jews in order to distinguish themselves from them. In the Elements of Antisemitism from the Dialectic of Enlightenment, it is criticized for the first time in the context of bourgeois society. Thus, the critique of Islam that Dan Diner attempts in his book Versiegeld Zeit über den Stillstand in der islamischen Welt fails not so much because of its abstraction from the relations of production, but because it almost completely ignores the hatred of Jews in Islam as in Christianity, in other words, a hatred for which the crisis of those relations merely provides further pretext to become even greater. According to more recent, well-founded assumptions, such as those of the Saarbrücken school around Christoph Luxemburg and Karl-Heinz Ohlig, which also refers to Ignaz Goldziher, one of the fathers of Islamic studies, which was preceded in the Anglo-Saxon world by the work of John Wansbrough and his students, Islam itself can by no means be understood as a sudden and ex nihilo refoundation before the 8th century. There is no reference to a rivalry with a new religion or to a religious founder, named Muhammad, whose deeds are placed by Islamic tradition in the 7th century, either in Christian and Jewish sources or specifically in Arabic or other language sources of the century or the following century. The studies by Patricia Crone, e.g. God's Rule, Government and Islam, concentrate more on a historical account of the wars between the Arab tribes or dynasties than on a reconstruction of the emergence of Islam, in the sense of a new faith separate from Judaism and Christianity. A rather popular nonfiction book by Tom Holland, Muhammad, the Quran and the Sacred of the Arab Empire, attempts a kind of synthesis of these works, which have recently often been described as revisionist in contrast to traditionalist Islamic studies. Rather, a longer, centuries-long process can be assumed, which was initially reflected in the Quran, a lectionary which was presumably based on a translation of the Bible made by anti-Trinitarian-minded Christians and in which Muhammad was still a gerundive and a predication of Jesus as the Blessed One, eventually became the exclusive book of a prophet of Arabic origin named Muhammad, superior to both the Torah and the Gospels. He himself, however, is only mentioned by name 4 times in the book, but may have been remembered as an Arab tribal prince who, like his Umayyad successors, made alliances with the Jews, which is also indicated by various commandments such as circumcision, and at the same time, insofar as he was close to Christianity, may have opposed the concept of the Trinity of God. Later, the process of the emergence of Islam was often condensed by depicting Muhammad himself as an apostate Christian cardinal, for example in the novel Renard le Contrefait, and in William Langland's verse poem Piers Plowman, both from the 14th century, as well as in the 15th century chronicle of the Benedictine monk Ranulph Higden Polychronican. Brunetto Latini's and Dante Alighieri's depiction of Muhammad is clearly at the beginning of this tradition. Later, when Islam had developed and risen to become a major competitor, Christian scholarship knew how to turn this initial closeness of the Arab tribes to Judaism into another trick against Judaism. The Jews were accused of having seduced Muhammad into belittling Christ instead of recognizing and worshipping him as the Son of God. They had falsified the Quran after Muhammad's death. Socio-psychologically, this grip of the medieval polemicists, which Cusanus also does not omit, is remarkable. They fight the distant enemy in such a way that even nearby opponents receive a blow. Something jumps out for Western domestic use. The Jews, Cusanus also speaks of perversi Iudei as tools of the devil, are partly to blame for the Turks being so bad.
Kurt Flasch, Nikolaus von Kues.
History of a development. The turn against the Jews, which was already partly reflected in the Quran, came with the victory of the Abbasids over the Umayyads and with the conquests that led to the Zoroastrian-influenced Sassanid Empire as well as to Visigothic, i.e. Arian Christian Spain. In both directions, the common enemy image of the Jews apparently created the unity of conquered and conqueror. In one of the earliest descriptions of Muhammad's life, which has only survived in an adaptation from the 8th century, the prophet commands his followers, "Slay every Jew who falls into your hands." David Nierenberg quotes this episode from the only unabridged edition Life of Muhammad, according to Muhammad ibn Ishaq. It is also reported here that the willingness of the Muslims to kill the Jews so excited some non-Muslim Arabs that they immediately converted to Islam. By God, a religion that takes you this far is wonderful. One is said to have exclaimed after seeing his Arab brother kill a Jewish friend and business partner. End quote. This marks the beginning of the actual development phase of Islam. The turn arose from the expansionist urge with which the Christian universalization of the faith was imitated in an immediate warlike manner, but this under the conditions of a continuously growing need for slaves in the military and economy, which in the new faith was no longer opposed by any reservation as it had been in the newer state religion of the Roman Empire. The dynamics of the slave trade can therefore not be separated from the emergence of Islam, and the new unity that was to emerge from it can be seen above all in the early import of slaves from Central Asia and Eastern Europe under the Abbasids in the form of the Mamluks, but also from Al-Andalus, from where around 30,000 Visigothic prisoners were deported to Syria. With regard to this process in which Christianity was substituted, the massacre of Granada can be seen as the actual conclusion, completion of the new faith and the beginning of the open rivalry between two secessions from Judaism, the latter of which could now serve those two in their rivalry and therefore in different forms as an enemy image of pathological projection. It was the first pogrom against Jews on European soil. In the rebellion against the Emir of Granada in 1066, the majority of the Jewish population was massacred by Muslims. It can be assumed that 1,500 families or 300 to 400 people died. If it is true that the Emir's Jewish vizier was crucified, then this was the most horrific way of demonstrating the transition to Islamic rule. It is as if the Muslims now wanted to take revenge on the Jews instead of the Christians. In this context, David Nierenberg cites the example of the scholar Ibn Hazm, who turned against the Emir of Granada by attacking the Jews. The desire for material prosperity seduces the rulers to elevate Jews from the humiliating position that God has assigned them. Ibn Hazm presents Jewish power as both a cause and a symptom of an inverted world, a world in which the rulers would become Jews. Apparently, the scholar was not a voice crying in the wilderness. 2 years after his death, the pogrom in Granada took place. Nierenberg, Anti-Judaism, page 188. Without even hinting at the extent of the destruction, this pogrom, if it is mentioned at all, is often presented as an exception to the rule, which at least applied to the classical period of Islam, according to Mark R. Cohen. Unfortunately, even history of antisemitism has encouraged the creation of legends. He does clarify anti-Jewish riots and pogroms in Andalusia in much more detail than Cohen, but regardless of this, he also only allows the golden age of the Jews to end with the Almohads. Cohen does mention the later persecution and expulsion in Almohad-ruled North Africa, Spain and Yemen, but only in passing and in a disparaging way. In this context, he also quotes Maimonides' statements about the Jews under Islamic rule. There has never been a people that has done Israel such great harm as the Ishmaelites, who humiliated us to the extreme, degraded us and persecuted us with their extreme hatred. And in order not to have to question his image of a golden age, he immediately relativizes it by completely ignoring the pogrom of Granada and the memory of it, which Maimonides' statement contains. Maimonides sensed here that times were changing and the old relatively comfortable handling of the Dhimma system had come to a crisis. The Crusaders were to blame for this crisis, as their arrival in the Middle East had begun to shake the self-confidence of Islam. Pure Islam ideologues such as Thomas Bauer ultimately rely on such reinterpretations by a historian considered to be serious in order to celebrate Islam's tolerance of ambiguity and polemicize in its name against the disastrous Western concatenation of fear of ambiguity, obsession with truth and ambition for universalization. It is no coincidence that neither Cohen nor Bauer pay the slightest attention to the central importance of the slave trade and slavery, insofar as these were the precondition for the golden age of the Dhimmitude's tolerance of ambiguity, the consequences of which, as soon as a crisis or war broke out, were either played down or concealed. Half a century after Granada, the first Christian pogrom against Jews took place in the Rhineland in connection with the mobilization for the First Crusade. One could speak here of a watershed between the so-called three world religions if such metaphors were not fundamentally misguided in view of these outbreaks of violence. It is often forgotten that the areas of Spain reconquered from Christian rule in the 13th century, in sharp contrast to the late phase of the Reconquista, were far more tolerant than the Córdoba of the 12th century under the Almohad dynasty, when the family with the young Maimonides was expelled, Averroes banished and his writings burned. The confrontation with Islam can be seen as one of the conditions for the original centralization of political power on the basis of Christianity. On the European mainland, the defense against Islamic rule promoted the transition from the city-state to the territorial state, which in turn must be thought of here as one of the prerequisites for the so-called primitive accumulation, i.e. the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production. There is also more to be learned about this precondition in the plays of the Elizabethan theatre than in all history books. As if he were already a contemporary of Hobbes, Shakespeare's Henry IV not only shows his son and heir to the throne what happens when sovereignty disintegrates. Quote, "O my poor kingdom, sick with civil blasé that my care could not withhold thy riots. What wilt thou do when riot is thy care? Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again. Peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants." In August Wilhelm Schlegel's translation, which plays down the meaning of riots, according to all the rules of German. The words Bürgerstreichen and Unfug are used here. Shortly before his death, his very last advice, the very latest counsel / that ever I shall breathe, to the prince is therefore to crusade to the Holy Land less as penance for his usurpation of the throne from Richard II, as he had previously professed, but rather as a means against civil war and a signpost for the formation and preservation of sovereignty. Thou art not firm enough, since griefs are green, / and all my friends, which thou must make thy friends, / have but their stings and teeth newly ta'en out, / by whose fell working I was first advanced / and by whose power I well might lodge a fear / to be again displaced, which to avoid / I cut them off, and had a purpose now / to lead out many to the Holy Land, / lest rest and lying still might make them look / too near unto my state. Therefore, my Harry, / be it thy course to busy giddy minds / with foreign quarrels, that action, hence borne out, / may waste the memory of the former days, / more would I, but my lungs are wasted so / that strength of speech is utterly denied me. / how I came by the crown, O God forgive. / and grant it may live with thee in true peace. End quote. It was therefore the same constellation that brought a Bayard into contradiction with the universal rule of the Pope and banished Muhammad to Dante's Inferno. Precisely because for a Bayard political power was not yet positively embodied in the instances of state power, certain preconditions can already be discovered in his thinking for making abstraction, as it was to become real in the capital relationship, the object of criticism, whereas they were later obscured again in Dante and in political philosophy by the fixation on the sovereign. This is also indicated early on by the fact that the relationship between rulers and philosophy was to change fundamentally soon after a Bayard's death. Knowledge becomes serviceable and connectable is the very apt title of Frank Rexroth's chapter on the period after a Bayard in his study on Merry Scholasticism, where he refers specifically to Barbarossa and Henry II of England, William II of Sicily, the English Pope Hadrian IV, and his successor Alexander III as the addressees of such servitude, Thomas Becket, as well as the archbishops and bishops of Cologne, Prague and Magdeburg, Trier, Mainz and Salzburg. It was Manfred Dahlmann who made this discovery. While Avicenna and Averroes already had to face conflicts with an explicitly Islamic theology because of their philosophy, no matter how hard they tried to come to an arrangement, Al-Farabi's principles of the views of the inhabitants of the excellent city date from an epoch for which, if one follows the research of the Saarbrücken school, the formation of such a theology, i.e. the separation from Christian traditions, does not necessarily have to be considered complete. When Al-Ghazali, who then went on to attack Avicenna in the name of the Prophet, denounced Al-Farabi as an infidel, he could have referred to the fact that some of his teachers in Baghdad were actually Christians, including Ibn Yunus, a famous expert on Aristotle, who translated his works from Syriac Aramaic into Arabic. More than that, even though he presumably did not speak Greek, for Al-Farabi Arabic was not yet the exclusive language of a true faith that had split off from Christianity. He rejected such privileges simply because he considered the logic he studied in Aristotle to be superior to the individual languages. None of this, of course, prevents the prevailing Islamic scholarship from appropriating Al-Farabi for the popular fairy tale of a golden age of Islam. A parallel is sought in Muslim religious teachings for every statement by Al-Farabi, which is about as valid as pointing out such a parallel for every statement by Plato or Aristotle, c.e.g. Norbert Campagna, Al-Farabi Denkers zwischen Orient und Occident. An introduction to his political philosophy. Yet his writings on the polis in particular make no direct reference to current conflicts under the rule of Arab clans. They essentially set out ancient views and avoid any specific reference to contemporary political or religious conflicts. Thus, in the writing on the excellent city, which on the whole has close references to Plato's state, but argues in detail with Aristotle, there is no mention of Muhammad, but at one point one does think one recognizes something like a warning allusion in the erring city, which is set against the excellent one. The first ruler of the erring city who hoped for bliss in the hereafter was a man who falsely made believe that he had an inspiration. The excellent city is in any case determined as a polis, its function as the self-preservation of individuals in this world and, in turn, the determination of its form through the justice and equality of its citizens presuppose the balance or integration of the tribes from which it arose. When Al-Farabi explains what qualities the ruler in this city should have, it becomes clear on the one hand that, as with Plato, it is ideally a philosopher. On the other hand, the discussion itself includes the idea of the election of the ruler by the citizens. In contrast to the classical models, the desideratum of a sovereign is perhaps somewhat more pronounced in the form of this ruler, who alone, according to Al-Farabi, is able to counteract the necessarily given structural weakness of the polis due to his qualities. He should be of strong determination in relation to what he sees, namely that it is necessary to do, and carry it out boldly and bravely without fear or weakness. While one may already recognize a modern accent in this, it is more modern in that it is not set in the sense of jihad against the unbelievers. There is basically only one point that suggests an affinity between Al-Farabi's polis philosophy and Islam. That is the question of slavery. Although it is obvious that here too he remains within the world of the ancient polis, insofar as he follows Aristotle's view on this issue, according to which there are people who are slaves by nature, the weight he gives to the subject is symptomatic. Avicenna was at least able to build on this, insofar as he was already seeking or had to seek a positive relationship with the religious law of the Muslims that was becoming established. Although he attached greater importance to the individual than Al-Farabi, he was no longer interested in the polis in the true sense of the word. Avicenna reduced the questions of a zoon politikon to the private household, which the Greeks called oikos, and in particular to its management, whereby the decisive factor for him took place: the physical reproduction, the self-preservation of the body of the individual. As late as the 15th century, laws are known from Genoa that forbade pharmacists from teaching their trade to Tartar and Turkish slaves. And for this, according to Avicenna's credo, which will also continue to be found within Judaism, for example in Maimonides, slaves in general could also be put to good use. However, as a physician, which he was and with whose activity his philosophizing was more closely connected than with any other thinker of antiquity, he had to know at the same time that the human body in particular is an object whose restoration is better not left to slaves, because here, apart from conscious acts of revenge against the patient, it depends on an intentio concerning the use of another's body, which no one can be forced to do, and for which therefore hardly anyone who is enslaved can be particularly useful. For similar reasons, eunuchs were so popular in the Islamic sphere of power and were a particularly expensive commodity as slaves. When Ernst Bloch, in his study of Avicenna, attempts to derive the Enlightenment character of this philosopher, for whom he invented the title Aristotelian left, economically from the flourishing commercial capital in the Arab world, he has certainly hit on something true that can also be applied cum grano salis to Al-Farabi and Averroes. Trade capital was one of the central prerequisites of the polis and consequently also of the later ability to appropriate its philosophy in the sense of the Enlightenment under otherwise changed conditions. However, the question remains purely economic, which cannot be answered purely economically. Why, in the Arab trading cities so praised by Bloch, absolutely no other form of expansion developed than that of jihad against the infidels? This question cannot be separated from the other one, which Bloch poses just as little. Why Avicenna and most recently Averroes left virtually no trace in the history of Islam, in the relationship of Muslims to revelation and therefore to the sacred texts of tradition. In economic terms, we can at least note what Bloch simply ignores in his little book written in 1952, which presumably wanted to encourage contemporary Arab nationalism, even though it makes such an effort to derive it from the economic basis, namely that the most important commodity of the commercial capital based in those cities was slaves. While the Quran does not yet contain any explicit rules on the conditions under which someone may be enslaved and even approves of the release of slaves in isolated cases, the later emergence of Islam as an independent religion, split off from Christianity, can no longer be separated from the development of a coherent law on enslavement and slavery in the 9th and 10th centuries, with the individual schools of law differing somewhat in individual provisions, similar to the issue of female genital mutilation. This mutilation, which is not yet mentioned in the Quran and which in the relationship between husband and wife or wives, corresponds to the castration of slaves in the relationship between master and servant, is firmly regarded as a religious duty by the Shafi'ite school of law. See the Instructions for Women by the popular Islamic scholar Ibn al-Jawzi from the 12th century. According to the editor of the first German edition, it can be considered a standard work that is still circulating. In numerous new editions today, the other three schools of law are neither in favor of mutilation nor against it. Castrated scavs were able to achieve a relatively high rank, especially as harem guards, house servants, and in the military, as they were unable to found their own dynasty. Thus, in the slave trade, the value of the individual male slave increased considerably through castration, so that in manufactories, for example, Slavic slaves on their way to Muslim Spain, e.g. in certain places in early Christian France, see William D. Phillips, junior slavery from Roman times to the early transatlantic trade, or later eunuchs were produced from black African slaves brought to the north, for example by Coptic monks in Egypt. See Titian and Dia, The Veiled Genocide, The History of the Muslim Slave Trade in Africa. Johann Ludwig Burckhardt reported in his Travels in the Orient that 60 young slaves were castrated in one such factory in a Coptic village near Asiut in Upper Egypt in the fall of 1813 alone. The separation from Christianity and the frontline position towards Judaism was always a requirement of the slave system. Religion was the great division. Free Muslims were not to be enslaved, but conversion to Islam did not necessarily bring freedom to a slave. Muslims therefore sought non-Muslims as their slaves. In the case of Muslims, Sharia law generally allows the enslavement of non-Muslims in the house of war. In the house of Islam, Jews and Christians are usually protected by their dhimmi status. A slave who converted to Islam, however, never really attained complete freedom. Like the Christians of the early Middle Ages, Muslims rarely adhered to the commandment not to enslave their co-religionists. Arabo-Muslims, for example, enslaved black Muslims under the pretext that their conversion had only recently taken place. Ndiya. The Veiled Genocide, page 103f. In order to enable the enslavement of the masses in Black Africa, who took the place of the white Slavic slaves of the trans-European slave trade, when these could no longer be supplied through the Christianization of the Slavs, Islam remained a monopoly of the masters in Black Africa for a long time, i.e. the African tribal princes who, as allies of the slave traders, themselves shared in the profits of the trade. In contrast to the Polis and the Roman Empire, the slaves in the Muslim countries worked primarily as military slaves and horses, Patricia Crone, in the ongoing raids, as well as in crafts, agriculture, and administration. Slaves formed an important component of the Islamic commercial system. Even though they were seldom used in agriculture, they still were imported in large numbers for artisan labor and for domestic and military service. William D. Phillips, Jr. Mediterranean. In the 14th century, the plantation system expanded in the west of the Islamic world. Muslim southern Spain produced so much sugar that it had to import grain from North Africa, and the plains on the North African coast were irrigated with large numbers of slaves in order to create extensive plantation zones. Egon Flagg, World History of Slavery. Added to this was slave labor in the African gold and salt mines. If the defense against Islamic rule had once required the transition from city-state to territorial state, which in turn must be thought of as one of the prerequisites for primitive accumulation, i.e. the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production, then transatlantic slave trade after 1492 and extensive slave labor in the colonies, which made this accumulation and the emergence of the world market possible, before they themselves gave way to industrialization and wage labor, were only possible on the condition of the economy of enslavement already installed by Islam in Africa, which has hardly played a role in the anti-racist discussions of recent decades. See above all Paul E. Lovejoy. Slavery in the Global Diaspora of Africa. Tidiane Ndiaye writes about this in the greatest detail in his study, The Veiled Genocide, which, with all its shortcomings, can be regarded as pioneering work. The term genocide, which is also problematic in this context, refers above all to the widespread practice of castrating those among the black male population who did not convert to Islam. They could only achieve higher positions the more they proved themselves in spreading the new faith, i.e. primarily as warriors. They were even able, again due to further enslavement processes, to form their own empires, such as the Mamluks. The higher the function they could assume, the better it was for the respective ruler and his dynasty if they were eunuchs, because they could not found a new dynasty. Such a dynamic, which was unknown in antiquity, can only be limited or eliminated from the outside, more precisely, by an accumulation that is not driven internally by slavery. Under the dominance of industrial capital, however, slavery initially experienced a huge upswing on the fringes of the world market created by commercial capital and in branches of production in agriculture or the extraction of raw materials that could not be industrialized for the time being. This outsourcing through colonization had already been anticipated by northern Italian city-states such as Genoa and Venice in the Mediterranean region. As a practice of plundering, the jihad was always able to provide new continents with slaves as a commodity. In the house of war, enslavement, unlike in Dar Islam, was uncontroversial, and in this way permanently undermined the interest in Muslim countries, which otherwise began to be stimulated by accumulating trade capital, right up to the modern age. Instead of the unfree, to command the labor power of the free. Instead of trading with slaves and slave traders, to trade in the commodity of labor power, and that is, to negotiate with its owners, who were now themselves forced to do so, since is called and timely dispossessed of their means of production. In certain respects, a Baylard's philosophy, with its central concept of the forma concepta and its view of the Holy Spirit, was only possible at all, as was the entire ongoing universal dispute, because Christianity had that inner reservation against slavery. In other words, here, more than in any other religion, there was a confrontation with the core problem of the polis. This connection goes far back into the first centuries of Christianity. Just think of Gregory of Nyssa, who posed the rhetorical question: if God himself does not enslave what has been freely created, who would presume to exercise more power than God? At the same time, Gregory was the one who, a century after Tertullian's early explication of personhood and around the same time as Marius Victorinus' adaptation of Plotinus' three hypostases for the Christian Trinity, paid the greatest attention to this dogma and thus to the Holy Spirit. However, with Gregory there can be no question of the rotation within the Trinity that Manfred Dahlmann then sees in a Balard. Before a Balard, the word kingship denotes the highest rank. This is the designation both for God and for the Son, whom Scripture proclaims as King. But the Holy Spirit is the ointment by which Christ becomes the Anointed One, i.e. the symbol of kingship, and thus becomes its sharer. The class struggle of the ancient world, wrote Marx, moves mainly in the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor and ends in Rome with the downfall of the plebeian debtor, who is replaced by the slave. Marx. Capital 1, MEW 23, p. 149f. The execution of Jesus was similar to that of fugitive or rebellious slaves. Crucifixion had been considered a slave death in the Roman Empire since Republican times. Serval supplicium. And its mythification as a sacrificial death put the relationship between free and slave in a different light, creating a mythical equality and universality that had not existed before. But the reservation only really became loud when it came to actively defending or enforcing the Christian world against Islam. In this sense, synods were repeatedly directed against Christians being sold to non-Christian traders, as was actually also forbidden in the Frankish Empire. As much as the rejection of slavery had already been questioned or relativized by Paul, for example in the letter to Philemon, and then in patristics, and as much as efforts had been made to justify the possibility of enslavement with the fall of man, the argumentation of the Church Fathers remains consistently ambivalent here, about as ambivalent as the graduated forms of bondage and serfdom, which then took shape in large parts of Europe, are to complete enslavement. See especially Aurelius Augustinus on the theocracy. On this basis, bishops such as Lutprand of Cremona and Adalbert of Prague protested unsuccessfully against the slave trade in the markets of Verdun and Prague in the 10th century. When slavery became a major source of wealth in the Christian world as a result of transatlantic colonialism and its widespread plantation economy in the South, the same conflict became more acute and fatal than ever. Not only in the famous disputation between the Dominican Sepulveda, who relied on Aristotle's justification of slavery, and Bishop Las Casas, initiated by Charles V in 1550, but above all in the decision to import the already enslaved blacks from Africa instead of enslaving the Indians, thus leaving the enslavement of people to the Muslims to a considerable extent, from which one wanted to profit oneself more than ever. In the Europe of these graduated freedoms or non-freedoms, no domestic demand for slaves developed, apart, however, from Christian Spain and the northern Italian city-states, above all Venice and Genoa, from where the later practice of colonialism was already being tried out in the Mediterranean region and slaves were used on plantations. As William D. Phillips writes, labor-saving devices invented or adopted in the early Middle Ages, and in general use by the mid-11th century, also helped reduce the demand for slave labor. These included better plows to cope with the dense soils of continental Europe. Harnesses had permitted horses and oxen to pull heavier loads and to harness in tandem, horseshoes for better traction, wand watermills. They reduced requirements for human labor, as did the improved draft animals, products of centuries of selective breeding. As a consequence of these changes, free and semi-dependent workers provided the labor needed, and slavery ceased to be the normal pattern for rural labor in Western Europe. End of quote. Even Zusk has to concede this, although he otherwise throws around terms such as commodity labor or human body as capital without any historical awareness and applies them to all eras mere buzzwords for the fact that slave, human, and child trafficking were always involved, regardless of whether we are talking about the legal schools of Islam or nominalism. However, slaves in Europe in particular, as there were hardly any other goods on offer here apart from perhaps furs, ores, and weapon blanks, initially served as an important export article to Muslim countries, from which the early medieval cities, which did not need slaves themselves, were also able to profit. The Slavs in the East were deported and sold as such, as long as they were not Christianized, and the term slave, whose forms can be found in almost all European languages, is probably derived from them, not from the Roman service. Quote, The presence of the prosperous Islamic world with its elaborate slave system helped to account for the continuation of slavery within Christian Europe and for slave trade from parts of Europe to the Islamic world. Domestic and artisan slavery continued, particularly in Italy and the Iberian Peninsula, the European areas having greatest contact with the Islamic world. Slavery thus persisted throughout the Middle Ages in Europe, preserved from Roman times and reinforced by contacts with the Islamic world. Phillips. Middle Ages, page 199. Christian, Jewish, and Muslim merchants participated in this business, the cruelest comedy of which was written by Christopher Marlowe in The Now of Malta. The Jews, however, excluded from other ways of sustaining themselves and thus dependent on trade and, especially later, when they were displaced by Christian merchants, on taking interest, see Cohen, under the cross and crescent, also serve as a projection screen, and Marlowe's play also shows this as a personification of usury and trading capital. Once split off in the consciousness of the non-Jews, they are also chosen to embody the entire slave trade. This became apparent early on in Christian Europe, for example when the extensive trade relations of the Radhanites were destroyed in the 12th century. Only after human trafficking was no longer possible even in Muslim countries, in the course of the later phase of colonization and decolonization, did the pathological projection fully unfold there as well. Thus the Jews are declared the cause and beneficiary of racism as the continuation of slavery, shifting the center of the slave economy to Judaism and thus suppressing the fact that Islam could only distinguish itself from Christianity and its bashful, half-hearted affirmation of this source of wealth as a distinct religion of enslavement and thus emerge in the first place, initially proved to be the hallmark of individual organizations such as Nation of Islam, but can now be considered a characteristic of the entire spectrum of jihadist movements. It is such a dichotomy, with which slavery thus entered ex negativo into the ground of validity of philosophy, that gives rise to the claim and challenge of not simply recapitulating the concepts and ideas transmitted by the ancient polis, but as becomes particularly clear in a Baylord simultaneously going beyond them with and in this recapitulation. The differences can also be made visible topographically, for example by comparing the work of the scholars in Toledo with the schools in Paris, as Frank Rexroth has done in order to highlight the special nature of certain communication structures in scholasticism. Essentially, in Toledo, which was still strongly influenced by Islam and thus also by the practice of slavery, there were no schools like those in Paris in which philosophical controversies could be carried out, but rather translation projects that often took place in isolation from one another. The Greek works that were translated from Arabic here, unlike in Paris, hardly served as a starting point for scholastic discussion and philosophical concepts of their own. Even Avicenna's treatise on the soul was translated into Latin in Toledo around the middle of the 12th century, but the text was received decades later at the young Oxford University by John Blund. The reception of Avicenna's Prima Philosophia only began at the University of Paris. Rexroth, Joyful Scholasticism, page 251f. It was only in the schools of northwestern Europe that translations fueled the universality controversy. The texts of the ancient polis and their mediators from the Arabic, but also the defunct Ostrogothic Western Roman world were studied and discussed so intensively there precisely because the scholastics evidently had the strong suspicion that the reality of the Church Fathers was no longer their reality. Such ruptures in social reproduction apparently no longer had to be overcome in the Islamic world with its schools of law. When he hears the name Socrates, a Baylord wrote, a certain form arises in the soul that expresses a similarity, similitudo, cum autem audio Socrates, forma quidem in animo surgit, quae certi personi similitudinem exprimit. According to scholastic tradition, Socrates only functions as an example of the effect of a name, regardless of whether it designates a person or a thing. In contrast to Aristotle's teaching, a Baylord is concerned with the fact that the form that arises in the soul is not identical to the form that the man Socrates had. There is a difference between the form of Socrates himself, which gives him his what determination and thus also his fundamental cognizability, and that form which exists only in the mind of the intelligibly active human being. As far as the latter is concerned, the thinking subject produces the universal, which does not lie in advance in things and beings, i.e. independently of the thinking subject. How a thing or being is viewed is therefore not ontologically in it, but is brought about by a logical process of predication, and yet that which can be viewed through the universal is in it, but can initially be generalized as similitudo. This is precisely what was lacking in Avicenna, who did not yet go beyond Aristotle Hurtate here. Avicenna, whose writings a Baylord probably did not know, already states that universality, universalitas, is attributed to any nature when it occurs in the spiritual imagination, information intelligibili, that which is understood in the soul under man, is that which is universal. Its universality does not come from the fact that it is in the soul, but from the fact that it is related to many existing or imagined actual individual things, whose judgment is the same for it. Avicenna, Foundations of Metaphysics. According to Michael Seawald, although form indicates what something is, and matter what it consists of, this whatness or quidditas is viewed by a Baylord from two perspectives: as something that exists in itself, forma re, and as something that is mentally received by an intellect, forma concepta. Both quantities cannot be identical, since the subject thinking the form and the object determined by the form do not coincide. This brings to mind the Jewish philosopher and poet Salomon ibn Gabirol from Andalusia, whose writings a Baylord was probably also unfamiliar with. Although he came from Neoplatonism, he reflected with Aristotle above all and almost in everything on the relationship between matter and form, and like Aristotle, he assumed that they never exist separately from one another. However, unlike Aristotle, and here following on from Philon's concept of logos, Gabirol pays particular attention to the question of mediation by the intellect or the will or the soul that this raises. In places, one thinks one can already recognize something of the Holy Spirit in a Baylord's concept of the Trinity in these concepts of the mediating substances. The substantial forms cannot be separated from the matter that supports them, except through the activity of the separating and uniting intellect. The cause is the first essence, the created, on the other hand, is matter and form, and the mediator between them is now the will. The form receives from it the power to hold on to matter through it. Between the first creator and the substance there must be a middle substance, substantia media. The separating mind lives from the abolition of similarity and suchness, with which the connection, connusientia, is also withdrawn, if this can only arise through similarity. However, since Gabirol handles the concept of form unbroken as a universal, he cannot, unlike a Baylord, hold on to the question of similarity and thus also not consider the synthesizing activity of the subject, because for him all forms are always already present in the universal form and thus in the soul as a mediating substance, i.e. the soul is ultimately identified with the form as a universal. The mediation, which is nevertheless pretended, is omitted. All forms agree with each other in the concept of form because they are all forms and therefore the concept of form is common to them. But the concept of form agrees with the form of the soul because both include all forms in themselves. Now, since this universal form, i.e. the concept of form, is connected with the soul, all forms, which both include in themselves in the same way, must exist in the soul. Haec forma universalis uniter cum forma anime. Ergo formae, quas colligit, sunt existence in forma anime. Socrates was not a slave. Although using his name as an example to clarify the question of universals is common in scholasticism, it is actually unsuitable for what a Baylord wants to express in several respects. For the Logica Ingredientibus not least opens up the possibility of conceiving the form of a certain object as the forma concepta of a mode of use. If it arises in the soul, then the soul can also be imagined as the owner of money on the market, who selects the forma re in the form of the use value of a certain commodity. In this case, however, the exchange would already have to have been preceded by the fact that the forma concepta had once risen in the soul of the producer who created this forma re of the object. In this way, instead of the order of battle, as Aristotle found it as a metaphor for the cognitive process, a different order suggests itself for understanding a Baylard's logic. It was evidently not so alien to the early scholastic to consider needs, that is, the use of goods from the point of view of production, not so alien at any rate as to the polis bourgeois who, whether philosophers or not, were accustomed to abstracting from what they could generally have carried out by unfree men. It was they who, to paraphrase a Baylord, had to grapple with the question of similitudo in practice. Gunther Mensching has generally stated that the modifications of the Neoplatonic theory of universality that gave rise to the first nominalism point to a changed understanding of work compared to the early Middle Ages. For the new orientation of consciousness that emerged in the 12th century, it was characteristic that the human intellect was ascribed the task of penetrating the inner form of sensual material things. The refinement of tools corresponds to a more differentiated division of labor among the manual arts. Just as the tools are composed beings made up of found matter and purpose-determined form, so the concepts are also determined in the course of the nominalist reconsideration as tools that emerge from an active production of thought, into which the determinacy of the material to be worked enters. However, since the means cannot be analytically deduced from the end, the operation in which both are synthesized with the given material moves to the center of the theoretical endeavor. Thinking is increasingly determined as productive work. Mensching, The General and the Particular, page 133f. Those who, according to Aristotle, were slaves by nature, but were in fact made so by the polis, could neither sell the produced object nor receive wages for their work. In this way, even the similarity of objects required for the exchange of goods against the background of a presupposed equality in exchange for money acquired no independent meaning in the way the polis citizens thought. It was probably perceived like the laying of eggs by chickens. When Aristotle categorizes men by nature destined to be slaves in the first book of his Politics, he immediately gets caught up in tautologies. Quote, "By nature, then, he is a slave who is able to belong to another and therefore belongs to him. Nature has a tendency to shape the bodies of the free and the slaves differently, the one strong for the procurement of necessities, the other erect and unsuitable for such activities, yet useful for political life." End of quote. According to this, slaves are in no way different from domestic animals, which are also living creatures and could just as well belong to the free, as they are made for production and are absolutely unsuitable for politics. In the polis, the term human-footed was used for them. The slave is, however, a being that participates in reason to such an extent that it accepts it, but does not possess it independently. Beyond this, Aristotle is unable to go into any concrete terms, for example, by describing the origins and original life forms of the enslaved, by defining their body skin color and face in more detail. He even contradicts himself as soon as he acknowledges that even those who are not made slaves by nature can become slaves, because he has no clear criterion with reason. It is clear, then, that the dispute has a reason and that not all men are simply free or slaves by nature, but also that this difference actually exists in some cases, where it is beneficial and just for the one to serve and for the other to rule. Aristotle. Politics, Book 1, 1254b. Hegel's famous remarks on domination and servitude in the Phenomenology of Spirit therefore correspond only at first glance to this form of thought that characterizes the polis. The master refers to the thing only indirectly. Through the servant, desire reserves for itself the pure negation of the object and thus the unmixed sense of self. Satisfaction is therefore itself a disappearance, for it lacks the objective side. What the master lacks, however, Hegel finds in the servant. His labor is inhibited desire, arrested disappearance, so it can form something. The negative relation to the object becomes the form of the same, and a permanent one, precisely because for the worker the object has independence. However abstractly the relationship of the worker to the object of labor is defined here, it nevertheless excludes the possibility that this consciousness can be that of a slave, and this is probably why Hegel, unlike in the first approach to this topic from the time of the general philosophy, speaks of servitude instead of slavery. For the slave is, as Marx was then to write, as a totality of the expression of power, as the capacity for labor belonging to another, and therefore does not relate as a subject to his particular expression of power, or to the living act of labor. Marx, MEW 42, page 377. Thus, the famous chapter of the Phenomenology appears like a speculative secularization of the Trinity, with God the Lord, Jesus his servant, and the Holy Spirit as the arrested disappearance in the form-giving work. However, if the original idea of the Trinity itself already contains this moment directed against slavery, which Hegel develops in the master-servant relationship, then it also sheds light on why Islam, as a form of rule that was intended to inspire the slave trade, emerged from a variant of Christianity that had resisted the belief in the Trinity. Read in terms of social history, Hegel's chapter focuses more on conditions that prevailed after the fall of the polis and the Roman Empire, but before the revival of the monetary economy, conditions that a Baylard's thinking had already left behind in a certain way. The model of phenomenology for domination and servitude is apparently feudal serfdom on the basis of an economy in kind. As little as the serf is a mere slave, he may develop an interest in increasing productivity because, unlike the slave, he can enjoy his freedom outside of production for the master. Production for the master means he does not sell the object produced by him. The measure for the similarity of the products to be produced by the servant as well as for their quantity, which Aristotle could still regard as being in the needs of the entire polis citizenry, is the desire of an individual master. However, insofar as this desire was already, even in the darkest early Middle Ages, affected by the exchange of certain, albeit fewer goods, which it was not possible to produce oneself, it is an abstraction in the sense of an ideal type of feudal rule. The problem with Hegel's depiction is its immanence. He suggests that the relationship between master and servant, once it has been established through the struggle for life and death, transcends itself, simply because the servant creates the form for the object of desire, whereas in so-called primitive accumulation, his displacement from land and soil, ultimately motivated by market conditions, should compel him to produce for the market, i.e. to produce in the commodity form. 2 centuries after Abelard's conflict with the Church, the situation for Marsilius of Padua had changed considerably. This state theorist, influenced by scholasticism, was already able to find refuge with a state power that openly opposed papal authority. Although his writing Defensor Paces is still completely under the spell of Aristotle's concept of self-sufficiency, the state, civitas, is therefore a perfect community, perfecta communitas, that is fully self-sufficient, per se sufficiency. He persistently emphasizes the problem of the unity of the state in a completely new way. In a single city or state there must be only one government, or if there are several in number or kind, as seems to be advantageous in large cities, and, especially in a state in the first sense, there must be one supreme among them, inter ipsos unicum numero esse supremum omnium, to which all the others are to be traced back, and which gives them guidelines and is also to correct the errors that occur among them. This governmental power, the supreme one, will, I maintain, necessarily be only one. There cannot be more than one if the state or city is to be governed properly, and I say the same of the component part of the state that governs as the embodiment of this governmental power, which thus acts uniformly, not like an individual of human nature, but in the official act. For there are some uniform, supreme, and well-ordered forms of government in which more men than one rule, but these many are numerically one government in office, because of the unity of every act which proceeds from them. A judgment or sentence or decree, if there were several governments in the city or state, without being reduced to or subordinated to a supreme government, the administration of justice, the decree and execution of what is useful and just would fail, and because the offenses of the people would not be atoned for, the result would be strife, division, and finally the downfall of the state or kingdom. This consequence is intolerable and must be avoided by all means. That it results from the given condition, namely from the majority of governments, can be convincingly proven. Marsilius' writing can therefore be regarded, after the fall of the polis, as the first comprehensive exposition of what Horkheimer calls the power of resistance of law, insofar as it insists on the abstractness of form at the same time as emphasizing unity, not coincidentally referring to arguments from rhetoric and not Aristotle's politics. Quote, "Better in judgment is that to which no passion at all adheres, i.e. no attitude that can mislead judgment, than that in which it belongs to nature. Now this is not inherent in the law, passion, or subjective attitude, but the human soul necessarily has it, and indeed everyone. He, Aristotle, said everyone, without excluding anyone, no matter how hard he tries." End of quote. That is why it is necessary to establish something in the state without which judicial judgments cannot be made correctly under any circumstances, through which they are made lawfully and protected from defects as far as is humanly possible. These defects would lie in the inner attitude of the judge or ruler, e.g. that of hatred or love or greed. Similarly, Marsilius implicitly and through accurate linguistic expression already rejects the idea of the law as a machine. He does not simply say that in it can be perfectly determined what is just or unjust, useful or harmful for every single act of man in civil life. He says that this can only be almost perfectly determined in the law, or better still as it says in the original quasi-perfect. This caveat also contains the demand for the sovereign. If it is not completely established, but only quasi-perfect, a power is needed that is also outside the law in order to fill the gap in the chain of causality that must remain open in the law. Likewise, a distinction is implicitly made by emphasizing the artificiality of the state, which already brings Hobbes to mind. The city or state is not one of the units constituted by a natural uniform form. Even Hobbes' idea of an imaginary contract between citizens to found a state is hinted at in Marsilius, insofar as he writes that the people of a city or province are called a city or state because they want a single government. Unlike Hobbes, and the title of the treatise already refers to this, Marsilius does not recognize the state of nature between the states and does not determine the unity of the state from the potential, but as such irrevocable state of war between the states in their relationship to one another. As a result, he inevitably fails to answer the question of whether an earthly world sovereign is possible, whether he should not be the defensor subject. Marsilius raises the question and at the same time avoids it. Quote, "But whether it is expedient for the whole of civilized mankind, and indeed the whole earth, to have one supreme government, or whether it is expedient at a given time to have different such governments in the different regions of the world, which are almost necessarily separated by geographical conditions, and especially in those without a linguistic community and with very different customs and ways of life, that requires a reasonable investigation. But that is far from the present subject. End quote. When it became known who the author of the Defensor Pacis was, Marsilius had to flee Paris and, like William of Ockham, his comrade-in-arms against the Pope, only found protection and employment under Louis IV, who was in open opposition to the Pope at the time. Marsilius and Ockham's sharp criticism of the Pope's spiritual world sovereignty, however, was drawn from Christianity. It seems strangely ironic that Marsilius could not rely on a Bayard here, but had to fall back on his antagonist Bernard of Clairvaux, of all people, who had accused a Bayard of heresy before the Pope. If a Bayard disembodied the figure of Jesus with regard to God and his separation from human existence, Marsilius disempowered it with regard to the state. He states that Christ excluded himself by word and by deed from any rule or government, any court or any compelling worldly authority, that he wanted to subordinate himself to the worldly rulers and powers in their compelling jurisdiction. Christianity thus proved to be the ground on which sovereignty could arise, as its internal contradiction, which was reflected in the fact that in his world the king, as the representative of the crucified one, possessed two bodies, a general one in the sense of universal realism and a particular one in the sense of nominalism. Ernst H. Kantorowicz analyzed their relationship and the historical shift therein. His starting point was the change that Shakespeare depicts in the character of Richard II in the tragedy of the same name. In the course of his defeat by the usurper Bolingbroke, who could already be understood as the more modern type of ruler, the metamorphosis from realism to nominalism is demonstrated here. After all, he has lost any possibility of a second or super body, nothing more of the king's high political body, of the godlike nature of the Lord's chosen representative. Astonishingly early on, this king senses this and dismantles himself in front of his entourage. Let's talk of graves / of worms and epitaphs, for you have but mistook me all this while / I live with bread like you, feel want / taste grief, need friends. Subjected thus, / how can you say to me I am a king? End of quote. According to Kantorowicz, when Richard II smashes the mirror that has shown him the decrepit splendor of his face to the floor at the end, every aspect of an overworld is shattered. It is the breaking apart of every possible duality. All the aspects of his previous existence are reduced to one: the banal face and the insignificant physique of a miserable human being, a physique that now lacks any metaphysics. It is at once more and less than death. It is Richard's demise and the emergence of a new natural body. However, Kantorowicz overlooks the fact that Richard himself, as the first act shows, has not acted in accordance with the representative of Christ and therefore has to put up with the accusation from the dying Gaunt that he is leasing England. Landlord of England art thou now, not king. This in turn gives the usurper Bolingbroke something like a new form of legitimization for his actions. As the overall context of the Lancaster and York history plays in particular shows, Shakespeare certainly does not shape all of this from the perspective of Hobbes, but rather from that of a restoration of the duality of the two bodies in the unity of a Christian king, as he may have hoped for in the Elizabethan age. The particular economic conditions of this age were well described by Karl Polanyi in The Great Transformation, where he particularly emphasizes that the first phase of the enclosure of open fields and the transformation of arable land into pastureland for the purpose of wool production did not yet plunge the dispossessed population into misery, but enabled them to achieve a certain prosperity in the form of crafts and cottage industries. Thus Polanyi also insinuates that the Tudors' concern was for the general welfare, transfigured by the power and greatness of the sovereign. Ibid, page 66. However, the tone of this description reveals that Polanyi shares Shakespeare's hopes in certain respects, namely by deriving the fall from grace in the form of the self-regulating market and the fictitious commodities of labor, land, and money from the later use of the machine in production. He is convinced that, the moment complicated machines and production facilities were deployed within the framework of a commercial society, the idea of a self-regulating market was bound to arise. Ibid, page 68. As a result, this veritable but negative deus ex machina is ultimately responsible for the failure of socialism and the fascism of the 20th century. Ibid, page 54f, 328f. However, it may be that the author hoped for the return of the Elizabethan era in Roosevelt's New Deal, as he wrote about his chancelleries and sovereign administrations. They were anything but conservative. They represented the scientific spirit of the new statecraft, favored the immigration of foreign craftsmen, eagerly spread new techniques, introduced statistics as well as accurate and regular reporting, disregarded custom and tradition, opposed vested rights, curtailed the prerogatives of the Church and ignored common law. Page 66. This is why Richard II, when he accuses himself at the end, also passes on this accusation to Bolingbroke. I find myself a traitor with the rest. For I have given here my soul's consent to undeck the pompous body of a king. Made glory base and sovereignty a slave, proud majesty a subject, state a peasant. End of quote. In the figure of Bolingbroke, Shakespeare thus anticipates the features of the sovereign that were to be propagated in Leviathan. The difference with Richard lies solely in who is victorious, which king leases the state more successfully, who succeeds in drawing the nobility to his side for this purpose. For this difference is decisive when it comes to driving the peasants and tenants off the land and continuing the dirty main and state action of so-called primitive accumulation, which ultimately increases the accumulation of capital by policing the degree of exploitation of labor. The crudest nominalism already contains the most elaborate contract theories. Individuals agree to give a certain thing a certain name. This can be seen in full clarity precisely where nominalism already seemed to have been overcome. Hobbes' sentence, veritas in dicto non in re consistit, which leads back to him, itself appears like a contract that is intended to end the natural state of knowledge, as it were. Just as Hobbes, in his political philosophy, understands this state a priori as the law of war of all against all, so, for him, all knowledge can initially only be justified as a priorism. It is true that nothing in the world can be general, except names, for everything named is individual and single. In his philosophy of the body, however, in contrast to earlier nominalism, mathematics and geometry become the basis of thought. He describes universals as the money of fools, which only derives its value from authorities such as Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas. But for men of understanding, words are simply arithmetic pennies. Words are wise men's counters. But arithmetic itself follows precise, general rules that are given from the outset. Thus, the freedom of construction that is practiced in geometry also means strict adherence to certain laws. Not every arbitrary combination of words that we create means a possible idea, i.e. one that is compatible with the laws of our spatial perception. Ernst Cassirer further emphasizes that Hobbes cites the creation of the numerical sign as the first and fundamental scientific achievement made possible by language. Only in this way could the multiplicity of phenomena be contained within fixed boundaries. Only in this way could empirical objects, in whatever form they are given, be subjected to the rule of the concept. Hobbes does not emphasize naming itself here, but rather that the repeated positing of an arbitrarily assumed unity is what makes it possible to think majority, which basically leaves only the concept of pure identity behind from nominalism, just as only war remains before the concept of the state of nature. In this sense, he regards space as a pure idea of the outside, a creation of our imagination. Time in its various parts, hour, day, year, not as something objectively existing, but only as the abbreviated signs for comparisons and calculations that we make in our minds. Their whole substance is founded in an act of counting, which is nothing else but a pure activity of being prayed for, an actus animi. At the same time, however, Hobbes insists from the outset that, independently of these laws of cognition, the influence of matter existing in itself must also be presupposed, which Cassirer, entirely in the sense of the neo-Kantian views, which want to know nothing of Kant's insistence on the presuppositional affectation of the mind, already regards as a politically motivated relapse into metaphysics. In Hobbes' political philosophy, however, Hobbes' concept of matter corresponds to nothing other than the self-preservation of the individual, which he takes for granted in the war of all against all. Just as the influence of matter cannot simply be eliminated by the nominalist commitment to a certain use of language, neither can the war of all against all be eliminated by the contractual relationships resulting from the creation of a sovereign. The war then takes place precisely no longer between individuals, but between states, and ensures that the problems contained in universal realism, which are suppressed in nominalism, re-emerge as the fearsome Leviathan, as the unifying force, spectacular as already in Shakespeare's play The Landing of the exiled Bolingbroke in England to overthrow the anointed King Richard, who still believes that heaven still guards the right. With Marsilius and Occam, there was still little evidence of this. Marsilius' political thought in particular, which continues to focus on the city-state, represents a kind of compromise between polis philosophy and sovereignty theory. The sovereign, who is not yet referred to as such in his work, does not gain a foothold outside the law and cannot be conceived of as an independent authority vis-a-vis the subjects, as was the case with Machiavelli and Hobbes. This is why Marsilius is mistakenly regarded as the first theorist of people's sovereignty, although he starts from a society structured by estates. Occam has the same problem with the question of the right of all peoples. Ius Gentium, the emperor is by no means bound by necessity to observe the positive laws, as long as he observes only those laws which belong to the right of all peoples, except in those cases where he sees that it is detrimental to the common good. If, as it says in the Defensor Paces, all people strive for a satisfying existence, omnes silicet homines impedidos naturaliter sufficientum vitam appetir, and flee and avoid what is harmful to it, it follows for Marsilius that life is the purpose for which the state is established. The political discussions of Marsilius and Occam in particular suggest that the tendency of nominalism itself can be understood as a kind of shift of self-preservation into the realm of logic, or in a Baylard's terms, the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi. The right conclusion in syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfying existence possible for all people and in this very function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Occam was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of souls like the statements take care of objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universal sit aliqua substantia extra animum existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign, so the intention of the soul is universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken. His concept of form is abandoned. The soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is able to hold out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. According to Dam, it is logical in both senses of the word that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly misses their own causality measured, for example, against the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command. So it is also possible with Occam that the ruler appoints his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, proclaims them as such without, therefore, being a tyrant. It is therefore a witty idea of Umberto Eco's that in his novel The Name of the Rose he has the former inquisitor of the church, but now a follower and friend of Occam, the Franciscan William of Baskerville, enter the service of Emperor Louis the Bavarian, with whom Marsilius had already found refuge, as a kind of intelligence service on the donkey trail or James Bond figure in a Franciscan monk's habit to look after the Benedictine abbey before the meeting between the imperial delegation and the Pope takes place there. However, you can tell that he reads Il Manifesto and would sympathize a little with the Red Brigades if they had already existed. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way. Either from the point of view of the state of nature, the war of all against all which recurs in the relationship between states, or from the point of view of the independence of the sovereign vis-a-vis the citizens who created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, as a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature calls into being a power that can in turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, It nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. Hobbes' attitude to slavery is similarly paradoxical. In principle, it is only recognized if it is itself contractually agreed and regulated between the prospective slave and the slave owner, regardless of the fact that the slave cannot be a contractual partner per se. Hobbes can only imagine this relationship as one of contract. One citizen submits to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and thus now exchanges a life for slave service. As if violent subjugation through war were also an exchange relationship, in such a way that the subject concludes the contract with the enemy, according to which the latter, should he be victorious, may lawfully enslave him. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master relates to the slaves as the sovereign relates to the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who subject themselves contractually as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. However, thanks to the contract, which apparently continues to exist even in slavery, or at least continues to be assumed, they retain a certain right of resistance like the subject, namely when they have to fear for life and limb. But how the transition from the natural to the actual artificial state is possible remains as obscure as the fact that slavery, which is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation, was as much a part of the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as it was in the Netherlands. In contrast, Jean Bodin still had a clear position on this issue. He demanded the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to slaves. However, this was still in the era before France became a colonial power overseas. Bayard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Occam in particular rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which was itself still called subjectum for so long, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of similitude. For similitudo can by no means be thought independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as Bayard's argumentation expresses it, of the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi to comprehend them. The right conclusion in the syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfactory existence possible for all people and precisely in this function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Occam was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of the souls as the statements take care of the objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universal sit aliqua substantia extra animum existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign, so the intention of the soul is universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken. His concept of form is abandoned. The soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is able to hold out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. According to Dam, it is logical in both senses of the word that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly misses their own causality measured, for example, against the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command. So it is also possible with Occam that the ruler appoints his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, proclaims them as such without, therefore being a tyrant. It is therefore a witty idea of Umberto Eco's that in his novel The Name of the Rose he has the former inquisitor of the church, but now a follower and friend of Occam, the Franciscan William of Baskerville, enter the service of Emperor Louis the Bavarian, with whom Marsilius had already found refuge, as a kind of intelligence service on the donkey trail or James Bond figure in a Franciscan monk's habit to look after the Benedictine abbey before the meeting between the imperial delegation and the Pope takes place there. However, you can tell that he reads Il Manifesto and would sympathize a little with the Red Brigades if they had already existed. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way. Either from the point of view of the state of nature, the war of all against all which recurs in the relationship between states, or from the point of view of the independence of the sovereign vis-a-vis the citizens who created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, as a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature calls into being a power that can in turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, it nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. Hobbes' attitude to slavery is similarly paradoxical. In principle, it is only recognized if it is itself contractually agreed and regulated between the prospective slave and the slave owner, regardless of the fact that the slave cannot be a contractual partner per se. Hobbes can only imagine this relationship as one of contract. One citizen submits to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and thus now exchanges a life for slave service. As if violent subjugation through war were also an exchange relationship, in such a way that the subject concludes the contract with the enemy, according to which the latter, should he be victorious, may lawfully enslave him. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master relates to the slaves as the sovereign relates to the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who subject themselves contractually as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. However, thanks to the contract, which apparently continues to exist even in slavery, or at least continues to be assumed, they retain a certain right of resistance like the subject, namely when they have to fear for life and limb. But how the transition from the natural to the actual artificial state is possible remains as obscure as the fact that slavery, which is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation, was as much a part of the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as it was in the Netherlands. In contrast, Jean Bodin still had a clear position on this issue. He demanded the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to slaves. However, this was still in the era before France became a colonial power overseas. A Bayard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Occam in particular rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which was itself still called subjectum for so long, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of similitude. For similitudo can by no means be thought independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as a Bayard's argumentation expresses it, of the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi to comprehend them. The right conclusion in the syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfactory existence possible for all people and precisely in this function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Occam was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of the souls as the statements take care of the objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universal sit aliqua substantia extra animum existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign, so the intention of the soul is also universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken. His concept of form is abandoned. The soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is able to hold out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. It is therefore logical, in both senses of the word, that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly ignores their own causality, as measured, for example, by the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command. Thus, for Occam, it is also possible for the ruler to appoint his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, to proclaim them as such, without therefore being a tyrant. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way. Either under the aspect of the state of nature, the war of all against all, which recurs in the relationship of states to one another, or under that of the independence of the sovereign vis-a-vis the citizens, who have created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature calls into being a power that can in turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, it nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. Hobbes' attitude to slavery is similarly paradoxical. In principle, it is only recognized if it is itself contractually agreed and regulated between the prospective slave and the slave owner, regardless of the fact that the slave cannot be a contractual partner per se. Hobbes can only imagine this relationship as one of contract. One citizen submits to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and thus now exchanges a life for slave service. As, if violent subjugation through war were also an exchange relationship, in such a way that the subject concludes the contract with the enemy, according to which the latter, should he be victorious, may lawfully enslave him. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master relates to the slaves as the sovereign relates to the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who subject themselves contractually as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. However, thanks to the contract, which apparently continues to exist even in slavery, or at least continues to be assumed, they retain a certain right of resistance like the subject, namely when they have to fear for life and limb. But how the transition from the natural to the actual artificial state is possible remains as obscure as the fact that slavery, which is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation, was as much a part of the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as it was in the Netherlands. In contrast, Jean Bodin still had a clear position on this issue. He demanded the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to slaves. However, this was still in the era before France became a colonial power overseas. Abelard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Occam in particular rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which was itself still called subjectum for so long, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of similitude. For similitudo can by no means be thought independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as Abelard's argumentation expresses it, of the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi to comprehend them. The right conclusion in the syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfactory existence possible for all people and precisely in this function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and as if they were already Kantians, albeit witut Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Occam was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of the souls as the statements take care of the objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universal sit aliqua substantia extra animum existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign, so the intention of the soul is also universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken. His concept of form is abandoned. The soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is able to hold out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. It is therefore logical, in both senses of the word, that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly ignores their own causality, as measured, for example, by the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command. Thus, for Occam, it is also possible for the ruler to appoint his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, to proclaim them as such, without therefore being a tyrant. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way. Either under the aspect of the state of nature, the war of all against all, which recurs in the relationship of states to one another, or under that of the independence of the sovereign vis-a-vis the citizens, who have created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature calls into being a power that can in turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, it nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. A Bayard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in the judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Occam rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which was itself still called subjectum for so long, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of making similar. For similitudo can by no means be conceived independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as a Bayard's argumentation already prefigures, also needs them or creates them for this purpose in the first place, and thus leaves open how much of the modus subsistendi of the individual things is revealed in their necessity for the self-preservation of human beings. Therefore, as indicated, the question of production in its relation to the reproduction of individuals can be discovered in the problem of similitudo. Under such conditions, however, it is hardly possible to separate the political from the relations of production and to judge them separately, just as it would be inconceivable to identify the woman with the material and the man with the form without reversing this identification and thus abolishing it. But because the relationship between exchange value and use value is different, and because it is as if the overthrow of relations through the general equivalent subsequently proves the strict universal realist's right, or in other words, because exchange value seems to take possession of God's spirit and everything seems to speak in its favor, that the universal is also given an economic existence of its own, Marx was able to most succinctly explain the outrageousness of his value-form analysis. By alluding to the famous dispute of so many centuries ago, the unity of which Abelard aimed at by presenting it as an internal conflict of Aristotle's metaphysics, so to speak. A substance like canvas was capable of appearing as a generic form of the equivalent. It was as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals, the animal also exists, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. In concrete terms, one even thinks one recognizes an immediate allusion to Avicenna's metaphysics, namely to its fifth book, where it says, "Someone could say that the animal, insofar as it is an animal, does not exist in the individuals, for that which exists in the individuals is a certain animal, but not the animal insofar as it is an animal. But the animal, insofar as it is an animal, does exist. It is therefore separate from the individuals. If the animal, insofar as it is an abstracted animal, could have an existence in the actual individual things under the condition that it is not another thing, then the Platonic forms could have existence in the actual individual things. However, on the condition that there is no other thing, the animal has its existence only in the mind." End quote. But there is another point of reference in the midst of the universals controversy, namely the beginning of Dante's Divine Comedy, from which Marx famously likes to quote, as in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859 and in that to the first edition of Capital, in order to compare science with the Inferno or Purgatory. The scene in the Commedia, however, which brings to mind the animal as the incarnation of the entire animal kingdom in the value-form analysis, precedes the entry into hell. It actually forms its motif, and it is even more striking than the passage from Avicenna's Metaphysics, insofar as the animal per se already appears here, as a monster existing separately from the individual specimens of certain species and at the same time united, and is associated with money. Dante's Virgil warns the unfortunate poet of the wilderness into which he had fallen, by which Dante alludes to his time in Florence, where a rapid development of finance had taken place since the end of the 12th century, in which La Bestia reigns. Quote, "You should take a different path if you want to escape this wilderness. For this beast, because of which you cry out, does not let anyone pass on his way, but hinders, even kills him. It is of a bad, evil kind. Its greed never comes to rest. After eating it is hungrier than before. There are many animals with which it mates. In the future there will be even more." End quote. In this way, Abelard also stands for an interpretation of the inductive process that later became so central to the modern natural sciences, or, to use Kant's term, the reflective power of judgment, which does not limit itself to the scientific concept, but enables the whole itself to be criticized. This explains, among other things, the special interest that Manfred Dahlmann took in this philosopher of the Middle Ages in his critique of political economy. Klaus Heinrich, on the other hand, concentrated on the much later essays by Bacon and Montaigne in his similar attempt to read the content of logic. Induction is precisely not the procedure that allows the conclusion to be drawn from the individual to a whole that is ultimately already substantially established. In that case, it would only be the reverse deduction. But induction is the procedure that, from the point of view that the individual embodies the whole, repeatedly calls into question the concept, the context, the substance of the whole. An already existing substance of the whole, i.e. a Platonism, excludes induction understood in this way. Klaus Heinrich, Tertium Dater. A religious philosophical introduction to logic. Even Petrus Johannes Olivi, in whom the concept of capital, capitale, appears for the first time, no longer wanted to develop the opposition of the universal dispute only within Aristotelian metaphysics. While for the moderate universal realists Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus, however differently they argued divine revelation could still justify and guarantee the rationality of this metaphysics and therein self-preservation, Olivi, as Christian Rode emphasizes, feels compelled to make a dichotomy. He makes a strict distinction between a natural world to be understood in Aristotelian terms, in which constant entities and the rigid substance-accident scheme are at stake, and the sphere of law and the social, in which intentional and relational entities are at stake. In the Quaestio quid ponit ius vel dominum, for example, he shows that a legal title to a piece of land is not an essence or an in rem property that is added to the land in reality. Like Duns Scotus, Olivi was a Franciscan, but in his case it is particularly clear that this order needed more precise knowledge of the various currencies and price levels, as well as the validity of bills of exchange, not only because of its mobility across many countries. As confessors of merchants, the monks needed to know all the more about dealing with financial debts, i.e. contracts and transactions of all kinds, in order to assess their moral guilt. In addition, Franciscans, unsuspected of taking advantage due to their vow of poverty, took on the role of auditors or custodians of deposits. It can therefore hardly be considered a coincidence that it was a Franciscan who introduced the concept of capital into philosophy. Although Olivai was vehemently in favor of Franciscan poverty, he developed a pioneering theory of capital in which he distinguished mere money from fruitful capital for the first time. By differentiating between simplex pecunia and capitali in this way, he challenged the then prevailing Aristotelian idea that money was merely a medium of exchange. He recognized the legitimacy of commercial transactions and saw the surplus value valor superadiunctus of capital. At the same time, he refuses to separate usury from taking interest. Usus meant both for him, as it basically did for Thomas Aquinas, except that the latter declared usury to be a sin and was able to draw on Aristotle in doing so. In contrast to Aristotle, however, Olivai no longer bases his justification of the price of a commodity solely on the need for a certain product and the lack thereof, but explicitly on the labor, risks, and diligence involved in the production or procurement of a commodity. At the same time, he is faced with the necessity of splitting up the concept of time. The Christian prohibition of usury was justified on the grounds that it amounted to a sale of time, but time belonged to God, who gave it to man as he gave his son to man. And while the Jews killed this son, the usurers steal time from the Christians. If Abelard's significance for theology lies not least in the fact that he questioned the sacrifice of Jesus in his view of the Trinity, then Olivai's advance for political economy should be seen in the intention to no longer understand the taking of interest as the expropriation of God. He distinguishes between the time that is common to all and the proper time of individual things. This allows him to defend the idea that time is purchasable and that it should be charged for in a contract or loan. The time that belongs to you as a seller could be rightly sold if it contains a temporal benefit that can be valued with a temporal price. This is therefore not time insofar as it is something common to all, but rather the time of one's own thing. Just as the year of a horse lent to me for a year belongs to me for that very reason. The horse that Olivai cites here as an example could already be seen as the prefiguration of the commodity of labor power. It is as if commercial capital was already preparing to become industrial capital. This is particularly the case when we think of Kleist's story Michael Colhis. Here, looking back on the phase of primitive accumulation, the horses of the horse trader sometimes reveal themselves to be such a prefiguration of labor power as in a misperformance. For example, when Colhis tries to arouse his exhausted gallows, which have been overtaxed by the castle bailiff for field work, with a stroke of the whip to show that they are no longer moving, and adds indignantly, whether that would be human? After he had just said, "These are not my horses, sir. These are not the horses that were worth 30 gold coins." In this respect, Jacques Le Goff is right when he says that Olivai's thinking was not typical of the Middle Ages and remained a marginal phenomenon. Le Goff, however, finds it merely bizarre that Olivai wanted to relate the extremes to each other as such, similar to Abelard's narrowing of nominalist thought with universal realism on a different basis 100 years earlier. For Olivai, the universal appears as the time of the generality or community that belongs to God. Nomina rerum or fiatus vocis, on the other hand, as a legal title to the time of the individual thing that the individual person within this community is authorized to appropriate as property, and the mendicant order embodies the community, the lender or borrower, the individual. Seen from the point of view of time, the Holy Spirit thus becomes circulating capital. How far removed even this Franciscan is from the fact that the Holy Spirit also appears to him as productive capital, and thus remains under the spell of commercial capital in its original form, is shown, however, when he assumes the existence of slavery as a matter of course and thus regards slaves as horses without any reservation whatsoever. In any case, the treatise on contracts must be seen in the closest connection with the rise of commercial capital and the trading cities in northern Italy, which earned well from the slave trade. His apology of interest appears not least as an exoneration of the Jews, who embodied the trade in money as long as it was forbidden to Christian merchants. Olivai also speaks decidedly of the Mercator Christianus. As his Franciscan confessor, he also opens up the prospect of forcing the Jewish merchants out of the money trade. The canonical laws against the Jews, which had been in force since 1215, also corresponded to this. The question arises, however, as to who determines in detail which time is something common to all, quod tempus est residential omnibus communis, and which, on the other hand, is the time of one's own thing, i.e. the thing in one's own possession, de proprio tempore rei proprii. The Franciscan order offered a kind of model for this. Just as it, as a mendicant order, and Olivai belonged here to the radical part of the spirituals, claimed to administer almost all time in its own ranks as something common in harmony with the organisms of nature as sheer self-preservation without any growth. For life outside the order it assumed the function of mediating the time of things owned by others, independently of nature, i.e. on the market, and thus the accumulation of capital. In contrast to Olivai, in Occam's philosophy such functions are already more clearly transferred to a sovereign. The problems about the connection between commodity form and labor, which Olivai still posed, can then appear to have already been solved to the same extent that the Aristotelian substance of nature is dissolved in the legal titles to its possession. There is something rotten about this wealth, because it appears, it cannot be and remain itself, it must appear in the form of its direct opposite, as a commodity. The commodity is the exclusion of all by all from the enjoyment of useful things, which degenerate into use values, into the material carrier of exchange value. What is the self-negating aspect of wealth? What is its essence, which can only be through this and in this appearance? In discussing this question, it is important to note that Marx is indeed a philosopher of history, but neither in the Hegelian nor in the Engelschian sense. For him, capital, as the correspondence with Sasselich shows, is not the logical necessity of human history and thus the last stop before communism. For him, the emergence of capital is nothing but chance, pure chance, which makes the philosophy of history possible and necessary in the first place. The primitive accumulation of capital and the original centralization of political power are not yet capital and sovereignty themselves. They are therefore not yet to be understood as the two sides of the same thing. As soon as they are, however, their becoming can no longer be understood as a continuous process, but only as a leap that encompasses all processes, and basically means, undialectically. There is no logical or historical path from money to the emergence of capital. Proving a dialectical transformation of quantity into quality anywhere is probably an impossibility in itself, and even more so if you can accumulate so much money, you will have to wait for its automatic transformation into capital for all eternity. Not a great leap forward, but a leap into the void, if we take seriously the fact that value, as it is utilized in capital, does not contain an atom of natural substance. With regard to the genesis of the polis, the situation here is similar and at the same time quite different. Similar because the context of society, which as a synthesis of the subject could also be progress in the consciousness of freedom thanks to its mediations, can only be explained by the fact that individuals have produced it with consciousness, albeit on the basis of continuing relations of domination and servitude, and produce it anew every day, quite differently because to the same extent that the context has become general, it appears behind their backs as the self-reproduction of capital, so that every failure of progress is finally reflected in the consciousness of freedom as a totality, a closed context of guilt and transcendental synthesis in the utilization of value. Everything that no longer corresponded to the polis in the social context that immediately preceded capital can already be seen as a condition of such independence. For example, the fact that the free medieval cities in which the monetary economy developed again excluded the peasants, that these were not citizens and were only united with the citizens through the land rent, which was transformed into a monetary rent, and through Christ, who rose to eternal life before the sovereign took care of them all. But, according to Peter Bulthaupt, bourgeois society follows as little from decaying feudalism as a nature organized according to laws follows from chaotic diversity. However, as Georg Finkenberger writes, the overall process that is given with the capital relationship expresses the entire history of the failed emancipation from prehistory. For here nothing emerges from the other by itself, and nothing fits the other except through coercion. The whole misery cannot be seen through from any single one of its moments. Each apparently emerges every moment from something else, which can be nothing other than its bare opposite. Here we have before us the theoretical equivalent of the real crisis of this order. The order is not based on any single point within the order. As little as it has a logical or historical first, so little does it have a truly fixed point. At first, only money seems to be such an Archimedean point in relation to commodities, and the state in relation to law. But a science that would be satisfied with the information that the independence of the state vis-a-vis society is a mere illusion, an optical illusion, would have to overlook the fact that this Archimedean point, contrary to all science, has repeatedly become real, not unlike gold in a crisis, for example, through faith alone. Frank Engster, on the other hand, uses the concept of money that he developed to present the leap as a cleansing. If capitalist society cannot be derived from its prehistory without a break, it is not because there is the contingency of acting subjects, but because money of itself, by measuring the socially necessary labor time, enters into a pure relation, into a relation of purely quantitative time relations that have their measure in money itself. Engster writes, capitalist society is thereby purged, as it were, of all pre-capitalist relations, Money as Measure, Means and Method, page 91. Only here does the relationship exist on which, according to Marx, all legal concepts of the worker and the capitalist are based. Quote, "Without such a relationship, something like unity of the legal order is unthinkable. The various parts of society are otherwise not related to each other as classes and to a whole of society, but themselves form only separate societies, albeit subaltern, imperfect ones." Finkenberger, State or Revolution, page 87f. And this relationship is only conceivable as an overall process that produces itself in its preconditions. The law, the state presuppose the law and the state, and it is irrevocably inexplicable how they came into the world. Finkenberger, State or Revolution, page 89. If articulating the past historically should not mean recognizing how it actually was, but rather seizing a memory as it flashes up in the moment of danger, then there is also the necessity to assume a point from which those conditions are to be understood as irreversible, and thus to speak of totality irreversible as long as the basis that has now become common to all is not overturned. From this point of view, the original accumulation and the original centralization only appear as a whole landscape of ruins of a destroyed old order, which does not, as has always been the case in such cases, end in mere decline, and that it merely supplies the elements for a quite different kind of society. That is the riddle which cannot be further solved. This is why Hobbes could only claim reversibility, and gave it the name of the other biblical monster Behemoth, but in contrast to Leviathan, it only serves him as the title of a rather trivial historical retelling of the English Civil War. Behemoth or the Long Parliament, 1668. This is also the difference to the polis. It was in principle reversible in each of its phases, without there having been a de facto return to the conditions before the polis. Instead, the failure of the polis gave rise to hatred of the Jews. And it is precisely this hatred that should, ad infinitum, excel in affirming the crisis of capital, which capital is by its very nature, and that means for critique. It feels compelled to distinguish between capital and sovereignty insofar as the crisis holds potential for hatred, which Hobbes would like to see opposed to the Leviathan as the Behemoth. The blind spot of state theories after Hobbes initially results from overlooking this leap, i.e. the capital relationship. This can be studied in Carl Schmitt's Political Theology, which, however, takes this as an opportunity to disguise Behemoth as Leviathan or the counter-sovereign as the sovereign. Finkenberger writes, "It is probably reassuring, perhaps even necessary, for intellectuals to believe that historical leaps can be reconstructed, which, however, they do not tend to do. They can, however, be leveled. Schmitt's entire construction serves this purpose. And the other, to shift the weight of the process that really broke through the old history, the emergence of capital, to something else as much as possible, State or Revolution, page 88. It already begins with the fact that, with a certain intention, he shifts the emergence of the concept of sovereignty as far back as possible, but not too far, for example, to the missi of the Frankish kings, with the interesting justification that these had no immediate continuation, but exactly to the popes and not a step further. The intention is to gain a fixed point for sovereignty that is located outside history. Papal Infallibility as Salvation from Revolution, page 67. By viewing the supremacy of the Pope in the Latin Church as a historically first form of sovereignty, Schmitt also goes back behind the Leviathan and its primacy of foreign policy, Leo Strauss. However, this primacy, i.e. the assumption that states are always in a state of nature, at least potentially in a state of war, not only enabled Hobbes to extend the centralization of political power into the future, so to speak, to demand the elimination of the old feudal intermediate powers and to negate any pre-state law, i.e. any law that still existed in his time. At the same time, Leviathan makes it clear that this centralization cannot be a matter of historical continuity. In fact, the so-called absolute prince is not absolute as long as his victory against the estate's opposition remains a merely temporary victory of one power within the estate's order over another, unless something intervenes that completely changes the character of the state and society. Certainly, what intervenes here is also not conceived in Leviathan as a capital relationship and thus as a totality. Rather, the leap appears in the myth of a suddenly concluded contract, from which the sovereign arises. Although Finkenberger sees through Schmitt's maneuver, he himself is unable to uncover the core of Hobbes' philosophy. The fact that Hobbes negates every pre-state law, i.e. every law that existed in his time, seems to him to be at least literarily coincidental. Whatever this may mean, it conceals the fact that Hobbes did precisely what Schmitt fails to do, to make the leap visible, indeed to accentuate it, albeit in a mythological form. Finkenberger obviously wants to deny from the outset the possibility that such processes could be mentally anticipated. that they at least announce themselves in thought and do not simply happen in raw matter like a rear-end collision. The metaphor is unsuccessful, as every car driver considers the possibility of a rear-end collision in order to hit the brakes immediately, or the accelerator if his car is in danger of being rear-ended. Above all, however, capital is not brute matter, but rather a form that cannot do without brute force, and the question could therefore be, for example, in what intellectual form this process of capital valorization could be anticipated at all. Reflecting on the latter means reflecting on the conceptual foundations of one's own critique instead of simply presupposing them. But it is precisely the mythologizing form that holds a truth post festum. If the emergence of capital relations and sovereignty is framed in such a way as a leap, it is all the less possible to date it neither with the 30 Years' War, the Reformation or French absolutism, nor with the Glorious Revolution or the French Revolution. Finkenberger's view that the problem of sovereignty did not exist until popular sovereignty was established in 1789 is misleading insofar as it was already the state of nature or war between the absolute or however constitutional monarchies that made it possible to think of sovereignty in terms of a contract theory, which basically started from commodity owners as individuals and not from the people as a substance, in order to assert itself against the monarchies themselves in the American Revolution. As Hannah Arendt emphasizes, the American founding fathers, analogous to Hobbes' independence of the sovereign, made a clear and unambiguous distinction between the origin of power, which lay below in the people, and the source of the law, which was placed above, as it were, in a region, however transcendent, a distinction, which even in the oldest Jewish tradition, with which Arendt is somewhat familiar, made the idea of the covenant with God possible and which corresponds to the whole series of opposites from use value and exchange value to sovereignty and the world market in the critique of political economy, which Arendt almost completely ignores. Be that as it may, the deification of the people in the French Revolution proved to be the inevitable consequence of the attempt to derive power and law from the same source. Quote, historically, the French Revolution differs in nothing more principled from the American Revolution than in its unanimous assertion that the law is the expression of the general will, as stated in the Declaration de Droits de l'Homme of 1789. Nothing of the kind will be found in any of the great documents of the American Revolution. End quote. The transcendence attributed to the law in the United States, whose manifestly religious sources in the American church and sectarian system were of no further interest to Arendt, made possible a different concept of the people of the state, that of a multitude of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. The founding fathers of this revolution thus understood the people as its multiplicity, imagining it as the infinite diversities and differences of a multitude that was awe-inspiring precisely in its plurality. See Arendt, On the Revolution, page 236f. Popular sovereignty derived in this way already carried within it the delusion of self-sufficiency, which with Napoleon turned into fantasies of world conquest, the practical results of which, however, again only helped to deepen world market relations. It was only when these relationships broke down that German ideology gave rise to counter-sovereignty. The unstate as a total war of extermination against the Jews, which is still emulated by jihad today. Marx avoided describing the emergence of capital as a leap or a rupture, or at any rate as the opposite of a fully representable mediation, and not only because he was interested in describing its conditions as precisely as possible. In his critique there are both the positive philosophy of history of the revolutionary subject proletariat and its negation in the automatic subject of value. This results in the apparetic consequences for a theory of revolution. The revolution can neither be derived from its necessary conditions, such as the series of the development of productive forces, as this would ultimately always amount to a fatalism without a genuine act of free subjectivity, nor can it be conjured up utopically from the mere idea of a non-being, which would limit it to a voluntarism of spontaneous action. Both variants can be found in the course of Marx's intellectual development, and both are refuted in the mature late work of his Critique of Economics. While Marx's dissociation from utopian early socialism took place early on and he also distanced himself from Blankism, his materialist conception of history, developed together with Engels, is still present in Capital, in that it announces a guaranteed demise of the capital relation due to its self-producing crises or insoluble contradictions. In its expectation of the negation of negation, it does not objectively go beyond the inherently contradictory concept of a natural history. In order to collapse all metaphysical remnants and to avoid integrating the automatic subject itself in a poorly Marxist necessity of the historical process, Joachim Brun speaks either of a pure coincidence or, following Wolfgang Port, of a historical accident, that brought state and capital, history and logic, etc. into a processual relationship in the first place. To speak of an accident, however, suggests that everything would have gone according to plan beforehand, without specifying who would have been planning it or what they would have been up to. The question, then, is how and under what conditions the negative that the metaphor refers to could be understood beyond such false teleology. It is only accessible to a critique that, as the last sentence of the negative dialectic reads, is in solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its fall, which thus becomes aware of its own presuppositions and its vanishing point, liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. It does not reveal itself to the historian who, insisting on the methodological limits of his subject, merely wants the mishap to be researched as pure chance in as many facts as possible, without thinking about the necessity from which what is researched appears to him as chance in the first place. This is particularly evident in the work of Janis Milios. Convinced that the encounter between the money owner and the doubly free wage laborer could not have been a necessity, he concludes that it was an aleatory encounter that took place accurately in 14th century Venice. As many details as he cites to prove the coincidence, it always turns into necessity when he wants to prove that it happened in this particular place at this particular time, without asking himself where and when it could just as easily have happened and perhaps did happen. For the concept of totality, the search for an origin with an indication of place and time proves to be as misleading as the question of how it actually happened is for criticism. But if metaphysics is simply displaced by the invocation of materialism, then conversely the accident and its victims' socialization in accordance with the individuals formed into subjects under the supervision of the capital sovereign threatens to resurface nolen volens as a metaphysical necessity, according to which humanity was placed under its essential destiny, that of reason. Peter Bulthaupt therefore expressed it more cautiously, with reference to Leviathan, as a mere condition of possibility. Quote, "Only when the objective conditions of production, from inalienable fiefdoms to objects of exchange, tended to become commodities, and the universals became pennies of account, did the hierarchy of essentia, conceived as objective, disintegrate into an unregulated multiplicity of individual things, a conception which, in addition to criticizing existing relations of domination, also made possible a change in the position of consciousness in relation to objectivity." Peter Bulthaupt on The Problem of the Transition from Feudalism to Capitalism, page 60. However, and this is the difference to the critique of pure reason, only the realization of the possibility, the no longer merely imagined critique, but the abolition of state and capital could prove what could be understood as the condition of this possibility at all. The fall of metaphysics, from which Marx derived many an ironic oxymoron for the critique of political economy, not least that of the automatic subject, has also captured what is held to be the essential destiny of reason for humanity. For now it is always simultaneously about the condition of the possibility of Auschwitz. This destiny becomes absolutely immaterial without the imperative, even in the state of bondage, which reason contains as a promise to abolish, to organize thought and action in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. In this state, the imperative remains as resistant to its justification as the Kantian given once was. Solidarity with Israel, which it categorically demands, cannot change the lack of freedom, except to keep alive the radical awareness that it is precisely the condition of the possibility of Auschwitz. If the concept of materialism is either communism or the state tertium non datur, then the materialist who has understood the categorical imperative after Auschwitz must also come to a tertium datur here. No state deserves to exist except, in self-defense, Israel. The Israeli army is the armed arm of revolutionary criticism in the state of its social impossibility. For the Israeli army itself, the question of rectifying its existence in this way, i.e. before the judgment seat of reason, naturally does not arise. If necessary, it will have to ensure that certain rackets, even if they form themselves as subjects of international law and pretend to be state organizations, simply cease to exist in this form. The Jewish state thus realizes the tertium datur without calling itself into question as a state in any way. It is precisely this constellation that would have to be brought to the point. Although Joachim Brun refused to call National Socialism an unstate, according to Newman's analysis, and did not explicitly distinguish between Leviathan and Behemoth, sovereign and counter-sovereign, his depiction of Zionism in particular, which did not refer to Hobbes but to Machiavelli, also points in this direction. After all, in one of his last lectures, he spoke of National Socialism as the complete dislocation of German sovereignty, ultimately the consequence of seeing in Auschwitz a qualitatively new social formation, born of capital but nonetheless removed from it. Israel is a state in precisely the sense in which National Socialism could not have been. In other words, Israel can only be understood as a state, and not as a ghetto if National Socialism is understood as something that has already sprung from the state, sprung in that double sense of the word. Tertium datur then means that a transition to a non-state is not possible here, insofar as the foundation and preservation of the Jewish state are opposed to it. Rather, Israel provokes, although Joachim Brun does not emphasize this, the differentia specifica of state and non-state, sovereign and counter-sovereign. Their distinction results from the relationship to Israel. It is precisely this that shows the caesura that was set by the founding of the Jewish state. Before that, the non-state was immediately identical with the extermination of the European Jews.